Chapter 1 Crossing the Dragon Ball World. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, Dragon Ball World, Accord Village. Damn, am I playing Dragon Ball? What's the matter? In AIG 749, it seems that Monkey King will not set out for adventure until a year later. How did I travel to such an early age? Yelin was originally drinking the Happy Fat House water while playing the Dragon Ball game, but was dragged into this Dragon Ball world in a burst of light. Now he has a lot of memories that do not belong to him. Yelin, now is the time to grant you the identity of Dragon Ball Guardian. What are you playing? It's too shameful. How can I feel relieved to pass the Dragon Ball Guardian to you? Yelin looked up and looked forward. An old man was standing in front of him, and then the old man's information was displayed in front of him like a video game. The head of the village Ji Lao, the head of the Yag village, a reclusive fighter, with a combat power of 20. Looking up, you can see an offering platform, on which is a 2-star Dragon Ball. Yelin was surprised, and then admitted the fact that he actually crossed the world of Dragon Ball, and the person he crossed to had the same name as himself. The village chief, it's not good. A group of people came to our village and said that they wanted us to hand over the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, they would kill them. At this moment, from outside the ancestral hall, a villager hurried in. Da-da-da! There was the sound of guns and the crying of the villagers. Ji Lao's expression became serious. Yelin, you run with this Dragon Ball. Starting today, you will be the guardian of the Dragon Ball in our Accord village. You must guard the Dragon Ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the God-level lottery system. The system will give you a chance to draw a random lottery. Does the host choose the lottery? At this time, a voice came into Yelin's mind, and a reminder to open the lottery appeared before his eyes. Pump! Yelin said silently in his heart. In front of Yelin's eyes, a huge colorful lottery machine suddenly appeared. On the top of the lottery machine, rows of prizes were marked. The types of prizes are divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E levels. S-Class Prize, Super Saiyan Blood, 4th Speed Elastic Man, 9-Tailed Monster. A-Level Prizes, Earth Bursting Stars, Vitality Bullets, Iron Broken Teeth. B-Level Prize, Qi Yuan Cut, Domineering, Shen Luo Tian Zheng. C-Level Prizes, Moon Steps, Cave Waves, Spiral Pills. D-Level Prizes, Fairy Beans, Dragon Ball Radar, Combat Power Enhancement, Skill Experience Points. E-Class Prizes, Grim Machine Gun, Money, Luxury Sports Cars, Villas. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for winning the C-level prize of the Naruto Plane, Helix Maru. At the same time, because the host is the first lottery draw, the system will give 30 combat power points and the host can open the attribute to check. Property check. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 35 points. Skills, 1 Helix Pill, Elementary 0/100, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 20%. Props, Dragon Ball *1. Yelin smiled bitterly, and the system gave him 30 points. He added up to only 35 points. Originally, he was just a scum with 5 combat effectiveness. But what he was happy about was the skill he obtained, which was Naruto's most classic move. Yelin didn't expect that he could learn such a skill from the beginning. Yelin was checking this system. At this time, the village chief Ji Lao, who was full of sadness, suddenly looked at Yelin with earnestness. Yelin, you must never let the Dragon Ball fall into the hands of the bad guys. I'll go and delay for you. You take advantage of this time and run. After speaking, Ji Lao left the ancestral hall. Ding! System task reminder, 1 simple mode, take Dragon Ball out of Accord Village and escape. 2. Normal mode, unite with the village chief GE veteran to drive away the enemy. 3. Difficult mode, one person fights against the enemy without damage to the village. Friendly reminder, the higher the selected difficulty mode, the higher the prize of the lottery. What difficulty does the host choose? Hearing this sound, Yelin thought with his face, in the world of Dragon Ball, his combat power is extremely weak, and the earth is plagued by disasters and will be destroyed at every turn. Yelin didn't want to take orders from others, so he had to become stronger quickly. I choose hard mode. Ding! Hard mode has been accepted, please complete the task as soon as possible. After accepting the task, Yelin looked at the Dragon Ball on the tribute, and he took the Dragon Ball into his arms to avoid losing the Dragon Ball. Yelin left the ancestral hall and went to the battlefield to complete the mission. Speeding along the way, Yelin felt that his speed was very fast, as if there was a violent wind blowing in his ears. This was not what his original body could do. 666 Literature Network www.666wxw.com. The increase in speed must be related to the increase in his combat effectiveness. The scene flying by, the surrounding houses are mostly oval, similar to a yurt, but they are made of bricks. This is very different from the houses Yelin has seen before, and he is convinced that he is indeed here in the world of Dragon Ball. Only when the Dragon Ball is hidden in such a place can it not be easily discovered. At the entrance of Yag village, a group of people in black suits with guns in their hands are pointing at the villagers of Yag village. On the shoulders of these men in black suits, a conspicuous red scarf is tied, which represents the identity of their Red Ribbon Army. We are the Red Ribbon Legion. Obediently hand over the Dragon Ball. As long as you obediently hand over the Dragon Ball, Sir Siraba will be merciful to let you go, but if you are not obedient, then wait for the gun. A man in a suit wearing sunglasses raised a machine gun in his hand and fired a few shots into the air, which made the villagers more afraid. Stop! Dragon Ball will not be handed over to you, get out of our Accord village for me. At this time, Elder Ge rushed out with a spear in his hand, and the villagers were happy when they saw Elder Ge's appearance. Great! The village chief is here, we are saved. The villagers cheered, and the gaze of the man in sunglasses and suit swept to old Ge. The village chief? So what? Take a gun. The man in a sunglasses suit shot the machine gun in his hand at Lao Ge randomly, and saw that the long spear in his hand turned like a windmill, and all the bullets were shot by him. After a shuttle bullet passed, Ge Lao was still safe. How is it possible? You guys shot him to death. The man in the suit and sunglasses immediately gave the order, and the men in the suit around him immediately pointed the muzzle at old Ge, but at this time the spear in his hand was thrown, and the spear was swept past the men in the suit like a big windmill. All the guns were shot out, and then the spear returned to old Ge's hand. What? The man in suit and sunglasses made a horrified sound, and the spear in his hand was pointed at the people on the opposite side. Get out of here now and leave our village. Just when the men in suits were afraid of old Ge, footsteps came from behind. I didn't expect this kind of broken village, there will still be martial arts, it is really rare. A man who looked like a red-brown bear came out. He was more than 2 meters tall and carried a big steel knife, one person on his shoulder. My name is Hong Xiang. I am a mercenary. I was hired by Sir Siraba to collect the Dragon Balls. The old guy handed over the Dragon Balls to avoid the pain of skin and flesh. The steel knife in Hong Xiang's hand fell, and a gust of wind blew his face, and old Ge's hair was flying around by the gust of wind. Old Ge's expression became serious. He could tell at a glance that the Hong Xiang in front of him was a powerful enemy, but he couldn't retreat. Behind him was his own village. If you want to win the Dragon Ball, pass me first. Elder Ge yelled, the spear in his hand danced like a windmill, and then he rushed forward. Facing such marksmanship, Hong Xiang's eyes showed disdain. I don't know how high the sky is. The huge steel knife in Hong Xiong's hand fell heavily, and the surrounding air was separated by this knife. Click! The spear in Elder Ge's hand was like a pebble hitting a stone, and was cut off by a huge steel knife. His body rolled to the side, trying to avoid the direct hit of the steel knife. However, Hong Xiong's knife didn't land, but was in the air, changing to chopping. Boom! Old Ge's body was shot flying by the huge steel knife. His body flew upside down 10 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. Village head. The villagers were shocked, but they couldn't help. Unable to withstand a blow, it seems that you are not even a martial artist. Hong Xiong carried his steel knife closer step by step, with blood on the corners of Ji Lao's mouth. 2 ribs in his body were broken, and the pain made him unable to move. Looking at the approaching Hong Xiong, his body like a hill, Ji Lao closed his eyes. He knew he was bound to die. Hong Xiong didn't mean to be merciful. As a mercenary, he often walked in the blood, and killing people was as normal as eating. The steel knife he held high was about to fall. Da-da-da! At this moment, gunshots suddenly came from behind. Hong Xiong's body jumped out to the side, in the air, and protected himself with a huge steel knife. All the bullets hit the steel knife, and Hong Xiong did not hurt at all. Are bullets ineffective? Sure enough, in the world of Dragon Ball, compared with guns, force is the real power. Yelin threw the submachine gun aside. After all, the gun was no longer in use. Boy, you are dead. You dare to attack my uncle with a gun, I will chop you into mashed flesh. A dangerous light flashed in Hong Xiong's eyes. Chapter 2 Helix Pill Breaks the Enemy. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin, why haven't you left? Didn't you let you run with the Dragon Ball? You go, this person is very powerful, you are not an opponent. When old Ge saw Yelin's appearance, his eyes widened in astonishment, and hurriedly shouted for Yelin to escape. Oh, the Dragon Ball is on your body. Hong Xiong's squinted eyes revealed a cold light. Yes, the Dragon Ball is on me. If you want it, come at me, but you have to win me first. Yelin took the Dragon Ball from his arms and threw it in his hand. Yelin's eyes looked at the Hong Xiong in front of him. The opponent's combat power was 25. It stands to reason that his combat power would be higher. But Yelin just saw it with his own eyes. Even if a bullet can't kill this red male, he is not sure if he can do it. It's just that since he came out, he can only spare it. Very well, since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Hong Xiong raised the steel knife in his hand, and then rushed towards Yelin at an astonishing speed. Yelin's heart was a little nervous. Although he gained combat power, he was originally just an ordinary person after all. Even if he had combat power, he didn't know how to use it. The only thing he can hope for is the skill he has obtained. Helix Maru is a close-range attack. He must wait patiently, and there is only one chance. If he fails, he will definitely die with the strength of this red male. Boy, you are dead. Hong Xiong rushed to Yelin in the blink of an eye. His huge steel knife was enough to split a person in half. Yelin's face changed, and Hong Xiong's face showed a playful look. At this time, Yelin's palm suddenly condensed a blue chi, and this chi was rotating at a high speed, forming a palm-sized blue ball. Spiral pill. Yelin's palm pushed forward, and the spiral pill collided with the steel knife. The huge steel knife was shot directly, and then the spiral pill fell on Hong Xiong's abdomen. Hong Xiong screamed, and the powerful impact of Helix Maru directly blew him out. His body flew upside down 10 meters away, and his entire chest was sunken, showing a spiral shape. Hong Xiong's eyes widened, and a lot of blood appeared in his mouth. He fell on the ground and he had no breath. One blow killed Yelin, and at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. Ding! The protection of the village is complete. Congratulations to the host for completing the hard mode. and the God-level lucky draw. A huge colorful lottery machine appeared in front of Yelin's eyes. At this time, many small balls were beating in the lottery machine, and then a small ball fell out of the mouth. There are a total of 6 colored balls in the lottery machine. S-level rewards are golden balls with S, A-level rewards are ordinary golden balls, B-level rewards are silver balls, and C-level rewards are purple balls. D-class level prizes are red balls, and Class E prizes are white balls. The beads in the colorful lottery machine kept beating, and then a red bead fell down. Congratulations to the host for winning the Class D prize of the Dragon Ball plane, 10 fairy beans. After the sound of a reminder, Yelin's face showed joy. The magical effect of fairy beans is very strong. When he is seriously injured, taking such a fairy beans can heal. With such 10 fairy beans in hand, Yelin would have 10 chances to save his life. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 36 points. Skills, 1 Helix Pill, Elementary 1/100, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 20%. Props, Fairy Bean 10, Dragon Ball 1. Take a closer look, through the fight just now, my combat power has increased a bit, and Helix Pill's experience value seems to have increased by 1. According to the number of experience bars, I am afraid that I have to use it 100 times to improve my skills. Thinking of the spiral pill the size of a hill in the later period of Naruto, and the various changes in the spiral pill, Yelin's mouth rose unconsciously. At this time, the village head slowly stood up with the support of the villagers. Yelin, I didn't expect that in normal times, you are lazy and don't work hard. You are hiding. I look down on you. But seeing you are so powerful, I can safely leave the Dragon Ball to you for safekeeping. You must remember that. Don't let Dragon Ball fall into the wrong hands. Cola Literature www.kalawx.com. Don't worry, the village chief, I will definitely protect Dragon Ball. Old Ge was sent off for a good recuperation, and Yelin started to clear the battlefield. From the men in suits, he confiscated their guns and found several universal capsules from them. This kind of universal capsule looks very small, but it can hold a lot of things inside. It is a product of Bulma Company. Yelin opened the capsule curiously, and found a lot of guns and food from these universal capsules. For the poverty-stricken Yag village, most of the villagers live under food. Yelin glanced at the villagers. Many of them were anxious and uneasy because of what happened before. Guys, there is so much food here. Today we will have a celebration party to celebrate that we got rid of the difficulties. Everyone has a share of the food. Come and get it quickly. Hearing this, everyone gathered happily, and every household was given a lot of food. Seeing how happy they were, Yelin was also very happy, but he knew that things would never be that simple. These attackers are all members of the Red Ribbon Legion. Even if this group is driven away, there will surely be the next group of people coming. The villagers must have the power to protect themselves. Yelin looked at the guns in front of him. He decided to distribute these guns to the young people in the village and let them form a team so as to have the power to protect the Yag village. Brother Yelin, you're so amazing. You solved that big guy in 2s or 2s. Please teach us too. We want to protect the village. Before Yelin could speak, more than a dozen young people ran in front of him, looking forward to their eyes. Martial arts can't be cultivated in 1 or 2 days, but for you, there is a shortcut that can protect our Accord village. Brother Yelin, what a shortcut! Of course it is to use guns. You can use the collected guns, but these guns must be used to protect our Accord village. Yelin pointed at the gun on the ground. The dozen people were a little scared at first, but then they fixed their eyes. They don't want to be bullied home as before, so they can only obediently let others bully. These young people took up guns. Although they looked very jerky, as long as they had guns, they could also have some combat effectiveness. At night, the Yag village seemed a bit lively. The long-lost people gathered together and enjoyed the food given by Yelin. Everyone was very happy, as if they had forgotten everything that happened during the day. But Yelin, the man who saved the village, naturally became a hero. Red Ribbon Legion, Siraba Division. To deal with a small village, all the people who took it, and a mercenary, all were lost, and no one came back. Are you telling me this now? Siraba's forehead blew veins violently, he glared at his kneeling hand in front of him, and the opponent shivered in fear. Report to Colonel Siraba that there is a martial arts school in the Yag village, and the mercenary Hongxiang was defeated by that martial arts school, and our people are also in the hands of that man. Martial artist? It's ridiculous, that's just a bunch of guys who know how to embroider their legs. It seems that the mercenary Hongxiang is nothing more than that. A trash wants me to hire at a high price and let the redhead guards come to see me. Soon the sound of neat footsteps came, and 12 figures quickly appeared in front of Siraba. They were neatly arranged in a row. Everyone stood straight, and the whole body exuded a lean breath. Seeing this escort formed by himself, Siraba nodded in satisfaction. His red-haired guard, each member has a minimum combat strength of 20, and this 12-man squad is looking forward to it. They are the most advantageous weapon in Siraba's hands. Give you a task, go to Accord village, kill a martial artist, and bring Dragon Ball back to see me. Yes, I promise to complete the task. After all, the 12-member team left quickly. Their speed was so fast that some of their men thought they had seen the afterimage. I knew that those people were so trash, so I should directly ask my red-haired guard to get the Dragon Ball, otherwise there won't be so many things. Siraba has sufficient confidence in his red-haired guard, and he believes that his red-haired guard will surely be able to capture the Dragon Ball. Chapter 3 Sweeping the Guards. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After driving away the Red Ribbon Legion, Yelin didn't neglect his own practice either, he almost concentrated on the practice of Helix Pill. At this time, he was cultivating in the forest not far from the Yag village. After all, the power of Helix Pill was too great. Cultivating in the village would easily destroy the peace of the village. When will this spiral pill become advanced? Name, Yelin. Combat power, 36. Skills, 1 Helix Pill, Elementary 4/100, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 20%. Props, Fairy Bean 10 Dragon Ball 1. After that, Yelin tried secretly to find out how many times he could send spiral pills. As a result, he found that with his combat power, he could only use it 3 times a day, and if it exceeded 3 times, he would be exhausted. The power of the elementary Helix Pill is already amazing, and Yelin looks forward to raising the Helix Pill to a higher level. Ding! System Task Reminder, kill 12 members of the Redhead Guard, 1 hour time limit, normal task difficulty mode. Just after Yelin finished his training, he was about to return to the village, but he didn't expect a mission reminder to come suddenly. Ordinary mission? It seems very simple, but this is a good opportunity. You can draw a lottery after completing the mission. Even in the normal mode, you can get some good things. Yelin had an eager expression, but soon he was in a deadlock. Where are the Redhead Guards? This couldn't help but make Yelin a headache. The system only gave him a task, but it didn't give him a hint. If you want to find people all over the world, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Would you like to go back to the village and talk about it? Anyway, they are coming for Dragon Ball, they should break into the village. After all, Yelin hurried to the village, his feet were fast, and the speed was even faster than that of a motorcycle. He can get there in just 1 minute for a distance of 5 kilometers. Okay. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Yelin suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. After his fighting power increased, his 5 senses also increased. Now his hearing is very sharp. Yelin stopped, he waited for the master of the voice. Soon the 12 figures suddenly sprang out of the woods, the 12 people in uniform red dojo uniforms. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. Yelin's mouth twitched, and at the same time he was happy, which was really effortless. The 12 members of the Redhead Guards looked sharply at Yelin. "Hey, you are from the Accord Village. Take us to the Accord Village. If you don't follow it, I will kill you." One of them walked out, staring at Yelin indifferently, and from him, Yelin felt a cold murderous aura. Perhaps the reason for learning the Helix pill, he has become a lot more sensitive to qi, and the 12 people in front of him are probably contaminated with many lives. "You are going to Yag village, what's the matter? I advise you not to mess around. We have a very powerful martial artist in Yag village." Yelin piled up a look of fear. He had already seen the combat effectiveness of these people. Among the 12, the highest combat effectiveness was only 22, which was still far from him. Yelin's words caused everyone in the red-haired guard to laugh sarcastically. "We are here to kill that martial arts master, a remote martial arts master, what can we do?" The mercenary Hong Xiong brags about being killed for a long time, but he was killed easily in this way. It is simply embarrassing. "Give it to us, it's over in twos or twos." "It seems that you are very confident, but I think you will be even more embarrassing than that Hong Xiong, because you didn't even notice that martial artist stood in front of you." Yelin suddenly made a violent shot, and he stepped close to the side of a red-haired guard, and the other side's face showed a look of surprise. They had never thought that the shameless Yelin in front of him was the martial artist who defeated Hong Xiong. After all, Yelin's body was relatively thin and didn't feel like a master. Boom, 000 Literature www.000wxxs.com. Yelin hit one of them directly with a punch, and that person flew 10 meters away, and then he lost his breath. After possessing a strong combat power, Yelin had contacted him a long time ago. Although his movements were still a bit jerky, but with the support of strong combat power, his speed and strength were far above those of the red-haired guards. Hiss! All the members of the Redhead Guards took a deep breath. Fighting training is a required course for them, but even those companions who have experienced fighting training are still killed by a punch. Such combat power is really too scary. This guy is not easy to deal with, let's go together, don't give him a chance to fight back. The remaining 11 attacked immediately. They were well trained, although Yelin's violent assault surprised them a bit. But as soon as the 11 of them took action, they blocked all Yelin's retreat, and they joined forces to attack, wanting to solve Yelin in one go. Yelin's 5 senses after his ascension were very keenly aware of the movements of these people. After he eliminated the first person, he drew back. But even though he reacted quickly, one of the Redhead Guards had already raided behind him with a short dagger. "Go to hell!" The corners of the opponent's mouth rose, as if he saw Yelin die under his own knife. But Yelin, who turned his back to him, seemed to have eyes behind his back. His 2 fingers clamped the dagger, and then he kicked back with one blow, and a powerful blow directly kicked the opponent. With just such a blow, 1 more person died in the battle, and the remaining 10 people felt tight. However, the offense they had on hand did not fall. The members of the Redhead Guards were well trained. They launched an airtight offensive, and with frequent attacks, Yelin was incapable of parrying. At this time, someone had secretly prepared a gun, and their airtight attack was just a cover. The real killer was to take advantage of Yelin's unpreparedness, and then shoot and kill him. At this moment, Yelin was forced to jump from the ground, and at this moment, the muzzle was pointed at him. Boom! With a gunshot, Yelin fell to the ground, and everyone in the Red Hair Guard showed a smile. The martial arts school is nothing more than that. Even if your martial arts are no matter how strong you are, you can still beat bullets, the red-haired guard man who shot the gun said triumphantly. Whoosh! But at this moment, a gust of wind passed, and a bullet shot over. The red-haired guard man did not expect to be attacked. The bullet pierced his eyebrows, and then he fell to the ground with breathlessness. It turned out to be prepared for a long time, just use a gun. I thought there would be something new. Yelin naturally pretended to reveal the flaw, and the moment the bullet came, he saw through the trajectory, and then took the bullet empty-handed. The increase in combat effectiveness has brought unimaginable benefits to Yelin. Yelin found that he was not too surprised at being able to receive the bullet empty-handed, because he already felt that he could do it. Well, is this guy a monster? Why is he so strong? No, we are definitely not his opponent, run away. At this time, these red-haired guards were completely stunned by Yelin's strength, and their eyes showed fear. Everyone wanted to escape, but how could Yelin let them go? After a scream of screams, less than 10 minutes, all the 12 members of the Red Hair Guard fell to the ground. After all, these people were a group of people who didn't blink, and Yelin didn't feel guilty for killing them. Hey, Redhead Guards, why don't you give me a reply? What the hell are you doing? Explain how you completed your mission? Has Dragon Ball got it? There was a sound at this moment. Yelin stepped forward, and then took out an intercom from a man from the red-haired guard. The mission has failed, Colonel Siraba. My name is Yelin. I am a martial artist in Yag village. You can wash your neck and wait at the branch base. I will go there to kill you soon. After that, Yelin stepped on the walkie-talkie with a kick. He didn't listen to the other party's response, but he could imagine that the opponent nowadays should be furious and ugly. Chapter 4 Recruiting the Younger Brother. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The God level lottery starts. After the colorful lottery box flickered for a while, a small red ball fell from it, which corresponds to the D-level reward. Yelin couldn't help being a little disappointed. According to the system's prompts, there is a 50% chance that the hard mode will give a reward of C-level or higher. The normal mode also has a 20% chance to give a C-level reward, and the simple mode can only open the E-level reward. In Yelin's several lottery draws, only the system package had a C-level reward, which shows that his luck can be described as terrible. Congratulations to the host for winning the Class D prize of the Dragon Ball plane, Dragon Ball Radar. A circular radar appeared in Yelin's hand, with light shining on it, because he carried the Dragon Ball with him, so the light that lit up represented the Dragon Ball he had in his hand. Seeing the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Yelin's gaze brightened. He originally thought that C-level rewards were nothing good, but the Dragon Ball radar was a very important presence in the Dragon Ball world. This is the high-tech researched by Bulma. As long as the Dragon Ball radar is in hand, collecting Dragon Balls cannot be easier. Even the ambitious Red Ribbon Legion did not have the Dragon Ball radar in their hands, otherwise the Dragon Ball would have been collected by the Red Ribbon Legion. Hey? Why are there two light spots? Yelin played with the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, but soon found another bright spot flashing on the radar, which undoubtedly meant that there was another Dragon Ball nearby. Is this lucky? The Dragon Ball is so close. This is a good opportunity. If the Dragon Ball is collected and the dragon is recruited, it is not easy to want good things. Yelin, who had made up his mind, stared at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and approached the other flashing light spot. Yelin's speed was very fast, and in only half an hour, he rushed to the location of Dragon Ball. Name, Yelin. Combat Power, 38. Skills, 1 Helix Pill, Elementary 4/100, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 20%. Props, Fairy Bean 10, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *1. Seeing where the radar appeared, Yelin came to a small valley. The position marked by the radar in his hand was in a small cave ahead. Yelin put away the radar and walked into the cave. As soon as he walked into the cave, Yelin could smell a pungent smell, which was unique to wild animals. Ding! System task reminder, simple mode, steal Dragon Ball. Normal mode, defeat the opponent and take the Dragon Ball. In hard mode, collect the enemy and take back the Dragon Ball. Before Yelin saw the enemy, the system gave the choice of the task again, because the higher the difficulty, the higher the probability of getting good things. Yelin chose the hard mode again. The mission has selected the hard mode, please complete the mission as soon as possible. And Yelin had already penetrated into the cave at this time. In this cave, a big guy was asleep, with blue skin and a bunch of wings on its back. Hey, isn't this Kirin? Yelin was a little surprised. He remembered that this person appeared in the first martial arts conference in the world. And he was also surprised to find that this Kirin had 40 points of combat power, which was higher than Yelin today. Should you take a guy who is more powerful than yourself? This system really makes people difficult. Yelin couldn't help showing a wry smile. However, he also keenly saw that there was a Dragon Ball hanging around Kalaran's neck. If he chose the simple mode, he could easily take away the Dragon Ball while he was sleeping. But it can't work now, he must accept this Kirin as a little brother. Not getting up yet. Yelin stepped forward and kicked directly on Kirin's back. Kirin, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened, and he turned over and stood up with agile movements. A huge body that is more than 2 meters above, it appears exceptionally flexible. Kirin looked around in confusion, then looked at the human in front of him. Bastard boy, did you kick the uncle? I am impatient. Kirin looked down at Yelin, his eyes were fierce, as if he was about to strip Yelin alive. Yelin faced the roaring Kirin without the slightest fear. It would be very unfavorable for him if he wanted to subdue this big guy and fight him. Kirin, I'll just say it straight. I came here this time to take back the Dragon Ball and make you my little brother. Hearing Yelin's words, Kirin was stunned, and then let out a laughing and mocking sound. Boy, you didn't wake up or I didn't wake up, I just seemed to listen to you brazenly saying that you want to accept me as a kid. Kirin hit the rock wall with a fist, and his fist made a hole in the rock wall. After all, it was also in existence with 40 combat power, and it was in Yelin's expectation to have such a strength. In the face of Kirin's demonstration, Yelin rubbed a small green spiral ball on the palm of his hand. Spiral pill. The spiral pill in his palm drove a violent wind, and the entire air seemed to be inhaled by the spiral pill. Kirin's brow wrinkled, and he glanced at Yelin with some caution. But he thinks Yelin is very weak, and that slap-sized ball can do what he can do. 518 Chinese Network www.518zw.com. Go to hell, kid. Kirin raised his palm, trying to slap Yelin to death, but the spiral pill in Yelin's hand touched it. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the small ball. Kirin didn't even have time to react, and the power of Helix Maru threw him out. Kirin smashed heavily on the rock wall. Woo! Kirin's face showed pain, and he felt that the bones in his body seemed to fall apart, and the spiral pill in Yelin's hand was too powerful. Boy, you are looking for death. Super gum. Kirin has also learned to be smart. He did not take the initiative to approach, but spit out a white mucus from his mouth. Yelin was also prepared for a while, and his hand had already condensed a second spiral pill. When the super chewing gum hit the spiral pill, it was stirred into residue and splashed around, and Yelin also smashed Kirin with the spiral again. Puff! Kirin was smashed into the air again, a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and he felt the ribs in his body broke. The chi contained in the palm-sized ball was too meticulous, and the powerful force made Kirin's eyes a touch of fear. Yelin's combat effectiveness is indeed weaker than Kirin, but his spiral pill moves will increase his combat effectiveness by 20% in a short time, so his spiral pill just now is powerful enough to reach 46 points. Such power is naturally not something Kalarn can resist. Yelin's palm once again condensed a small gas ball. This is the third spiral pill. In the next time, I will not continue to show mercy and tell me the answers you consider. Kirin looked at the spiral pill in Yelin's hand, and he swallowed. The strength of the spiral pill just now was so strong that it was not Yelin's full strength. If the opponent uses all his strength, he will definitely die. He finds that he underestimates this human being. The opponent is simply a monster with unfathomable strength. I surrender, I am willing to be your little brother. Kirin lowered his head. In order to save his life, he could only choose to surrender and surrender. In order to show his loyalty, Kirin took the Dragon Ball from his neck and gave it to Yelin. The moment Dragon Ball started, the system heard a voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The God-level lottery has 2 chances to draw. Yelin was very surprised. There were 2 chances in this God-level lottery, but he was relieved when he thought about it carefully. Collecting Dragon Balls and collecting Jillaran are 2 different things. So this time the chances of the lottery will become 2, and the 2 extra chances made Yelin look forward to his draw this time. The colorful lottery box dropped 2 small balls after the light flashed, one of which was red and the other was purple. After seeing the purple ball appear, Yelin's eyes brightened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level prize of the skill One Piece Plane, and the skill Shave. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of skill proficiency for the D-level prize. Helix Pill is advanced to the intermediate Daewoo Helix Pill, and the combat power is increased by 50% in an instant. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 40. Skills, 1 Daewoo Spiral Pill, Intermediate 6/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Shave, Primary 0/100, Skill Introduction, use this skill to move at high speed. Props, Fairy Bean 9, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball * 2. Defeating Kirin made Yelin's combat effectiveness once again improved. Now he has 40 combat effectiveness, but the biggest surprise is that Helix Maru evolved into Daewoo Helix Maru. Not only will the combat power increase, but the range will also increase. And this trick is not unfamiliar to Yelin. This is exactly one of the 6 moves in One Piece Zonghai Navy, which can move at high speed. For Yelin, this is just the right skill. After all, his big Jade Spiral Pill is also a close-range attack, and if you add this trick, it will be harmless. Boss! Kirin on the side looked at Yelin in a daze. Yelin came back to his senses when he heard Kirin's voice. He glanced at Kirin. At this time, Kirin was still clutching his chest, and several ribs were broken. Such an injury cannot be recovered in a short time. Take this fairy bean, my name is Yelin, and you will be my little brother from today. Yelin handed a fairy bean to Kirin. Kirin looked at the fairy bean that Yelin handed over with a puzzled face, but he believed Yelin would not harm him. If he wants to kill himself, there is no need to play such a trick. With the spiral pill just now, he will undoubtedly die. Kirin took the fairy beans in one gulp. After eating the fairy beans, Kirin's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. Kirin's eyes widened, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. His injury was originally going to be recuperated for 10.5 days, but this little bean actually recovered himself easily. Chapter 5 I Get 1 TB Seeds. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After accepting the younger brother Kirin, Yelin was ready to set off to the branch base of the Red Ribbon Legion. Siraba is a threat after all. If this threat cannot be resolved, the Yag village will inevitably be in danger. Yelin took out a map, which was obtained from the Redhead Guards, and marked the location of the base on the map. Boss, where are we going next? Kirin looked at Yelin curiously. Go and take the heads I reserved, and there will be a big disturbance afterwards. Kirin, don't you be useless. Yelin glared at Kirin. Although he had accepted the other party as a younger brother, Yelin didn't know whether Kirin had sincerely submitted to him. The enemy of the boss is my enemy, I am the gun in the hands of the boss, I will definitely be the first to charge you for the boss. Okay, don't flatter, come with me. Yelin shaving, his speed was too fast to pull out after images, and the sound of sonic booms continued to be heard from the soles of his feet. Kirin quickly waved his wings to chase Yelin. Kirin's heart was shocked. He was already doing his best, but he still couldn't catch up with Yelin. The speed was far above him. Boss Yelin, it's really unfathomable. Kirin admired Yelin even more, and he didn't dare to think of rebellion against Yelin. After the experiment, Yelin found that this shave does not consume much of his physical energy, and it does not consume a large amount of physical energy like the spiral pill, which leads to a limit on the number of uses in a day. Red Ribbon Legion, Siraba Division. After hearing that his red-haired guard had been defeated, the other party was even more brazen and said that he would come to kill himself. Siraba gathered hundreds of subordinates on the spot, and these people lined up neatly, waiting for Siraba's instructions with a serious expression. Siraba was wearing a blue jacket with a red ribbon tied to his chest and a rapid-fire submachine gun around his waist. A small village in the country dared to resist me. This is provoking the dignity of our Red Ribbon Legion. Everyone is going to set off and razing the Yeg village to the ground. There is also the martial artist Yelin. He tore it to pieces. Siraba clenched his fists, his face was sullen and angry. Beep, beep. Just as Siraba was about to give an order to set off, the base's warning lights suddenly flashed. Report to Colonel Siraba that 2 people outside suddenly broke into our base. One accepted and rushed to Siraba. He stood up straight and saluted Siraba before reporting the information. 2 people, dare to break into my territory. Well, it's that martial artist Yelin, who is really not afraid of death, and really dared to come to the door. Very good, all the people are dispatched and shot this kid into a hornet's nest. Siraba thought of Yelin's provocative words, but he didn't expect that the other party really dared to rush to his territory single-handedly. Yelin looked at the huge oval building ahead. This was the branch of the Red Ribbon Legion, because the Red Ribbon Legion's eye-catching logo was printed on the wall of that building. And a fortified wall was erected around this building, but such a wall was shattered directly under Kirin's fist. And he stood in front to clear the way for Yelin. These ordinary trash fishes weren't Kirin's opponents at all. At this moment, from within the base, a large number of figures rushed out of it, and all the soldiers were equipped with sophisticated firearms. Hundreds of people pointed their guns at Yelin and Kirin. I love Soda www.520soduxs.com. Yelin, you are so courageous. I didn't expect to really dare to come to the door. You are seeking your own death. Siraba slowly walked out from the back of the team, holding a submachine gun in each hand, with a disdainful smile on his face. Being pointed at by so many gunpoints, even if this Yelin was a Superman, he would definitely die. Kirin blocked his body in front of Yelin, he wanted to use himself as a shield. Ding! System task prompt, solve the Red Ribbon Division, simple task difficulty mode, reward God level lucky draw once. The corners of Yelin's mouth rose slightly. This is what he was waiting for, teaching the Red Ribbon Legion, and also getting quest rewards, why not do it? Kirin stepped back, just to show you how strong I am as your boss. Hearing Yelin's words, Kirin nodded, and he stepped aside. Yelin took a step forward, and he walked towards Siraba's troops step by step. Didn't I say, let you wash your neck and wait for me? You will be really meaningless. Do you think that I am afraid that you are not a firearm? Seeing Yelin's vows, Siraba's brow furrowed, and his own bodyguards died so easily, and the mercenary Hong Xiong sent out earlier died in the hands of this person. Could it be that this person is really not an ordinary martial artist? In this situation, does he have any way to break the situation? A trace of doubt and hesitation appeared on Siraba's face, and when he saw this expression on him, the corners of Yelin's mouth rose slightly, and his body flashed past. Yelin's speed was extremely fast, and there was a sonic boom under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he approached Siraba's troops. "Fire and shoot me to death!" Siraba reacted at this time, and he immediately gave instructions to shoot. But Yelin's hands suddenly condensed into a huge cyan energy ball that was 1 story high. Dahu spiral pill. The big jade spiral pill in Yelin's hand smashed down, and all the bullets that were fired when they hit the rotating spiral pill were easily bounced off. Boom! With a loud noise, the base raised waves of dust, and after the dust had dispersed, a 2-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Yelin was the only one standing in the deep pit, and everyone in the Siraba troop fell to the ground. As for Siraba, who led them, after receiving the big jade spiral pill from the front, the whole person was inlaid on the wall, and there was no breath. The boss is mighty, the boss is invincible. After seeing Yelin's power, Kiran was deeply shocked by this power. Yelin clapped his hands. This Siraba itself is not strong, and under his own big jade spiral pill, even if so many people gathered, it is within his attack range. The colorful lottery box flickered, and then a small white ball fell down. Yelin's mouth twitched. This was the lowest E-level reward. Congratulations to the host for winning the E-level prize, 1 TB of seed resources. Cheating, this is. There was an extra USB flash drive in Yelin's hand. Listening to the voice of the system, he wanted to throw the USB flash drive out. Although he knew that the E-level prizes wouldn't be too good, he didn't expect such a thing to come out. What use could this thing come in? Chapter 6 Collecting Dragon Balls. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The branch of the Red Ribbon Legion has no defensive power. Even if there are a few slippery fish, they are no longer a climate, and they must not be able to threaten the Accord village. Diddy, diddy. At this moment, Yelin's Dragon Ball radar suddenly rang. He took out the Dragon Ball radar, and then he found that the radar showed that there were 3 Dragon Balls here. It won't be so lucky. Yelin couldn't believe his luck, and the depression of getting the E-level prize had been wiped out. He walked in front of Siraba, and the Dragon Ball radar showed that the position was on Siraba. Yelin stepped forward and fumbled, and then he found a universal capsule, and he pressed the switch button. Accompanied by a sound and smoke, a small box was placed on the ground, and Yelin stepped forward and opened the box. Inside the box there were 3 Dragon Balls emitting light. These 3 Dragon Balls may have been collected by Siraba for a long time. Now it's cheaper for me. Ding! System task reminder, collect 7 Dragon Balls, task difficulty mode, reward 2 God level lucky draw opportunities. After receiving the 3 Dragon Balls, Yelin continued to observe the Dragon Ball radar. He already had a clue about the location of the other Dragon Ball. The branch of the Red Ribbon Legion has also been destroyed. There must be no danger in the Accord village. If I stay here with the Dragon Ball, it will be an incentive for the Accord village. Yelin glanced at the 5 Dragon Balls in his hand. Boss, I also found a lot of money and jewelry here. Kirin was also sent by Yelin to search for the entire Red Ribbon Legion branch base, and he was also worried about missing good things. Although money is also a good thing, as far as Yelin is concerned, what he wants more is the improvement of combat power. After all, in this Dragon Ball world, power is absolute. It must be the ill-gotten wealth collected by the Red Ribbon Legion. I can't use so much money. I will keep some and send the rest to the Accord village. Good boss. Kirin helped Yelin transport these gold and silver jewels. When the two arrived at Yeg village, it was already bright. It's Yelinir, Yelin is back. The young people in the village all saw Yelin, and they waved at Yelin excitedly. Now Yelin is a hero to the entire Yeg village. But when they saw Kiran's huge appearance, some people were a little scared. Don't be afraid, he called Kirin to be my companion. Yelin calmed everyone's fearful emotions, and Kirin also smiled honestly. Don't look at me like this, I'm very kind, Yelin is my boss, I am his loyal little brother, please advise. Seeing Kirin's kindness, everyone gradually put away their fear. Yelin, you are back. Elder Ge also walked over at this time. After recuperating, Elder Ge has no serious injuries. It deserves to be from a martial arts family, this body is really tough. Yelin secretly said in his heart. He walked in front of Elder Ge, and then asked Kirin to put down a lot of belongings. The village chief, I have completely destroyed the branch base of the Red Ribbon Legion, and the village should be safe after that. These are the ill-gotten gains collected by the Red Ribbon Legion. The village. All the villagers looked at them dumbfounded. The number of gold and silver jewels that looked like a hill was a number they had never seen in their entire lives. You two eliminated the Red Ribbon Legion branch. But compared to these belongings, Ji Lao was even more surprised by the fact that Yelin eliminated the Red Ribbon Legion branch. It's all the boss's credit, I didn't help much. The boss was so powerful at the time that he killed those guys by himself. Kirin spoke with joy, as if to imitate Yelin's posture at the time. The village chief, afterwards, I want to take the Dragon Ball to leave. The Red Ribbon Legion will definitely follow the Dragon Ball. If I stay here, the village will be in danger. Save a book www.chunshu8.com. Yelin, hey, I'm sorry, if I didn't make you the guardian of Dragon Ball, you wouldn't have to do this at all. Old Ge looked at Yelin a little distressedly. Yelin was after all the child he had watched growing up. He thought that he chose to make Yelin the guardian of Dragon Ball, which made him have so much burden, so he thought he feel ashamed of Yelin. The village chief, this is what I am willing to do. I will definitely assume the identity of the guardian of the Dragon Ball. Seeing old Ge looked ashamed of himself, Yelin couldn't help feeling that his old face blushed. Most of the reason for his motivation came from that god-level lottery. Although he inherited the Dragon Ball Guardian, he didn't particularly care about this duty, after all, he was not the original Yelin. Hey, I'm really embarrassed, you kid, you can take all the money, after this, you must be useful. No need for the village chief, money is nothing but something outside of my body. Even if these are my feelings for the village, I won't stay with the village chief anymore. After that, the village will bother you to take care of it. After that, Yelin beckoned to everyone in the village, and then turned and left. Kirin followed Yelin closely. Yelin, remember to come back often, Yag village will always be your home. Old Ge yelled at Yelin's away figure, and the villagers waved goodbye to Yelin continuously. Although it hasn't been a long time to get along with the villagers of Yag village, Yelin still feels a sense of intimacy. Now that he leaves like this, he is also a little sad. However, he still cannot stay in Yag village, otherwise, staying in Yag village will only bring disaster to Yag village. Yelin held the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and he glanced at the Dragon Ball radar again, and then at the small island ahead. The small island is not big. It has a huge coconut tree. The blue and white houses show the style. The big turtles lying on the beach on the island are also the characteristics of this island. Although I expected it, I didn't expect it to be in Gaixian Island. According to the instructions of Dragon Ball Radar, one of the Dragon Balls is in this Gaixian Island. Speaking of this Gaixian Island, the first thing that came to Yelin's mind was the Turtle Immortal, who was a resounding character throughout the Dragon Ball. Yelin took Kirin and the two people to Gaixian Island. At this time, the big turtle lying on the ground looked up at the two. Who are you two? How can you trespass into other people's territory? The sea turtle vomited, but Yelin was not surprised. Gaixianren, ah. No, I should be called Teacher Wu Tian now. Is Teacher Wu Tian home? Yelin asked the big turtle, and the big turtle looked up and down Yelin suspiciously. It's in the house, but it's so small that your friends may not be able to get in. The person the big turtle pointed at was naturally Kalarn, and Yelin nodded. Wait for me here. I know the boss. Kirin stood there waiting obediently, but Yelin walked into the cabin alone. Oh roar, the skirt is taller, you can almost see it. A bald-headed old man in the room with a log stick in his hand was watching a live dance class on TV. His large white beard could not stop his squinted smile. Teacher Wu Tian, there are your guests. The big turtle who followed up yelled to Teacher Wu Tian, but Immortal Turtle was deeply attracted by the TV and did not hear him at all. Old man, someone is coming. The big turtle stepped forward, and then stepped on the remote control suddenly, and the picture on the TV screen disappeared instantly. Ah! I was almost able to see it. Immortal Turtle beats his chest with disappointment and regret. The big turtle sees him like this, but he is used to it. He has become accustomed to this old man's behavior. It's impossible to broadcast restricted content on TV. After all, the censorship is strict, but this one in my hands is different. The 1 TB seed will allow you to enjoy the audio-visual feast. Yelin took out a USB flash drive in his hand, which was exactly what he won in the lottery. He didn't know its use, but after seeing the Immortal Turtle, he understood the use of this thing. Chapter 7 The Turtle Immortal begged to accept his disciple. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. When Immortal Turtle heard Yelin's words, his eyes burst out with a forcing light, and then he jumped into the air and turned a caterpillar. After that, he had changed into a yellow martial arts uniform with a tortoise printed on his back. Word. He still wears sunglasses on his face, but his complexion is serious. Now he is like a martial arts master, and his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. Young man, please sit down, you are here to apprentice, I will accept this apprenticeship, so smart, I will definitely cultivate you well. Immortal Turtle had a serious expression, but when he looked at the U-disc in Yelin's hand, he unconsciously revealed that squinting expression. But when he noticed that Yelin was looking at him, he immediately put on a serious air. You misunderstood, I didn't come to apprentice the teacher, I just came here to get the Dragon Ball. You have a Dragon Ball here, as long as you give me the Dragon Ball, I will give you this U-disc. Dragon Ball. Immortal Turtle was puzzled and embarrassed. He saw Yelin was so young and thought that Yelin had come to see him as a teacher. He didn't expect that he would be wrong. It's the little bead on your chest. Yelin's finger pointed to the Dragon Ball hanging on the chest of the Turtle Fairy. The Turtle Fairy seemed to regard the Dragon Ball as a pendant. It turns out that it is this broken bead. Use this broken bead in exchange for the priceless treasure in your hand. Are you too disadvantaged? That's good. I will teach you a martial arts trick so that everyone can be regarded as a fair deal with each other. No, your martial arts is not useful to me. Yelin waved his hand and rejected Immortal Turtle's proposal. After all, he didn't think he could learn it well, because his skills were obtained by the God-level lottery. But if you want to learn the martial arts of the Immortal Turtle, you must have an understanding of martial arts, which is too difficult for Yelin, so he simply refused. What? Doesn't come in handy? Little guy, do you know who I am? Immortal Turtle raised his brows, and his voice became heavy. Of course it is clear, the master of Wutedu, the pioneer of Gaixian Liu, but I really don't need your martial arts. Yelin talked about the information he knew. He couldn't be more clear about Gaixianren, after all, Gipe Kigongbo was famous. The turtle immortal who heard this had blue veins on his forehead. Good boy, know who I am, and said that my martial arts school is not useful, so let this deal go, but what you have, I'm going to make it. Immortal Turtle appeared in front of Yelin instantly, and his hand stretched towards the U-disc in Yelin's hand. Shave. But there was a popping sound from Yelin's feet, and he quickly opened the distance from Gaixianren, Gaixianren's hand fell directly in the empty space. Oh, that's the case, I'm still a little capable, no wonder I refused my apprenticeship. Because Immortal Turtle was wearing sunglasses, he couldn't see what his expression was, but Yelin felt a little danger in the next moment. Gaixianren's figure gradually disappeared, and there was only his afterimage. Yelin keenly felt the strangeness behind him, and he shoved. And then rushed out of the house at a very fast speed. The skills he has mastered are not suitable for display in such a narrow space. If he is in the house, he is definitely not an opponent of Gaixianren. The perception of the five senses is also good, really a very qualified young man. Immortal Turtle slowly walked out of the hut, and Yelin immediately saw the figure of Immortal Turtle transforming into 2 and 4. Multiple residual image fists, it's hard to handle now. Yelin's brow furrowed. Immortal Turtle's strength was genuine. His multiple afterimage punches were enough to be fake. At least Yelin's eyesight couldn't tell which one was the real body. "Boss, I'll help you." Kyrene, who was guarding outside, suddenly saw Yelin rush out of the house, and then the old man who appeared, also performing strange moves, he rushed over to help. "There are helpers, but the quality of this kid is not as good as you." The 4 turtle immortals rushed towards Kyrene from all directions. Kyrene was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't care so much, and punched a turtle immortal who rushed in front of him. But his fist fell in the empty space, and the immortal turtle in front of him turned into an afterimage. Bang bang bang! After a series of fists fell on Kyrene, Kyrene couldn't handle it at all. Turtle Immortal's speed was too fast, and Kylane's fist could not hit Turtle Immortal, he could hardly catch the turtle. The figure of the fairy is gone. There was a loud noise from Yelin's feet, and then he rushed towards Kyrene. "Kyrene, get down!" Yelin yelled, and when he heard what he said, Kyrene didn't hesitate, he just ignored the Turtle Immortal's attack, lying on the ground. 113 Novel www.113xs.com. Deus Spiral Pill. A huge energy ball condensed in Yelin's hand, and the cyan energy ball made Immortal Turtle's eyebrows rise. Turtle Kikong Wave. The afterimage of the Immortal Turtle disappeared, and his hands were in an open palm position behind him. A huge air condensed from his palms, and then his palms pushed forward, and a shock wave slammed into Yelin's big jade helix pill. Boom! With a loud noise, the dust splashed in all directions, the Immortal Turtle frowned, and his eyes scanned the ground. Kyrene had disappeared. Yelin took advantage of the chaos and pulled Kyrene away from the Turtle Fairy, so that he could protect his safety. As expected to be Immortal Turtle, his strength is extraordinary. Yelin had long expected that his own big jade spiral pill would not be able to easily defeat the Turtle Immortal. The man in front of him, regardless of his age, is a genuine martial arts genius, his strength is unfathomable. "If you continue to shoot, I will destroy the U-disc." Yelin's palm squeezed the U-disc tightly, and the Turtle Immortal was panicked when he saw this scene. "Stop it, it's a priceless treasure, it cannot be destroyed. This broken pearl is here for you." Immortal Turtle didn't care about this Dragon Ball, he took the Dragon Ball off his chest and threw it to Yelin. Yelin was overjoyed and accepted the Dragon Ball, and then he also threw the U-disc to the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal was like a treasure. However, after accepting the U-disc, Gaixianren was not eager to appreciate the U-disc, but looked up and down Yelin. "Young man, there are very few people like you on the road, how about you, really don't consider worshipping in my door?" Immortal Turtle once again proposed to accept disciples. In fact, he did not accept disciples easily, but after a brief contact with the young man Yelin, Immortal Turtle couldn't help but be intimate with love. After all, Yelin's aptitude was good, and if he could cultivate it well, he would definitely become a master. No need for now. Yelin verbally rejected Gaixianren's proposal. When accepting disciples was rejected again, Gaixianren became a little angry. "Little guy, do you think I can't teach you? Rather than worshipping you to practice as a teacher, I will practice faster by myself. Yelin didn't give face to Gaixian at all, which annoyed Gaixian. Well, I have a suggestion. The one next to me is my little brother named Kirin. You accept him as a disciple and then train him. If his strength can surpass me in a year, I will worship you. Division. Hearing what Yelin said, Immortal Turtle glanced at Kirin, who thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, I'll make this bet with you, brat. 1 year later, I want you to worship me as a teacher. Immortal Turtle directly agreed to Yelin's condition. Because he was too angry, Immortal Turtle did not realize that he had fallen into Yelin's trap. Even if Yelin loses a year later, he is only worshipping Immortal Turtle as his teacher, and Yelin will not suffer. Boss, you don't want me? I still have to follow you to protect you. When Kirin heard that Yelin wanted to throw him to the Immortal Turtle, he was honest and anxious. You are cultivating here. 1 year later, I will naturally come back to see you. Only when you become stronger can you be better able to help me. Kirin suddenly realized, and then he patted his chest. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely work hard, and I will make you look up at you in a year. Yelin patted Kirin on the shoulder. He actually valued this little brother very much. That's why he created such an opportunity for Kirin. After all, Turtle Immortal never accepts disciples casually. Had it not been for Yelin's verbal provocation, I am afraid he would not accept Kirin as a disciple. After accepting the Dragon Ball, Yelin left this Gaixian island. He looked forward to how much Kirin's strength would change when he came here a year later. Chapter 8 Infinite Sniper Pursuit. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. Martial Rider listened to the report, his forehead violent. After eating the bear heart, the leopard dared to act on my Red Ribbon Legion and find out who it is. Hearing that Siraba and his branch were offered by 2 people, Wright became furious. This is the first time his Red Ribbon Legion has encountered this kind of shame since its establishment. Reporting Marshall, it has been found out that the person who destroyed the branch is said to be a martial artist named Yelin, and he also has a younger brother named Kirin. It was these 2 who destroyed the branch. Martial artist? Humph, just 2 martial artists, we demolished the base of our branch. Is this to make everyone laugh at our Red Ribbon Legion? Ryder slapped the table with a slap, and everyone around was startled. To deal with this kind of martial artist, we still have to give it to our professional. This task is entrusted to our Divine Machine Group. We promise to bring the head of that martial artist to see you. What does Marshal Root think? Just when Ritter was angry, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the house. He had a long scar on his face. His whole body was made up of machinery. On that steel body, I don't know how much was hidden. Kind of weapon. Jack, you won't help me in vain, let's say, what are the conditions? Ryder lit a cigar, then spit out a cloud of mist, his one-eyed staring sharply at the Jack in front of him. The conditions are naturally very simple. Of course, it is money and reputation. The White Killer Group has been pressing the side of our Divine Machine Group. Please rest assured that this task will be handed over to our Divine Machine Group. I hope that General Ryder will stay with us for a long time. Team cooperation. Jack grinned, with a confident expression on his face. Humph, I promise you, if you can bring the heads of those 2 martial arts masters to me, I will hire your Divine Machine team for a long time. Marshal Ritter is really refreshing, so please look forward to the performance of my magic team. Jack left the house with a big laugh. Watching his leaving back, the adjutant Brock frowned. Marshal, do you really want to agree to this Jack's request? This person has always been greedy, and I'm afraid he will blackmail the Marshal by then. Humph, of course I understand. I just agreed casually. When he completes the task, I don't keep the promise. What can he do? A small sacred team can fight against my Red Ribbon Legion. Martial Rider squeezed out the cigar in his hand. Mr. Tao Bibai is currently in retreat, otherwise, if Mr. Tao Bibai takes the shot, then this matter will not be easy. Having lost so many manpower, Martial Ritter naturally wanted revenge, but now Tao Bibai is practicing in retreat and has no time to help. Otherwise, how could he need this sacred team? There are a total of 4 killer organizations, namely Peach White Killer Group, Wraith Hall, Extermination Building, and Shenji Group. Among them, the highest ranking is the Tao Bibai Assassin Group, which can only be shot in the 4th position, which is still far from the Tao Bibai Assassin Group. But it is also a killer group. Martial Root doesn't believe he can't clean up a martial arts kid. Now Yelin has 6 Dragon Balls in his hands. After collecting 7 Dragon Balls, only the last one is left. What makes Yelin strange is that the location of the last Dragon Ball is not displayed on the Dragon Ball radar. So he is traveling around now, hoping to make Dragon Ball radar react. Boom! With one punch, Yelin smashed a tiger that had attacked him. With his current combat power, even a huge rock could be smashed with one punch. He lived in the woods nearby and was about to roast the tiger. After half an hour, the smell of meat began to diffuse. Yelin moved his index finger and was about to start enjoying the dinner, just at this moment his brow furrowed. Whoosh! Yelin's head was slightly cheaper, and then a bullet passed through his face and hit the ground in front of him. 361 Reading www.361dsxs.com. Sniper rifle, it seems to be far away. Yelin's body was hidden above the treetops, so that he could block the opponent's sight. He also took a piece of barbecue in his hand, eating the barbecue while thinking about the enemy's position. It's wrong, it's wrong. It seems that he has avoided it. This is number 155. The sniper mission failed and the enemy's vision was lost. On a soil slope, a man in camouflage was reporting to the other end of the headset. After finishing the report, the sniper man picked up the sniper and prepared to evacuate quickly. It turns out that hiding here makes me easy to find. At this moment, a voice came from behind the sniper, his body trembled, and then he immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist. But Yelin had already taken the first step. He kicked the sniper man directly on the ground, and his hands and feet were naturally kicked aside by Yelin. How did you get here? It's 2 kilometers away. It's just a short walk. What's so fuss about? Explain your identity. Facing the sniper's surprise, Yelin responded lightly. Humph, stop dreaming, we are all trained, how can we easily reveal information like you? Before Yelin could finish his words, he stepped on the soles of his feet vigorously. The sniper's bones made a noise, and the sniper let out a scream. If it's a comminuted fracture, you won't be able to sniper with this hand anymore. Come on, who are you? Only after hearing Yelin's threat, the sniper's face showed a crazy color. Long live the Divine Machine Group! Red light came from under him, and Yelin frowned. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiao Tupo was blasted into a deep pit, and Yelin Shizhanshi escaped from the dust. As for the sniper, there was naturally no bones left. Shenji Regiment? I haven't heard of it, but the opponents I have provoked are only the Red Ribbon Legion. I am afraid they sent this Divine Machine Corps to chase me. Yelin frowned and thought, but now he knows too little information about this Divine Machine Group, there are not many clues at all, and he doesn't know how the opponent will move. And judging from the contact with the sniper just now, these men are desperados, and it is impossible to get more information from them. Ding! System Task Reminder, System Task Reminder, 1 Simple Mode, Escape the Chase of the Sacred Team. 2 In Normal Mode, Defeat the God Machine Group. 3 Difficult Mode, Defeat the God Machine Group within 10 days. At this moment, Yelin's mind once again heard the voice of the system giving the task. Then need to say, it is natural to choose the hard mode. But it is a matter of whether you can get good things. Yelin resolutely chose the hard mode. The host has accepted the hard mode mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. The mission rewards a god-level lottery. Yelin came with motivation. Although he didn't know what kind of power this sacred machine group was, but for the sake of the god-level lottery draw, he said that he must destroy the other party. After all, this was the opponent's first move. Yelin has always been against me and I am not a criminal, but if the enemy is bullied, Yelin will not show mercy. Chapter 9. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a huge steel airship was slowly moving forward in the air. Jack was sitting on the sofa, he tilted his legs and looked at the appearance of Yelin on the screen. Encourage Master Jack, 10 spy devices have already locked this Yelin, he can't escape our surveillance, but the sniper's action just failed. According to our calculations, this person's speed is agile behind him, and ordinary bullets may not hurt him. A staff officer is reporting their statistics for Jack. Hey, fast speed can't hurt him with bullets? Even when the master is tired, don't give him time to rest, capture his position, constantly harass him, wait until he is exhausted, that is the time to take him down in one fell swoop. A sinister smile appeared on Jack's face. People have their limits, so I don't want to be a human being. Jack was originally a martial artist, but he was aware of the limits of the human body, so he turned to mold himself into the mechanical parts of the whole body. He would not feel tired, nor did he need to rest. As long as he has fuel, he can continue to work. Using this torture method, Jack no longer knows how many genius martial arts masters have been cleaned up. He couldn't help but want to see if Yelin could last a few days. Yelin's figure constantly shuttled through the woods, but as long as he stopped a little, a gun would be directed at him to shoot. Over the past 3 days, he has been chased sleeplessly, and more than 100 snipers have died in his hands. But even so, the other party still didn't mean to stop. At this point, Yelin naturally understood that the other party wanted to exhaust himself, and when he was exhausted, he would take him down. It is true that this method is also very effective. No matter how powerful Yelin is, he is only a flesh and blood person. He is not an Iron Man and will feel tired if he is chased and killed without sleep and night for a long time. It's just that the other party's miscalculation was that they didn't know that Yelin had fairy beans in his hands. With the 9 fairy beans in his hands, Yelin wouldn't be a problem for a month, but if this were the case, he still couldn't solve the essence of the problem. Yelin no longer continued to fight against the sniper, because he understood that this was futile, and to fight the sniper was just a waste of his physical strength. The other party can constantly lock my position, presumably because it has a detective device and has been tracking me. Only by destroying this detective device can I avoid the eyeliner of the sacred team. Yelin raised his head and glanced at the sky. Through these 3 days and 3 nights of observation, he also found the location of the detectors, but these detectors have been flying in the air at high speed. The current Yelin didn't have any means that could be used in the air, and he couldn't attack into the air, so naturally he couldn't destroy the detective device. But Yelin didn't run away without countermeasures. He had already found a countermeasure, and that was his skill. When the skill proficiency is full, advanced skills will start. Just like Yelin's spiral pill at the beginning, it has become a big jade spiral pill. Yelin is now looking forward to the evolution of shaving. Because if he guessed right, he might have learned the moon step after shaving advanced. With Uebu, he has the means to deal with enemies in the air. Therefore, Yelin continued to display his skills over and over again in the woods, and his proficiency in shaving was also increasing at a rapid rate. In the 10,000 meter high altitude mechanical airship, Jack looked at Yelin, who was fleeing everywhere. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His favorite game was this cat-living mouse game. 3 days and 3 nights endlessly chasing and killing, presumably this Yelin is now physically and mentally exhausted. But, Lord Jack, we just compared it. Yelin's speed seems to be faster than 3 days ago. The staff on the side interrupted Jack, and when he heard this analysis, Jack frowned. Humph, absolutely impossible. That guy is only a human being. As long as he is a human, he will be exhausted. I am afraid that he is about to reach his limit. This is a manifestation of his physical potential being drained. Origin, that's how it is, Master Jack is wise. Jack lay on the sofa comfortably, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and then watching a good cat and mouse scene. He could not help but dream about it. After the task was completed, he collected a lot of money from Marshal Ritter. One scene. Such a chase lasted for another 2 days, and Yelin at this time had already taken the 5th fairy bean. In 5 days, he took a total of 5 fairy beans, and the rate of taking it was already very high. But the reason why you need to take so much is to improve your skill proficiency. Haywin Bookbar www.hayuamba.com. Ding! System reminder, congratulations to the host for the completion of skill shaving proficiency, and the skill shaving has advanced into a month. Yelin's eyes brightened after hearing this voice, and his hard work finally paid off. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 55. Skills, 1 Daewoo Helix Pill, Intermediate 7/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 0/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. Props, Fairy Bean 4, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *6. As Yelin had expected, after the advancement, it turned into Uebu. And as long as he had the Moon Step, he would have the means to deal with the enemy in the air. U-Step. After being hunted for 5 days, Yelin couldn't help but breathe. With the help of his feet in the air made a blast, and then Yelin stepped into the air. He rushed into the air step by step. The sniper who was following Yelin in the forest, after seeing Yelin rising into the sky, he rubbed his eyes, completely unable to believe his eyes. Yelin used Uebu to rush towards the 10 detectors that monitored him. Uebu was extremely fast, and within 10 seconds, Yelin caught up with the detectors. He directly blasted the detective with 1 punch, and then he grabbed the last one. He pointed the camera at his face. The boss of the Shenji regiment, just wait and see there, I will come to you immediately and destroy your entire Shenji regiment. After all, Yelin directly exploded the last detector. Boom! In the mechanical airship, Jack angrily smashed the red wine glass in his hand, and his forehead burst into pieces. The 10 detector screens in front of him were all spent, and Yelin rose into the sky, ruining the scene of his detector. Jack naturally saw it clearly. Especially in the end that Yelin's provocation against him simply didn't take him this magical group into his eyes. Damn kid, do you think you can escape from my palm like this? He wants to destroy my magic team, I'm afraid he can't even get to my position. A sneer appeared on Jack's face. He did not pay attention to Yelin's threat at all. At this time, he was already thinking about how to arrange the next plan to solve Yelin. Master Jack, the radar shows that someone is approaching our airship quickly. Call up the probe screen. Yes. Soon Jack saw on the screen that a figure was flying from below quickly. This person was Yelin, and he was running fast in the air. Jack clenched his fist. He didn't expect that Yelin would actually be able to chase here. Master Jack, what should we do? Hey! What are you afraid of? He is just an unarmed human being. This airship is made of steel and can only be entered by a special method. It is also equipped with sophisticated weapons. What if the kid can fly? When I came here, I was thrown into the net, shot me with a machine gun, and shot him to death. Yes. Jack gave an order, and his subordinates immediately began to take action. Looking at the screen showing Yelin who was chasing after him, Jack gritted his teeth. The failure of the plan was not important. But what Yelin showed, seemed to warn Jack that human beings have no limits. And this is what Jack has been opposed to, and he has given up being an ordinary human. Chapter 10 Sir, the times have changed. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After Yelin destroyed the detective device, he realized that this kind of detective device should not be able to transmit signals over a long distance. The enemy must be hiding not far away. But the surrounding terrain had already been chased for 5 days, and he found it clear that the opponent could never hide on the ground, so the rest might be the higher air. So he walked straight into the sky with the moon step, as expected when he passed through the clouds and came to the sky. Sure enough, I saw a huge steel airship. Obviously, this is the base camp of the Shenji regiment. Yelin stepped on the moon step and flew toward the steel airship. At this time, from the steel airship, a lot of machine guns protruded from the inside. Da-da-da! The muzzle of the machine gun continuously ejected flames, and the bullets swept across towards Yelin. Facing such a sweeping machine gun, Yelin's figure quickly moved and dodged in the air. He was also very flexible in the air while using the moon step. This cumbersome machine gun couldn't keep up with Yelin's speed. His feet continued to use force in the air, and within a few steps he came to the top of the steel airship. The entire steel airship did not have a clear entrance, and Yelin could also imagine that the opponent would probably use this method of shrinking to cope with his attack. Think I am unarmed, so it is impossible to open such a steel airship. Yelin raised his palm, and in his hand a huge energy ball was spinning at high speed. After being chased for 5 days, Yelin's heart had already been filled with fire, and the counterattack he launched at this time was resolute. Dahu Spiral Pill. The large jade spiral pill, which was more than 2 meters large, directly hit the steel airship, and the spinning energy ball caused a pit in the steel airship to dissolve. Then the Oyu spiral pill erupted inside the steel airship. Master Jack, this airship can't hold it anymore, it's going to explode. Everyone in the airship panicked. Jack felt the shaking inside the airship and the sound of explosions constantly coming out. He clenched his fists through gritted teeth. Yelin, how dare you ruin my life's hard work, I will definitely avenge this hatred. Jack pressed the switch in his hand, his room turned into an escape pod, and then the escape pod was separated from the steel fortress. Jack escaped from the steel fortress. As for the subordinates in the steel airship, he naturally couldn't control that much. The most important thing was that he could escape. Boom, boom. Inside the steel airship, there was a series of explosions, and tongues of fire continued to emerge from the steel airship. Finally, the huge steel airship quickly fell from the air, and the steel airship had lost its power. After the steel airship hits the ground, it explodes completely, and even in this 10,000 meter high sky, you can see the flames on the ground. Yelin retracted his gaze, and then shifted his gaze to another position. He has been observing the movement of the steel airship. Sure enough, when the steel airship fell, an escape pod flew out of it. Yelin naturally caught up. After all, this mattered whether his task could be completed. Bang! After the escape cabin landed, Jack escaped from the escape cabin embarrassedly with the opening of the cabin door. There was a hideous anger on his face, and his life's hard work was so easily destroyed. Yet, I didn't expect that you would abandon all your subordinates and escape by yourself. It's a real villain. Sanjiu Chinese website www.999zw.net. Yelin's voice suddenly came, and Jack was startled. He looked up. Yelin was slowly falling from the air, and he saw the scene of walking in the air with his own eyes. Jack had only fear and anger towards Yelin in front of him. At the moment Yelin landed, numerous guns protruded from Jack's mechanical body, and he had long transformed his body into a walking ammunition depot. His body and limbs are equipped with weapons, and now the muzzles of these weapons are aimed at Yelin. Damn boy, be careless, you didn't expect my Lord Jack to have so many weapons hidden in his body, no matter how powerful you are only a flesh and blood human being, how could you be able to rival my body so much? Weapons! Jack burst out laughing, and Yelin just shook his head helplessly for what he said. You have two mistakes. First, humans have no limits. Second, adults, the times have changed. After all, Yelin appeared in front of Jack in an instant, and Jack's pupils shrank. He had no idea that Yelin would be so fast, and now he had no time to shoot. Boom! Yelin hit Jack directly with a punch. Although his mechanical body was heavy, it could not stop Yelin's fist. Jack's body flew upside down, and finally he hit the stone wall, which collapsed and buried the ladder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and rewarding a god-level lucky draw. Yelin didn't keep his hand. This Jack's combat effectiveness was not even 30 points, and he couldn't bear his punch at all. After Jack's body was buried alive, the system also prompted Yelin's mission to be completed. The colorful lottery box shimmered, and this draw was also what made Yelin the most excited. After all, there is a 50% chance to win prizes above sea level in hard mode. Now he only hoped that his luck would be better. After the colorful rays of light flickered, a purple ball fell from the lottery box. Yelin was very happy when he saw the purple ball, which meant that it was a sea level prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sea level prize skill of the Dragon Ball Plane, Dong Dongbo. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 57. Skills, 1 Deu Helix Pill, Intermediate 7/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 3/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Dong Dongbo, Primary 0/100, Skill Introduction, light waves are emitted from the fingertips, and the combat effectiveness of this skill is increased by 10%. Props, Fairy Bean 4, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *6. Acquiring this skill made Yelin's eyes light up. Now, the most difficult thing for him is that he doesn't have a long-range attack method. The power of Deu Helix Pill is indeed great. But because it must be close to hit people, such as the hard fight just now, if Yelin learns the cave wave in advance, he can directly use the cave wave to sweep the detector, and it won't be so troublesome. Yelin tried, his fingers pointed forward, and then light waves began to condense from the fingertips. When the light waves condensed to the most dazzling moment, Yelin released a whole wave, a light beam of the thickness of a finger, directly shot out hundreds of meters away. The light beam directly shot through several trees, and finally directly shattered a boulder. The trees shot by the whole wave only left a neat round hole, and the penetration force made Yelin amazed. Deu Spiral Pill can be used near, and Cave Wave can be used at far, plus the Moon Step of my body method. Waiting for the Master of Leisure should not be afraid. Yelin clenched his fists. With these 3 skills, he had the ability to save his life. However, he would not think he was invincible. This is the Dragon Ball world, and it is very possible for a stronger opponent to emerge casually. Chapter 11 Passing By, the hero saves the beauty. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. The Shenji Regiment was completely destroyed. How could it be possible? Although Jack was insatiable, but his efficiency has always been clean and tidy, he actually let the martial artist kill him. After hearing the information from Adjutant Brock, Chief Ryder showed anger on his face. Originally, I wanted to borrow the convenient chess piece of the Divine Machine group to get rid of the martial artist, and then recapture the Dragon Ball. I didn't expect this to happen. Commander, there is news from Dr. Gru that it needs 20 million research funds. What? I want money again. I just gave it to him last month. This greedy old guy really has some useful funds for research. There was anger on Wright's face. First, Dragon Ball was robbed by a martial artist, and the other party also killed his capable subordinates one after another. Now he has to worry about Dr. Gro's research funding. The subordinates have seen Dr. Gro's research. The research has indeed made considerable progress, and Dr. Gro has provided us with many sophisticated weapons. The subordinates believe that Dr. Gro's funding here may not be cut off. Of course I know, just 20 million is not a small sum, how can you let me take it out? Ryder frowned. His Red Ribbon Legion was invincible because of the weapons provided by Dr. Gru, otherwise the Red Ribbon Legion would not have such a scale. It's just that the research funding required by Dr. Gro is getting higher and higher recently, and he feels that it is tricky. If the 20 million fund is given to Dr. Gro, then there will be problems with the operation of the Red Ribbon Legion. Commander, if we don't have any money, we just need to borrow from someone else. What do you think of Magnum Capsule Company? You mean the Universal Capsule Company that covers all industries? Yes, 20 million is a drop in the bucket for the Wanage Capsule Company. I heard that they have a daughter. As long as we catch their daughter, we will not be afraid that the Wanage Capsule Company will not pay. Hearing this, Ritter's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose. It's your adjutant, but you still have a way. Then this matter is left to you. Since the Wanage Capsule Company is so rich, only 20 million is too cheap for them. Let them come up with 100 million. Yes, Commander, I will make arrangements. Adjutant Black took the order and left the room, and Wright couldn't help but want to see the scene of the 100 million yuan in front of him. In the next few days, Yelin traveled around again, and with Moon Step in his hand, his speed was too fast. And to use the Moon Step to move forward in this way can also exercise his skill proficiency. Although 1,000 points of proficiency cannot be filled so quickly, but it is always right to accumulate little and more sand into a tower. Well, there is still no clue. Yelin looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, but there was no movement on the Dragon Ball radar. In this way, the last Dragon Ball would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After destroying the Shenji regiment, the Red Ribbon Legion did not move, and Yelin was also feeling a little bored. At this moment, there was the sound of guns firing on the road below. And Yelin looked down. A group of speed gangs are chasing a shiny black high-end car. The car looks bulletproof, so the bullet did not penetrate the car. Yelin took a closer look. The red satin ribbons were hung on the bodies of those speeders. The corners of his mouth rose slightly when he saw this scene. Ding! System task reminder, protect the daughter Bulma of Universal Capsule Company, the task difficulty is simple mode. Reward the God level lottery once. The sudden system task made Yelin feel an accident, and the object of protection turned out to be Bulma. I'm feeling a little panicky. I didn't expect to meet you Red Ribbon Legions again, just to relieve my boredom. Yelin stepped on the Moon Step and rushed down. At this time, the bullets of speeding party exploded the black car, the car slid out, and finally hit the railing on the side of the road. Listening to School Bags www.tinshubeo.com. Several bodyguards dressed in black got out of the black car, all of them holding guns. Miss Protection, fight off these robbers. Several bodyguards crowded a young girl in the center. Bulma's expression was a little nervous, but she still did not panic in such a mess. It's just that there are too many people in the Red Ribbon Legion. Under their offensive, a famous bodyguard fell. Seeing the familiar faces falling down one by one, Bulma clenched her fists. Now only 15 years old, she forcibly resisted crying out of fear. In an instant, all the bodyguards had fallen, leaving Bulma alone on the court. People from the Red Ribbon Legion surrounded him. Yet, it turns out that the target is a little girl. This little girl is very smart. Don't be foolish, she is our important hostage, used to threaten Magnum Capsule Company to give money. When Bulma heard this, he understood the purpose of these people. They wanted to kidnap themselves and threaten their family with money. If you want money, how can you get home with me? As long as you escort me home, I can give you 500,000 yuan each. Bulma forcibly resisted the fear and took out her courage, and she offered a deal to the evil party of the Red Ribbon Legion. Humph, stop dreaming, we can't betray the Red Ribbon Legion. Our task is to take you back. You'd better not make extra resistance, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A strong man stretched out his big hand, ready to grab Bulma. It was just that the next moment a ray of light pierced his eyebrows, and the man couldn't even react, and he just lay on the ground and turned into a corpse. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone in the surrounding Red Ribbon Legion looked around nervously, and then they saw a young man walking slowly, without any firearms in his hands. You people from the Red Ribbon Legion, you really do everything you want. Yelin's face was mocking, and all the members of the Red Ribbon Legion raised their guns at Yelin. You are really stupid. You don't even have a gun, so you dare to rush forward. It's you who are stupid. You didn't find out. Did I target it? Yelin raised his finger, and then beams of light shot towards all the members of the Red Ribbon Legion. The speed of this light was too fast, and everyone was too late to react, so they were shot through by holes. In the past few days, Yelin has also practiced the cave waves. He found that the cave waves are very flexible, not only can be turned into a single blow, but also can be scattered like this. Although the power of each hit will decrease, it couldn't be easier to kill the trash fish of the Red Ribbon Legion. In an instant, Yelin cleared the field and got rid of all the members of the Red Ribbon Legion. Congratulations to the host for completing the simple task and winning a God-level lucky draw. After that, in the habitual lottery process, Yelin only got the E-level prize of the white ball. Congratulations to the host for winning the Class E prize, a Lamborghini. Yelin is not cold about this prize, after all, his monthly pace will definitely be faster. Yelin found that Bulma was looking at him curiously. After all, his fingers were shining just now, and then he swept all the enemies of the Red Ribbon Legion. Chapter 12 Lu meets Yamuti. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Bulma approached Yelin, and then she curiously raised Yelin's fingers and kept observing Yelin's fingers. Strange, there is no sense of mechanics. Isn't this a robotic arm? How did the light beam just do it? Bulma was caught in a puzzling doubt. She is a scientist. Faced with puzzles, she naturally wants to study clearly. Yelin was also very surprised to meet Bulma here, but Bulma is indeed one of the core characters of Dragon Ball. She thought that a genius scientist, invented many things, and they all helped Wukong a lot. My name is Yelin, how could you be chased by them? Hearing Yelin's inquiry, Bulma glanced around. They should want to kidnap me for ransom. After all, my family is quite rich. Would you like to send me home? Actually, I recently researched a new product called Dragon Ball Radar. You can find anything in the legend Dragon Ball of Wish, so I want to go home to the laboratory for research. Bulma's words reminded Yelin that this Dragon Ball Radar was an invention developed by Bulma. For Dragon Ball Radar, I have one here. Yelin took out the Dragon Ball Radar from the inventory, and Bulma was taken aback, and then when she saw the complete Dragon Ball Radar in Yelin's hand, her eyes widened. This is what you developed? I can't believe it. This sophisticated structure is hundreds of times better than I thought. I'm not reconciled. My research and development just fell short. Bulma's teeth itchy, she stared at Yelin with her hands on her hips. I have decided not to go home. You are using this Dragon Ball Radar to find Dragon Ball. I will also follow you so that I can find Chi Dragon Ball. Then I want a Prince Charming. Yelin smiled bitterly and shook his head. This little girl was too naive, but if she was willing to follow her, it would be a great help to Yelin. For example, now the Dragon Ball Radar does not have the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball, Yelin also hopes that Bulma can upgrade the Dragon Ball radar in his hand to let him find the 7th Dragon Ball. After that, Yelin lent the Dragon Ball radar to Bulma for research, and Bulma was very happy about it. Yelin also took a capsule afterwards, and then lost a Lamborghini sports car. Looking at the luxury sports car in front of him, Bulma glanced at Yelin curiously. The person in front of her seemed very young, but she was very capable and rich. What made her even more amazed was that the other party was able to come up with the Dragon Ball radar that led her own research. She wondered what Yelin was. What kind of person? Adjutant Black was in the office at this time and had received a message from his subordinates that the mission had failed. The mission unexpectedly failed. It seems that Magnum Capsule Company has prepared a master guard for the daughter, which is indeed very troublesome. Brother, since it's so tricky, how about entrusting the task to us? Opposite the table of Adjutant Brock, a man playing with a knife in his hand, he heard the whole process of Adjutant Brock receiving the call. The master of the extermination building will definitely be able to capture it. If the extinction building is successful, then I will recommend it to the general to make the extinction building a guest of our Red Ribbon Legion. Said with a smile. The man playing with the knife in front of him is Li Xiaodao, the hall master of the extinction building, the third in the killer ranking organization, and their ranking is still higher than the Shenji regiment. Forget it, we have always done killer missions for money, this time I want to pay 50%. 60%? That's too much. Many? We are the ones who work, and you just sit back and enjoy what you get. 40% is already considered too much for you. Seeing the cold light in Li Xiaodao's eyes, Adjutant Brock nodded. Okay, I'll give you 60%, but I hope you can do things a little faster, so that I can recommend you to the general. Don't worry, we are not the influential waste of the Divine Machine Group. I heard that the dignified Divine Machine Group was completely destroyed by a martial artist. It would simply lose the face of our killer organization. If I meet that martial artist, we must teach him well. With a wave of Li Xiaodao's palm, a series of flying knives flew out. It was obvious that there was only one knife in his hand. I don't know when it became dozens of them. Now these flying knives are all submerged on the wall. Only the handle of the knife remained outside the wall, and all the flying knives wrote the word knife, and then Li Xiaodao turned around and left the room. Dragon Ball radar had no other clues, and Yelin hadn't completely thought about it. If you want to find a clue to the last Dragon Ball, you can go to fortune-telling the mother-in-law, and her crystal ball should have a clue. So now Yelin and Bulma are leaving for the divination mother-in-law's palace. You have 6 Dragon Balls in your hand. Tuba World Novel www.tubo123.com. When Bulma knew that Yelin had 6 Dragon Balls in her hands, she widened her eyes with an unbelievable expression. There is still the last Dragon Ball left, but the Dragon Ball radar has no response at all. Bulma glanced at Dragon Ball radar suspiciously. No, this Dragon Ball radar has a very wide detection range. It stands to reason that you must be able to find the Dragon Ball. After this trip, Bulma was also familiar with Yelin a lot, and she was now trying to figure out the Dragon Ball radar, as if she had obtained a treasure. Master Yamcha, he found 2 prey, and he is still driving a supercar, he must be very rich. Poole held a telescope in his hand, looking at a bright red sports car speeding in the distance, and excitedly reminded Yamcha to the side. Oh, it looks like a fat sheep has been hooked. Let's go. Yes, Master Yamcha. Yamcha was wearing a green dress and a yellow scarf on his shoulders. He took Poole and drove a bright off-road vehicle, chasing Yelin and their car. Okay. Yelin glanced at the distance, an off-road vehicle was rushing towards them, and this look was directed at them. Whoosh! The off-road vehicle blocked them with a complete drift. Here I am driving. Stop talking nonsense, isn't it the thief who spoke? I want to grab something and say it straight. Yelin stopped the car and looked on the off-road vehicle. When he saw that it was Yamcha, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Master Yamcha, this person is so arrogant. Pool flew beside Yamcha. Yamcha jumped off the off-road vehicle in high spirits, carrying a knife on his shoulder. Humph, so acquainted, just hand over the good things obediently, otherwise don't blame my uncle for being unsympathetic. Yamcha pointed at Yelin with the knife in his hand, while Bulma stretched out his head from the car. Hate, I will encounter a bandit, Yelin kills him, we continue on the road. Hearing this, Yelin couldn't help but smile. This eldest lady used herself as a bodyguard. Female, woman, et. Yamcha was startled when he saw Bulma, his face showed a look of fear. Yelin just remembered that at the beginning, Yamcha was indeed female-phobic, but later this kid grew up as a playboy. Bulma was not interested in Yamcha, she returned to the car to study Dragon Ball radar. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief when Bulma disappeared, and then pointed the knife at Yelin again. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Still not handing over the valuable treasure. I can give you things, but see if you have the ability to grab them. Yelin threw a Dragon Ball in his hand. After seeing the Dragon Ball, Yamcha's eyes lit up. Is this the legendary Dragon Ball? It's great, I didn't expect my luck to be so good, kid, you are bad luck when you meet me, I want this Dragon Ball. Yamcha yelled, and he slashed at Yelin with the big knife in his hand. Call out! The whole wave between Yelin's fingers directly shot through Yamcha's knife, and Yamcha was stunned looking at the two broken knives. Chapter 13 I want to learn from you, I teach you. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Today's Yamcha's combat power is only 8, so how could it be Yelin's opponent? Too despicable, to use a weapon. This is a move similar to Qigong. I don't use weapons. Yelin raised his hands to show that he did not carry a weapon. No, you are not allowed to use Qigong. It is a man who should use his fists to fight. Also, then I don't need Qigong. Yelin smiled slightly and agreed to Yamcha's request. Take it. Yamcha fisted at Yelin, but at this moment Yelin suddenly stepped into the air, and he directly rose into the air. Yamcha punched in the air with all his strength, and with too much force, his body lost balance and then fell to the ground weakly. Unexpectedly, I can fly. It's too despicable. It's unfair. It's not fair to use flying to escape and dodge. If you have the ability, you won't be allowed to fly, and confront me head-on. Yamcha angrily pointed at Yelin in the air. Hearing his words, Yelin also landed again. Okay, I won't fly this time, please do it. Yelin put his hands behind his back and stood there waiting for Yamcha. Looking at Yelin in front of him, Yamcha took a stance. He took a deep breath and stared at Yelin sharply. He understands that the person in front of him must be a very powerful master, and he must do his best. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. Yamcha rushed to Yelin at a very fast speed, his fists turned into shadows in the sky, and the fast fists hit like bullets. However, Yelin used small movements lightly to avoid Yamcha's fist, and he always kept his hands behind his back. Yamcha shouted and punched harder, but no matter how he attacked, his fist could not touch Yelin. A few minutes later, Yamcha knelt on the ground weakly, he kept panting, and sweat fell to the ground. Why can't I hit me, I'm so weak. Yelin walked towards the exhausted Yamcha, and at this moment Pool flew over and stood in front of Yelin. You are not allowed to kill Master Yamcha, if you want to kill me. Pool, what are you doing? You run, this matter has nothing to do with you. Yamcha yelled at Pool, but Pool still stood firmly in front of Yamcha. Yelin was a little embarrassed, and he didn't do anything about it. How could he be regarded as a villain all at once? Are you convinced that you lose? Hearing Yelin's question, Yamcha looked at Yelin, and then nodded with a wry smile. Why are you so strong? I want to learn from you, I will teach you. Yamcha was stunned by Yelin's words, and then he knelt down in front of Yelin. Master is here, the disciple pays respect. Because of Yelin's strength and his noble character, he won the respect of Yamuti. Although Yelin was about the same age as himself, Yamuti was convinced and wanted to worship Yelin as his teacher. Yelin didn't expect this Yamuti to be a teacher suddenly, but seeing the other party's sincere appearance, he couldn't refuse. Very well, you are my first apprentice. I will teach you well and make you a plastic talent. Thank you, master. Yamcha was very grateful. In his opinion, Yelin must be an expert outside the world. By following Yelin, he would definitely become stronger. Hey, are you going to take the bandits on the road with you? When Bulma saw Yelin bring back Yamuti, she looked at Yelin in surprise and expressed puzzlement. He is my apprentice now, his name is Yamcha. Female, woman. Seeing Bulma, Yamcha was full of tension and anxiety. Yelin also glanced at the two of them. In the original work, the two have also been dating for more than 10 years, although they finally fell through with Yamcha. It's up to you, whatever you like, I will continue to study Dragon Ball radar, just don't disturb me. Bulma didn't even look at Yamcha, apparently not interested in Yamcha, she continued to play Dragon Ball radar. Master, I'll take my own car and follow you behind. If you have anything, Master, you can just ask. Yamcha escaped back to his off-road vehicle and then heaved a sigh of relief. Yelin sighed. It seems that this guy wants to get rid of femininity, but he can't do so quickly. 4E novel www.4exs.com. 5 kilometers away from Yelin and their car, a group of people were watching them. Boss, found the target, the other party is heading northeast. Continue to monitor them. During the day, it is easy to get rid of the grass and startle snakes. At night, they act while they are asleep. Yes, boss. This group of people held swords in their hands, and they didn't like to use guns in Jaexalu. Everyone was a master of martial arts. They followed Yelin and their car at a distance, waiting for the night to fall and the implementation of the mission action. Soon night gradually fell in the desert. In order to have a good rest, Bulma took out 2 capsules. She threw them away, and in the smoke, 2 containers constructed of small houses appeared. I sleep on the right, you sleep on the left. After all, Bulma entered the room, and now only Yelin and Yamcha were left. After entering the house is very spacious, and all kinds of furniture and bathrooms are complete. Yelin lay on the sofa comfortably. He has been on the road these days, and he is indeed a little tired. Master, you have to rest first, and I can watch the night. After all, Yamcha belongs to the dry bandit, so he knows very well that in this desert, it is very dangerous if no one stays in the middle of the night and sleeps. Well, leave it to you. Yelin went back to the house and lay on the bed. Even if he fell asleep now, he would not fall asleep. He could maintain a keen insight into everything around him. The night was getting dark. Yelin suddenly felt a faint footstep, approaching their RV. Yelin got up from the bed and came outside the house. At this time, Yamcha was also looking out the window with a vigilant expression. It seems that the enemy is coming. Master, have you noticed it too? As expected, it is a master. I checked it visually. There should be 5 people, all of whom are good at it. Yamcha marveled at Yelin's ability to detect the surrounding situation even when he was asleep. Yelin shook his head, not 5, but 6. One of them is hidden deeper. This is a test for you. These people will leave it to you. Yamcha was taken aback. He only sensed 5 people. He didn't expect there to be a 6th one. He couldn't help but sigh Yelin's greatness. Yes, Master, I will definitely complete the test given by the Master. Yamcha clenched his fists, his eyes showing firmness. Yelin nodded. These people's combat effectiveness is actually not strong. If Yamcha can deal with it, it should not be out of chance. He also hopes to cultivate this Yamcha well. The situation here, Yelin was going to hand it over to Yamcha, but he quietly left from the sky window. Under the darkness of night, no one noticed the existence of Yelin. He jumped to Bulma's house. At this time, a figure sneaked in Bulma's room, and he was the sixth person Yelin felt. The assassin glanced across the room, and then he locked the direction of the bathroom because there was a splash of water from the bathroom. Although it is late at night, Bulma is still awake. She has studied Dragon Ball radar until now. At this moment she was about to take a shower and go to bed. She did not notice the enemy approaching at all. The killer of the Extinction building directly pushed open the bathroom door. "You, who are you? Help!" Bulma was taken aback. She hurriedly covered her body with a bathrobe. "Shut up, or I will kill you." The killer pointed at Bulma with the knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife was against Bulma's neck, which made Bulma afraid to move. "Yeah, I didn't expect to look pretty watery. Although it is an important kidnapping, there should be nothing wrong with a few touches." After the killer saw Bulma's figure, his face showed a wretched smile, and he stretched out his hand to pull Bulma's bathrobe. But at this moment, one hand lifted him to the whole person and was lifted up. Yelin carried the killer as if he was carrying a chicken. Court death. The sudden appearance of someone shocked the killer, but he deserved to be well trained. After being surprised, he immediately slashed at Yelin with the knife in his hand. But Yelin's two fingers caught the knife, and then his fingers pressed slightly. Click! The sharp blade was easily pinched by Yelin's two fingers, and the assassin's eyes widened because of this scene. "The house will be dirty here. If you want to die, die farther." Yelin carried the killer and walked out of the house. The other party wanted to struggle at this time, but Yelin didn't give him this opportunity. He kicked the assassin's body. This kick was added with the power of the moon step. The assassin flew 100 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. The assassin had all his internal organs damaged in the air and turned into a corpse. Chapter 14 Guiding Yamuti. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The killer in front of him was only 15 points in combat power, and he was not Yelin's opponent at all, but if this person were to deal with Yamcha, I am afraid Yamcha would be in a bitter battle. "Yelin, who are these people?" Bulma's voice came from behind. Yelin looked back, but he couldn't help being dumbfounded. At this time, Bulma was surrounded by only a bath towel. Although the current Bulma is only 15, but it has grown to be bumpy, and the tender skin can be broken. At this moment, she was attracted by the sudden appearance of the assassin, so she didn't notice what was happening to her. "Are you sure you want to walk around in this suit? Although I don't mind, the scenery is pleasant after all." Bulma was taken aback, and then she realized what was happening to her. Her pretty face blushed. "You big pervert!" Bulma hurriedly rushed into the room to change clothes, but Yelin was calm, and he walked to the killer who was solved by himself. Yelin took a closer look at the assassin's body, and then found a black sign with the word Absolute written on it. Yelin didn't have any impression of the word, but he guessed that these people were probably killers sent by the Red Ribbon Army. It seems that Bulma is really pursued. Is it really just for the money? Yelin thought of Dragon Ball radar in his mind, but he shook his head immediately, and he didn't pass through like him. How could the other party wonder about the profit? He stepped up into the air on a moonwalk. Yelin stood in the air and looked down. He could see the battle of Yamcha not far away. Even though it was 1 opponent to 5, Yamcha did not lose the wind. He directly displayed the Lang Fang Feng Fang fist. This set of boxing was the most commonly used boxing method in the early days, and the boxing method was also improved during the world's #1 martial arts conference. At that time, Tianjin Fan was also very difficult to deal with. Maybe it's because I have seen a strong man like Yelin or Yamcha knew that there are people outside the world and there are heavens, so this shot is to go all out. As a result, all 5 assassins were beaten under his wolf fang wind fist on the ground. After solving the 5 people, Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at his fist, his face showed dissatisfaction, confusion, and depression. It seems that you have lost the way forward, so let me help you. Ding! System task reminder, teach the training experience for Yamcha, the task difficulty is normal mode, and reward the God level lottery. Just when Yelin was ready to act, he didn't expect the system task to release the task in time. However, Yelin is not a real martial artist. His strength and skills are obtained from a lottery. It is obviously impossible to dictate the experience of Yamcha. The most effective method is actual combat. Looking at the dead assassin on the ground, Yelin's eyes lit up. He took off the man's clothes and put them on his body. After that, he rushed to the battlefield of Yamcha. Yamcha just wanted to go back to the house and reply to his teacher, but the next moment his brow frowned, and then his figure flashed. A stone passed through where he was just now, and the stone hit the ground directly, leaving a hole in the ground. Seeing this power, Yamcha's pupil shrank, and if the stone hits his head, I am afraid he will be finished. You are the 6th person mentioned by Master Yelin. It seems that you are a master. The corners of Yamcha's mouth rose, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Only by confronting the strong can he have the opportunity to improve himself. It seems to be superfluous. Besides, you can't see what kind of master I am. Yelin put his hands behind his back, his face was now covered with black cloth, Yamcha couldn't see him. Stop talking nonsense, take it, Spike Feng Feng Quan. Yamcha took a pose again, and then countless shadows of fists swept like a machine gun. Yelin nodded. Now the opponent's fists are more sophisticated than before, and there are obviously fewer extra moves. But Yelin wasn't ready to dodge, this time he was just to show his strong suppressing power, so as to force the potential of Yamcha. Even though Yamcha's fist shadow looks fast, in Yelin's eyes, such a fist is really too slow. 8th Book Bank www.8shuku.com. His palm stretched out, and Yamcha widened her eyes, and his fist was caught by the opponent. Is it just this speed? It's too slow. Is this your limit? Don't be fooled by the form of the boxing technique, but feel the breath of the opponent. Yelin closed his eyes, Yamcha's brow furrowed, and then his eyes showed anger. The other party did not put him in his eyes at all. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. This may be the first time Yamcha feels in such a good state since he started martial arts, and his Feng 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 Fist is blowing the wind. But what made Yamcha feel desperate was that with her proud fist, facing this powerful opponent in front of her, there was nothing to do. The opponent could easily avoid her fists even with his eyes closed. Although Yelin's skills were all obtained by lottery, after learning these skills, his ability to feel chi is much stronger. Even with his eyes closed like this, he can feel the enemy's movements. It's impossible. There is nothing impossible. Don't trust your eyes, but feel the chi of your opponent. As long as you can control the flow of chi, you can achieve this level of power. Yelin raised his palm. At this time, a spiral pill was condensed and formed in his hand, and the spiral pill was still getting bigger. The shocked Yamcha stopped the attack. He stared at the huge spiral pill in Yelin's hand. The overwhelming power made him feel fear. Don't look, but feel the flow of chi, and take the move. The big jade spiral pill in Yelin's hand fell towards Yamcha. Seeing the huge spiral pill approaching, the eyes of Yamcha showed despair, but after that, there was a lot of unwillingness and anger. Why did he be like this? Weak, he is not reconciled to his own weakness. What? Yamcha let out an angry roar, a faint air current condensed around his body. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. This is the third time that Yamcha has played her own fist, but it is different from the previous fist, and now his fist has become a substantial existence, and a stream of air is shot out like a bullet. It's just that these air currents fell on the Deu Helix pill, which was useless. Yamcha waved his fists madly, but in the end, he was still waiting for him to approach. I'm dead, sorry master, let you down. Yamcha was ready in his heart, but the huge energy ball in front of him turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Very well, you passed the first class. Yamcha looked at the opposite side suspiciously. He didn't understand why the opponent would suddenly stop. At this moment, Yelin took off his black towel, and when he saw that it was Yelin, Yamcha widened his eyes. Master, Master! Sorry, in order to stimulate your potential, you can only do this. People can only explode infinite potential when they are in a crisis of life and death. Obviously they just succeeded. Hearing this, Yamcha suddenly realized that he slumped weakly on the ground. O'Hara, it turned out to be like this, it scared me to death. Yamcha lay directly on the ground and panted. I just realized that, but still have feelings. Well, thank you, Master Cheng Xuan. At the moment, I did feel that there was a layer of qi around my body, but it felt confusing and confusing. That is qi, the fist moves are important, but the perception of qi is even more important. Listening to Yelin's teaching, Yamcha was very moved at this time. Originally, he was still a little confused about worshipping Yelin as his teacher. After all, Yelin was so young. But at this time, he was truly convinced, not only Yelin's strength, but also Yelin's willingness to spend so much time to teach himself, which made him very grateful. The master is really an expert in the world. I have never seen that move just now. I don't know what tricks the master has hidden. I am very lucky to worship Yelin as a teacher. At this time, Yelin already existed like a fairy in Yamcha's heart. Chapter 15 Naruto Stream Course. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After that, Yelin and Yamcha returned to the hut, and Bulma was already waiting for them. You can count back, these kidnappers have been resolved. Bulma changed into a pink dress now, and her eyes were still somewhat shocked. Master, who are these kidnappers? Forgot to tell you. These people are all sent by the Red Ribbon Legion. By the way, do you have any impression of this thing? Yelin handed the token with the word absolute to Yamcha. After seeing the token, Yamcha widened his eyes. Master, this is the token of the extermination building. This extermination building is the third-ranked assassin organization. Everyone in their organization is a martial arts master. They have a fierce style of action, and countless people died in their hands. The Red Ribbon Legion is also the world-famous evil party. Master, how did you provoke them? Why, afraid. Upon hearing this, Yamcha patted her chest vigorously. Master, why should I be afraid? If they come here, I'm just about to try my strength limit, especially the Li Xiaodao of the Extinction Building. I look forward to fighting him. Listening to Yamcha's vowed words, Yelin tentatively wrote down the name Li Xiaodao. As for the killer organization, it didn't matter to him, as long as the other party dared to provoke him, he would get rid of it. Extinction Building Headquarters. In a quiet restaurant, Li Xiaodao leaned back on a chair, his feet were on the table, and there was a gentle smile on his face. In front of his table, a man was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. But everyone who is familiar with Li Xiaodao understands that the smile on his face means that he is very angry. So, there was no news of the people who sent it, and they were all destroyed, and they didn't even figure out the intelligence. Old boss, we don't know the details. It's all those guys who are eager to make progress. We call out. Before the man knelt on the ground to finish speaking, a knife flew past his front door. The flying knife made a bright red hole in his face, and the knife was completely submerged on the ground. You have to know that the ground is made of concrete, and the knife is directly submerged in it. How strong is the arm strength needed to do this? It's like a monster. I don't like to listen to the explanation of the loser. I'll give you another chance to tie that woman back to sea. 3 days later, if I don't see anyone, my throwing knife will pierce you all over your body. Old boss, rest assured, I promise to complete the task. Hurry up, then. Li Xiaodao let out a cold cry, and the subordinate rushed out of the house. Now in this room, there are still 2 people sitting, both of whom are Li Xiaodao's confidants, one is named Tianhu and the other is named Along. Head, although those guys acted arbitrarily, nothing else. I remember one of the 6 guys seems to be a quasi-second level killer. With his strength, ordinary bodyguards shouldn't be his opponent. These 6 people were solved silently in this way. Will there be real masters in charge? Tianhu said. Humph, the quasi-second level killer is also rubbish. Maybe some of them underestimated the enemy, they were ambushed by someone, and it is not impossible for the whole army to be annihilated. Along was disapproving. Li Xiaodao glanced at the flying knife in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. Send 5 first-level killers over. What? 5 first-level assassins, boss, we only have 10 first-level assassins. Will we be half of them all at once? Will it be too trivial? Now these first-level assassins basically have tasks. Body. Aaron, are you questioning my decision? Seeing the sharp cold light in Li Xiaodao's eyes, Aaron swallowed and hurriedly shook his head. What the head said is naturally correct. I will contact the first-level killer and let them put down the task at hand. The 4th-ranked Chen Zhaitang was wiped out a few days ago, and now I don't know how many people are laughing at our killer organization. If I've failed in this kind of kidnapping incident, how can I still mess around in the future? I don't want to see any twists and turns again. The flying knife in Li Xiaodao's hand spawned a circle in the air with a flexible angle, and then automatically returned to the knife sleeve. Headwise, we know what to do. After resting for a whole night, Yelin and the others continued to set off. At this time, he glanced at his attributes. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 77 points. To read the novel together, www.17kxs.cc. Skills, 1 day a helix pill, intermediate 20/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 moon step, intermediate 25/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 hole, elementary 50/100, skill introduction, light waves are emitted from the fingertips, and the combat effectiveness of this skill is increased by 10%. Props, Fairy Bean 4, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *6. Because of completing the task of guiding Yamoti, Yelin got the chance to draw a lottery. After all, it was only a normal mode task. Yelin got a 20-point increase in combat effectiveness. The original combat power of 57 points has been improved to 77 points now. However, compared to the improvement of his own combat effectiveness, Yelin wanted to see how much this Yamoti could improve. In the Dragon Ball works, Yelin remembers clearly that the late Yamoti has long surpassed the limits of the people on Earth. Although the combat effectiveness is definitely not as good as Wukong and the others, his combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Yelin hopes to pass himself his hands, let him grow up faster. Master, are you thirsty or not? I have prepared a bottle of cold drink for you, it's best to drink cold drink on this hot day. Master, you are not tired, you should take a good rest, and you can leave it to me if you drive on the road. Master. Bulma on the side looked at Yelin and Yamucha with some doubts. Yelin was lying on the chair comfortably, wearing a sun-shading mirror on his head, sipping an ice coke in his hand, and leaving all the driving to Yamucha. Now they have changed to a RV, which is what Bulma asked. Because of what happened yesterday, Bulma was worried that he would act separately. If he faced a sudden attack, he might not be able to respond, so acting together is the safest. The caravan she provided was very spacious, so Yelin could enjoy it. What did you do? Why is he suddenly so loyal to you? The apprentice respects the master, isn't it right? You mean it, apprentice? Yelin shouted at the front, and Yamucha turned his head back with a smile on his face. Of course the master. It is my honor to be able to serve the master. Seeing how the master and apprentice sang a harmony, Bulma didn't bother to pay attention, she continued to study Dragon Ball radar. Soon it was noon, and a group of people stopped to cook. Master Yamcha, leave the cooking to me. Pool took the initiative to take over the cooking job, only to see a burst of smoke. Pool has turned into a chef, and then he fluently displays superb cooking skills. Yamcha, come here. Master, you call me. Yamucha stood in front of Yelin obediently, not as if she was a thief yesterday. How do you say you worship my door? I naturally want to teach you well. Today we are learning the advanced course of Qi. Hearing this, Yamacha's eyes brightened. After feeling the presence of Qi for the first time last night, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He was full of desire for how to learn Qi. Yelin thought hard and finally thought of a way. With a throw of his palm, Yamucha hurriedly picked up the thing, and then he looked at the thing in his hand with a puzzled look, because it was a water polo. Master, is this? Today I will teach you a course called Naruto Stream. Naruto course? Well, such a domineering name, worthy of being a master. Yamucha's mind was for a while, and she was shocked by the name. Your lesson today is also very simple, that is, use the Qi you feel to destroy this water polo. At this time, Yelin personally showed it to Yamcha. He condensed his breath, and the majestic airflow made the water in the water ball start to spin quickly. Boo! The next moment the water ball twisted into a weird appearance, and then it burst, splashing water everywhere. Yamucha widened her eyes, watching this scene in amazement. Chapter 16 Helping the Killer to Change the Evil and Return to the Right. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Let the Qi cause the flow of water to fluctuate, and put pressure on the Qi inside and outside, so that the water ball will burst. You can already condense the Qi. This is your second lesson. Listening to Yelin's explanation, Yamucha's eyes showed worship. Master, you are too good to be able to come up with such a method. This is definitely an idea that has never been before. Yelin was also a little embarrassed listening to Yamucha's desperate flattery. This method is not what he thought of, but he borrowed from Naruto animation. At this moment, Yamucha was holding the second water polo that Yelin gave him. He stared at the water polo, and then shouted desperately, looking like he tried his best to condense Qi. Only Yelin can see that there is a clear gap between Yamuti and last night. The cohesive Qi is very small, and it cannot be compared with the potential of the outbreak under the life and death crisis. But after all, he is also a solid person. Yelin believes he can do it. At this time, the fragrance of the fan had drifted over, and Yelin couldn't help feeling his index finger move when he smelled the fragrance. On the dining table, Bulma was already eating, but she was still playing with her laptop while she was eating, as if she was delving into some data. Yelin did not bother. I have to say that Pool's cooking skills are still good. Yelin hasn't eaten such a serious meal for a long time, and he can't help but become active. You are really weird. It looks like a powerful person from outside the world, but the way you eat is no different from ordinary people. Bulma had already made a cup of coffee at some point, and she glanced at Yelin who was eating. I am an ordinary person, because it is an ordinary talent who has to work hard, otherwise it will not be comparable to those fighting nations with special physiques. Bulma was a little puzzled, but Yelin didn't explain much. He grabbed the last two meals, then got up and left alone. Seeing that he was constantly working hard to cultivate Yamuti, Yelin did not slack off his own practice. He came to a place where there was no one, and then began to release his skills, whether it was Uebu or Daehu Helix Swan, because they had already been promoted to the intermediate level. He didn't want to advance so quickly. So what Yelin chose to quickly improve his proficiency was the cavernous waves. In the uninhabited wilderness, his fingertips kept shooting waves of cavernous waves. 51, 52, 53. Yelin saw that his proficiency had improved a little bit, maybe his combat effectiveness had been improved, so the number of times he could use the cave wave at one time also changed. Yelin continued the boring process. Just when he was about to doze off a bit, a system prompt came into his mind. Ding! System task reminder: defeat the enemy under surveillance. The task difficulty is simple mode. The task rewards a god-level lottery. Yelin didn't expect to receive the task suddenly, and then he closed his eyes to feel the wind and grass around him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I really don't give up. I didn't expect that this is about to start again, then I will play with you. Yelin also felt that such a monotonous release of skills was a bit too boring. The enemy who sent him to the door was his best practice partner. At this time, a group of people in the woods secretly monitored the movement of Yelin and their RV. It seems that one person has left. Now there is only one man and one woman left. That woman is our goal. What should we do next? Do you want to do it? One of the monitors asked his companions, and they monitored Yelin's movements with a telescope. Don't act rashly. I heard that the other party had killed 5 killers without knowing it, and one was a quasi-second-level killer. Even the second-level killer. Hearing this, I believe everyone changed their faces. The second-level killer is already a little master in their extinction building. And such an existence, they all lost. How could they have a chance of winning? But don't worry, no matter how powerful the other party is, we can't hold back our crowds. Our task is to kidnap the woman. As long as someone tries to contain the man, the other people will catch the woman. When the time comes, we will quickly drive away. The task will not be completed. Good novel. www.hxs8xs.com. Hearing this, the eyes of the others brightened. So the most important thing now is to find where the other man is going. If he is far away, we can do it directly. No need to look, I'm already here. A voice came from above everyone's heads, and dozens of assassins were present, raising their heads in astonishment and looking upwards. Yelin was standing leisurely on the treetops at this time, and he beckoned to the killers in the extinction building. Go together, kill him. Although Yelin's sudden appearance shocked everyone, they still responded in time. A large number of assassins were holding various cold weapons. Some of them climbed tree trunks and wanted to go up to the forest. Some people directly aimed at him with bows and arrows. Yelin can clearly see their combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of these people is generally below 10, and the highest is 10. Judging from their previous conversations, these assassins are also hierarchical, and these people in front of them are obviously incompetent assassins. Don't bother in vain. Now I'll give you a chance. If you can escape my Dongbo chase, then you will win, and I can spare you. Qi condensed on Yelin's fingers, which turned into a ray of light, and then from Yelin's hand, the whole wave turned into a beam of light. These light beams blasted around. The speed of being Dongbo is very fast, and the reason why Yelin wants to improve the skill proficiency of this Dongbo as soon as possible is precisely because of this characteristic. What? There were screams in the woods, and within 5 minutes, dozens of assassins fell to the ground. Of course Yelin was not a murderous madman. He didn't kill these people. Although Dongbo hit them, but Yelin controlled his strength, and now they just couldn't move because of pain. Well, as expected, skills training will not be too monotonous. The corners of Yelin's mouth rose slightly, and his proficiency in Dongbo was close to 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and rewarding a god-level draw. After everyone fell to the ground, the system surely prompted him to complete the task, and because it was a simple reward, Yelin had nothing to look forward to. What fell from the colorful lottery box was a small white ball, which was also expected by Yelin, and he didn't care too much. Congratulations to the host for getting 10 million cash. There was a lot of money in Yelin's inventory. If ordinary people got such a sum of money, they would probably laugh out loud, but to Yelin, money was nothing in the Dragon Ball world. However, it is better to have money than no money. This journey also requires funds. The money robbed from the Red Ribbon Legion has already been spent almost, and most of the fancy is still eating and drinking. Big brother, forgive me, we were forced. Call out. At this moment, the hole in Yelin's hand shot directly at the person's feet, and a bottomless eye appeared on the ground. Give you a choice, give up being a killer, and then go to a court village to help for a year, and then you will be free. This is regarded as an atonement for what you have done. If you don't want it, then I don't mind doing it on you. A few eyes. Looking at the light in Yelin's hands, these assassins were really scared. We are willing to help. We will definitely change our minds and never dare to do bad things again. All the assassins were afraid of Yelin's power. With his methods like ghosts and gods, they could only shiver, and did not dare to disobey Yelin's words. The reason why he asked them to help in Yag village was because Yelin also considered that there were few people in Yag village. If there were these strong people to help, the village should be better off. Chapter 17 The Apprentice Plays. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. In order to promote Dongbo to intermediate level, Yelin continued to use Dongbobo several times. Ding! Congratulations to the host Dongbo for upgrading to 10 times Dongbo. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 77 points. Skills, 1 day a helix pill, intermediate 20/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 moon step, intermediate 25/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 10 times whole wave, intermediate level 0/1000, skill introduction, fingertips shoot out light waves, and use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. Props, Fairy Bean 4, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *6. Because of the previous exercises and the usual regular use, Yelin's cave waves finally improved. 10 times the whole. In order to try it out, Yelin used his skills again, a stronger light condensed from his fingertips, and then an arm-like shock wave shot out. This shock wave reached 500 meters away, and everything it passed was penetrated. Yelin was amazed by the distance and power, especially the increase in range, which was very beneficial to him. Guru! There was a cry of hunger from his abdomen again, and Yelin set off for the camp. When he returned to the camp, Yamcha was still cultivating today. It has been a day since he was still cultivating. Master Yamcha, you haven't eaten for a day, let's eat first. Pool looked at Yamcha who was practicing with some worry. Pool, don't worry about me, I feel that I am in a good state now, and I can clearly feel the flow of chi. Yamcha stared at the water polo with piercing eyes. At this moment, the water polo in his hand was constantly twisting. In the next moment, the water polo burst suddenly and the water splashed around. Successful! Yamcha stared at the broken water polo, then turned back to the sky and laughed and cheered. Yeah, it's not bad, but I learn quickly. Yelin just rushed to see the scene. Seeing Yelin falling from the sky, Yamcha showed pride. It's all well taught by the master, otherwise I wouldn't learn it so easily, but I do seem to be very talented. Then this is the next one. Before Yamcha was proud, Yelin threw a tennis ball to him. Master, is this? Since you say you are very talented, then this tennis should be easy too. Yelin threw the tennis ball to Yamcha. Looking at the tennis ball in his hand, Yamcha widened his eyes. He used up his boss energy and broke the water polo. The difficulty of this tennis ball has suddenly increased several levels. However, the unwilling Yamcha tried it, but no matter how he tried, the tennis ball in his hand was still safe. Yelin knew very well that Yamcha would easily become complacent, so he had to beat him frequently so that he would have the motivation to cultivate. It is because of his complacency and self-satisfaction that he neglected to train later, and it became increasingly difficult to catch up with Monkey King and the others. After handing over the task of Yamcha, Yelin also came to Bulma's room, and he also wanted to see what research progress Bulma had. Inside the room, Bulma was still tapping on the computer. She was so concentrated that she didn't notice that Yelin entered her room. Is there no research on this Dragon Ball radar? Is it so difficult? Of course it is simple to imitate, but I want to improve the Dragon Ball radar on this basis, but it won't be so easy. Bulma took off the glasses she was wearing, and she glanced at Yelinir new pen cook novel www.510xsk.com. We haven't actually talked about it. What is your purpose in collecting Dragon Balls? Although you said that you are the guardian of Dragon Balls, people have their own ideas. What wish do you want to make to Shenlong? Bulma is very interested in Yelin, is powerful, and very mysterious, and has no idea what purpose he has. Yelin looked up slightly and thought about it. I don't have any good wishes, but I just want to make myself stronger. Becoming stronger? In my opinion, you are already very powerful, why do you need to be stronger? Bulma looked puzzled. To protect the earth. After thinking about it, Yelin had only this answer. The earth will become a place of dispute in the future. In the world of Dragon Ball, the earth has been destroyed many times. Yelin is not sure whether he can be resurrected after he is dead. The thing is to make yourself stronger. Bulma looked at Yelin dumbfounded, and then she laughed. You are really interesting, to become stronger to protect the earth? Although hearing this from other populations feels like a joke, what you said should be true. In that case, I am willing to help, let we protect the earth together. Bulma stretched out her palm towards Yelin, and Yelin stretched out her hand with a smile. The two shook hands in a friendly manner, which was regarded as mutual identification with each other. Diddy, diddy. At this moment, the sound of an alarm came from the room. Bulma frowned, and her eyes hurriedly looked at the computer screen. Someone is approaching us. There are 5 people in total. They are so fast. The monitoring equipment I put around can hardly keep up with them. What kind of transportation did they ride? Because of the surprise attack last night, Bulma is now a lot more cautious. She has scattered some monitors around the resting RV. Now it is the monitor that has discovered the enemy's movement. It seems that the elite assassins are here. As expected, Dai Lulu is not only sending shrimp soldiers and crabs. Wait, did someone from the killer organization just come over and be killed by you? Hearing what Yelin said, Bulma was very surprised. There are probably dozens of people, but they are all weak assassins. I solved it easily, but these 5 people seem to be their main force. Yelin could not relax Bulma if he said lightly. Should we run away first? Don't worry, since you are my companion, I will naturally not put you in danger. Besides, this is a good training partner for someone. In the woods, 5 figures are moving quickly, their bodies are wearing black clothes, and their clothes are also printed with the codes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Why haven't the people in the advance force been quiet? It's not because they were killed. Anyway, it's just a bunch of trash fish. It's no big deal to be killed, but I didn't expect that a small task of kidnapping would require 5 first-level killers like us. Are these low-level killers now so incompetent? Don't be careless, I heard that the bodyguard is good at strength. Humph, it can be compared to our first-level assassin who has experienced a lot of battles like ours. That bodyguard will be handed over to me. So don't rob me. Whatever, I feel like solving such a small task, I have no interest at all. The 5 of them are the leading first-degree killers in the extinction building. They came on the command of the leader and traversed the dense woods. The 5 of them came to the open area, and at this time there were young people in front of them, already waiting for them. Are you the bodyguard? No posture, really you killed so many killers. The killer with the word gold on his body came forward and asked. Yamcha glanced at the 5 people in front of him, and his gaze became sharp. In the name of the master, Yamcha will be your opponent. Master? It seems that you are not the best, so what do you pretend to be? It was just a moment that the killer wearing the golden clothes appeared in front of Yamcha, and a wave of air condensed on his huge fist. Yamcha's eyes glanced, he easily retreated to dodge the frontal attack, and halfway through the dodge, he also avoided a dart in the dark. Although this gold killer charged forward, in fact the other killers did not keep their hands, but shot darts, but this did not hide Yamcha's perception. Chapter 18 My Master is Stronger Than Me. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yamcha took a deep breath. The 5 people in front of him were masters, and he could tell at a glance. However, Yelin suddenly appeared before and told him that 5 killers would come to find fault, and let him deal with it alone, which was considered a test for him. Although the incident happened suddenly, Yamcha took on this task. Although the time of cultivating in Yelin was short, Yamcha also wanted to see to what extent his strength had increased. Lao Jin, this guy is not easy, can you do it? A killer with the word Earth written in the back asked Lao Jin in front of him. Hey, just a young man, can he still be my opponent? Don't you guys, see how I kill this kid? Then the old Jin rushed up again, his speed was very fast, from the very beginning, Yamcha had observed it. There is also a shallow layer of chi entwined with this assassin's fists. The opponent also has an understanding of chi, and is by no means an ordinary person. Boom! Lao Jin hit the ground with a punch, and the ground was smashed out of a small hole because of his punch. Boy, hide it very quickly. Old Jin's fists touched, making a sound like steel. In the RV, Bulma looked at the movement outside, she became a little worried. Aren't you going to help? Those guys look dangerous, can your apprentice Yamcha do it? In terms of combat effectiveness, Yamcha is indeed inferior to them, but he has also grown a lot. Yelin's eyes could see the combat effectiveness of these 5 people. Each of them had a combat effectiveness of more than 30 points. I have to say that the level of this elite killer in the extinction building was indeed extraordinary. However, Yamcha's combat effectiveness has also skyrocketed, perhaps because Yelin taught him how to master chi, and Yamcha now has a combat effectiveness of 25 points. This has tripled in a short period of time, but with such combat power, facing these 5 people, it is still slightly inferior. Yelin hopes to see how far Yamcha can grow. The more life and death crisis, the stronger the potential to erupt. Boom! Yamcha couldn't dodge, and received the old Jin's punch from the front. With heavy force, Yamcha shook back a few steps. His brow furrowed, and being hit by this punch felt like he was hit by an iron rod. You have to feel it with breath. Yamcha closed his eyes, and Lao Jin showed a mocking look at this scene. Boy, did you give up on yourself? Then I'll send you on the road. Lao Jin's fist was swung towards Yamcha's head. If he was hit with a punch, then Yamcha would definitely die. But at this moment, Yamcha, whose eyes were closed, was very agile. He lightly one side of his head and gently dodged the frontal blow. Then his palm was like running water, passing in front of Lao Jin. Bang bang bang! A continuous muffled noise came from all over Lao Jin's body, and then Lao Jin rolled his eyes, and he fell to the ground feebly. Fat, what happened? This sudden scene shocked the other 4 first-level assassins present. They didn't even see what happened. Yelin is probably the only one who can see all this clearly. At that moment, Yamcha's combat effectiveness exceeded 40 points. A dozen punches were made in a row, and the position of each punch was the key point. This first-level killer named Lao Jin, although he seemed to be a burly figure, had a kung fu body. But this kind of offensive by Yamcha could not be resisted. Dodox novel www.dodoxs.com. It seems that Yamcha won. Yelin had already made a judgment after seeing Yamcha win one person. After this day of speculation, Yamcha was already not far from controlling Qi, and now with such a hard fight, he finally stepped into the door. Breathe. Yamcha's breaths were very calm, his eyes fixed on the four killers ahead. Go on together, I will deal with you alone. Yamcha took a stance, his eyes sharpened a lot. After he took control of his Qi, the Yamcha now has a layer of Qi in his entire body. What a joke, brat, dare to look down on us and watch us take care of you. The four rushed towards Yamcha. They are worthy of first-level killers. The four attacked almost from the dead corner of Yamcha, so Yamcha would not be able to escape. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. Yamcha's arms began to wave, and the waving of those arms seemed very slow, but the four of them seemed to feel that Yamcha in front of them turned into a vicious wolf. Countless shadows of fists passed through the four of them. Even though the raid was launched from the front, back, left, and right of Yamcha, Yamcha's attack could still touch the killer behind him. What? The four of them stared at this scene with wide-open eyes. The person who hadn't been in their eyes, has now become an opponent they can't match. In a short span of effort, everyone got more than a dozen punches from Yamcha, and then the four people who had rushed forward, under the shadow of the heavy punches, they flew out, and then fell to the ground. After seeing the four of them to the end, Yamcha slowly retracted his arms, and the shadow of the full sky just disappeared, and he let out a long suffocating breath. You are the most powerful, you even lied about any master who made us careless. I haven't lied. My master is dozens, hundreds of times more powerful than me. If my master takes action, you will die if you meet each other. This is impossible. After all, the assassin's eyes widened because of the shocking news, and then he was completely exasperated. The 5 first-level killers were solved by Yamcha alone. Yamcha felt exhausted at this time. The battle just now was actually very dangerous. If he could not control his Qi, he would be killed by these 5 people directly. Well done, well, so I can be regarded as my disciple. At this moment Yelin walked to Yamcha, and he patted Yamcha on the shoulder with satisfaction. Master has been rewarded, it's all the master you taught well. Well, you can try that tennis ball now. Hearing Yelin's reminder, Yamcha took out the previous yellow tennis ball. His eyes condensed, and his Qi quickly gathered on the tennis ball. The whole tennis ball was constantly twisting, and as the Qi continued to condense and twist, the amplitude is getting faster and more intense. Bang! With a soft sound, the tennis ball exploded directly, and Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, you will be officially started. This is just an introduction. The corner of Yamcha's mouth twitched. He had been practicing so hard, he didn't expect that he was just getting started. That's natural, and there is endless cultivation. Don't be complacent because of the results in front of you. There are plenty of people who are stronger than your master and I. Therefore, your master and I are also practicing diligently at all times. A person who is better than the master, this is really unimaginable. Hearing what Yelin said, a wry smile appeared on Yamcha's face. The pride of the moment had disappeared completely, but watching the setting sun, he clenched his fist, he wanted to become stronger. Chapter 19: A village surrounded by zombies. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After solving the killer of the extinction building, Yelin and the others continued on the road, turning into pool driving along the way, while Yamucha continued to concentrate on practicing qi. Now he wants to condense qi into shape like Yelinier. Yelin is also very satisfied with the growth of Yamcha, but in a short period of time, his combat power has exceeded 30 points. If he fights with all his strength, he will be able to fight even if he is an opponent with 40 points of combat power. Success! At this moment, Bulma in the room suddenly rushed out, and she happily raised an electronic glasses in her hand. Could it be? After seeing this thing, Yelin's eyes brightened. After seeing Dragon Ball, he naturally knew that this thing was a combat power detector. Humph, I call it a combat power detector. Through my research on you in the past few days, I finally let me adjust the data. With this combat power detector, I can know how strong you are. Up! Bulma hung the combat power detector on his head enthusiastically, and a series of numbers were displayed in the orange lens. Yamcha, combat power 30 points, Pool, combat power 3 points. Bulma took a look at Yamcha and Pool with the combat power detector, and finally she set her eyes on Yelin. What she wanted to know most was how strong Yelin was. Now that she has developed this combat power detector, she has to look at what she says, Yelin's true strength. Yelin? How could this happen? Why can't I see your combat effectiveness? Bulma's face was full of incomprehension. She brought the combat power detector closer to Yelin, and even put her entire face on Yelin's body. Should you throw your arms around in the morning? That's not good. If you really want to, we can talk slowly at night. Yelin put her hand around Bulma's waist, and Bulma's brow furrowed. She raised her foot to step on Yelin, but Yelin had expected it a long time ago, and he retreated first. He lay on the sofa leisurely, then glanced at the puzzled Bulma. The combat power cannot be detected, which means that your combat power detector is not good enough. Keep working hard. Yelin said lightly. This can't be wrong. My combat power test can reach 100. Is it possible that your combat power has surpassed 100? Bulma stared at Yelin in astonishment, and when Yamcha heard this, he admired Yelin even more. It's worthy of being a master. The combat power has already surpassed 100 points. I have to work harder. Yamcha had already acquiesced that Yelin had surpassed 100 points, and Bulma on the side also showed an unwilling expression. You wait for me. I will definitely develop a more powerful combat power detector. I must see how much your combat power is. Bulma put away the power detector angrily, and then rushed back to her laboratory. Seeing the attitude of the two, Yelin smiled bitterly. His combat power remained unchanged at 77 points. It seems that my combat power should be blocked by the system, so Bulma's combat power detector cannot see my combat power. This is a good thing for Yelin. If the combat power has been spied on, it will make the enemy be prepared. However, Bulma has developed a combat power detector now, which makes Yelin a little unexpected. Her genius is genuine. According to her progress, I am afraid that it will not take long to develop a higher-end combat power detector. Come. It is a wise choice to let Bulma join his team. Extinction Building Headquarters. The 5 first-level assassins have all been wiped out, and the rest of the ordinary assassins are missing. Is this the answer you gave me? There was a cold light in Li Xiaodao's eyes, and Tianhu and Along on the side were also very surprised. They did not expect that they had dispatched 5 first-level killers, and the mission had failed. Head, let me go, I must bring that kid's head to see you. Look at the novel www.kankanxs.com. Hearing what his 2 confidants said, Li Xiaodao stood up. Assemble all the killers in the extermination building, I want to meet this person in person. Although Li Xiaodao's voice was tepid, he was obviously already intent on killing. Tianhu and Along nodded. The 5 first-level assassins lost this time dealt a huge blow to the extinction building. Because of this, Li Xiaodao was ready to take the shot himself, because he was already extremely angry. Under Li Xiaodao's order, the killers of the extinction building are gathering quickly. Yelin and the others crossed a large desert, and then came to a village. After arriving here, Yelin wanted to ask them about the whereabouts of the divination mother, but as soon as he came to this village, Yelin found that the village gate was closed and everyone was afraid to come out. But Yelin knew that there was no one living here, and he could feel the breath of people from here. Is anyone here? Yamucha replaced Yelin to investigate the situation, but no one in the village responded. Strange, how could they be so scared? Yamucha frowned, her eyes showing incomprehension. At this moment, Yelin found a group of people wearing black cloaks, slowly approaching from the other side of the village. Their feet were steady, and there was a sound. Yelin frowned. After he got closer, he discovered that these people in cloaks were actually zombies. Hey, zombies, zombies! After seeing these zombies, Bulma screamed in shock. Ding! System task reminder: first, defeat the zombies, the task difficulty is simple mode. Second, defeat the zombies and rescue the village, the task difficulty is normal mode. 3. Rescue the zombies, rescue the village, the mission difficulty is difficult mode. I choose hard mode. For the rare missions that can appear in difficult mode, Yelin naturally does not want to waste opportunities. After all, the higher the difficulty, the greater the probability of getting good things. It's just that he didn't think that the mission condition was to save the zombies, that is to say, these people were very likely to be controlled by others, so they became like this. They should not have died. Master, just leave it to me. I can solve this kind of zombies in twos or twos. Yamucha was eager to try, and when he was about to jump out, Yelin stopped him. These zombies look like living people. There should be some tricks in them. Don't kill them first, just take them. Hearing Yelin's words, Yamucha nodded. Now he is very obedient to Yelin's words. After that, Yamucha took out a universal capsule, and he threw it away, and a huge iron cage was transformed. After doing all this, Yamucha rushed up at the zombies. These zombies were slow in their actions and their combat effectiveness was not too high. Yamucha was very easy to deal with. In twos or twos of hard work, Yamucha put all the zombies in the iron cage. A whole group of zombies kept reaching out and howling in the iron cage, but their strength could not break free from the iron cage. Chapter 20 Village Hero Oolong. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, after Yamucha put all the zombies in the iron cage. The people in the village began to walk out curiously, when a little girl rushed over. Don't kill them, they are all from our village. The little girl opened her hands and stood in front of Yamucha. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Yamucha looked suspicious. But, aren't they zombies? They were turned into zombies by bad guys. They will definitely become the same. The little girl answered with firm eyes, and at this moment, an old man walked out from the crowd. Xiaoa, don't be rude to your benefactor. Now that they have become like this, how could they have come back? This is all the fault of the organization called Wraith Hall Killer. The old man pulled the little girl Xiaoya aside. Xiaoya was stubborn, but she could only be obedient in front of the old man. The original guest, I am the village head here. Thank you for helping us deal with these zombies. If you can, I wonder if you can kill these zombies for us. The people in our village are all without the power to bind chickens. Weak and sick. Yelin glanced at the people in the village. The people in these villages were all elderly women and children, and there was no young man in sight. Village chief, are these zombies really originally from your village? Yelin stepped forward and asked for information. After all, his task was to save the zombies, not simply killing them. You must have seen the benefactor. There are no young men in our village. These zombies were originally men in the village, but they all came to the village not long ago because of a killer organization called Wraith Hall. Doing any experiment will turn all the men in our village into zombies. Wraith Hall. Yelin frowned. He didn't know much about the killer organization. Master, this Ghost Hall is the second-ranked assassin organization. Its strength is still above the Extinction Tower, and their behavior is also very vicious. Yamucha on the side introduced Yelin's situation in the Wraith Hall. The village chief, these zombies were only turned into this way by the people in the Wraith Hall. There must be a way to save them. I want to detain them temporarily and find a way to save them as much as possible. Hearing Yelin's words, the old man widened his eyes, and a line of old tears left his eyes. Thank you, the man in our village, please. Listening to the village chief's words, Yelin's mouth twitched. He was a little awkward to hear these words, but whether it was out of mission or his own conscience. Knowing that these villagers turned into zombies could still be saved, Yelin didn't want to kill the innocent indiscriminately, so he killed these zombies with a stick. Get out of the village. At this moment, a behemoth with a height of more than 3 meters landed in front of Yelin and the others. The behemoth in front of him was very scary, with huge muscles and ghost-like faces, and it was a messenger from hell. But Yelin saw that its combat effectiveness was too low, only 3 points. It's Lord Demon Lord. Lord Demon Lord is back, please come and see Lord Demon Lord. The village chief was immediately extremely happy when he saw the presence of this evil spirit. The other people in the village were also very happy. And some women looked at the so-called Lord Demon with a look of worship. You are Oolong. At this moment, behind Yamcha, Pool flew in front of Lord Demon Lord, and then looked sharply at Lord Demon Lord in front of him. Hey, presumptuous, this seat is Lord Demon Lord, you wait for the rat generation, and don't leave the village quickly. If you wait for Lord Demon Lord to display his power, you will surely let your souls fly away. 1234 Novel www.1234xs.com. After knowing the identity of the other party, Yelin stepped forward. Oh, it turns out that there are such powerful masters here, so I really want to try the devil's skill. Qi condensed on Yelin's fingers, and when the qi condensed to the extreme, it emitted a dazzling light. What? After seeing the light of Dong Dongbo, Oolong's head kept sweating. Even if you are our benefactor, you can't be rude to our Lord Demon Lord. When we were besieged by zombies, Lord Demon Lord gave us food, otherwise we would have starved to death. Yes, Lord Demon Lord is our hero, and Lord Demon Lord is very powerful. Quickly apologize to Lord Demon Lord. At this time, many women and children in the village condemned Yelin. Then it seems that I should try this Demon Lord's method more. The cave wave in Yelin's hand is more radiant, and the sweat on the Oolong head has wet the earth. Master Demon, please take action and teach this person who disrespects you. Wait for you, me, I am not very convenient now. Listening to the villagers urging to themselves, Oolong was even more vulnerable. At this time, Yelin was already holding Dong Dongbo closer and closer, and Oolong's face was pale. Boom! The Lord Demon in front of him suddenly shrank suddenly, and then turned into the appearance of a little pig, wearing green clothes, kneeling on the ground at this time. Forgive me, I'm a lie, I'm not good at all. Ah! It turned out to be your Oolong, I knew you were lying again. Oolong's expression was pitiful, and Pool flew in front of Oolong. The people in the surrounding villages were stunned after seeing the true appearance of Oolong. How could this happen? Lord Demon actually lied to us. It's horrible to lie to us, you liar. Oolong was also very depressed under the reprimand from the villagers. The village chief, although Oolong deceived you, he did bring help to the village. What he deceived you will be offset. Hearing this, Oolong immediately became energetic, and he stood up proudly. Right? I still have credit for the village, I am not wrong. Yelin glanced at Oolong. With Oolong's character, he believed that the other party's purpose would not be so simple. Don't think I don't know your purpose. You just fancy these beautiful women in the village, so you pretend to be a hero. You, how would you know? Hearing Yelin's voice, Oolong's body trembled. He stared at Yelin with wide-open eyes. He didn't understand why Yelin could see through his purpose. Don't worry, you can continue to be a hero in this village. I will not break you down, but since you have chosen to help the villagers, I hope you can help the villagers in this village well, otherwise, I will find you learn from each other. Yes, yes, I will definitely change my mind and work hard for the village. Oolong nodded quickly, for fear of provoke Yelin. Chapter 21. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Because the zombies in the village were trapped, the villagers could also move around, and Yelin and the others became the guests in the village. The people in the village prepared a lot of food for them, and Yelin directly approached the village chief. The village chief, where are the people in the ghost hall hiding now? I think the antidote should be on them. I will bring the antidote back to rescue the people in the village. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the village head hesitated. Yelin also understood that the village head was worried that he would be retaliated by the people in the Wraith Hall. The village chief, the people in the Wraith Hall are so unscrupulous here. Obviously, they will not let this village go. If you continue to hesitate, I am afraid that when the people in the Wraith Hall come back, no one can protect you. Up. Lin Fei's words also revealed a slight threat. He could be said to be the only life-saving straw in this village. Sure enough, the hesitation in the village chief's eyes disappeared after hearing Yelin's words. I don't know exactly where they are hiding, but the group of people who came to the village last time seems to have gone to Baishan. It is said that there are some treasures there. The head of the village pointed his finger to the north, where there was a towering mountain. The mountain peaked straight into the sky, and the terrain looked very steep. Treasure. I heard them say that. I don't know what the treasure is. The village chief shook his head, obviously he knew only so much information. Master, let me go with you. Yamcha offered to invite Ying to go with him. Lin Fei nodded, then his eyes turned to Bulma. I won't go to such a desolate place. I will continue my research in my own room. If you want to go, go by yourself. When Bulma saw the steep mountain, she lost interest at once, and because the combat strength tester could not detect Yelin's combat effectiveness last time, she was very reconciled, and wanted to speed up the time and research more powerful combat effectiveness. The tester comes. Benefactor, do you really want to go to the North Mountain? It is very dangerous. According to legend, there is a snow monster living on the North Mountain. The snow monster is so powerful that even the old hunter is not its opponent, and there is a ghost. Those killers in the Soul Hall. Don't worry, the village chief, we have a sense of measure. You can wait in the village for our return. I will definitely save these villagers in the village. Hearing Yelin's vowed words, the village head could only pray that Yelin and the others would be safe, and he also hoped that Yelin would be able to save the men in the village smoothly. In order to rush to Baishan as soon as possible, Yelin directly took Yamuti, and then used the moon step to quickly approach Baishan in the air. Yamcha was in the air, feeling the cold wind on his face, and he shivered. Master, Master, can you fly lower? Yamcha looked at the ground below, shivering a little. The trees on the ground looked like ants. Just get used to it, you will get used to it in the future. Yelin didn't pay attention to Yamuti's request. Fission is a normal thing in the Dragon Ball world. Okay, here we are. In just 5 minutes. Yelin took Yamcha and drove a 5-kilometer road, and now the two came to the foot of Baishan. However, as you can see, the entire Baishan is very desolate, with the breath of wild beasts in the air. It is completely a desolate place with no human traces. Are there really any treasures here? Those people in the Hall of Wraiths will really come to this place. Yamcha didn't think there would be treasures in such places, and Yelin noticed the footprints on the ground. It seems they are indeed here. Yelin pointed to the footprints on the ground. There were a neat row of footprints on the ground, and judging from the number, there were obviously quite a few.i5xs.com www.i5xs.com. Yamucha only discovered the existence of the footprints, and the two followed in the direction of the footprints. Master, if there is really a treasure, wouldn't we be rich? Yamucha's eyes glowed, so he naturally liked money. Yelin didn't have much interest in money and wealth. He understood that money was nothing but meaningless. In the world of Dragon Ball, strength was the most important thing. Yamucha has just embarked on the path of a strong man, and it is unrealistic for him to cut off such desires. The more you set off from the higher the mountain, the surrounding terrain becomes more and more difficult, but this can't stop Yelin and Yamucha. They move forward according to their footprints. In the end, the footprint stopped in front of a cave, and the stench of a beast exuded from the cave. It seems that this is the entrance to the treasure. Master, let's go in quickly and solve the people in the Wraith Hall. Yamucha was ready to walk in, but Yelin's hand forcibly pulled Yamucha back. Master! Look at your feet carefully. Yamucha looked carefully at his feet. At the entrance of the cave, there was a very thin line. At a glance, he understood that this was a trap. Above the cave, there are sharp swords hanging, and the blades of those swords are black, which is obviously very poisonous. If they just walk in like this, if someone accidentally gets injured, the poison will poison them. Master, you are amazing, how did you detect this trap? Yamucha looked at Yelin with admiration. Use the chi to feel the surroundings. You have learned the chi now, so try to use the chi to feel the surroundings. This will also help you control the power of the chi. Yes, Master, I will work hard. The two of them stepped over the trap and moved on. There were many traps along the way, but this time Yamucha had experience. After 2 or 3 times, he has gradually become accustomed to using his breath to feel the danger. The next way is basically Yamucha leading the way, and Yelin just needs to follow him. When we came to the depths of the cave, footsteps could be heard. Yelin and Yamucha looked at each other. Yamucha took the lead, and he took out the combat strength tester he got from Bulma. Because Bulma thinks the level of this combat power tester is not enough, but Yamucha likes this thing very much, because with this thing, he can see the strength of the opponent. Soon from the passage of the cave in front, 2 men came over. When they saw Yelin and Yamucha, they were taken aback for a while, and then they were ready to speak out. But Yamucha was already fast, so he took a quick walk, and easily brought them down in the blink of an eye. The combat power is only 10, which is not very strong. It seems very easy. Leave the rest of the master to me. Yelin nodded, and if Yamucha was willing to do it for him, Yelin was naturally happy. So they continued to move forward. After passing through the cave, they came to a relatively spacious space, which was a huge cave. At this time, a team of a dozen people was digging something on the ground. Seeing the arrival of Yelin and Yamucha, the group stared at them alertly. Who are you? The one who took your life. After Yelin's indifferent answer, Yamucha had already rushed up. There was a combat strength tester. He could see very clearly that among the group of opponents, none of them had a combat strength of over 20, and it was easy for him to deal with it. Chapter 22 Snow Monster Killed in One Hit. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yamucha's figure turned into an afterimage. After controlling the chi, his speed and strength have increased a lot. The people in the Wraith Hall in front of him are not his opponents at all. The killers of the Wraith Hall raised their guns and weapons, but in such a cave, their actions were very inconvenient, and Yamucha had already been close to them. Just like a wolf entering a flock, Yamucha rushed into the killer of the Wraith Hall, and the victory was already established. The firearms in the hands of these assassins are very difficult to use, and shooting at will only accidentally hurt their own people. Damn it, strengthen yourself with medicine. The assassins in the Wraith Hall showed firmness in their eyes. They took out a bottle of green potion, and then drank the potion in a rush. Immediately after, Yamacha's combat power detector spied, the killer combat power of these ghost halls was constantly improving. Their appearance has also changed. Their original human appearance has gradually transformed into an adult human and ghost appearance. Their bodies are swelling wildly, and their heights and figures are changing. Roar! And as their appearance changes, their eyes are red. Yamacha hit one of the assassins with a punch. His powerful punch directly smashed the assassin away, but after he fell to the ground, he quickly got up and attacked Yamacha again. He rushed over. The body has become so strong. Yamacha shook his hand, and he felt like he was hitting an iron plate with the punch just now. The combat effectiveness of these killers had doubled, and their combat effectiveness was already close to 30. It's just that this state will make them lose their minds, just like beasts. Seeing the dozen or so frenzied monsters rushing up, Yamacha took a deep breath, and in front of his master, he couldn't be ashamed. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. Yamacha's fists turned into fist shadows in the sky, these fist shadows enveloping his chi, and each punch has the power of a cannonball. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, in a blink of an eye, Yamacha knocked all the mad assassins to the ground. And these frenzied assassins, the strength of the medicine on their bodies seemed to be time, their bodies dwindled quickly, and it was not just a simple restoration to the original state. These assassins became skinny in a blink of an eye, and there was no breath on their bodies. Yamacha didn't kill them. They died because they were bitten by the potion. It seems that they drank this medicine with death will. Yalin stepped forward and frowned as he watched the tragic death of these killers. This kind of potion is very dangerous. As long as it is taken, it can make an ordinary person become a little master, but the price is too great. Not only loses one's sanity, but also dies after the efficacy of the medicine is lost. Such a deadly life. Master, I must get rid of this ghost hall. Yamacha clenched his fists, and was very angry at the tragic death of these people and the ordinary people in the village who had become zombies. Naturally, there is a chance to deal with them, so don't worry. After so many people have died, we and Liangzi of the Wraith Hall can be considered as a knot. Yalin came up. And he fumbled around on these dead people, and finally he found out a small jar with pills in it. Yalin sniffed it carefully. It was indeed the smell of Chinese medicine. This should be the antidote for the villages to become zombies. After accepting the antidote, Yalin just wanted to take Yamacha away. Key in reading www.chians.com. But at this moment, a sense of crisis came, and Yamacha and Yalin hurriedly jumped aside. Boom! A behemoth fell from the sky, a huge fist hit the ground, and the ground was directly pierced by the fist. Yalin looked at this behemoth over 5 meters tall. It was a huge ape, but the hair on his body was white. Is this the snow monster? I have heard about it from the village chief, and Yalin also knew that there were snow monsters in this northern mountain, but this mountain was so big that Yalin did not expect that they would actually encounter it. At this time, the snow monster thumped his chest and feet angrily, seeming to be irritated by the intruders. It waved its fists angrily, and then slammed Yalin and Yamacha. War, the combat power actually has 59 points. Yamacha's combat power detector could see the combat power of this snow monster. When he saw the snow monster's strength, he was shocked. The snow monster's combat power far surpassed him. At this time, the snow monster seemed to have heard the sound. It stared at Yamacha, and its huge body quickly ran towards Yamacha. Although this snow monster has a huge body, its movements are very agile, and in the blink of an eye, it has already arrived in front of Yamacha. Let me see how good you are, Lanja Feng Fengquan. Yamacha did not escape, he once again assumed a posture, and then displayed his fist. A series of fist shadows hit the snow monster, and every punch was mixed with the air of Yamucha, but the sky full of fist shadows fell on the snow monster, but it did not cause any injuries to the snow monster. The snow monster's fur protected itself very well, and at this time it held up its fists with the power of Yamucha's fist, struggling to smash it towards Yamucha. Yamucha was taken aback, and he rolled over, avoiding the front fist of the snow monster. Although the snow monster's fist missed, it did not let go of the pursuit. Its arms were very long, and its extended arms covered a long distance. Even though Yamucha rolled over and avoided a punch, he did not escape the snow monster's attack. Range. The huge fist slammed into Yamucha again. At this time, the old power of Yamucha was gone, and there was no time to dodge it. Seeing that the shadow of the fist was about to fall on his head, the snow monster's terrifying power could easily smash through the ground. If such a fist hits the head of Yamucha, his head will inevitably be blown. But at this moment, a dazzling light shot directly through the head of the snow monster. The snow monster's head disappeared in the light of the cave waves, and the headless snow monster fell stiff to the ground. Looking at the snow monster lying on the side, Yamucha breathed a sigh of relief. He really felt like life and death just now, but fortunately Yelin made a move in time. Master, let you down. Cultivate hard and don't be lazy. If you are more diligent, this snow monster is not your opponent. Yes, please follow the instructions of the master. After the real defeat, Yamucha also felt deeply about his lack of strength. And he also realized how far he was from his master Yelin. This snow monster was so difficult for him to deal with, but Yelin easily defeated the snow monster with a random blow. After the comparison, he felt that Yelin was unfathomable. Chapter 23, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings come to the door. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The snow monster had also been solved by them, and when Yelin was about to leave, Yamucha suddenly shouted, "Master, treasure, treasure!" Yamucha exclaimed, and his finger pointed to the deep hole that the monkey had just hit, and a lot of jewelry appeared in the deep hole. It seems that these are the treasures that Wraith Hall is pursuing. If we don't have this snow monster, we might not be able to find it, and we have emptied everything. Although money is something outside of one's body, it is a fool if you have money. Yelin and Yamucha were very happy to pick them up. After filling up the things, they left the cave. Not long after Yelin left the cave, two people, one large and one small, entered the cave. When they saw the tragedy in the cave, both of them were very surprised. Tianjin Fan, that seems to be a snow monster. These two people, one big and one small, are Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. They are now experiencing. Hearing that there is a very powerful snow monster on this mountain, they are ready to defeat the snow monster, but they have not thought about it, but they have already been one step ahead. Did these people kill it? Dumpling looked at the corpses on the side, and Tianjin Fan's three eyes scanned these people, and then shook his head. This snow monster was not killed by these people. Their death should be caused by taking some kind of poison. As for this snow monster, it was killed by a single blow. The person who shot is definitely a master. I really want to fight against such a master. There was a war intent in Tianjin Fan's eyes. His three eyes searched the ground continuously, and then his eyes brightened. After finding the footprints, they shouldn't have left for too long, and we can still catch up. In order to practice, Tianjin Fan wanted to compete with the strong, but the dumplings on the side didn't say anything, just following Tianjin Fan. Yelin and Yamucha returned to the village. He took out the medicine, and then let the villagers who turned into zombies to take them. After taking this antidote, the villagers who lost their sanity gradually recovered their sobriety. Ding! The system task prompts, the task is completed, and the God-level lottery starts. In front of the colorful lottery box, Yelin's eyes showed expectation. This time it was a hard mode mission. At least 50% of the things that came out were above grade C. Yelin wanted to see if he could get good things. After a flash of light, a small ball fell down. The small ball was a purple ball. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level reward and doubling the combat power. There was a sound from the system, an array of light shrouded Yelin's body, and Yelin's combat effectiveness was directly doubled. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 154 points. Skills, 1 Daewoo Helix Pill, Intermediate 20/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 30/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, Intermediate level 5/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. Props, Fairy Bean 4, Dragon Ball Radar 1. Dragon Ball *6. Yelin's combat effectiveness increased rapidly, and such an increase made him feel like taking an elevator. Thank you for your life-saving grace, if not for you, we. Now that the villagers have recovered their sobriety, they are very happy to save their Yelin. You are welcome, we are just passing by the chivalrous heroes, but you still need to be careful. I don't know if the people in the Wraith Hall will come to the door. If they come, you only have to push the responsibility. We can do it on our body. How can this? Dan Payne Novel Network www.danteng123.com. This is the best choice for the village. When we leave, the Wraith Hall will not find us even if it wants to chase us down. Yelin persuaded the people in the village. On the one hand, he was regarded as a good person to do it to the end. On the other hand, he was also determined to get rid of the murderous organization of Wraith Hall. Hearing that Yelin considers his village so much, the villagers admire and respect Yelin even more. The village chief, I want to inquire about one thing with you. I wonder if you have ever heard of a person called Granny Divination. Grandma Divining? You mean the old lady with weird temperament in the desert temple to the west? As long as you go west for a day, you can see a temple. After inquiring about the information, Yelin also thought that this trip was worthwhile. Then the village chief, we will leave first. Yelin greeted the people in the village, and the people in the village waved at Yelin and them enthusiastically. In this village, Yelin also saw Pool, and he seemed to decide to stay in this village and struggle. Leaving the village, Yelin asked Pool's car to drive west, and in the car, Yamcha was happily holding a lot of treasure and giggling. Get rich, we got rich. Yelin didn't bother to talk about him. At this time, his eyes were not far away, and 2 figures were rushing towards their car. I didn't expect to meet them two here. Yelin knew at a glance that the 2 of them were Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. Both of them had strong fighting power. With their fighting power, it was easy to chase the car. Pool, go ahead at full speed. Pool also respected Yelin, the master of Yamuti, and when he heard the order, he increased his throttle. Seeing the car in front speed up, Tianjin Fan frowned. Dumplings, stop their car. I see, Tianjin Fan. The eyes of the dumplings flashed with blue light, and the car Yelin and the others were in flew out of thin air at this time. Well, what is going on? Yamcha also noticed something was wrong, and he showed a trace of panic. Someone stopped our car, and it's a master. Master. At this time, 2 figures stopped in front of their car. 2, take the liberty to interrupt, I don't know which one of you defeated the snow monster. Tianjin Fan's eyes were fixed on Yelin and Yamcha, and his 3 eyes looked at the 2, as if judging their pros and cons. He defeated it. Yelin pointed to Yamcha next to him, and suddenly the responsibility was pushed onto him. Yamcha was stunned. Master! Don't you want to become stronger? Go and compete with these 2 people, so that you will understand your strength gap. Yelin eagerly persuaded Yamcha, and Yamcha believed Yelin's words. It turns out that this is the case, Master, don't worry, I will not shame you. Yamcha turned over and jumped out of the car. His eyes turned to Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. Hey? It's weird, why doesn't the combat power detector work? The combat power detector that Yamcha hung could not read the combat power of the two in front of him. However, Yelin can see clearly that the fighting power of Dumplings is 110, and the fighting power of Tianjin Fan is 140. Both of them have more than 100 fighting power. Naturally, Yamcha's combat power detector cannot show combat power. Chapter 24, Yelin's 1 against 2. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yamcha only thought that the combat strength detector had malfunctioned, and did not think much about anything else. Is it the snow monster you defeated? Tianjin Fan looked at Yamcha suspiciously. From the outside, he didn't think this person was so powerful. Yes, my name is Yamcha. I killed the snow monster. If you are here to avenge the snow monster, then you have chosen the wrong person. Yamcha took a posture, as if she would make a move at any time. Tianjin Fan, he seems to be very weak. Dumpling's finger pointed at Yamcha. Although there was no expression on his face, his words were mocking Yamcha's incompetence. Yamcha's forehead burst into blue veins, and his finger pointed to the dumplings. Then you come and learn about the greatness of this uncle. The dumplings floated in front of Yamcha. Seeing that he could fly into the sky, Yamcha frowned. He couldn't deal with the enemy in the sky. But now the dumplings have flown in front of him, which is his best chance to shoot. Whoosh! Yamcha punched the dumpling. The speed of this punch was very fast, but his fist was blocked by the dumpling with a finger. Tianjin Fan, he is really weak. Dumpling uttered mocking words again, and Yamcha was surprised at the power of dumplings, and then he completely calmed down. My master has said that the two people in front of him are masters, so he can't judge people by appearance. The person in front of him looks like a child, but he has the strength to crush him. He exhaled a long breath, then his eyes became sharp, and he set his posture aside. Tianjin Fan frowned, and he noticed that the Yamcha in front of him seemed to have a slightly different breath. Dumplings, they really move. Tianjin Fan reminded him, and at this time Yamcha had already rushed towards the dumplings. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. The shadow of the fist in the sky, like a cannonball, was taken aback by the dumplings. He wanted to avoid dodge, and then he was about to fly to a high place with his air dance. Don't you want to leave? Yamcha had long considered that dumplings would use flying to dodge, and his hand had already grabbed dumplings' feet first. He deadlifted the dumplings, then raised his other fist, and filled it with air. Even though the difference in combat effectiveness between Yamcha and dumplings is obvious, if the punch is hit, the dumplings will also be difficult to support. But at this time dumplings' eyes were glowing with blue light, which was the superpower he was best at. Guru! Yamcha suddenly felt uncomfortable in his abdomen. The strength in his hands was reduced a lot, but he still gritted his teeth and hit the dumpling face with this punch. Boom! Dumpling's body flew upside down, and he hurriedly used the dance technique in the air to reduce the impact he had suffered. But there was still a bruise on his face, and an angry expression appeared on the dumpling's face. Dong Dongbo! A ray of light condensed on the fingers of the dumpling. Yamcha was shocked when he saw this ray of light. He knew this trick best, after all, his master would use cave waves. But now it was too late for him to dodge, because he was still suffering from abdomen, and dumplings were still using his superpowers. Dumpling's fingers pointed at Yamcha. And a shock wave radiated at Yamcha. The light was only the thickness of a finger, but it was very powerful. Yushua www.7ys.cc. There was a look of despair on Yamcha's face. It was impossible for him to block such an attack. At this moment, a figure stood in front of Yamcha, and Yelin slapped his palm. Chi was condensed in his palm, and this slap directly slapped the cave waves away. Dumpling was stunned when he saw this scene, and his Dongdongbo was blocked so easily. Tianjin Fan's figure flashed, and he came to the side of Dumpling, his eyes were looking up and down Yelin. "What's your name?" "It's the snow monster you defeated." As soon as Yelin took the shot, Tianjin Fan had already seen that the snow monster was killed by this person, and he could feel the powerful power from the opponent. "My name is Yelin. I did kill the snow monster. Thank you for instructing my apprentice, but I still find the apprentice's place. You two will go together." Yelin pointed at Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. Hearing this crazy talk, Tianjin Fan frowned. "Master, although the opponent's strength is indeed higher than yours, it is also a fact that you underestimated the enemy. Go on and reflect on it, and then see how your master teaches them." "Yes, master." Yamcha hurriedly drew back and gave the venue to Yelin. "If you want to fight 1 against 2, you don't need Tianjin Fan to do it. I am enough." Dumpling was also very angry at Yelin's words, his eyes flashed blue again. "Super power? But as long as my chi is concentrated enough, what can your super power do to me?" Yelin stood in place and nothing happened. Dumpling frowned. He had tried his best, but his superpowers could not shake Yelin. "It's time for me to move." Yelin raised a finger, and his fingertips lit up at this time. Seeing the gesture of this hand, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings were both surprised. "Dongbo! How can this be possible, why do you have it?" Facing the question about Dumplings, Yelin smiled and shook his head. "This is not a whole wave, but a 10 times whole wave." Yelin pointed his finger at Tianjin Fan and Dumplings, and a hole with strong arms rushed out. Seeing the size of this cave, the Dumplings opened his eyes. This cave is not at the same level as his own. "Dumplings, shoot together." Tianjin Fan also noticed the danger of Yelin's trick, and the two stood side by side, and then they performed the cave together. The cave waves of the two of them merged together, and then Yelin's 10 times cave waves collided with the cave waves of Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Boom! The terrifying impact caused the earth to be blown out of a pothole. With the tyrannical impact, the Dumplings and Tianjin Fan rushed out of the dust. The expressions of the two of them were dignified, and their joint cavernous waves turned out to be only 10 times the cavernous waves that could block Yelin. Compared to the embarrassment of the two, Yelin has nothing to do. "Sure enough, I am a master. It seems that this is a worthwhile trip. You are not allowed to make Dumplings. I will fight him alone." Tianjin Fan said to the Dumplings on the side. After Dumplings saw Tianjin Fan's expression, he nodded and then backed obediently. Now the only people left in the venue are Tianjin Fan and Yelin. "I hope you will not keep your hands, and I will do my best." Tianjin Fan took off his clothes, revealing his strong upper body muscles, which is the result of years of training. Yelin also knows how powerful Tianjin Fan is. Even in the late period of Dragon Ball, Tianjin Fan's strength is also very strong. He is a real martial artist who purely pursues martial arts. Chapter 25 Yelin vs Tianjin Fan. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness had 140 points. If it weren't for this draw, Yelin's combat effectiveness had doubled, he would definitely not be Tianjin Fan's opponent. 4 Demon Fists. Muscles protruded from the back of Tianjin Fan, which deformed in a weird manner and quickly became 2 hands. Now he has 4 hands. I'm on it. The 4 hands of Tianjin Fan kept swinging their punches, and the dense shadows of the punches were even more powerful than Yamcha's spike wind fist. But in the face of such a fist attack, Yelin's body was able to dodge the attack in the dense shadow of the fist. After taking control of his chi, coupled with the increase in his fighting power, his five senses also increased, and Yelin could clearly see such a dense fist and shadow attack. Tianjin Fan frowned, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense. It's not that the more hands you can attack, the faster you can attack. If it's just such a punch speed, I think I can do it too. Yelin also shook his fist at this moment, his arms shook the same fist curtain, and the density of the fist curtain was stronger than Tianjin Fan. Boom! Tianjin Fan was accidentally hit by Yelin, and he pulled back and pulled away. Why? You said you want to go all out, that's the only thing? Or do you think I will lose in a chaotic fist like yours? Hearing Yelin's words, Tianjin Fan showed a serious expression. I humiliated your excellency, and then I will do my best. Tianjin Fan exhaled, and the two arms behind his back disappeared. After that, his third eye was staring at Yelin. Light eyes. Tianjin Fan's fingers pointed at his temples, and from his third eye, a ray of light shone towards Yelin. Yelin's figure turned into afterimages, his speed was too fast, so he pulled out afterimages. The light eye only hit Yelin's afterimage. Looking at the numerous afterimages, Tianjin Fan's three eyes kept searching for the location of Yelin. Whoosh! Tianjin Fan used the air dance technique to fly into the air, while Yelin appeared behind Tianjin Fan's original position, his fist fell in the empty space. Tianjin Fan originally thought that he could escape Yelin's attack by using Wukong. Unexpectedly, at this time Yelin actually stepped on the void, he ran in the air, and then Yelin rushed towards Tianjin Fan at a very fast speed. Can you even fly? That's even better, so it's fair. I will try my best to defeat you. Although Tianjin Fan saw Yelin could fly into the sky, although he was surprised, he was more excited about fighting. The two started a physical head-to-head in the air. The movements of the two were so fast. Yamucha could only see afterimages fighting in the air. Is this the strength of the master? What level of battle is this? Yamucha clenched his fists tightly, and he found that he was like a frog sitting on a well and watching the sky. He wanted to become stronger and step into such a field. Boom, boom. Only the sound of fists colliding in the air, after which Yelin and Tianjin Fan moved a distance away. The breath of Tianjin Fan has already appeared a little rush, but Yelin's breath is not messy. It seems that you are more powerful, but I still don't use the box treasure. I know you still have tricks that are useless. Let's show them together. Tianjin Fan could feel that Yelin was still at ease, and he concluded that Liu Xiao had more powerful moves that he hadn't used. Yelin also felt a bit of excitement. Even Monkey King fell into a bitter battle when he first met Tianjin Fan. 12345 Novel www.12345xs.com. But now Yelin can feel that he has the power to suppress Tianjin Fan. Qigong Cannon. Dahu Spiral Pill. Tianjin Fan's hands and 10 fingers framed each other, and an astonishing qi gathered in the triangle, and a huge air mass was spinning at high speed on Yelin's palm. This is... Tianjin Fan looked at Yelin's big jade spiral pill in shock, the terrifying aura that even his master never possessed. Go! But Tianjin Fan was not afraid. He shouted, and a dazzling light burst from between his hands, which was even more dazzling than the sun. But Yelin rushed up with the big jade spiral pill, his feet walking in the air at an amazing speed. Rumble! There was a deafening sound in the sky, and Yamucha narrowed her eyes. Who has won? Who has won? Yamucha couldn't wait to know which side won this shocking battle. At this moment, a figure fell from the air. Tianjin Rice. Dumplings hurried up. He used his air dance technique to catch the Tianjin Fan falling from the sky. Today's Tianjin Fan is scarred and has a weak breath. At this moment, Yelin also fell from the air. Although his clothes were a bit torn, but he was not injured. This difference in strength has already been shown. After all, Yelin's big jade helix pill can increase the combat effectiveness by 50%. This blow has exceeded 200 combat effectiveness. It is normal for Tianjin Fan to lose. Yelin took out a fairy bean and threw it to Dumplings. Give it to him and he will be fine. Dumpling glanced at Xiandu, and he hesitated. If I want to kill you, do I need to use this method? Dumpling nodded. He took the Xiandu to Tianjin Fan. After taking the Xiandu, Tianjin Fan became sober. He turned to stand up. Now his injuries have healed, and the loss of strength is already gone. Recovered. This is fairy beans. It can help people recover their strength and injuries. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan suddenly realized that, then he stood firmly, and then bowed deeply to Yelin. Thanks to seniors for their guidance, and also bothering seniors for taking such care, I am very grateful. Tianjin Fan didn't feel the frustration of losing at all, but he was very satisfied. Yelin couldn't help feeling that Tianjin Fan was worthy of being a martial artist in the future. It is no wonder that his character would be better than Yamcha. No, by playing against you, I have gained a lot. Senior Yelin, I don't know if you intend to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference in a year's time. I hope to fight you again in a year. I originally planned to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference, and I look forward to our fight in a year from now. After obtaining Yelin's approval, Tianjin Fan was even more happy. After that, Tianjin Fan took the dumplings and said goodbye to Yelin. He had a clear goal, which was to defeat Yelin. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Yelin's heart gradually calmed down, and he realized that he might have also been affected by the Dragon Ball world, and now he is somewhat looking forward to fighting the strong. Chapter 26 The Killer Organization Surrounded. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, Wraith Hall Headquarters. So, all the people sent by our Wraith Hall were destroyed, and then the treasure was given away. Gui Shat, the Hall Master of the Wraith Hall, stared at the people present indifferently. All the cadres of the Wraith Hall gathered together, and they all heard about the failure of this plan. The funds of that treasure are very important to the Hall of Wraiths. The reason why they didn't have much fanfare was to cover up and worry about being noticed. Unexpectedly, the final plan failed. Not only people were killed by the other party, but the treasure was also taken away. Their Wraith Hall had never suffered such a loss. Dang Tangisha also deflated, it's really rare. At this time, a voice came, and Gui Sha's eyes narrowed slightly. From the gate, 3 figures walked in. These 3 were Li Xiaodao, Tianhu, and Along. Seeing the appearance of these 3 people, everyone in the Wraith Hall suddenly became nervous. Although from the ranking point of view, the Wraith Hall is above the Extinction Building, but in fact, it is because they have a large number of Wraith Halls and high work efficiency, so the ranking is high. In terms of strength, the strength of the Extinction Building is above the Wraith Hall, especially the 3 people in front of it. It represents the absolute strength of the Extinction Building. Li Xiaodao, what wind brought you to me? But I heard that you suffered one after another in a kidnapping mission, and it is said that you have also lost a lot of masters. The intelligence between the killer organizations is collected from each other, so the situation on the side of the Extinction Building, the Wraith Hall has also been heard. Humph, each other, killing your people and taking away your treasures, is our mission goal. The words of Li Xiaodao made Gui Sha frowned. I'll just say it straight, Ghost Shat, I need you from the Wraith Hall. You have a lot of people. I need you to help me bring that guy Yelin over. I will take care of him. Treasure me no penny, I only want Yelin's life. Li Xiaodao's gaze was fierce, and a cold murderous intent radiated from his body. Gui Sha was a little surprised. The information he got was actually not complete. He just knew that the Extinction Building had suffered a lot of losses on this mission. But now it seems that this loss is really huge, otherwise Li Xiaodao would not be so angry. Okay, I promise you that my people will cooperate with you, but I am not responsible for the hands-on matters. I don't want to lose my subordinates in vain. Gui Sha thinks that this is not a loss for him, as long as he pays a little manpower, he can regain the treasure in vain, and he is naturally willing to help. That's enough, I don't need help, I will solve that kid by myself. Li Xiaodao turned around and took Tianhu and along away, looking at the back of the other three leaving, Gui Sha's eyes revealed a light of thought. In the steady progress of the car, Yamcha is still working hard. Oh! Yamcha yelled, a small mass of air formed in his hand, but then it easily dispersed. Looking at the disappearing air mass, Yamcha was not discouraged, but continued to work hard. Yelin looked at him and nodded. After seeing the strength of Tianjin Fan and dumplings, Yamcha was deeply stimulated, and now he wants to become stronger. It's so noisy, what the hell? At this time, Bulma's room door suddenly slammed open, and one of her slippers flew out and hit Yamcha directly on the face. When Yamcha saw Bulma, she hurriedly hid aside in fright. His feminine phobia had not yet recovered. Bulma now confidently raised his new glasses. This is the second generation of the combat power detector I developed. The limit that can be detected this time is 500 points. Humph, this time I will definitely see your combat power. Bulma put on his glasses and looked at Yelin, but still couldn't show it afterwards. Renren Read Novel Network www.rrdxs.com. Yelin. Looking at the display on the combat power detector, Bulma grabbed her hair angrily. It's impossible. Did you exceed 500 points? That has exceeded the limit of human beings. I forgot to tell you earlier. My physique is quite special, so your combat power detector cannot detect my combat power. Looking at Bulma, who was almost collapsed, Yelin had no choice but to find a reason to comfort her. It turns out that this is the case. If you didn't say it earlier, then this thing is useless. Bulma casually threw it away, looking at the new combat power detector. Yamcha's eyes brightened, his eyesight quickly caught the combat power detector. He had already seen the benefits of this combat power detector. As long as there is this thing, you can clearly know the enemy's strength. You have been going to the desert temple to find a divination mother-in-law. After you find her, can you really find the Dragon Ball? Bulma glanced at Yelin curiously. Don't worry, I can guarantee that the effect of the divination mother-in-law will only be better than Dragon Ball radar. Humph, I don't believe in this kind of divination. Bulma disapproved. She made a cup of coffee and was about to go back to the room to rest. Squeak, squeak. There was a rush of brakes, the car shook violently, and Bulma could not stand still and almost fell. Yelin's eyesight was quick, and he hugged Bulma into his arms to avoid her fall. Being held by Yelin, Bulma's face blushed, and she hurriedly broke free of Yelin's embrace. Can you drive and want to kill me? Bulma scolded Pool, who was driving, and Pool looked innocent at this time. Master Yamcha, Senior Yelin, we are surrounded. Hearing Pool's words, a group of people came to the cab, and they could see through the car window that there were a lot of people outside, and the dazzling car lights were a little dazzling. At least there are hundreds of people. These people are from the Hall of Wraiths. Yamcha narrowed his eyes and saw the signs on the cars of these people. Pool, there is a breakthrough to the east, drive to the east. Yamcha scanned the circle and immediately noticed the flaw in the encircling circle. Yes, Master Yamcha. Pool hurriedly drove to the east, and after they passed the gap in the east, the people from the Hall of Wraiths followed them. Yelin noticed something was wrong, as if the other party was deliberately drawing them over. Ding! System task reminder, 1 simple mode, escape the chase of Wraith Hall and Extinction Building. 2nd, the normal mode, solve the Hall of Wraiths. 3 difficult mode, solve the Hall of Wraiths and Extinction Hall. Just when Yelin noticed that something was wrong, the system had already sent him a task, and through the task, Yelin also understood that the Extinction Tower and Wraith Hall had joined forces, and they were going to double-team themselves. Difficult tasks given for nothing. Don't want them for nothing, I choose the hard mode. The system task has been accepted, please complete the task as soon as possible. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, Yelin's gaze looked forward, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He didn't want to be entangled with these assassin organizations forever, and it was time to solve these troubles. Chapter 27 I Just Look Down on You. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The Wraith Hall chased Yelin behind them, and Pool couldn't get rid of the chase of these Wraith Hall, they were forced into the woods. But when they were in the woods, the people in the Hall of Souls did not continue to chase them. It seems to be throwing them away. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think so. Yelin stared at the front. In front of their car, there were many people standing, holding various clubs, knives, and guns in their hands. The most conspicuous of them should be the three-headed. The combat effectiveness of these three people is not low. The combat effectiveness of the left and right sides exceeds 60 points, and the combat effectiveness of the young man in the lead is as high as 90 points. These are the people from the Extinction Tower. Are the two major killer organizations chasing us? Yamcha was very surprised. Although they had been hunted down by the killer organization before, he did not expect that the two killer organizations would join forces and besiege them. Will you not come out yet? If you don't come out again, I will chop down your car together. Li Xiaodao was surrounded by flying knives, and the killing intent in his eyes was clearly visible. So arrogant, let me see how powerful they are. Yamcha immediately put on the second-generation combat power detector, and then he was very surprised. The two left and right combat powers turned out to be 63, and the middle combat power turned out to be 95. The combat power of these three people is above Yamcha, and Yamcha was shocked to see such a result. After all, he is the leader of the killer organization, and it is only natural to have such a fighting capacity. It just gives you a chance to practice. Before Yamcha could understand, Yelin had pulled him out of the car forcibly. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, all the assassins in the Extinction building were staring at him. Are the two of them hindering our mission? I can't see how powerful it is. Along looked disapproving, and Li Xiaodao on the side gave a cold smile. I don't see how powerful it is. It's because your realm level is too low. You have to judge a person from his breathing and demeanor, and there is only one person who hinders us. You are Yelinier. Li Xiaodao's fingers pointed at Yelin. At this time, a flying knife came straight to Yelin, and while speaking, he shot. This Li Xiaodao's methods were vicious and vicious. Only this flying knife was easily clamped by Yelin with 2 fingers. Playing with throwing knives? Isn't this kind of plaything too low-end? With a flick of Yelin's finger, the flying knife in his hand shot out like a bullet. What? A killer was directly penetrated by a flying knife and fell into a pool of blood. When the surrounding assassins saw this scene, they all showed a panic. It was a first-level assassin who was solved so easily. Li Xiaodao narrowed his gaze slightly, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes, and when he was about to shoot, Yelin suddenly spoke again. Li Xiaodao, do you want to play a game and let the 2 men next to you fight with my apprentice? If they win, I will bind myself, how about? Hearing Yelin's words, Li Xiaodao showed anger. Are you looking down on me? 56 Novel www.56xiaoshuo.com. I really look down on you, because if you start a fight like this, all of you will die. Yelin raised his hand. At this time, a huge energy ball condensed above his palm, dazzling light, illuminating the darkness of the woods. Li Xiaodao's face changed drastically, and he could feel that the power of this blow was terrifying, and it was beyond the power that normal humans could control. But at this moment, Yelin suddenly put away the big jade spiral pill, and Li Xiaodao could only breathe a sigh of relief after that huge force disappeared. Immediately he felt the endless humiliation, and he was so lucky that he had recovered his life. He clenched his fists. Now understand, you have no chance of winning in a direct battle. If you defeat my apprentice, then you can only fight. Of course, I'm the one who speaks, so you don't have to worry. Hearing what Yelin said, Along and Tianhu both looked at Li Xiaodao. Head, what do we do now? Even if we really win, Yelin may not keep his promise, so let's withdraw first. Even Aaron, who was always fearless, was completely shocked by his power after seeing Yelin's power with his own eyes, and had a deep sense of fear. Withdraw? Do you think that the other party has put the power on the face, and you are worried that we will not escape? You didn't feel how strong the force was just now? You can escape from such a master, who is it? Your confidence. Li Xiaodao scolded Along angrily. Now his heart was filled with anger and fear. Even if he kept thinking in his mind, he couldn't think of a way to beat Yelin. It seems that I can only agree to his terms. I just observed that this Yelin's apprentice is inferior to the two of us. It is impossible for him to have a chance of winning together with me. If Yelin keeps his promise, if we bind ourselves, then we have a chance of winning. Tianhu stood up at this moment, and when he heard what he said, Along looked surprised. Tianhu, I think you are stupid, don't you believe that stupid thing? Do you have any other ideas? Along was speechless when asked by Tianhu. They came here vowing, but never thought that the opponent was far more terrifying than they thought. It's up to you two. In the end, Li Xiaodao could only agree with Tianhu's decision. Tianhu and Along walked out, and they looked at Yelin. Yelin, our grievances are due to the mission. This time it was my extinction building that made the mistake first. We apologize to you. If we win, you don't need to restrain yourself. Just let us go. We can swear, from now on, Extinction Lujia will not have anything to do with you again. What do you think? Tianhu hopes that the two sides can reach a settlement, which is the best way. I don't agree with this proposal. You have come to trouble me time and time again, just wanting to be so completely unable to retreat, decide the victory or defeat, and then choose your destiny. Yelin's indifferent words made Tianhu sigh. He also knew that things were not that simple. Yamucha still looked wrong at this time, so many people on the other side were actually stopped by his master Yelin with a word. And now he was even arranged by Yelin for a crucial competition. No matter how powerful his master is, how can he defeat such a powerful enemy with his hands and feet bound? Master, I will definitely win. Yamucha spoke with a firm gaze, and then he stepped forward. Now the woods have been cleared out of an empty field, and there are only 3 people in this place. Yelin glanced at Yamucha. After this, Yelin will go to a larger stage, and there will be many powerful and talented experts in the universe. If Yamucha wants to keep up with himself, it must go through a bitter battle and explode its potential on the edge of life and death before it can become stronger. That's why Yelin specially arranged such a competition. Chapter 28, The Bitter Battle of Yamuti. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. There is a system. Yelin has a clear view of the combat effectiveness of Yamuti. In the past few days, he has been cultivating very hard, and with Yelin's guidance, his understanding of Qi has deepened a lot. Today, his combat effectiveness has reached 50 points, but even so, he is still far inferior to the 2 henchmen of Li Xiaodao. Does it really require 2 of us to deal with this guy? I think I'll be enough. Along glanced at Yamucha. He could see that Yamucha's strength was not as good as his own, so he spoke contemptuously. Don't be careless, we can't afford to lose in this competition. If we lose, facing the heyday of Yelin, there is only a dead end. Tianhu's words also made Along's expression more serious. They had only one choice, and that was to win this competition. You attack the left, I attack the right. Tianhu gave an order, and Along followed suit. The two of them had already cooperated perfectly, and this move was a resolute move. Yamucha's pupils shrank. Although he knew that the fighting power of the two men was above him, the speed was too fast. Boom! The airtight attack greeted Yamucha's body. In an instant, Yamucha was beaten out and his body fell heavily to the ground. Ahem! There was blood left at the corner of Yamucha's mouth, and he felt that his bones were about to be broken. It was just a blink of an eye. The opponent's fist was like a machine gun, and he had hit hundreds of punches at least. Although we can't kill you, we can make you feel painful. If you don't want to suffer more, just give up. Tianhu condescendingly overlooked Yamucha. Since the other party is Yelin's apprentice, if they kill Yamucha, it is hard to guarantee that Yelin will not go crazy and kill them all. Therefore, Tianhu can only admit defeat than Yamucha, as long as they can win, that is enough. Who would admit defeat? I haven't made any moves yet. Yamucha gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, but Along was so quick that he kicked Yamucha's knee and disturbed Yamucha's balance. Fucky boy, surrender to me, or I will kill you. Aaron rode directly on Yamucha's body, and he madly waved his fist and hit Yamucha's face. Master Yamucha! Pool yelled anxiously, and then it hurriedly flew to Yelin. Senior Yelin, please save Master Yamucha. If this goes on, Master Yamucha will be beaten to death. This is a trial that Yamucha needs to cross. If he can't cross it, he won't be qualified to be my disciple. Although Yelin felt sorry for Yamuti being labeled this way, he knew that Yamuti's potential had not yet been forced out. Hey, are you serious? If he goes on like this, he will be beaten to death. Yelin, I really read you wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. Bulma couldn't stand it anymore, and reprimanded Yelin for his ruthless behavior. Seeing that Yelin was not ready to take action, Pool rushed forward, wanting to help Yamucha. Pool! Don't come over! I can win! At this moment, Yamucha suddenly yelled. Although he had a bruised nose and swollen face, his face was full of blood, but his eyes did not admit defeat. Buddy, you're still talking loudly, you've been beaten like this by me, you don't even have the strength to stand up, still want to win. Along dismissed Yamucha's words, he raised his fist again, and was about to smash Yamucha in the face. But at this time, Yamucha's hand suddenly received Along's fist, and his teeth clenched. The reason why I can't stand up is because I am waiting for this opportunity. A luminous air condensed on Yamucha's palm, and Tianhu's face changed when he saw this air. Aaron, danger, get away. It's just that Tianhu's reminder was too late, and the glowing air mass in Yamucha's hand suddenly exploded. 678 Reading novel www.678kxs.com. Along didn't expect that the guy who he didn't look at would suddenly burst out with such terrifying power. Boom! Aaron flew upside down 10 meters away, then fell unconscious on the ground. Haha, it's done, it's a success, it really condenses. Because of the pain on his face, Yamucha couldn't speak clearly, but he could still see that he was happy with the Qigong that belonged to him. Looking at Aaron who fell to the ground, Tianhu's expression showed a serious look. If even he had lost together, then they would be ruined by the extermination building, and he would defeat the kid in front of him in everything he said. Tianhu fiercely rushed to Yamuti, where the old force had gone and the new force had not yet grown. The Qigong just used up almost all the power of Yamucha, and now he can hardly resist Tianhu's power. Bang bang bang! Tianhu continued to attack Yamucha. Yamucha could only be beaten passively, but because of Aaron's lessons, Tianhu did not dare to keep his hands. Although he can't kill this Yamucha, he can stun him. If he faints, then he will win. It's just that Yamucha's will is too firm, even if he continues to be beaten, he still keeps his will sober. Qigong wave. With the last breath, Yamuti once again condensed an air mass. What? Tianhu didn't expect Yamuti to be able to perform the same moves. The other party was already at the end of the battle. He couldn't understand where this power came from. Boom! Tianhu was also smashed into the air by Yamcha's Qigong wave, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. I won! Yamcha just wanted to celebrate her victory, but then his tiredness dragged him into a deep sleep, and he fell to the ground. 3 people on the court fell to the ground at the same time, unconscious, and this kind of battle also stunned everyone. Yelin stepped forward, then stuffed Yamuti with a fairy bean, and he recovered immediately after taking the fairy bean. Master, did I win? Yamuti that wakes up, the first thing I want to know is the result. It should be considered a draw, but you have done a good job, you have done a good job. Yelin patted Yamcha on the shoulder and affirmed his achievements. Through the battle just now, Yamcha's combat effectiveness has increased to 60 points. With the Qigong wave he learned, it is considered to be very good. Good answer. After that, Yelin looked at Li Xiaodao. Since it is a tie, then the advantage given to you is half, and I will not move a step, so I will deal with you like this. Hearing Yelin's words, Li Xiaodao's face was pale, and his 2 confidants were defeated, and his opponent insulted him with such words. Dare to look down upon me and die for me. Countless flying knives were shot from Li Xiaodao's body. These flying knives also turned at weird angles and shot at Yelin from all directions. But Yelin didn't put these flying knives in his eyes at all, and his fingertips lit up. After that, the whole waves in his hand shot in all directions, and the power of these beams became weaker, but they were better than they could attack frequently. All the flying knives were wiped out by Dong Dongbo. Yelin's demeanor was relaxed, and Li Xiaodao didn't give him any sense of threat at all. Li Xiaodao roared to vent his unwillingness, waved his hands, and shot a delicate flying knife, which seemed to have crossed the space and appeared in front of Yelin in an instant. It's useless, it's just that it's futile to play a throwing knife. I've told you before. 10 times the whole. Yelin's fingertips rushed out a tyrannical shock wave. Although the speed of the flying knife was indeed very fast, it could not be faster than the whole wave that was close to the speed of light. All the killers in the Extinction Building were swept away in this hit. Chapter 29. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The well-known assassin organization Extinction Building was easily destroyed by Yelin. Even though he knew Yelin was great, Yamcha still had to marvel at the greatness of his master. Yamcha, let's move. We still have things to do next, but we can't let the fish slip through the net, otherwise we may cause tigers. Don't worry, master, there is a master's fairy bean, but now my body is good and cannot be better. Yamcha patted her chest refreshingly. The previous fatigue did disappear with the fairy beans, and his combat effectiveness had improved, which made him better than before. I don't want to fight and kill. I have to go to you. Bulma didn't like such a thing. She returned to the laboratory in the RV. Wraith Hall headquarters. After Guisha heard the news from his subordinates, he widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. The building of the Extermination Building was destroyed like this? Li Xiaodao and his subordinates of the Extermination Building were solved by a single blow? Are you sure? You should look carefully. Guisha couldn't believe that the Extinction Building, which even feared 1/3 of him, was destroyed so easily. Boom! At this time, the door of the room was directly blasted open, and 2 figures walked in from outside the door. After grabbing a few of the men of the Wraith Hall, Yelin easily inquired about the headquarters of the Wraith Hall, and then he brought Yamuti to the door directly. Seeing the appearance of these 2 people, Guisha's face showed tension and anxiety. The matter this time has nothing to do with us. We are threatened by the Extermination Building. In order to apologize, I can prepare 2 million in cash for you as compensation. For the first time, Guisha recognized it. After all, even such a powerful building of extinction had been destroyed. Entering from Yelin and Yamcha, there was no injury at all. It proved that his men could not stop them at all, and they were easily resolved. Gui Sha is a wise man, he is very experienced in dealing with this kind of things. In his opinion, he was at best a little help to the extinction building. Before this, it was also their Wraith Hall, who suffered a loss in Yelin's hands. He was even more willing to give out 2 million cash compensation. Such a transaction has already gave Yelin enough face. Money? I don't need it, but what I want is the destruction of your Wraith Hall. Yelin's ruthless words directly dispelled the ghost's final vision. Seeing Yelin's tyranny, Gui Sha's face showed an anger. How could he say that he was also the boss of the Tang Tang Wraith Hall killer organization, and he couldn't continue to be patient after being so troubled by others? Yelin, you don't have to be too far-fetched. I really thought that it would be impossible to eliminate my Wraith Hall simply. Now let you see how powerful my Wraith Hall is. With a wave of Gui Sha's palm, the purple-black mist was spreading from all sides of the room. Poison gas? It seems you are inferior to that Li Xiaodao. Yelin dismissed Gui Sha's method, he raised his palm, and condensed the big jade spiral pill in that hand. And this spiral airflow gathered all the poisonous gas together. Looking at the huge energy ball, Gui Sha was completely dumbfounded. Only by seeing it with his own eyes can he know how powerful Yelin is. You, don't mess around, tell you the truth, the boss behind our Wraith Hall is the #1 killer Tao Bibai. If you dare to move us, Tao Bibai will kill you directly. Gui Sha hurriedly moved out of the backing. Before Yelin showed this power, he could only hope that he could force Yelin back through the name Tao Bibai. Is Tao Bibai? It's a pity that you can't scare me with him, because even he won't be my opponent. Yelin didn't want to pay attention to Gui Sha at all, the big jade spiral pill in his hand fell, and terrifying power raged everywhere. Gui Sha's combat effectiveness is only 60 points, and it is impossible to block Dehu Helix Maru. Rumble, 94hashu.com www.94haoshu.com. With a loud noise, this famous Wraith Hall was destroyed overnight because of Yelin. When Yelin and Yamucha walked out of the ruins of the Wraith Hall headquarters, the scorching sun to the east had gradually risen. Master, the reason why you are here to kill this Wraith Hall is actually for the people in the village. You are worried that after you leave, the Wraith Hall will be angry on them. Yamucha glanced at Yelin, with respect in his eyes. Yelin nodded slightly. In fact, he was only because of the mission request. After all, the mission also said that if the Wraith Hall is to be eliminated, Yelin will naturally not give up the mission. As for his own practice, Yamucha has misinterpreted the meaning, and he is naturally willing to play stupid. After all, Yamucha respects himself, and there is no harm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, now the God level draw is open. In front of Yelin, there was still the familiar colorful lottery box. After the colorful light flickered, a small purple ball fell down. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Ball Plane C prize, Gravity Training Room. There was a purple capsule in Yelin's hand. After hearing about this Gravity Training Room, his eyes lit up. This Gravity Training Room is a good thing. It can effectively improve a person's basic physical ability. I think Sun Wukong was also in this Gravity Training Room for a long time. Yelin actually realized some of his own shortcomings through the previous battles, especially the basic physical abilities. His combat effectiveness is indeed very strong, but when fighting Tianjin Fan, the opponent's solid foundation skills of martial arts made it difficult for Yelin to take advantage. Finally, relying on the advantage of skills, he defeated Tianjin Fan. Yelin had long planned to cultivate, and now the arrival of this Gravity Training Room opened the door of convenience for him. Go, let's go back. Yelin greeted Yamucha happily. Regarding the change in his master's mood, although Yamucha was puzzled, he honestly followed. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. Adjutant Brock, hearing the information from his subordinates, couldn't believe his ears. The Destruction Building and the Wraith Hall were wiped out together. It's Yelin again. Brock clenched his fists. The commander handed over the task to himself. He did not expect to fail, and it was because of Yelin. I heard that a lot of things happened in the Red Ribbon Legion during my absence recently. And my Wraith Hall was also destroyed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. This person was wearing a pink dojo suit with the word kill inlaid on his chest. Tao, Mr. Tao Bibai, why are you here? You are not in retreat. Seeing Tao Bibai's arrival, Black hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Humph, I won't leave the customs anymore. I'm afraid that the Red Ribbon Legion will be destroyed. Tell me where the kid is and I will take his life. Without saying a word, Tao is ready to deal with this difficult situation. If there is Mr. Tao Bibai, he must be able to catch it. I will prepare the information about Yelin for you. There is no need. I don't care how much he has, no one can escape my palm. He is now in the desert to the west. Brock had just finished speaking, when Tao Bibai suddenly kicked a stone pillar, and then he kicked it on the stone pillar. The stone pillar flew towards the window. Tao Bibai jumped onto the stone pillar easily, and then disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Seeing the unpredictable strength of the ghost, Brock exclaimed, and at the same time concluded that Yelin would undoubtedly die, because Tao Bibai had never failed. Chapter 30 The Robbed Lan Chi. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin and Yamcha return to the RV, and now Bulma is drinking coffee leisurely. The matter is resolved, let's go. Bulma didn't have any worries. She had enough confidence in Yelin's strength, so even if she knew Yelin, they were going to deal with the killer organization, she didn't think Yelin would fail. Before this, is there a car with a larger space? I am going to assemble a new device. Hearing Yelin's words, Bulma gave him a puzzled look. New device? What is it? Because Yelin had previously taken out the Dragon Ball radar that surprised him, Bulma was very interested in the technology in Yelin's hands. After leaving the RV, Yelin threw the purple capsule in his hand toward the front. From within the capsule, a steel room appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the device in front of her, Bulma's eyes widened. Gravity training room. How is this possible? This kind of thing is just a theory just put forward. How do you have this kind of thing? Bulma's eyes lit up and she looked at the gravity training room in front of her with interest. She is a scientist, and there is nothing that interests her more than this kind of advanced technology. And the reason why Yelin took out this gravity training room in front of Bulma was because he believed in Bulma's ability and her future would surely be able to create something better than this gravity training room. Want to go inside and see? Go in, of course I have to go in, hurry up. Let me go in and observe. At this time, Bulma couldn't wait to get inside and explore what's inside. There is no problem in letting you in, but you must promise me that if there is any new research result, you must first give it to me. Bulma glanced at Yelin proudly. Humph, now you know how good I am, do you like what I researched? It's okay, I promise you, I can give you new results in future research, after all. You and I are now partners. Yelin opened the gravity training room with his fingerprints, and then Bulma took the lead in Yelin and Yamcha, and entered the gravity training room first. The entire gravity training room was very clean, with no furnishings at all, but Bulma's eyes were shining, and she could see what they couldn't see. That's it, it's so awesome. Bulma mobilized a console, and then began to continuously collect data on the gravity training room. Judging from her expression, the attraction of this gravity training room was not small to her. Master, what is the function of this gravity training room? Yamcha on the side can't help asking curiously now. This gravity training room can adjust gravity in this space, and better training can be carried out here. Is it equivalent to bearing weight on the body? That's not a big deal. When Bulma heard what Yamcha said, she showed a contemptuous expression. This is not as simple as carrying a weight on the body. Gravity will also have the same effect on the organs of the body. Just to say it, you can't understand it. You can try it yourself. 5 times the gravity. Bulma adjusted the gravity to 5 times, and then saw Yamcha lying on the ground, and he remained motionless on the ground. Quickly, stop, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Yamcha yelled hurriedly, and Bulma turned off the gravity switch. Yamcha can breathe a sigh of relief after gravity disappears. He now knows the power of gravity. Just 5 times the gravity makes him feel like he is dying. But Yamcha also discovered one thing, that is, Yelin has nothing to do. Dream Chinese www.cndnwx.com. Does this gravity only have an effect on me? The gravity of the entire gravity trainer has been changed. I am in the operating room, so I won't be affected. As for Yelin, it's just that he is powerful. Just now Yelin also felt the suppression of gravity, but such a gravity of 5 times could not crush him. He easily withstood 5 times of gravity. Sure enough, the master is worthy of being a master. With such powerful gravity, it is so easy. Yamcha turned over and looked at Bulma. I've decided that I will practice in this gravity training room from today. But Bulma was a little bit troubled at this time. She glanced around the entire gravity training room. I don't have a spaceship on my body. There is no way to put such a large device on. If we want to keep using it, we must get a spaceship. After all, no one will take a spaceship with them when they go out, but if they keep this gravity training room in a capsule, then they will not be able to use this gravity training room to practice all the time. After all, they can't stay where they are. Yelin also has the task of searching for Dragon Ball. If you are buying a spaceship, I know that there is a relatively large black market not far from here, named Brand Town. In that black market, there is a spacecraft that we can get. Prior to this, Yamcha had always been around, so he knew a little about the black market. Hearing that the spaceship could be bought, Yelin's eyes brightened. As long as he can buy it, he doesn't have to worry about money at all. They have just obtained a batch of gold and silver jewelry, which are enough for him to spend. Then go to the black market, let's get the spacecraft. I'll show you the way, master. After that, Yelin and his party changed their directions, and under the command of Yamcha, they set off toward Brand Town. Brand Town is not too far away. Yelin and the others quickly rushed to Brand Town. When they arrived in Bran, a group of people surrounded their car. Get out of the car and hand over the valuables obediently, otherwise, don't blame the gun in Lao Tzu's hand. Facing such a bandit, Yelin appeared in front of the group of people in one step, and then gently pinched. The gun in the opponent's hand was directly crushed into a piece of scrap iron by Yelin. Upon seeing this scene, several bandits almost stared out. It's really simple and honest, and it deserves to be a black market. Yelin didn't pay attention to the few bandits with less than 10 fighting power in front of him, and Yamcha also appeared beside Yelin. I've been to this town of Bran. I know a good store, where we can definitely buy the spacecraft we want. When the bandits around heard Yamcha's words, they all looked bright and could buy a takeoff boat with money, which meant that these people in front of them were all rich. Raise your hand and hand over all your money. The boss took out a pistol again, and the surrounding men also took out guns. Even if they saw Yelin's extraordinary skill, they were willing to take risks for the money. It's the smell of money. Give me the money, otherwise the old lady will shoot. Da-da-da. A series of gunshots sounded, and all the bandits were scared to death. The other party's mouth and hands were completely different. They all shot directly. A woman with blonde hair, holding 2 submachine guns in both hands, kept the guns off, and laughed at her face. This person Yelin also had the impression, it was Lan Chi. Chapter 31 New Companion Lan Chi. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter, Lan Qi is now in a violent state, any gun is handy in her hands, and she is also a habitual robbery. All the bandits were so lucky that they did not dare to provoke Lan Kai. At this time, Lan Qi muzzle was pointed at Yelin. Didn't you hear what the old lady said? Ask you to give me the money. Seeing this scene, Yamucha frowned, and he stepped forward and was ready to take action. Lan Qi combat effectiveness is not high, only 15 points, even if she has a gun in her hand. But Yamucha's combat effectiveness is also 60 points, and ordinary bullets can't hurt her. Let me come. Yelin stopped Yamucha, and then he placed a box of gold and silver jewelry in front of Lan Qi. Let's make a bet, how about you becoming my companion if I take all your bullets? It is true that Lan Qi is not very good at fighting, but with her gentle personality, she is a little expert in housework. Now Yelin's side lacks talents in this area. Although Pool can do it, Pool's ability to transform is limited and can't do housework for a long time. The Lan Qi he met right now was the perfect candidate. Pick my old lady's bullet empty-handed, are you looking down on me? After Lan Qi glanced at the jewelry, she pointed at Yelin with a gun, and spoke contemptuously. It should do no harm to you, or do you dare not? Okay, I'll accept your terms, and see if my old lady will shoot you into a hornet's nest. Yelin was only a little irritated, and as expected, Lan Qi, who had a violent personality, easily agreed to his condition. Then it's a deal. I'm ready at any time. You can shoot. Hearing what Yelin said, the machine gun in Lan Qi's hand continued to shoot fire, and she had no mercy at all. Go to die, go to die. Lan Qi laughed loudly, and almost all the bullets hit Yelin. But there seemed to be a gust of wind around Yelin's body. It was his hand that caught the bullet at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that even the afterimage disappeared. The bullets of the machine gun quickly ran out. Lan Qi frowned when she saw Yelin hadn't fallen under her bullets. Then she dropped the two machine guns in her hand, and took out a handful of Gatling from the universal capsule. The stormy barrage continued to wash the leaf forest. But even Gatling, known for his firepower, was completely blocked by Yelin, and his body seemed to form a barrier around him. Soon, even Gatling ran out of bullets. Yelin spread out his hands, and a lot of bullets fell to the ground, and the bullets on the ground had already flooded Yelin's heels. It looks like you lost. Lan Qi gritted her teeth, and then she took out another weapon from the universal capsule, which turned out to be a rocket. It's a foul, no one got the rocket. Yamucha on the side looked at Lan Qi's crazy behavior in amazement. Less long-winded, how could my old lady lose? Lan Qi unceremoniously squeezed the trigger, and the rocket ejected a string of flames, rushing towards Yelin at an astonishing speed. Yelin just lifted a finger, and a ray of light shot from his finger. The cave wave directly penetrated the rocket, and the rocket exploded in the air. The power of the explosion made the surrounding dust roll. Thousands of novels. www.77xs8.com. Are you a monster? Seeing that even the rockets could not hurt Yelin, the blonde Lan Qi widened her eyes, and her eyes showed the fear of Yelin. Even the rockets couldn't work, she had no other means. Then you are welcome to be my new partner. Yelin stretched out his hand to Lan Qi, and looked at the hand that Yelin stretched over. Lan Qi's eyes condensed. It is impossible for my old lady to admit defeat and become your partner. Lan Qi pulled out a knife from behind and swung it towards Yelin, who was close in front of him. But at this time Yelin was also prepared. With a wave of his palm, a handful of pepper was thrown forward. Ah! Lan Qi sneezed because of the pepper, and her golden hair immediately changed. In the blink of an eye, Lan Qi turned from her golden hair to blue. Hey, where am I? How could I hold a knife at others? It's rude. Lan Qi became a gentle character. Yelin nodded with satisfaction. He had known that blonde Lan Qi would not agree to his conditions so easily, so he hid his hand specially. My name is Yelin, just now you promised to be our companion, please give me some advice in the future. Yelin stretched out her hand to Lan Qi. Looking at the hand Yelin handed over, Lan Qi showed a little puzzled expression, but then she nodded with a smile on her face. Okay, my name is Lan Qi, then I will be your companion. Lan Qi shook hands with Yelin happily, so that Yelin and his team's housekeeping assistants already had candidates. Master, why is this person so weird? He just shot us with a gun, how come we are now like this again? Maybe it was pretended. Yamucha asked in a low voice beside Yelin. She has a dual personality, and sneezing is the key. As long as she sneezes one more time, she will return to her original violent personality. It turned out to be so. How did you tell the master that she has a dual personality? Yamucha suddenly realized, and then raised his own doubts. This, of course it's because the teacher's understanding of Qi is higher than you, so you will practice hard in the future, and don't just ask if there are some. It turns out that Qi still uses this way, so disciples must follow the master's teachings and cultivate well. Yelin casually fooled Yamuti, then took Lan Qi back to the car, and then introduced each other to Bulma. Finally some girls joined, fighting with you guys all day, it's boring to death. Bulma was very welcome to Lan Qi joining, and she held Lan Qi and chatted with them. Yelin, on the other hand, let Pool continue to drive the car into Nabran town. Although Yelin and the others met the bandits outside the town, the atmosphere around the town improved a lot. You can see many businesses in the town. Many people come and go in this town, but Yelin also discovered that the people who come and go here are not kind. Some people looked at them with unkind eyes, especially when they saw Rankai and Bulma. After all, they were both very beautiful. Master, this is the shop in front. We can definitely buy what we want here. Yamcha pointed to a slightly gloomy shop in front of it. There are not many customers in this store, but Yamcha is so respected. Obviously, this store should be unique. Then go inside and have a look. The four Yelin walked into the small room. In this room, there was only one old man smoking a cigarette with Erlang's legs upright. He didn't even look at the group of people coming. Chapter 32 Putting Down Brand Town. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yamucha walked in front of the boss. Uncle Long, I'm here to introduce you to business. These are my friends. We want a bigger airship. Do you have one here? The old man opened his sleepy eyes, and he glanced at the three of Yelin. I did have the airship originally, but now it has been snatched away. Yelin glanced at the room. The whole room was very messy. It was obvious that someone had robbed it. If someone was snatched away, how could anyone be so courageous? Even if the people outside do anything wrong, the town of Bran should have a stable order. Hearing this answer, Yamcha was very surprised and puzzled. He should be very clear about the black market in Bran town. It was precisely because he knew the rules here that he was surprised that the old man in front of him would be robbed. This town of Bran was indeed in order. Shen Zhaitang supported the town of Bran. But not long ago, Shen Zhaitang heard that it was destroyed by people, so the town of Bran is no longer in order. The shop was also robbed not long ago. The name Shen Zhaitang attracted Yelin's attention, and the old man's words also let Yelin understand, I am afraid this matter has something to do with him. Where is the person who snatched your things? I will help you get them back. Yelin took the initiative to speak. After all, since this matter was related to him, he couldn't just sit back and watch. You can't fight them. They are a bunch of villains. They have hundreds of people under their control. Now Bran Town is under their control. Those guys have no rules at all. You should go quickly to avoid being targeted by them. On it. Uncle Long persuaded Yelin, but at this moment, the door was kicked open. Several people dressed like punks, with sticks in their hands, walked in swaggeringly. You four are so courageous, you dared to beat us just now. These little gangsters surrounded Yelin and the others, and the person whom the other party said was obviously the bandit that Yelin had encountered outside of Bran town. Is it the store you guys robbed? Yelin instead questioned these little gangsters, and for his attitude, these little gangsters were obviously very unhappy. Boy, what's your attitude, what kind of thing are you? Now it's the uncle and I'm asking you questions, but you are asking me. Boom. At this time, Yamucha punched the screaming little bastard directly, and his body flew out of the room directly. I don't know how to live or die, dare to be presumptuous in front of my master, this kind of little roll, don't dirty your hands, give it to me. Keep alive. Yelin sat aside, leaning Erlang's legs comfortably, and Yamucha had already geared up, and walked up to these little gangsters. In just 3 seconds, all the gangsters all lay down, leaving only the last gangster, trembling and staring at Yamucha in panic. Big brother, we didn't snatch it. It was our head who ordered it. We were only threatened by him so that we could only obediently. If we were not obedient, we would be killed by him. There is nothing we can do. The last little bastard left, knelt directly on the ground and begged Yamucha for mercy. Yamucha looked at Yelin, and Yelin had to decide what to do with it. Yelin stood up, and he glanced at the bastard. Take us to your boss, as long as you lead the way obediently, we won't embarrass you. No, if I lead the way, the boss will definitely kill me. Call out. At this time, a ray of light passed from the face of the gangster, Yelin's fingers were still shining. And the wall behind the little bastard was directly penetrated by a hole. If this light hit his head, he would have to blossom. Do you have other options? I lead the way. Seeing this scene, the little bastard was frightened, where he dared to refuse again. 16 Novel Network www.book16.com. Boss, if we help you bring things back, how about a discount on the airship? Yelin looked at Uncle Long, who was surprised now, and then Uncle Long came back to his senses. If you can defeat these villains and help me get my things back, the airship will be given to you. Then it's a deal. Yelin smiled slightly, judging from the level of these people, he didn't think that the boss of these villains could have much strength. It's easy to do a little favor, and you can earn an airship for nothing. Why not do it? Lead the way. Yes. Now that the remaining little bastard is only loyal to Yelin, he is extremely afraid of Yelin. I don't know who is the villain. Bulma behind, looking at Yelin's appearance, she whispered. The mayor's residence in Bran. A strong man with 2 horns on his head is lying comfortably on the sofa, with 2 women on the side, and then feeding him fruit. It seems that the days are very moist. He is the new Dazwang who is now famous in this town of Bran. With his own power, he has arrogantly overtook the entire town of Bran and controlled the town of Bran in his own hands. Well, these days are really comfortable, you don't have to go back to a ghost place like Hawaiian Mountain. Boom! At this moment, there was a deafening noise outside. Niu Dazwang was startled. He frowned and hurriedly stood up, then took off 2 sharp axes from the wall and rushed out of the house. When he got outside the house, he found that his men had fallen to the ground. Which bastard is not long-eyed, who dares to move me? Niu Dazwang yelled angrily, and 4 people came over from the dust in front of him. They were 2 men and 2 women. However, what made Niu Dazwang's eyes brightened was that the 2 women were all beauties he had never seen before, and they were completely different from country women like Bran Town. Unexpectedly, I came to give me beauties. If you leave these 2 girls behind and leave obediently, I can spare your life. Niu Dali pointed at Yelin and Yamcha with the axe in his hand, and when he heard what he said, Yamcha shook his head repeatedly. His combat power detector can clearly see that this bull is big and strong, with a combat power of only 25. Ding! System task reminder, bring the defected Niu Dazwang back to Flaming Mountain and hand it to the Cow Devil. The task is simple in difficulty mode. Just when Yelin was about to solve the opponent easily, he didn't expect the system to come to the task at this time. It turns out to be from Flame Mountain, no wonder it looks like this. Yelin heard the prompt of the system task, and finally understood the matter. I am afraid this new Dazwang ran out of the Flame Mountain, and then came here to do his best. I don't want to say it a second time, follow me obediently, I want to take you back to Flame Mountain. After all. Yelin raised his finger, and his finger condensed light. 10 times the whole. A dazzling light shot out, and the cave wave hit the ground directly, tearing a 10-meter-long, bottomless crack. Niu Dazwang watched the amazing scene dumbfounded, and then after seeing Yelin's gaze, he quickly dropped the 2 axes in his hand, and then obediently kneeled to surrender. Chapter 33 Gravity Training Room. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Niu Dazwang was suppressed at once, and Yamcha was a little frustrated. He originally expected a big battle. However, after seeing Niu Dazwang's fighting power, he lost his interest. Return all the things you robbed to Bran Town, and then follow me to Flame Mountain. If that happens, I will spare your life. Yes, yes. When Niu Dazwang saw Yelin's ghostly power, he dared to resist. After that, Yelin supervised Niu Dazwang, and Niu Dazwang ordered his men to return everything to Bran Town. The people in Bran Town were very happy when they received the robbed items. Many people expressed their gratitude to Yelin and the others. Uncle Long looked at all the goods that had been robbed in front of him, and the group of Niu Dazwang who kneeled in front of him and apologized to him. Uncle Long was very surprised. He didn't expect that this underlooking young man would actually have captured this big and powerful group in such a short time. This is the airship you want. I will give it to you. Thank you. Uncle Long picked out a universal capsule from his pile of goods and handed it to Yelin. If you come to Bran Town next time, you can find me if you want to buy something, and I can give you the lowest discount. Uncle Long smiled at Yelin, and Yelin readily accepted the universal capsule. Thank you very much, then. After that, Yelin left the house. When leaving Bran Town, many people came to send them off. Yelin and the others were treated like heroes. It feels good, become a hero. The corners of Bulma's mouth raised, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Master, I don't quite understand. Why should I catch this guy and go to the Flame Mountain, and just clean him up? Yamcha looked at Niu Dazwang who was following them suspiciously, and when he heard his words, Niu Dazwang's body was agitated and he was startled. After all, we are outsiders, so the housework should be taken care of by their own family members, and I also want to visit Huoyan Mountain. Yelin made up a reason at will. After all, this is the requirement of the system task, and he can't explain to Yamcha like this. Are you really going to Flame Mountain? There is nothing there, it's a hell on fire. You are going to go to such a place, are you crazy? Niu Dazwang glanced at Yelin, he was obviously extremely reluctant to return to Flame Mountain. A hell on fire? Is Flaming Mountain so scary? Of course, the Flame Mountain is burning all year round, and it has never stopped. It is said that it is a flame from hell, where the scorching heat all year round can cook people up. I advise you not to go. Facing the nagging Niu Dazwang, Yelin directly punched him in the head, which directly knocked him out. This is finally quiet. Your method is too rough. Seeing what Yelin did, Bulma on the side was completely speechless. Compared to this, let's take a look, our airship. Yelin threw out the universal capsule in his hand, accompanied by a burst of smoke, and an airship the size of a passenger plane was placed in front of the four. Hey, this is the latest style. The price of this airship is not cheap. I'm afraid it can sell for tens of millions. The boss is really generous, so I will give it to you. Yelin didn't understand things like machinery. But after listening to Bulma's words, he also understood that this was the favor of Uncle Long who paid him back. With such a large space, there is finally room for the gravity training room. Yelin also looked forward to using this gravity training room to practice early. Not only him, but the Yamcha beside him couldn't wait. 139 Chinese www.139zw.com. Okay, I see, you two cultivators, I will help you install the gravity training room. Bulma sighed helplessly, and took over the work of assembling the gravity training room. After only a short period of time, this gravity training room has been installed. Yelin and the others boarded the airship. Looking at the huge space inside, Yelin also felt that they had made a lot of money. The airship was equipped with complete equipment, and the decoration inside was like a mansion. After a long time, I was sweating. I'm going to take a bath. You two do it yourself. Don't adjust the gravity too high, otherwise it will be dangerous. After that, Bulma didn't bother to pay attention to Yelin and Yamcha. After all, both of them are now focusing on this gravity training room. Entering the gravity training room again, Yelin came to the console, which is very simple and easy to operate. Then start with double gravity. Yelin adjusted the gravity of the gravity training room. Just after the adjustment was completed, Yamcha in the gravity training room immediately felt the weight of his body. The weight of this whole body is really great. This is simply the best practice. Master, it's too easy to double. Please give me 4 times the gravity. After hearing what Yamcha said, Yelin also readjusted its gravity. Under 4 times the gravity, Yamcha's body stretched straight. There was a loss of 5 times the gravity before, so he was ready. Under 4 times the gravity, he felt a mountain on his body. But Yamcha was not easily overwhelmed, he slowly spread his legs, and then squatted down a little bit. Under such 4 times the gravity, he strode up. The big cold beads dripped continuously, but Yamcha gritted his teeth and supported it. Finally, after holding on for 5 minutes, he released his breath and lay directly on the ground. Master, Master, I can't do it anymore. Seeing Yamcha surrendered, Yelin also turned off the gravity switch. Help me adjust to 10 times the gravity. Hearing that Yelin was about to challenge 10 times gravity, Yamcha was shocked. Under 4 times gravity, he felt very difficult. He did not expect his master to challenge 10 times gravity. Yes, Master, I will help you. Yamcha walked into the operation room, and Yelin entered the gravity training room. He nodded at Yamcha. Then Yamcha turned on the gravity switch, and the gravity was directly adjusted to 10 times. In an instant, Yelin felt his body as if there were countless hands pulling him down. But Yelin did not succumb to such a force. He forcibly supported this force of gravity, and then began to move his own footsteps. He moved forward with difficulty, and every step he stepped out would leave a trail of water on the ground. Stains. A full 5 minutes passed, Yelin still persisted, and he actually walked hard from the beginning, and now he can jog briefly. Yamcha looked at Yelin in the gravity training room. He felt ashamed. His will was far less firm than Yelin. He secretly made up his mind to practice himself fiercely. But Yamcha didn't know that Yelin was prepared. Even if he was exhausted to the limit, he still had fairy beans to support it. After jogging for half an hour, he stopped practicing and told Yamcha to turn off the gravity switch. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 175 points. Skills, 1 Daewoo Helix Pill, Intermediate 30/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 40/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, Intermediate 20/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. Props, Fairy Bean 3, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball *6. Chapter 34, Blonde Lankai. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.successcc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin left the gravity training room. It was just a short time of training, and his combat effectiveness was improved. Such training was very beneficial. Yamcha decided to continue practicing in the gravity training room. As soon as he walked out of the gravity training room, Yelin saw Bulma, who had just changed into cool clothes. She was lying on the sofa, banging on the computer leisurely, while Lan Chi was humming and cleaning the room. What's new? Yelin stepped forward and took a curious look at the computer screen, but there was only a bunch of tedious data advertised above, and Yelin could only choose to give up. A lot of things in this gravity training room are worth studying. I really don't know where you got this kind of stuff. If you continue to study this way, the world's technological level can be hundreds of years ahead. Bulma was very interested in research, and she happily told Yelin about her research. Perhaps it was because Yelin often brought out things that surprised her. Bulma regarded Yelin as a like-minded person, and she leaned close to Yelin. Yelin could smell a young girl's fragrance from Bulma. Perhaps it was because she had just freshened up. The fragrance was very charming. Because of Yelin's silence, Bulma also noticed the current situation. She was dressed in cool clothes, and now she was almost next to Yelin, and the two could feel each other's temperature. Yelin and Bulma looked at each other. Both of them were young men, and they could see each other's desires in each other's eyes. Snee. At this moment, a clear sneeze sounded from the room, and Yelin raised his palm, grabbing a few bullets in his hand. Lan Chi rushed out of the room with blonde hair. She was holding a pistol in her hand. The pistol was also equipped with a silencer. That's why there was no sound when firing, but even so, Lan Chi's actions could not be hidden from Yelin. Cut, can you catch bullets like this? Damn monster! Lan Chi dropped the gun in her hand, and she spit, disgusting Yelin's powerful face. Lan Kai, now you are my companion, and you are a taboo against your companions. She is Lan Chi? How could she become like this? Because of surprise, Bulma had already woken up from the awkward atmosphere just now. It was the first time she saw Lan Chi like this, so she was so surprised. Humph, my old lady will do it. How can you kill me with the ability? Lan Chi looked at Yelin contemptuously. She concluded that she became Yelin's companion and Yelin would not easily kill her companion. It seems that I should give you a little punishment and let you understand the rules. Yelin's figure suddenly appeared behind Lan Chi. Lan Chi's face showed a surprised expression, her arm rounded, and she wanted to elbow behind her. But Yelin's eyesight was quick. He grabbed Lan Chi's hands, and then grasped both of them with one hand. Lan Chi wanted to step on Yelin's foot, but Yelin had already expected it. With a hook on his toes, Lan Chi lost her balance and fell to the ground. Yelin pressed directly behind Lan Chi, and Lan Chi was completely unable to struggle away. Let go of me, if my old lady gets away, you must be killed. Lan Kai, the reason why you become a robber is not for money, but for you to enjoy the fun of running and chasing. I can bring you more adventure fun. Becoming my companion will never make you feel boring, what do you think? Yelin's words caused Lan Chi to fall into thinking. Yelin's strength, she already knew how much risk she could bring to herself by following such a strong man. This also gave Lan Chi a little more expectation. Hey, you know my old lady quite well, but you can remember, I haven't lost yet. Now I can be your companion temporarily, but one day, I will find my place. Gaoguz www.gogoos.com. Yelin smiled slightly when Lan Chi said that. That requires you to have this ability. Yelin, that's enough, Lan Chi already knows that she was wrong, don't you let her go, what do you think of a big man pressing a girl? Seeing Bulma staring at him indifferently, Yelin let go of Lan Chi in embarrassment, and then he stood up. Then you are welcome to officially join. Yelin stretched out his hand to Lan Qi again. This time, the blonde Lan Qi did not continue to refuse, she was pulled from the ground by Yelin. You are so sweaty that you are so sweaty, go and bathe me quickly. Bulma pinched her nose and waved her hand to drive Yelin away. Yelin had already sweated a lot when he was in the gravity training room just now, Bulma said so, and he walked towards the bathroom. Looking at Yelin's back, Lan Qi's eyes showed an expression of appreciation. Really a powerful man. Lan Qi, it should be the first time I chat with you like this. My name is Bulma, let's have a good chat. Bulma was very curious about the dual personality of Ranchi, but the blonde Ranchi was not interested in her closeness. Don't disturb my old lady, just stay. After saying that, Lan Qi was about to go to the room. Bulma didn't give up, but followed. After freshening up, he changed into clean clothes, and Yelin lay on the chair comfortably. Seeing that the blonde Lan Qi and Bulma can get along with each other in peace, he is completely relieved, and his team is now considered the first scale. And just as Yelin was thinking about the addition of companions, a systematic voice came in his mind. System task reminder, defeat Tao Bibai, the task difficulty is difficult mode. This sudden task reminder stunned him. He quickly stood up from the chair. He keenly felt the change of qi in the air, and someone was quickly approaching them. Yelin quickly came to the airship operating room, where Pool was the man who controlled it. Mr. Yelin. Pool glanced at Yelin's arrival curiously. Bring out the radar to show me. Yes, Mr. Yelinier. Although Pool wondered why Yelin wanted to do this, he still called the radar to the screen. During the radar exploration, a light spot suddenly appeared, and the light spot was still approaching at a terrifying speed. Okay, so fast, even the latest spacecraft is not so fast, what is this? Pool looked at the fast approaching red dot in shock. Yelin raised his head and looked forward. It's not a spacecraft, but a human being. The enemy is coming. Yelin looked to the front of the sky through the airship's shipowner, and a black shadow was approaching quickly. Tao Bibai put his hands behind his back, his feet stepped on the stone pillars, and he approached Yelin's airship easily in the air. Chapter 35. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin could feel a strong aura from Tao Bibai's body, and as prompted by the system, Tao Bibai's combat power was as high as 170 points, which can be said to be on par with himself. I don't have time to spend with you here. Yelin's fingers lit up, and under the dazzling light, Dong Dongbo had already condensed. Tao Bibai, who was rushing, suddenly felt a strong gas emanating from the airship ahead. This is... Originally Tao Bibai didn't put his opponent in his eyes, but after feeling this breath, he also understood that his opponent was extraordinary. It seems to be able to destroy the three killer organizations. There is indeed something extraordinary, but the me you met. Tao Bibai's fingertips also lit up, and what he displayed was naturally also pervasive. Yelin could clearly see Tao Bibai's movement, and seeing him also use cave waves, the corners of Yelin's mouth rose, and the opponent and himself were asking for trouble. Dong Dongbo. It was Tao Bibai who took the lead, and he was able to do whatever he wanted with this whole wave, and the speed of aggregation was naturally fast. A white light shot towards the airship where Yelin was located. If it were hit, the airship would probably be shot down 10 times the whole. But at the same time, Yelin also made a move, which was faster and more powerful than ordinary cave waves. This is the cave? Why is his cave so strong? Tao Bibai's eyes widened when she saw the holes shot out of the airship. His cave waves were nothing but a witch in front of Yelin's 10 times whole waves. Yelin's 10-fold cave wave swallowed the peach and white cave wave with a force of destruction. Moreover, the 10-fold whole wave is still hitting Tao Bibai, and its power has not been weakened at all. Boom! With a loud noise, the 10-fold cave wave destroyed the stone pillar, and the entire stone pillar burst, but Tao Bibai did not fall from the sky. He performed the air dance technique to allow himself to fly in the air, avoiding the frontal blow of 10 times the whole wave. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and if he was hit by this blow, he would have only a dead end. Tao Bibai stared at the airship not far away, his eyes sharp, and his eyes showed cold murderous intent. The people in the airship came out to me and dared to learn the tricks of our genre. I want to eradicate your evil for the school today. Tao Bibai loudly rebuked Yelin's behavior, but he did not easily approach Yelin and their airship. As the number 1 killer, acting cautiously is his rule. The power that Yelin had just exploded made him vigilant and ventured into the airship, not knowing what dangers might be inside. The famous Tao Bibai, don't even have the courage to come in? That's okay, I will come out to meet you. Yelin flew out of the airship, with Moonstep in his hand. He could also fly in the air. Seeing Yelin's appearance, Tao Bibai was surprised at Yelin's youth, and that the other party could perform the same dance skills like him. Who on earth are you? You secretly learn our genre's moves, not only can you know how to play, you can even dance the sky. Tao Bibai stared at Yelin, he was very curious about the sacred young man in front of him. Yelin's Moonstep was also regarded as an empty dance technique by him. Stealing something from your genre? Don't you feel ridiculous? Since you said it is something from your genre, why did you lose to me? Don't you think it means you are stealing my moves? 19 Lu Literature www.19wo.com. Yelin's rhetorical question caused Tao's white forehead to burst into blue veins. Humph, it doesn't matter if you don't want to answer, anyway you will die today. Tao Bibai performed the air dance technique and chased Yelin in the air. Although his speed was already fast, Yelin's speed was still above him. Yelin stepped on Moonsteps and flew freely and fast in the air. Tao Bibai found depressed that her air dance skills could not catch up with Yelin. It was the first time that he suffered this kind of loss, whether it was strength or speed, he was actually weaker than the opponent. Boy, will you only run away? Have the ability to fight me head-on. Tao Bibai provoked Yelin with words. He had just lost the Dongdongbo competition, so Tao Bibai believed that the only chance of winning was the experience of close combat. After all, the opponent is a little furry boy, he is an experienced killer, and his combat experience is definitely above this Yelin. I will meet your requirements. Yelin stood still in the air, and Tao Bibai sneered in her heart as she rushed over. You overbearing kid, even if your moves are better than me, let's see how I can use my assassination skills to kill you. Tao Bibai said secretly. He rushed towards Yelin. As long as he got close to Yelin's side, Tao Bibai would rush into trouble. Using his killing skills, Yelin was shot in seconds. It's over, kid, go to hell. Tao Bibai showed a mocking smile on his face, but at the moment when he broke out into trouble, he suddenly noticed that Yelin's hands had condensed a huge ball, and the ball was filled with terrifying air. Return the original words, it's over. The big jade spiral pill in Yelin's hand hit Tao Bibai's body frontally, and the terrifying force knocked Tao Bibai out, and he fell from above the sea of clouds to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and opening the God-level draw. The colorful lottery box rotated for a while, and then a small ball fell from the lottery box. Yelin was expecting something good, but the ball that fell was red, and he couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. Congratulations to the host for winning the Class D prize on the plane of Dragon Ball, Banana Fan. There was a huge fan in Yelin's hand. This banana fan could call the wind and rain, it was a very magical treasure, but it did not help Yelin himself. By the way, isn't the plantain fan capable of extinguishing the flames of the flame mountain? It seems that this thing should be able to come in handy in the flame mountain. Yelin had an idea, and then he put away the banana fan, then he turned around and flew back into the airship with the Moonstep. On an empty grass, his whole body was bloody and white. He was lying on the grass, his right arm had disappeared, his eye was also blind, and Senbei's skull could even be seen on his face, but he still has a breath. As expected to be the number 1 killer. I can still live in this situation. It is a shame to let you die here. Let me help you. Make you stronger. I need you to help me collect that Yelin's data. How a strong person like him cultivates, is really exciting. An old man walked to Tao Bibai's side. He looked up at the clouds in the sky, as if he could see the lurking airship through the clouds. Wait, who are you? Tao Bibai stared at the old man in front of him with the remaining eye. Me? You can call me Dr. Gro, I'm a scientist in the Red Ribbon Legion. Don't worry, I will save you, and make you stronger, and let you go to Yelin to get revenge. After speaking, Dr. Gro turned and left, and then several robots came forward and took the seriously injured Tao Bibai into the medical cabin. Chapter 36, Flame Mountain. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The airship continued to move forward. After 3 days, Yelin and his party finally came to the vicinity of Flame Mountain. Standing at a high place, they can clearly see the flames in the distance, and the whole mountain is burning with raging fire. The whole thing was like hell. Bulma looked at the mountain in front of her, her face was shocked and puzzled. There really is such a place, are you sure there are people alive here? Bulma looked at Niu Dezhuang behind him. Niu Dezhuang is now very well behaved. He knows that he is not Yelin's opponent. If he is not obedient, he can only ask for trouble. The people of Flaming Mountain do not live on the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. Although it is very hot, they can still live in. And because of the strong fire, the harvest in the fields is good. Niu Dezhuang introduced the Flame Mountain to everyone. At this time, there was a village under their airship. Let's go down. After all, Yelin is not familiar with this Flame Mountain. He also needs to inquire about where the Bull Demon lives. The airship was slowly lowered, and then stopped firmly outside the village. Many people in the village looked at them with curious eyes. When Niu Dezhuang came out, the people in the village fled around in fright. Run, Niu Dezhuang is back, and hide everything quickly, otherwise he will snatch it away. Niu Dezhuang is here, and hide all the children, otherwise he will snatch our children. It seems that you are also notorious in this Flaming Mountain. Looking at the actions of these people, Yelin can imagine Niu Dezhuang's reputation in this village. However, the people in the village fled around. Yelin wanted to find someone to ask for directions. It was not easy because the people in the village regarded them as Niu Dezhuang's accomplices. Niu Dezhuang, you have come back to do a lot of evil, it seems that you haven't learned a lesson yet, let's see how I can deal with you. At this time, an uncle wearing a horned hat walked over in a majestic manner. His body was very strong, a lap bigger than a big cow, and his whole body was full of muscles. Yelin saw this person and recognized him as the Bull Demon King at a glance. At this time, the Bull Demon raised his fist and smashed towards them. The strength of this fist was not weak, because the Bull Demon also had 50 points of combat effectiveness. After all, the Bull Demon King has also won a champion in the world's #1 martial arts conference, and he is also a disciple of Gaixianren, so his strength is naturally not too weak. However, there was still a gap between his combat effectiveness and Yelin blocked the fist of the Bull Demon King with one hand. Bull Demon King, you are misunderstood. I passed by a small town and saw this big bull doing evil, so I took him down, and then I asked if I knew he was from Flaming Mountain, and I brought him back to you. Yelin explained his intentions, and the aggressive Bull Demon was taken aback when he heard this, and then he hurriedly bowed to Yelin and apologized. Sorry, I was too impulsive, I will do it without asking questions, please forgive me. The Bull Demon King was very sincere and his face was full of guilt. Understandably, after all, you are so excited to protect the village. Thank you so much, and I specially sent Niu Dezhuang back. Please be sure to stay as a guest. I will host a banquet for you. The bull demon graciously invited Yelin and the others, while Bulma looked at the sultry weather and she wanted to refuse. We have a natural hot spring here, which is very effective for white and tender skin. Yelin, since they were kindly invited, it would not be good for us to refuse them like this, Mr. Bull Demon, then we will bother. After hearing that there was a hot spring here, Bulma's eyes brightened, and she readily agreed to the invitation of the Bull Demon King. In such a hot weather, you are still thinking about bathing in hot springs. Yelin naturally saw Bulma's mind. Kiwan novel www.kybook.com. Humph, what do you know, such a hot sky bubble hot spring is just right to force out the toxins in the body, what do you boys know? Bulma raised her head proudly. The Bull Demon King walked in front of Niu Dazwang and sighed as he looked at Niu Dazwang in front of him. Niu Dazwang, you are enough to be fooling around, don't you know that every time you are fooling around, is your mother Niu Auntie to clean up the mess for you? It was her who pleaded from house to house to keep you in the village. My mother. Hearing this, Niu Dazwang's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard of this kind of thing. He didn't expect his mother to do so much for him. Hurry back, Aunt Niu has been waiting for you. I was wrong, and I will definitely change my past. Niu Dazwang wiped his tears, and then hurried to the house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and opening the God-level draw. At this time, the task that Yelin took to send Niu Dazwang back to Flaming Mountain was completed, but this was just a simple task, and Yelin didn't expect to drop anything good. From the colorful lottery box, a white ball fell. Congratulations to the host for the E-level prize, Diamond Ring. Yelin couldn't help but sigh that his luck was a little bit inexplicable. After that, the Bull Demon took Yelin and the others to his castle. The castle was huge, and the Bull Demon was like the big landlord of the Flame Mountain. In order to welcome Yelin and the others, the Bull Demon specially prepared a large table of wine and food, but no one cared about what they ate. Bulmar took Lankai directly to the hot spring. As for Yamcha, because of overtraining in the gravity training room, she is still resting in the airship, and Pool is taking care of him. So although the Bull Demon had prepared a large table of wine and food, only the two of them enjoyed it, but the Bull Demon didn't care. He chatted with Yelin from time to time. Dad, I'm back. A young girl wearing a blue armor and a purple helmet rushed into the house. Hey, Dad, who is he? This young girl is naturally Kikai, her big watery eyes are staring at Yelin, her face is full of curiosity. Kikai, his name is Yelin, and he is a good friend of my father. The Bull Demon introduced Yelin with a smile, and at the same time introduced his daughter Kikai to Yelin. Yelin is not unfamiliar naturally, Kikai is in Dragon Ball, after all, is Monkey King's wife, he still has the impression. My name is Kikai. Kikai said hello to Yelin very politely, and at this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake. The entire castle was swaying. At this time, a falling rock smashed into Kikai. And Kikai in panic couldn't avoid it. Yelin's fingers shot the cave waves, and the power of the cave waves easily destroyed the rocks. Thank you. Kikai looked at Yelin blankly, her eyes showing her admiration and gratitude to Yelin, and Yelin didn't have time to notice the changes in Kikai's mood. System task reminder, extinguish the flames of the Flame Mountain, mission mode hard mode. Yelin received the task, and this task was directly advertised as a difficult mode, but for Yelin, the plantain fan he had drawn not long ago came in handy at this time, which was simply a task for nothing. Chapter 37, Banana Fan Extinguishes Fire. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The task of extinguishing the Flame Mountain fire is indeed very difficult. Even the Turtle Immortal had tried his best to suppress the flame temporarily, so the system judged the difficulty of the task to be a difficult mode. But for Yelin, who had a banana fan in his hand, this task was much easier. Worse, it's the flames of the flame mountain that is about to erupt again. Kiki and Yelin, leave quickly, this castle. After the bull demon felt the earthquake, he immediately understood the cause of the earthquake. He asked Yelin and Kikai to leave, and he planned to stay and buy more time. Bull devil, I have a solution for this fire, so let me put it out to extinguish the flames of this flame mountain. Hearing Yelin's words, the bull demon shook his head quickly. It's impossible. The fire in this flame mountain is not an ordinary mountain fire. This fire is ejected from underground lava and cannot be extinguished. I built this castle before to block this vent. I am afraid that the fire vent was cracked by the earthquake just now, and the flames will be ejected soon. I am afraid that only the legendary banana fan can extinguish the fire. However, the whereabouts of the banana fan is unknown, and the flame mountain is probably hopeless. You quickly take Kikai away. The banana fan is here. Seeing the anxious bull demon king, Yelin took out the banana fan he had drawn. The bull demon king stared at the banana fan in Yelin's hand with wide eyes. He rubbed his eyes, for fear that he had made a mistake. The banana fan is here for you. It's great. I am saved by Flame Mountain. The bull demon turned from sorrow to joy, and Kikai on the side stared at Yelin with wide and curious eyes, with the light of worship in her eyes. It's hot, how did it happen? Why the hot spring suddenly looked like boiling water, I almost got burnt to death. Bulma and Lankai, wrapped in a bath towel, came to Yelin. Bulma complained about the temperature of the hot spring and checked whether her skin was burned, ignoring her current outfit. And the blonde Lanchi also didn't care about her condition. The fire in this Hawaiian mountain is about to erupt. You take Kikai away first. I'm going to put out the fire together with the bull demon. Yelin briefly explained the current situation. Bulma was surprised when she heard this, and then she understood the situation smartly. Kiki, let's go with my sister. Bulma took Kiki's hand and was about to take her away, but Kiki looked at the bull demon with reluctance. Dad, I want to be with Daddy. Don't worry, Kiki, I will definitely bring your father back to see you safely. Yelin smiled at Kikai, so that she could feel relieved. Kikai Shuilingling stared at Yelin with big eyes, then she stretched out her little finger. Retract. Seeing Kikai's firm expression, Yelin also stretched out his little finger to pull the hook with her, and made a promise. Then Bulma and the blonde Lankai took Kikai out. Take me to seal the fire and put out the fire directly at the source. Follow me. The bull demon took Yelin and set off to the underground of the castle, and because of the earthquake just now, the corridor inside the castle was sealed by falling stones. Well, this is the only way to the underground. If it is blocked, you can't get in. The bull demon looked anxiously at the blocked road ahead. Yelin didn't stop at all, and he punched the blocked road. The blocked road was directly blasted away by his powerful punch. The bull demon behind him looked at this scene with a look of wonder in his eyes. Lekin novel www.laokxs.com. Go on. Hearing Yelin's reminder, the bull devil came back to his senses, and he continued to lead Yelin. And when I came to the entrance of the underground stairs, the turbulent tongues of fire had already emerged, and the hot flames brought high temperatures, making it difficult to approach. Oh, this fire has already come out. Yelin looked at the flames that kept rising. He took out the banana fan. Whether this banana fan is effective, we can find out now. Yelin raised the banana fan high, and then he vigorously waved the fan in his hand. The moment he waved it down, the banana fan drove a terrifying wind pressure. This wind pressure directly pressed the flames that jumped upwards downwards, but with a single wave, the flames of the entire staircase were swept away. Seeing the power of the banana fan, Yelin's eyes brightened. As long as there is this thing, it is much easier to calm the fire. But not long after the fire was put out, another flame began to ignite, and his brow furrowed. If the flame sealing port is not blocked, the flames will continue to emerge, and the flame sealing port must be blocked. The bull demon on the side explained the situation to Yelin. Yelin nodded and was led by the bull demon while Yelin opened the way with a banana fan. The two rushed all the way to the lowest end of the castle, which was already deep underground. The more they went down, the stronger Yelin could feel. Arrived. The bull demon king pointed his finger to the front. After crossing the long stairs, an empty field appeared in front of Yelin. In the center of this empty site, there was a huge crack, which was 5 meters wide, and hot magma was emerging from it. The hot lava has almost filled the entire site, and hot flames are still emerging from the cracks. Yelin frowned. Even if the banana fan can disperse the flames, how should the magma emerging from the ground be dealt with? It's just to disperse the fire, but it's not enough. Yelin, you help me dispel the fire, and I will seal this crack. The bull demon king on the side walked quickly to another part of the clearing, where there was a huge stone that was 5 people tall. The bull demon who walked to the stone, opened his arms and hugged the huge stone hard. Just heard a low growl. That huge stone, under the strange power of the bull demon king, was actually lifted up abruptly. Yelin also understood the bull devil's thoughts. He should want to use this boulder to plug the crack. He raised the banana fan in his hand, and then with a strong wave, the gust of wind suppressed the ground fire. The bull demon held the huge stone and walked towards the crack in the center of the field, but although the flame was blown out by the banana fan, the center of the field was still very hot. The bull demon king resisted such a scorching sensation. Even though his body was full of sweat, he still looked firm and did not stop. When he approached the crack, he slammed the boulder in his hand against the crack. Boom! With a loud noise, the torn crack on the ground was directly blocked by a huge stone. The bull devil breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was finally closing the gap, but he did not expect that at this time, the tongue of fire emerged from under the boulder, and immediately after the terrifying ground fire, it directly rushed through the boulder. The gap on the ground the torn apart is bigger. Now it is no longer possible to plug this gap with stones. Chapter 38, Daihu Spiral Pill vs Magma. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. A stronger ground fire emerged from the gap, and the power of the flame was so fierce that it was about to swallow the entire basement. Yelin raised the plantain fan again, and a hurricane suppressed the raging fire, but just as the wind stopped, a more violent flame spurted out. Even the banana fan can no longer suppress the fire. Yelin, you can't hold it here anymore. Get out of here quickly. You have nothing to do with Flame Mountain. There is no need to stay here and sacrifice. I will delay here as much as possible. The bull demon also saw that the banana fan could no longer extinguish the fire. Yelin didn't expect that this fire would be more troublesome than he thought. The expansion of the cracks will undoubtedly increase the difficulty, and the banana fan alone is no longer enough. I'll push this magma down. Push the magma down? How can this be done? The bull demon king on the side opened his eyes wide, and was surprised at Yelin's whims. He didn't think it was possible. Try it before you talk. Yelin didn't want to just give up like this. He remembered that Gaixian had used his turtle-style Qigong to calm the flames of the Flame Mountain. Then I might be able to do the same. Daihu Spiral Pill. Yelin lifted his palm, his hand was full of powerful qi, and an energy ball grew a little bit bigger. The bull demon king looked at Yelin dumbfounded. Although he had already seen that Yelin was very powerful before that, he could only see how powerful Yelin was. Above Yelin's head, there was an air mass 2 meters high. This was the first time Yelin had condensed such a strong qi, and a sense of exhaustion came to his heart. But Yelin forcibly supported it. His gaze glanced at the bull demon king. You leave here quickly. I don't know what will happen here after this. I can't ensure your thoroughness. Then you are okay. Don't worry, I still have the ability to protect myself. After hearing Yelin say this, the Bull Demon King glanced at the huge energy ball, and then he quickly withdrew from the stone room. Yelin, you must come out alive. The Bull Demon turned his head and shouted at Yelin. Yelin raised his other hand and beckoned. After that, the Bull Demon King completely left the basement, and now only Yelin was left in the basement. Looking at the lava that is constantly bubbling, his expression is very firm. If the lava is allowed to erupt, the surrounding villages will be destroyed. Bulma and the others may be in danger, and his mission will also fail. Yelin said anything to stop the flame. He took out a fairy bean, swallowed the fairy bean in one bite. Give me bigger. Yelin was accumulating madly again. The big jade helix pill, which was already very huge, has now been expanded by a circle. Now the big jade helix pill is 3 meters in size. The power contained in this is unimaginable. Yelin smashed the big jade spiral pill in his hand towards the magma mouth. The chi inside the Dehu spiral pill was spinning crazily, which caused the magma to be rolled up by the Dehu spiral pill. The original energy ball had now become a lava fireball. Get down to me. 10 times the whole. Naturally, Yelin would not push the big jade spiral pill into the magma. He displayed his other skill, 10 times cave wave. The 10-fold whole wave turned into a shock wave, directly hitting the big jade spiral pill, and it pushed the big jade spiral pill downward. Yelin kept sweating on his forehead, but now he is using both the big jade spiral pill and the 10-fold cave wave at the same time. This is the first time he has dealt with such a difficult situation. The Dehu spiral pill kept pressing down. Yelin tried his best to keep the chi in the Dehu spiral pill as stable as possible so that it did not explode too quickly. When the big jade spiral pill sank to a position of 300 meters, the light of the 10 times cave wave disappeared, which was already the limit distance of the 10 times cave wave. Almost. 139 Novel www.139xs.com. Yelin let go of his control on the big jade helix pill. The earth was trembling constantly, and the power of the big jade helix pill broke out directly underground. The Bull Demon rushed out of the castle, and he saw Kikai and others not far away. Father! Kikai rushed up, and the Bull Demon hurriedly hugged his beloved daughter. Dad, where is Yelin? Kikai glanced around suspiciously, but did not find Yelin. Bulma and Lankai also greeted them. The Bull Demon King told the two of the situation below. Bulma's eyes widened when Yelin was about to block the magma alone. Is he crazy? This kind of magma eruption, how could it be possible for the mere human to intervene? I'm going to bring him back. Bulma was ready to rush into the castle, but the Bull Demon stepped forward and stood in front of Bulma. No, it's too dangerous inside. I can't let you in. If you encounter danger inside, I won't be able to explain it to Yelinir. At this time, the gun in Lanki's hand was on the head of the Bull Demon King. Leave me away, Yelin is my accomplice, and if you don't let me away, I will kill you with one shot. I won't let it even if I die. I can't make you two in danger. Even if the muzzle was in front of him, the Bull Demon King would not retreat. Don't kill my dad. Kikai opened her hands to block in front of the Bull Demon King. Lan Chi frowned slightly, and when the situation was at a deadlock, suddenly the ground under their feet began to tremble again. What's the matter? Is there another earthquake? Bulma's face was full of doubts, but at this moment the castle began to tremble violently. Cracks spread all around the castle. Rumble. The entire castle collapsed. The Bull Demon King's castle turned into ruins in an instant, and Yelin was still under the ruins. Yelin. Seeing the castle collapsed, Bulma rushed towards the ruins. She kept turning over the rubble, trying to dig out Yelin. The Bull Demon also reacted. He also rushed up immediately and started to help excavate. Kikai and Lankai joined the excavation team, but the entire castle was completely shattered. It is not easy to dig out people. Well, what is going on? Because there was too much movement here, Yamcha also rushed to investigate the situation, and then saw the ruins in front of him. Yelin is buried under here. What? Master he. Hearing this, Yamucha rushed to the ruins immediately. He took a deep breath, and then used the Lang Fang Feng Fang fist, his fists digging through the ruins at an astonishing speed. Even though the palm of his hand had been rubbed and bleeding, Yamucha did not stop. Everyone was digging the ruins, trying to rescue the underground Yelin. What are you doing? But at this moment a voice came from the air. Hearing Yelin's voice, everyone looked up at the sky. Yelin Shi Zhanyuebu slowly fell from the sky, and everyone was overjoyed to see him safe and sound. Yelin, it's great that you are fine. Bulma rushed up and hugged Yelin. Yelin could feel Bulma's body trembling. Obviously she was really worried about herself, and the others were the same. If they weren't really worried about him, they wouldn't be so desperate excavate the ruins. Chapter 39, Skill Domineering. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Master, aren't you buried under this ruin? How did you escape? Yamucha couldn't help asking curiously. Yelin glanced at his frayed fist. I suppressed the magma back, but the force was too strong, causing the entire castle to collapse. Under the ruins, I used the cave waves to open a way, and I also changed the flow of the magma. When he was on the airship earlier, Yelin had carefully observed the map of the Flaming Mountain. There was an unmanned canyon in the west, and he used the cave wave to forcibly break a secret tunnel. In this way, the flow of magma can be changed, and the Flame Mountain will no longer erupt from time to time. After listening to Yelin's explanation, Bull Demon King's eyes widened, and then he stepped forward and grabbed Yelin's shoulders with both hands. Yelin, thank you so much. You are my benefactor of Flame Mountain. If you need help in the future, you can just ask, and I will definitely help. This Flame Mountain fire has always been a knot of the Bull Demon King. Now this knot has finally been solved, and the joy in his heart is beyond words. Kiki walked up to Yelin, and she stretched out her little hand. I want to be a token of love. I want to marry you. Kikai blushed, and Yelin was stunned by her words. He didn't figure out Kikai's situation a bit. Yeah, it's really popular. Anyway, it's just a kid's childish joke, just give her one. Bulma on the side snickered and poked Yelin's waist. She thought that Kikai was only fascinated by Yelin because of Yelin's heroic deeds. Yelin also thinks Bulma's words are reasonable. After all, Kikai is still young. He thought about it, and then suddenly remembered that not long ago, he won a diamond ring in the lottery. He took out the diamond ring, and Yelin handed it to Kikai. This can be regarded as my token of love, so you can keep it, and I will marry you when you grow up. Yelin smiled and touched Kiki's head, while Kiki firmly put the diamond ring in her hand with bright eyes. The Bull Demon King, let's go first, and this banana fan will be given to you. If there is another fire in Huoyan Mountain, this banana fan should be able to help. Yelin gave his plantain fan to the Bull Demon King. After all, the plantain fan didn't do much to him. The Bull Demon still wanted to resign, but Yelin had already left with Bulma and the others, and the Bull Demon and Kikai could only watch them leave. Kiki, are you serious? The Bull Demon looked at his daughter curiously. But at this time, Kikai was holding the diamond ring with a smile. Her eyes looked at the direction Yelin had left. I must grow up quickly, I can't let Yelin wait for a long time. Looking at Kikai's appearance, the Bull Demon also knew that she was serious, but the Bull Demon didn't object. Yelin was the benefactor of Flame Mountain, and the Bull Demon could see that Yelin's disposition was not bad. Yelin and the others returned to the airship. Bulma looked a little tired. I didn't expect to take a bath in a hot spring, and it would be so tired. I really suffer. I would not follow you if I knew it. Bulma complained. She lay lazily on the sofa, while Lan Chi was wiping her gun, not exhausted at all. As for Yamcha, he was bandaging his palms, and he suffered a slight hand injury by digging the ruins. Yelin seemed to be closing his eyes to rest his mind, but he was actually looking forward to this god-level draw. This mission is so dangerous, and it also wastes all of my fairy beans. If I don't produce a good thing, I'm going to scold my mother. When Yelin was digging a tunnel underground, he ate up all the fairy beans so that he had enough energy to dig through the tunnel. Yelin stood in front of the colorful lottery box again, and the huge colorful lottery box began to turn, and Yelin stared at the prize outlet eagerly. After a burst of colorful light beating, a small ball fell from the lottery opening. Heshun novel www.heshun168.com. White. No, this color is silver. When Yelin saw the color of the ball, the whole person jumped up, and the silver ball represented that it was a Class B prize. This was the first time Yelin had drawn a B-level prize. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of prize he was drawing. Congratulations to the host for winning the Pirate Plane B prize, Domineering. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 175 points. Skills, 1 Daewoo Helix Pill, Intermediate 40/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 50/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, Intermediate 30/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. 4th, See and Hear Color Domineering, Primary 0/100, Skill Introduction, can predict the profit, predict the opponent's moves. Props, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball 6. The Domineering learning, for Yelin, is simply as powerful as a tiger. In this way, he will have the possibility of fighting even if he faces a master. But after all, seeing and hearing the Domineering look is relatively weak. What Yelin wants is the Domineering Naha. As long as he imagined where he went, the unparalleled scene where everyone fell, he couldn't help but boil in his heart. Now it's just seeing and hearing the Domineering. It seems that this skill is also to improve the skill proficiency, and then wait for the skill to be promoted. Yelin now has very powerful skills at hand, but he also found that skill proficiency is a problem. After reaching the intermediate level, it is not so simple to advance the skills. It takes a lot of his energy to use his skills. Originally, with fairy beans in his hands, Yelin didn't need to worry too much. Now that the fairy beans have been used up, if he is exhausted because of his cultivation skill proficiency, there will be no way to face danger at that time. It seems that in the future, you must be more cautious in practicing skill proficiency. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. What? Even Mr. Tao Bibai. After Chief Writer heard the words of Adjutant Brock, his one eye showed fear. Not long ago, Adjutant Brock lost contact with Tao Bibai, thinking that Tao Bibai was chasing Yelin and the others, then the result might not be optimistic, so he came to report to Chief Writer the first time. Commander, that Yelin is too dangerous. Now our Red Ribbon Legion is still enmity with him. I am afraid he will not easily let our Red Ribbon Legion go. Fear, what are you afraid of? With so many people in my Red Ribbon Legion, is it possible that he will not be successful alone? Even though he said so, General Writer was still very panicked. Yelin could solve even a master like Tao Bibai. If he wants to come and kill himself, even if the Red Ribbon Legion has thousands of troops, I am afraid that he will not be able to stop him. Commander Ritter gritted his teeth, and finally his eyes became firm. Go get that thing out. The Adjutant Brock on the side, when he heard this, his body trembled and his face was full of horror. Chief, Commander, do you really want to release the Demon King Piccolo? If you release the devil, then the world will be in chaos. I can't care about so much now. Don't you want to wait for Yelin to kill me? If the devil and Yelin die together, then everyone will be happy. Stop talking nonsense, and get the pot for me. Hearing Commander Ritter's desperate move, Adjutant Brock could only sigh and nodded. Chapter 40 Piccolo Awakens. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. A rice cooker appeared in front of General Writer, with seals pasted on the rice cooker. A powerful demon was sealed in it, named Big Devil Piccolo. The Red Ribbon Legion found this thing in a deep ocean, but because of the notoriety of the Demon King Piccolo, even Commander Ritter did not dare to easily open the seal. But now in the face of Yelin, who might threaten him at any time, Chief Ritter can't control so much. Commander, do you really want to do this? Open this seal and no one knows what will happen. Shut up, here is my command, you just have to follow my orders. Commander Ritter glared at Adjutant Brock and saw that Commander Ritter had made a desperate move, and Adjutant Brock did not continue to persuade him. Commander Ritter motioned to the surrounding men and asked them to tear off the seal of the rice cooker. The seal on the rice cooker was torn off, after which the rice cooker suddenly bounced off, and a puff of smoke floated out of the rice cooker. When the smoke dissipated, a giant stood in front of everyone. This giant looked completely different from theirs, and the green skin looked very strange. He looked very old, but there was a sharp light in those eyes. Beside this giant, there was also a demon with a beak. His gaze cast a glance at everyone present. You opened the seal of Lord Piccolo. Yes, my name is Rider, the Commander-in-Chief of the Red Ribbon Legion. After this, I ask you to follow my instructions and help me remove the enemy from the Red Ribbon Legion. But the moment Commander Rider just finished speaking, the giant's hand lifted him up. Shoot, shoot. Commander Rider hurriedly gave the order, but at this time, Big Devil Piccolo made everyone in the room into fear at a glance. They didn't even have the courage to shoot. Don't make a mistake about your identities. From today on, you will be the servants of Master Piccolo. The Red Ribbon Legion will be used by Master Piccolo. Do you understand? Seeing the killing intent emanating from the great Demon King Piccolo at close range, General Rider left a cold sweat on his forehead, and his body was trembling. Ming, I understand. Commander Ritter could only admit the council obediently, and then the Demon King Piccolo threw him aside at will, and he sat in the position of Commander Ritter. The beak demon walked to the table, his hands and eyes quickly filtered the information collected by the Red Ribbon Legion on the table. After that, his eyes brightened and he took out a piece of information. Master Piccolo, I heard that there is something called Dragon Ball on this earth. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can recruit the Dragon Ball. Then you can make a wish to the Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball might change Master Piccolo again. Must be young. The beak demon was telling the information of Dragon Ball, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly when the great Demon King Piccolo heard this. Very well, go and collect the Dragon Balls for me. Big Demon Piccolo gave his order. However, the gaze of General Rider brightened, and he stepped forward and stood up. Master Pic, now that Dragon Ball is in the hands of a martial artist named Yelin. He is very powerful. We are not his opponents, so. Before Ritter finished speaking, the Beak Devil's gaze glared at him. Presumptuous, just to deal with a small martial artist, do you still need Master Piccolo to do it himself? What use is it for you? Hearing this, Right's expression was extremely ugly. He originally thought that his own person was not Yelin's opponent, so he recruited this great demon to let him deal with Yelin. Follow the novel www.k7k7.cc. Unexpectedly, the big Demon King Piccolo would instead let himself go to fight against Yelin. If you want to deal with that Yelin, I might be able to help a little bit here. It just so happens that I still have a lot of humanoids in my hands. I originally planned to scrap them, but now it seems that I should be able to send them. Some uses. A voice came from the door, and several robots walked in. These robots have numbers on their bodies, and the highest number is the number 8. The voice came from the bodies of these robots, and Commander Rider also knew who the owner of this voice was. With Dr. Gro's cyborg here, Yelin must be able to catch it. After seeing the robot appearing, General Writer couldn't hide his excitement. The big demon King Piccolo glanced at these artificial people, and then he glanced at the beak demon. Master Piccolo said, "Let me control the actions of these artificial people." "No problem, if someone commands, the power of the cyborg will be more effective." Dr. Gro agreed to the beak devil's decision. "Where is the person named Yelin now? Our people have been tracking their whereabouts, the location of Yelin. I will continue to send it to your radar after this." Commander Ryder replied. After the bird beak demon got the radar, he glanced at the red dot of the radar, and then he took the cyborg troops and left the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Now there is only Demon King Piccolo left here. Looking at the stalwart figure, Commander Ritter doesn't dare to bother. After Yelin and the others left Flaming Mountain, they flew on the airship for 2 days. In these 2 days, Yelin and Yamucha also used the gravity training room to practice, and their combat power increased. "Mr. Yelin, you can already see the temple in front." There was a voice from Pool, who was driving the airship. Yelin came to the control room of the airship. As expected, a huge temple appeared in the desert ahead. In such a desert, there is such a temple standing, which looks very strange. But Yelin remembered clearly that this was the residence of the Divination Mother. "We are there, ready to land the airship." "Yes, Mr. Yelinier." Perrin calmly descended the airship before the temple. At this time, a black figure was floating out of the temple. The black figure was riding on a crystal ball, and when she walked in, she took a closer look, and the black figure turned out to be an old woman. "It seems I'm doing a good job. If there are noble people coming, it is correct to come in advance." The Divination Mother-in-law didn't talk about benefits. She was a person who saw money, and Yelin knew it. So this time he came to see the Divination Mother-in-law, he was also well prepared. Yelin moved out the jewels from the airship. Looking at the large box of jewels, the Divination Mother's eyes widened, and her breathing became a little bit quick. "It's rare for distinguished guests to come here. Please sit inside. If you have anything you need, you can tell the old man." The Divination Mother showed a scene of a benefactor. For her character, Bulma showed contempt, but they still followed the Divination Mother and walked into the desert temple. Chapter 41, Divining Mother-in-Law. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After entering the temple, the whole temple gave people a sense of emptiness, such a huge temple, as if only this Divination Mother lived alone. "I have already understood your intentions, you want to foretell the position of Dragon Ball." When Yelin and his party were brought into the room, the Divination Mother-in-law suddenly spoke, as if she could see through everything. Before Yelin and the others arrived, she had already waited at the gate of the temple in advance. "In this case, speaking is much easier. How much do you want to sell this information?" In order to see the Divination Mother-in-law, Yelin specially prepared a lot of money. As long as enough money was given, the Divination Mother-in-law would be the best helper. "I won't exchange money for this information. You should be martial artists. If you want to exchange for information, then you must defeat my 5 fighters to be eligible for information." Yelin had already prepared the money, but she didn't expect that this Divination Mother-in-law would have changed her personality. There was no lion asking for money, but Yelin and the others were asked to accept the challenge. Such conditions made Yelin a little puzzled. Such a style was obviously not like a Divination Mother-in-law. "Can you tell me the reason?" Yelin looked at the Divination Mother-in-law in front of him in a puzzled manner, hoping to know the reason from the other's mouth. "Although I love money, old lady, I also have deep feelings for this world. I think your existence is too dangerous. Your actions may harm the whole world. If you want information, you will defeat my 5 fighters. Let me see your nature." The Divination Mother stared at Yelin, and there seemed to be a shrewd light flashing in her muddy eyes. This Divination Mother-in-law has a special power. She probably felt something from Yelin's body. That's why she was uncharacteristically this time and gave up the temptation of money. Instead, she wanted to see Yelin's true nature. Since you have said so, then I can only fight. Yelin easily agreed to the request of the divination mother-in-law, and then the group came to the back of the temple, where there is a huge martial arts training ground, which is suitable for learning with others. Batman, you go first. The first to be sent by the divination mother was a person with blue skin all over, bandages on his thin feet, and his hands with gloves. The combat power is only 38. This level is too low. There is no need for the master to do it. Just leave it to me. Yamcha carried the combat power detector, saw the Batman's combat power, his face was contemptuous, and then he actively asked to fight. No, he must be the only one who accepts the challenge. What I want to see is him and let you play. But the divination mother-in-law refused Yamcha directly, and she insisted on letting Yelin take it. Yamcha sighed and shook his head. Old lady, it seems that you don't know how good my master is. Although I don't know what kind of fighters you have prepared here, no matter what kind of fighter it is, it can't be my master's opponent. Yamcha was very confident in Yelin. After all, anyone who could easily defeat Yelin would lose. Humph, the big talk can only be said now. Batman, come on. At the order of the divination mother, the Batman rushed towards Yelin. Although his speed was fast enough for ordinary people, to Yelin, it was almost like slow motion. He took a step forward, and then took a quick shot. The Batman was directly pushed into the air, and when he recovered, he had fallen out of the ring. Chuhuang's bookstore www.shuyuangsw.com. It stared at the surroundings with wide eyes, and didn't understand how it lost. Humph, there is no border here, let me go with the Batman. Although the divination mother-in-law was also surprised by this situation, she didn't want to admit defeat so obediently. She continued to order the Batman to take action. The Batman just wanted to act, but at this moment a beam of light passed through his face. On the ring, Yelin's fingers were still shining. It can be over. Hearing Yelin's words, the Batman raised his hands and surrendered. But he could see that a hole was shot out of the stone pillar not far behind him. If the light beam hit his body, he would only have a dead end. The divination mother-in-law glanced at Yelin, and then she gestured with her eyes. Yelin, who was standing on the ring, suddenly noticed the approach of air currents, and his brow wrinkled. Immediately Yelin remembered that among the warriors in the hands of the Divining Mother, the second person was a transparent person. He could hide himself well without being noticed. It's an opportunity to practice skills. Yelin closed his eyes on the ring, he opened up the domineering look, and with his exhales and breaths, all the movement around him received his eyes. Even if Yelin closed his eyes, he could still see the whole ring in his mind, and he could see a figure walking towards him. He had already walked in front of him, and then the transparent man punched. Yelin's side easily avoided the attack. The transparent man looked at Yelin in surprise, the other party couldn't see how he dodged and attacked. It should be a coincidence. The transparent person thought to himself. Immediately he launched a crazy offensive, but all his punches and kicks were easily avoided by Yelin. An offensive and defensive battle is underway on the arena, but in the clouds and mists that everyone outside the arena is looking at, they can only see Yelin constantly moving on the arena, as if they are dodging something, but they have nothing. See? I understand. The enemy is a transparent person. It's really despicable. It doesn't even introduce the opponent. Yamcha suddenly realized what happened in the arena. Yamcha, feel everything with your breath, and try to see if you can find the position of this transparent person. Yelin on the ring still has some free time to counsel Yamcha. Hearing Yelin's words, Yamcha hurriedly followed suit, and his master could grasp the position of the transparent person and then dodge the attack. You must do it yourself, so that you will not disappoint the master's expectations. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then he raised his 5 senses to the extreme, and the little movement around him could not be hidden from him, and finally he felt the slight footsteps on the ring. Sure enough, he is a transparent person. I didn't expect there to be such a soldier. If one is not careful, he will suffer a big loss. The master is really amazing, and he can see through it at a glance. Yamucha sighed Yelin's power. Although Yelin had prepared in advance, even if the transparent person suddenly attacked, with his strength, it would not be difficult to see through the transparent person. He now only regards this transparent person as his domineering training stake. His domineering proficiency is rapidly increasing. He dodges the transparent person's movements and is becoming more and more proficient. Every time he can be dangerous. Dodge the attack. Chapter 42, 5 Warriors. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. On the ring, Yelin had been in a stalemate for almost half an hour, and the people around were a little impatient. Yelin, when is this going to hide? Bulma couldn't stand it anymore, and Yamucha also doubted Yelin's actions. Maybe the master is borrowing this transparent person, and maybe he is practicing some powerful tricks. After all, Yamucha has followed Yelin for a while, and he believes that his master will not do useless things for no reason, and there must be a reason for him to do so. I prepared an ice drink for everyone, so everyone can quench their thirst. Now Lan Chi has turned into blue hair, and she was tenderly ready to drink in the airship and sent it to everyone. Thank you so much, Lan Chi. Bulma happily took the drink from Lan Chi, and then lay comfortably on the recliner prepared by Lan Chi, watching Yelin's test leisurely. You woman is too cunning. Yamucha glanced at Bulma speechlessly. The reason why the blonde Lankai became the blue-haired Lankai was naturally the ghost of Bulma. After all, the blue-haired Lankai was more able to help. So she deliberately let Lan Chi sneeze. Did you say something? Bulma glared at Yamucha, and Yamucha, who was suffering from femininity, quickly hid aside, not daring to provoke Bulma. Yelin, who was on the ring, had been observing the improvement of his skill proficiency, and finally his domineering proficiency reached its peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his complete proficiency in seeing and hearing color domineering, and his skills are advanced to armed color domineering. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 175 points. Skills, 1 Daewoo Helix Pill, Intermediate 40/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 50%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 50/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, Intermediate 30/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, Intermediate 0/1000, Skill Introduction, Basic Combat Power increase by 50%, duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball 6. After a hard study, Yelin's skills really advanced to other kinds of domineering. Although the increased time of the domineering arm is short, Yelin believes that this trick can exert unexpected effects at a critical time. While using the domineering arm, if he can use the big jade spiral pill, his combat power can skyrocket. It's over. Yelin's palm grabbed the front, and the transparent man's fist was grabbed by him, but he found that the transparent man's fist had no strength. After all, he attacked Yelin for half an hour, but he didn't even touch the corner of Yelin's clothes. He was almost out of strength for half an hour, just because Yelin didn't beat him, neither did he. Maybe just surrender and surrender, after all, the Divining Mother is still watching. Yelin gave the transparent man a light palm, and directly shook the transparent man out. After all, the transparent man's combat effectiveness was not strong, and it was similar to the Batman, but because he could become transparent, it made people feel tricky. The transparent man was defeated by Yelin with a palm of his hand, but such a result was also expected by everyone. After all, Yelin had not been touched by the transparent man in this half an hour, and such a result was natural. Then come with me and meet your third opponent. Although 2 fighters were defeated by Yelin in succession, the Divining Mother was not panicked at all. He was very confident in his remaining 3 fighters. A group of people followed behind the Divination Mother-in-law. They walked through the long stairs, all the way to the bottom of the temple. In the end everyone came to an abyss, and in the middle of the abyss there was an arena with aisles on both sides of the arena for people to walk to the top of the arena. Wengzhen School www.wenxinsuatang.com. But if you fall outside the ring, it will be a bottomless abyss. How deep is this? Bulma kicked a stone down, and the stone kept falling down, without hearing the sound of landing at all. This, if it falls, I'm afraid it will be dead. Yamcha swallowed. However, Yelin walked towards the ring with a relaxed look. After all, he had Moon Step in his hands. Even if he fell out of the cliff, he could still borrow Moon Step without falling into the abyss. Humph, it looks like a little courage, but I just don't know if you have any real skills. The Divination Mother-in-law saw that Yelin's face was not at all confused, her face showed admiration, and then a figure slowly walked out of the darkness of the ring. He is more than 2 meters tall, with bandages all over his body, revealing his mouth and eyes. Wood, mummy. Bulma was startled, she was most afraid of this kind of ghost, and the mummy seemed to her to be a ghost too. This is the third fighter. He is completely different from the 2 previous fighters. Don't talk nonsense, start now, I'm in a hurry. Yelin directly interrupted the introduction of the Divination Mother-in-law. After seeing and hearing the domineering skills, he had nothing to delay next. As long as he quickly solved the 5 fighters, he would know the last Dragon Ball. Location. Hey, brazen boy, I'll let you see now, I'm great. After the mummy stepped onto the ring, the bandages all over his body flew out and wrapped around Yelin. Whoosh! But in an instant, Yelin got close to the mummy, and then he threw a punch. This tyrannical punch directly smashed the mummy out. Boom! The mummy's body was embedded into the wall, his eyes rolled white, and he had lost consciousness. The fighting power of the mummy is only 80 points. Perhaps Yamcha will have a hard fight, but for Yelin, this mummy is indeed not enough. The Divination Mother opened her mouth wide, and she did not expect that her proud fighter would be defeated in front of Yelin so easily. It's time for the next one. You, don't be arrogant, you are definitely not an opponent in the next warrior, the devil, it is your turn to appear. The Divination Mother gave an order, and a figure slowly flew down from the air. His back was a bunch of wings, and his whole body appeared jet black. There were 2 huge horns on his head, which were very suitable for the image of a demon. Devil man, don't keep your hands, let this ignorant boy see that you can win this competition with great strength. Maybe it had been losing streak, making the Divining Mother angry, she directly gave the death order to the devil. Hey, I'm not that useless mummy, just a kid. Boom! Yelin shot at the first time, this demon man's combat power reached 110 points, for ordinary people. It is a good master, but it is a pity that Yelin is far above him. Before the demon could react, he followed the mummy's footsteps, his body was also embedded in the stone wall, and he fainted completely. It's time for the next one. The result of Yelin's battle left the mother-in-law stunned. She didn't expect that even the powerful demon would be killed in seconds. And the reason why Yelin stopped the demon man directly was because he knew that the demon man had a demon light, which would swell the evil heart in people's hearts. This kind of mental attack now Yelin doesn't have much choice, so he chose the other party immediately seconds. As long as he is not allowed to make a move, it will be the same even if the opponent has any more powerful moves. Chapter 43, 10 times whole vs Turtle Kigong. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After defeating 4 fighters in a row, there is only the last fighter left. Let the last warrior come out. No matter what warrior it is, everything is useless in front of my master. Yamcha cheered Yelin off the court, and the divination mother glared at Yamcha, but at this time her eyes still revealed confidence. This 5th fighter is an invincible martial artist. You are definitely not his opponent. You said the same before, so let's get someone out. Bulma also interrupted the divination mother-in-law's bragging. Seeing Yelin's success in winning the game, they did not think Yelin would be defeated. Seeing Yamcha and Bulma treating themselves so presumptuously, the divination mother-in-law couldn't help it. Sun Wufan, it's time for you to play. From the other side of the ring, an old man walked out with a circle of light on his head and a rabbit mask on his face. It's no problem to compete with a young man, but I am afraid that even me is not the young man's opponent. Sun Wufan glanced at Yelin, he shook his head slightly, he had already seen Yelin's strength. As expected of Monkey King's grandfather, he has 170 points of combat power. His combat power is already equal to mine. Yelin sighed at the power of Monkey King, and that this person was a genuine martial artist. I am afraid that even if he was in front of him, he would not be his opponent. It's impossible. How could this brat be your opponent? No matter what, you have to win for me. The divination mother-in-law was annoyed by Monkey King's timidity before fighting, and she angrily gave orders to Monkey King. Oh, then I can only do my best. Sun Wufan walked up to the ring with his hands on his back. After seeing Sun Wufan coming up, Yelin bowed his hands and bowed to the other party. Please advise. Sun Wufan glanced at Yelin in surprise, then nodded. Young people, it's really scary to be born later. I can't think of the outside world. There have been so many powerful younger generations. I am already an old bone, but I will still go all out. I can't ask for it to fight against seniors. Yelin stepped on the moon step, and in one step he rushed to the front of Monkey King, and then he punched his mask. But Yelin's fist fell into the empty space, and the figure of Monkey King had turned into an afterimage, and the afterimage dissipated. Yelin noticed the abnormal movement behind him, he did not dodge, but stood firmly on the ground with his feet. Boom! Sun Wufan kicked Yelin's back, but the touch of this foot made him frown. From Yelin's body, he felt the solidity of Yelin's body. His body was as stable as Mount Tai, and he couldn't help but frown. Was easily shaken by myself. Armed and domineering. Yelin slammed it up with a punch. This punch increased his combat effectiveness by 50%, and his power should not be underestimated. Sun Wufan looked at Yelin's transformation with some surprise, and immediately after his palm opened, he actually wrapped Yelin's fist. Boom! The Yamcha outside the court blown by the tyrannical airflow felt that they were about to be unsteady. The punch style alone was so strong, Yamcha couldn't imagine the weight of Yelin's punch. But what made him most incomprehensible was that the Monkey King actually blocked Yelin's fist. Pick me up. Bikug VP www.vp268xs.com. 2 fingers of Sun Wufan pierced Yelin's eyes, but it was a pity that this blow was blocked by Yelin's other hand. The two started a battle of strength, and in the end of the battle of strength, it was Sun Wufan who lost the battle. His body was shaken back, and his feet drew a ravine on the ground, so that the leaves could be removed. Lin's power. What level of battle is this? This monkey Gohan is even comparable to the master. Yamcha was deeply stimulated by the battle in front of me. This is the battle that has surprised Yamcha again since Tianjin Fan. Click. At this moment, the rabbit face on Sun Wufan's face was turned into 2 halves and fell to the ground because of Yelin's fist. Sun Wufan's true face was a kind old man, which surprised everyone who guessed that he was a monster. Young man, you are really amazing. It seems that you are better than Fist, and I am not your opponent. Sun Wufan looked at Yelin in admiration, with a kind smile on his face. He didn't regard Yelin as an enemy at all, as if he was looking at an energetic junior. Senior is also very good. Yelin really felt that Monkey King was powerful. He had already used his arms and domineering. With a 50% increase in his strength, he could not directly fight the Sage Monkey King. The opponent is indeed a legendary martial artist. If this comparison continues, I am afraid I will lose, and I can only take out my stunts to fight. Suddenly, Sun Wufan began to gather powerful qi. This qi gathered in his palm, his hands were placed on his waist, and a large amount of qi gathered between his palms. Yelin is naturally no stranger to the style of this turtle-style qigong. Facing this blow, he raised his finger. On his fingers, there was also a large amount of qi condensed, and the two condensed qi burst into a dazzling light, and the same situation on Sun Gohan. Yamcha saw the two men gathering madly, his expression changed. "Hurry up, get out of here quickly!" Yamcha yelled hurriedly. Bulma looked puzzled, but Yamcha said so she did, and she left with Lankai. Because of the excessive concentration of the two, the entire underground space was trembling. Yelin and Monkey King both looked at each other, and the mother-in-law divination quickly fled the underground space in fright. Turtle Qigong. 10 times the whole. After everyone left, Yelin and Monkey King shot together, and the two rays of light collided against each other. The colliding qi caused a deafening roar in the entire underground space. Yelin roared, mobilizing a large amount of qi to fuse into the 10-fold cave wave. Ordinary cave waves are difficult to defeat the Turtle School Qigong, but Yelin's cave waves are not ordinary cave waves, but 10 times the cave waves, which is not lost to the Turtle School Qigong in power. As Yelin made the qi more concentrated, Shivyadong Dongbo pushed the Turtle School Qigong to the Monkey King. Boom! Yamcha and the others, who had just escaped from the underground space, felt an astonishing vibration from the ground before they ran out, and then the entire hall collapsed completely. The fighting power of Yelin and Monkey King directly caused the ground to collapse, but now everyone wants to know who won this competition. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled noise. A figure rushed out from below. Yelin's hands were holding the Sun Wufan who had been overstretched. The result of this competition is also very obvious, and the person who won in the end is still Yelin. Chapter 44 The Whereabouts of the Last Dragon Ball. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After a short rest, Sun Wufan had recovered his spirits. Hey, it's really no match for young people are already so powerful now. Sun Wufan smiled and sighed. He didn't have any negative feelings about losing to Yelin. Instead, he felt that the elders were pleased to see the younger ones succeed. Thanks for the guidance. Young man, your personality is really good, if only my grandson could be like you. Sun Wufan glanced at Yelin deeply, his eyes showed nostalgia. If I can meet your grandson, I will definitely greet him for you. After that, Yelin believed that he would meet Monkey King, so just tell him when that happens. Grandma Divination, since I have also won, can you tell me where the last Dragon Ball is? Yelin looked at the divination mother-in-law. Even though the divination mother-in-law was not reconciled at this time, she had already lost the game. She was not the kind of person who didn't believe in words. I didn't expect that you actually defeated my 5 fighters, but I can also see that your character is not bad, and the position of the last Dragon Ball is actually in the grandson of Sun Wufan. Hearing the words of the divination mother-in-law, Yelin suddenly remembered that what he lacked seemed to be the 4-star beads, and the 4-star beads were indeed in the hands of Monkey King. After that, the crystal ball in the hands of the divination mother showed a familiar figure. This person is Sun Wukong. He is running around in the woods. It seems that he is doing some kind of cultivation. And what is hanging around his neck is the 4 planets of Dragon Ball. However, the 4 planets were wrapped in a bag, and it was probably because of this bag that Yelin's Dragon Ball radar would not respond to it. Originally, Yelin thought it would take a while before he met Monkey King, but he didn't expect this opportunity to come so soon. Hey? Who? Sun Yufan stared at a corner of the temple, and a figure slowly walked out. It should not be a human being, but a robot. Its hands are equipped with sophisticated weapons, and a number 1 is written on its chest. But what made Yelin more concerned was that it also had the logo of the Red Ribbon Legion on its body. Is it an artificial human? It seems that this is number 1, and the artificial human that Dr. Gru abandoned will appear here. It had been a long time since I saw the movement of the Red Ribbon Legion. Yelin didn't expect the other party to chase here. It seems to be an uninvited guest, then let me solve it. The combat power of this man-made man is only 50 points, such strength is nothing at all. At this time, seeing the barrels of the Android 1 raising his hands, Monkey King had already taken the lead, and he easily split the Android 1 into 2 with a hand knife. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, this Android 1 exploded directly, and then it became parts scattered all over the place. They should have come after us. If we stay here, I'm afraid the people from the Red Ribbon Legion will continue to come. Now that we know the target location, we will leave first. In order to collect the 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible, Yelin didn't want to be delayed. Besides, staying here would really do no good to the Divining Mothers. Senior Sun Yufan, won't you leave with us to meet your grandson? This temple has a special aura, so a soul like me can stay here for a long time. I can't leave the temple. Sun Yufan shook his head to explain the reason, and Yelin nodded. Since this is the case, if you encounter Monkey King, I will let him come here to find you. Read bookstore www.kanshu55.com. After that, Yelin said goodbye to Sun Yufan and mother-in-law, and the group left the temple. Has the location of the last Dragon Ball been discovered? In that case, we only need to get the last Dragon Ball first, and then threaten the martial artist named Yelin. When the time comes, we will gather 7 Dragon Balls. I can regain my youth. The Beak Devil had already seen the message sent back from the death of Cyborg 1 from the display. Yelin's strength left him a big impression, but what was more important was the Dragon Ball news. After thinking about it, the Beak Demon called the Red Ribbon Legion. Report me the position of a man named Monkey King. Yes, I will let people search by satellite. Ritter's respectful voice came from the phone, and it didn't take long for a map with a logo to be transmitted to its cell phone. Very well, so that the day when the great demon lord realizes his wish is already near. After that, the Beak Devil took the remaining humanoids directly to the point marked on the map. It had to take Yelin one step ahead and take away the 4 planets. Yelin and his party came into the airship. Just when the airship was about to set off, the system heard the voice of Yelin's mission. System reminder, 1 step ahead of the Big Devil, the 7 Dragon Balls are collected to protect the Monkey King and Cyborg 8. The sudden update of this system task caught Yelin somewhat by surprise, but he soon understood what was going on. It seems that Big Demon King Piccolo has been born, and he is also collecting Dragon Balls. I am afraid that the cyborg just now was his ghost. That cyborg exposed the intelligence that Monkey King has Dragon Ball in his hands. I must protect Monkey King as soon as possible. Now his combat effectiveness is really too weak. Yelin figured out the outline of the matter at once, but the system prompt of Cyborg number 8 also made Yelin understand that there were still many cyborgs in the enemy's hands. Start off at full speed. Now Monkey King may be in danger. Try to be there in the shortest time. Yelin's sudden opening made everyone in the airship very surprised, but because Yelin had foreseen the danger several times before that, everyone believed in Yelin. Pool, make the airship faster. I see, Master Yamcha. Pool drove the airship forward at full speed, and Yelin could only wait slowly even if he was impatient now. Monkey King belongs to the stronger type in the Vietnam War. Although the strength of these humanoids is indeed not weak, it is not easy to win Monkey King easily. Yelin can only hope that Monkey King can hold on for a while. In a wild forest, Monkey King ran fast in the woods. His speed was very fast, even though the speed of a motorcycle was far worse than him. Today's Monkey King has captured a huge wild boar. This wild boar will be his dinner. Just when he was about to go home, he suddenly felt a danger coming. Boom! Monkey King dodged the fatal punch, and the fist of Cyborg number 2 smashed a deep hole into the ground. It's quite flexible. But it's a pity that you can't escape with your wings. The Beak Devil slowly walked out of the woods, and the figures came out from all over the woods. Among them, the person who brought the most pressure to Monkey King was the tall Cyborg number 8 in a suit. The combat effectiveness is 90 points. And today's Monkey King only has 15 points of combat effectiveness. Chapter 45, Saving Monkey King. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Boom! The fighting power of the cyborgs is above that of Monkey King, and the powerful firepower made Monkey King escape in embarrassment. If it weren't for the woods he was familiar with, he would have been caught by the cyborgs. You bad guys, why are you chasing me? Monkey King glared at the 7 androids and the Beak Demon who were chasing him behind him. Because you have the last Dragon Ball in your hand, hand over your Dragon Ball obediently. No, this is the relic left by my grandfather. Even if I die, I have to protect my relic. Monkey King stubbornly grabbed the little bag he was hanging on his chest, and the Dragon Ball in it was a memory of him and his grandfather. What an annoying kid, Cyborg number 8, catch him for me. The strongest is the number 8 robot, but now he is like a machine, he has no emotions at all, just doing things according to orders. Whoosh! Cyborg number 8 took a strong step, and he caught up with Monkey King at a very fast speed. Seeing the tall and big figure of Cyborg 8, Monkey King was shocked. He punched Cyborg 8, but his weak fist was easily grabbed by Cyborg 8. Then he mentioned Monkey King up. Let me go, don't take away my grandpa's beads. Monkey King kept kicking and hitting robot number 8, but this could not affect robot number 8. Humph, what a nimble kid, he took so much effort, but in this way, this Dragon Ball belongs to me. The Beak Demon looked at Monkey King with a sneer, and then he stretched out his palm, trying to catch the Dragon Ball on Monkey King's chest. Seeing the hand stretched over, Monkey King opened his mouth wide and bit the hand of the Beak Demon forcefully. Ah, let go, you damn stinky kid. The bitten hand made the Beak Devil extremely painful. He punched Monkey King in anger, and the painful Monkey King let go. The Beak Demon also took the opportunity to snatch Monkey King's Dragon Ball. He shook his hand, and his palm was bleeding. Damn you kid, dare to bite me and kill him number 8 for me. The Beak Demon gave an order to Cyborg number 8, and the other hand of Cyborg number 8 caught Monkey King by the neck. Return Dragon Ball to me. Even in the face of life and death crisis, Monkey King is still obsessed with Dragon Ball. That is the memory of him and his grandfather. He never wanted to be snatched away. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him, Cyborg No 8's palm tremblingly loosened his grip on Monkey King, and his mechanical eyes were no longer godless, but a little more agile. What are you doing? Don't hurry up, number 8. The Beak Demon frowned and looked at the artificial human number 8. These humanoids should have obeyed his orders, but the current humanoid number 8 is obviously abnormal. I hate killing, can I not kill him? Cyborg number 8 turned to look at the Beak Demon. He was able to talk to people like Fluent, and he had his own will. What's the matter? Human technology really can't believe it. Fortunately, these guys have artificial operating systems. The Beak Demon took out a remote control, and then he remotely controlled the robot number 8, so that he would pinch Monkey King. Woo! Monkey King's face flushed red, and Cyborg number 8 desperately shook his head. He didn't want to kill. But his body didn't listen to his instructions. First Floor Novel Network www.16txt.com. I can't control myself, stop it, I don't want to kill. Now Sun Wukong's face has turned blue and white, and he will soon die completely. Smelly boy, go to death. The beak demon sneered at Monkey King, who was about to die from hypoxia. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly penetrated the hand of robot number 8, and Monkey King broke free from the body of robot number 8. Ho-ha, ho-ha. Monkey King gasped for fresh air, and then two figures fell from the sky. Yelin and Yamcha stood in front of Monkey King, and Yamcha glanced around. These humanoids are weaker than me, so let them give me the master. Yamcha was eager to try. When he was divination in the mother-in-law's palace, he didn't have a chance to make a move, and his hands were itchy all the time. Now that there is a rare opportunity to make a move, how could he let it go? Yelin nodded, acquiescing to Yamcha's actions. Yamcha rushed directly to the center of the artificial humans. He could fly the artificial humans with every punch. After this period of improvement, Yamcha's combat effectiveness also increased rapidly. Now he has 90 points. Combat power, these artificial humans are naturally not his opponents. It came so fast. The beak demon saw Yelin's appearance. Its expression was very ugly. Yelin was powerful. He had seen it through the battle in front of the palace before. If you want to snatch the other 6 Dragon Balls from Yelin, you need careful planning, and this is definitely not a good opportunity. Are you all right? The injury is serious. Bulma and the others also got off the airship. They helped to check the wounds of Monkey King. Now Monkey King's nose is blue and swollen, and they are very embarrassed. Dragon Ball. Grandpa's Dragon Ball. I want to take it back. Don't worry, I will get the Dragon Ball back for you. Yelin said to Monkey King, and then he walked towards the beak demon. Number 8, protect me. The beak devil yelled, and cyborg number 8 immediately stood in front of Yelin. You run, I can't control myself now, I will kill you. Cyborg number 8 shouted loudly, trying to let Yelin escape, but Yelin ignored it. Seeing Yelin continuing to move forward, Cyborg number 8 hit Yelin with a punch, but this powerful fist was easily blocked by Yelin's palm. Don't worry, I will also make sure you are considerate. You can lie down here first. Yelin raised his palm, and then slapped it hard on the shoulder of Cyborg number 8, his huge body unexpectedly patted Yelin directly under the ground. In this way, Cyborg number 8 could not move easily, and the problem of Cyborg number 8 was solved. Yelin walked toward the beak demon. You, don't come here. If you dare to act rashly, I will directly let this Android 8 explode. His self-detonation power is enough to razor this place to the ground. If you want to save him, you will give the other 6 Dragon Balls. Yelin sighed at the threat of the beak devil, and the next moment a ray of light shot out from his fingertips, and the cave wave directly destroyed the remote control at an extremely fast speed. In this way, do you have any other means? Hearing Yelin's words, the beak devil's body trembled, and his combat power was only 30, so how could it be Yelin's opponent? It opened its wings and was ready to fly away, but Yelin's eyes were quick. And his fingertips shot a whole wave, which directly passed through the heart of the beak devil. It screamed and fell directly to the ground without any movement. Chapter 46 The Emergence of the Dragon. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After the beak demon died, Yelin stepped forward and took the bag containing the Dragon Ball from his hand. This bag looks very ordinary, but it can isolate the signal from Dragon Ball, which makes Yelin feel a little curious. Grandpa's Dragon Ball. Today's Monkey King is still thinking about the 4-star orb, and Yelin didn't directly accept the 4-star orb, but returned it to Monkey King. After all, his task is basically completed. Your grandpa's soul is now in the divining grandma's palace, where you can see your grandpa." Yelin glanced at Monkey King, and when he heard the news, Monkey King stood up from the ground, as if he had regained his spirit. "Is this real?" "Well, I actually came from your grandfather, and he asked me to meet you and say hello to you. Then I have to go find Grandpa quickly." Monkey King patted his dirty clothes and was about to leave. "Wait, you don't know where the desert palace is? I'll take you there then." Yelin couldn't help feeling that the Scion pedigree was very powerful. Just now, Sun Wukong was obviously injured very seriously, but after such a short time, his injury has recovered a lot, and his combat effectiveness has been improved. Now the Monkey King's combat power has reached 30 points, and this bloodline that grows stronger is the power of Scions. "You are really a good person, then I will listen to you. You are collecting this bead, then give this bead to you." Monkey King handed the 4-star orb to Yelin with a happy face. "Isn't this your grandfather's most important relic? You just gave it to me. You are a good person, and if you can meet Grandpa, then this is more important than Grandpa's belongings." Hearing that Monkey King said so, Yelin did not refuse. Collecting Dragon Balls is also part of his task, so he can also collect all the Dragon Balls. Finally, Yelin turned his gaze to the cyborg number 8 buried in the ground with only his head exposed. Although the remote control had been destroyed by him, the body of the cyborg number 8 contained a bomb. If it is not taken out, it will be controlled sooner or later, and the number 8 is not safe. Yelin grabbed the head of cyborg number 8, and he pulled out the cyborg number 8 abruptly. But even if it was buried in this way, there was no injury on the No 8's body, just it was a little messy, and Yelin's arm was broken in the first place. "Bulma, he has a bomb buried in his body. Can you remove it?" Yelin looked at Bulma, where Bulma was their only scientist. "You are really good at calling people, but isn't this guy with the bad guys? Why do you want to help him?" Bulma gave Yelin a puzzled look. "His disposition is not bad and his independent personality, he can't just die like this." Yelin had to find a righteous reason at will. After all, his mission requirements also include saving Robot 8. If he doesn't take out the bombs on his body, I am afraid it will not be considered as saving Robot 8. Besides, Robot 8 is indeed a kind person. "Hey, you always like to make messy decisions, forget it, I'll help you." Bulma came to the front of cyborg number 8 and helped him start checking his body. And Yamcha on the other side also completed the task very easily. All those impersonal artificial people were beaten into scrap copper and rotten iron by him. Bulma is worthy of being a genius scientist, and she saw her fiddle on cyborg number 8 before taking out a small chip from cyborg number 8. This is the self-destruction program. Take out this self-destruction program and he will be fine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and opening the God-level lucky draw. Chinese bar www.zwen8.com. After Bulma solved the problem on robot number 8, Yelin's system task also automatically prompted him to complete the task. The colorful lottery box keeps beating. Yelin can't help but look forward to what good things will come out of this draw. After all, this time he has collected all the Dragon Balls and saved Monkey King and Cyborg 8. Not simple. If it were not for Yelin's gathering of so many talents, it would be impossible to complete this task. After the colorful light dissipated, a small ball fell out of the lottery box. It was a red ball. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level prize. The skill proficiency has increased by 1000 points. Please choose the promoted skill. Yelin didn't expect that the prize this time would be skill proficiency, and it was also skill proficiency to choose from. 10 times the whole wave is enough to deal with ordinary enemies, and the speed of the moon step is temporarily enough. As expected, I should still be on the decisive blow. For the system, I choose Daewoo Helix Maru. After weighing it, Yelin decided to add this 1000 points of skill proficiency to the big jade spiral pill. The red ball turned into a red light and enveloped Yelin, and Yelin felt a heat flow in his body. Congratulations to the host's intermediate Dehu Helix Pill skill advanced to advanced Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 180 points. Skills, 1 Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, advanced 0/10,000, skill introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 100%. 2 Moon Step, intermediate 50/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, intermediate 30/1000, skill introduction, fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, intermediate 0/1000, skill introduction, basic combat power increase by 50%, duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar 1, Dragon Ball 7. Yelin was extremely happy with the advanced skill he had learned. This skill was Naruto's most commonly used move, and it could be described as an offensive and defensive attack that is close enough. Yelin felt that his choice was the most correct, but even if his skills reached advanced levels, he still had skill proficiency. This made Yelin understand that reaching advanced levels was not the culmination, and that skills could be improved even more powerfully. Thank you for helping me. Cyborg number 8 bowed to Yelin and thanked them honestly. As long as you are okay, you will be free after this. You don't have to listen to the bad guys anymore and live your own life. I understand, I will never help those bad people again. Yelin didn't intend to let Cyborg number 8 follow him. The other party was more suitable for that kind of peaceful life. Yelin, you have gathered 7 Dragon Balls, or just call Shenlong here, I want to see what the Shenlong looks like. Bulma couldn't help but curiosity and urged Yelin. But it is impossible to say that Yelin is not curious. After all, summoning Shenlong to make a wish is a big event in the world of Dragon Ball. Alright, give it a try. Yelin took out the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them together. Show up Shenlong. The 7 Dragon Balls gleamed with golden light, and the lights of the Dragon Balls overlapped, and then a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. The sky immediately became extremely gloomy, and the circles of clouds were like a whirlpool, and the center of the whirlpool was above them. Accompanied by the dark clouds, thunder rang, and in the reflection of thousands of thunder lights, a giant dragon slowly poked its head out of the swirling clouds. Chapter 47, Piccolo who regained his youth. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After seeing this Shenlong Queen with my own eyes, the shocking feeling can only be understood by seeing it in person. Yelin also saw the fighting power of the Shenlong, which had 200 points. The performance of other people was even more unbearable than Yelin, and the majesty of Shenlong shocked them. After being surprised, Bulma took out his mobile phone to take pictures of Shenlong, and even took a picture of herself and Shenlong. Say your wish, no matter what it is, I will help you realize it. Shenlong looked at Yelin and the others below, and now the wish was realized, and Yelin was also thinking about what he wanted to make. To be honest, he had a god-level lottery system in his hand, and he could get many good things. The role of Shenlong was limited, so Yelin didn't think of any wishes for a while. Do you have any wishes? Yelin looked back at the companions behind him. Faced with the opportunity to make a wish, several companions also hesitated, and they didn't know what wish to make. Shenlong, my wish is to restore the youth of Big Demon King Piccolo. Just as Yelin and the others hesitated, a loud shout suddenly broke the deadlock. Yelin's hand commanded, and the cave wave shot again, and the cave wave shot directly through the head of the Beak Devil. It was the person who just yelled his wish. Yelin gritted his teeth and secretly blamed himself for being careless. He thought that the previous blow had solved the Beak Devil, but he didn't expect that the other party was acting dead. Shenlong's body was radiating light, and its body was gradually disappearing. The wish has come true. After that, the Shenlong disappeared, and 7 luminous beads appeared in the sky. After that, the beads flew out in all directions. Things are in trouble. Yelin frowned, and he glanced at the dead beak demon. Because of his negligence, the result was that Big Devil Piccolo recovered his youth. Now that the young big demon Bic is retrieved, I am afraid that the combat power has surpassed more than 250 points, and it is a bit tricky to deal with it. Yelin, who is the great demon King Napic? At this time, everyone else recovered from the sudden situation. Although they lost the opportunity to make a wish, what made them more concerned about Yelin's ugly expression, which reminded them of the strange wish just now, is bigger than that. The devil is obviously a big bad guy. This demon King Piccolo is a cruel person. If he is allowed to go down, I am afraid that everyone on the earth will be killed by him. Hearing Yelin's words, everyone was stunned. They believed that Yelin would never set a target for no reason. Everyone felt that things were tricky. Yelin glanced at Monkey King. It was too early for the great demon Bic to recover his youth. With the current strength of Monkey King, it is impossible to defeat the great demon Bic. I am afraid that only the one who can fight the great demon Bic now him. Go to the divination mother-in-law first, and let her divination the current situation of Big Devil Piccolo. Yelin originally planned to take Monkey King to see Monkey King, so he could take this opportunity to listen to suggestions from the divination mother. After a group of people got on the airship, they rushed to the desert palace again. Red Ribbon Corps headquarters. The great demon King Piccolo sat on the prepared throne, and suddenly a light shone on him. In this light, his wrinkled skin was becoming firm and the muscles of his body were swelling. In just a few short breaths, Big Devil Bic has returned to his youthful appearance. Haha! Well done, I finally regained my youth. No one is my opponent anymore. By the way, there is that damn demon Ceiling Wave. There must be descendants of that human being. Now the first goal, it has destroyed all martial arts. The great demon King Piccolo began to gather a strong aura, and then he opened his mouth wide and spat out 2 eggs from his mouth. 520 Novel www.520fsxs.com. The 2 eggs broke out of the shell quickly after landing, and 2 demons walked out of the eggshell. I've seen Lord Piccolo. Dan Balin, Ram, I want you two to kill all the martial arts masters for me. As for the position of the martial arts masters, you two should ask the guy over there. The Demon King Piccolo pointed to the trembling General Rider in the corner. The current General Rider was greatly stimulated and saw 2 demons born in this way. His fragile heart was like a lightning strike. Dan Balin and Ram looked at Commander Ritter. They were stared at by 2 demons. Commander Ritter became even more nervous. No one can protect him at all. He has the power of life at any time. I believe you have no opinion on my decision. The Demon King Piccolo looked at Commander Ritter. No, my Red Ribbon Legion will definitely cooperate with Master Piccolo's actions. After seeing the powerful methods of the Great Demon Piccolo, General Ritter has long dared not to be in front of the Great Demon Piccolo. By the way, it seems that the person named Yelin you are dealing with is also a martial artist, so let's start with that kid first. Dan Balin, Ram, you start with this Yelin first. The Demon King Piccolo gave orders to his 2 men. Yes, Lord Piccolo. After that, there was communication equipment provided by the Red Ribbon Legion. Dan Balin and Ram spread their wings, and they followed Yelin's direction. Yelin quickly returned to the desert palace, and the divination mother came to wait for them 1 step in advance. It seems that the divination mother-in-law has divination to the present situation again. Yelin and his party came to the front of the temple, and beside the divination mother-in-law, they followed Sun Wufan. Grandfather. The moment he saw Monkey King, there were tears of excitement in Monkey King's eyes, and he flew towards Monkey King. Monkey King also showed a kind expression, and he hugged Monkey King who was leaping forward. Long time no see, you little guy has become a lot stronger again. Monkey King said with a smile. Seeing that Monkey King and Grandpa Sun Wukong could meet again, Yelin also felt relieved from the bottom of his heart, and the divination mother was looking at him at this time. Yelin, come with me, I have something to tell you. The divination mother-in-law looked serious, and Yelin didn't ask too much, but followed behind her. Yamucha and others also followed, and they entered the palace. Grandma divining, you already know what happened. The old man has already cleared things up. I really didn't expect things to be like this. It is almost impossible to defeat the big demon King Piccolo. Only the Mo Fengbo of Wu Taidu can do this. One of the two high disciples is Gaixian and the other is Crane, but Crane's laziness may not be able to inherit all the mantle of Wu Taidu. The divination mother-in-law told the current situation, and Yelin, the skill of Demon Fengbo, also understood that this trick was indeed very powerful. So do we need to go to Gaixianren to help? Bulma asked. No, you need to divide your troops in two ways. The rest will go to the Tortoise Immortal, and Yelin and Yamucha, you two will go to Kailan Tat. You are the best fighters I have ever seen. On Kailan Tat, you can get a good experience, so that you have a chance to defeat the big demon King Piccolo. The divining mother's expression is very serious. Ding! System task reminder, accept the entrustment of the divination mother-in-law, go to Kailan Tat to practice, the task difficulty is simple mode. Sure enough, after finishing talking about the divination, Yelin had already accepted the task provided by the system. Kailan Tat? It seems that I am going to practice on that temple. Yelin thought of the gods above the temple. At first, Sun Wukong was cultivating with the gods. After that, his fighting power quickly improved. For Yelin, that was definitely a good place to practice. Chapter 48 The Qigong Wave of Yamuti. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After getting advice from the divination mother, Yelin and Yamucha decided to go to Kailan Tat, while Bulma and Lan Chi went to the Turtle Immortal, and Sun Wukong would also go to the Turtle Immortal to practice with them. Sun Gohan's suggestion. You two must be careful yourself. Bulma took a worried look at Yelin and Yamucha. She could understand that the two of them would inevitably encounter danger after this, and they could not help much, and might even drag their feet. Don't worry, at least those who are waiting are not our opponents. Hearing what Yelin said, Bulma nodded. She also knew Yelin's strength. After that, Bulma handed a capsule to Yelin. I have taken down the gravity training room for you. You will practice later. This gravity training room should be able to come in handy. Sorry to bother you. Yelin thanked him for accepting the gravity training room. After that, the training in Kailan Tat didn't know how long it would take. If there was this gravity training room, it should be able to speed up the progress of the training. Then we will set off first. Yelin grabbed Yamucha, and then used the moon step to walk directly in the air, flying towards the distance. As for the location of Kailan Tat, he already had a map. The future savior, I am afraid, can only be pinned on this young man. The mother-in-law divination glanced at Yelin, who was far away with emotion. At first she didn't trust Yelin, but through gradually understanding, the mother-in-law divination also learned about Yelin's behavior, and she also had high hopes for the young man Yelin. The most important thing is that the divination mother-in-law has vaguely seen a little bit of the future in the previous divination. In the future, this young man named Yelin will inevitably save the earth from fire and water. Flying fast in the air, Yelin now, through exercise and the improvement of combat effectiveness, even if he used the moon step for such a long time, he would not feel tired, so he decided to use the moon step to go to Kailan Tat. I am afraid that Demon Fengbo should be very difficult to work. If you want to gain the fighting power to defeat the big demon King Piccolo, you can only hope that this practice will have significant results. Yelin was trying to prepare to go to Kailan Tat. At this moment, he suddenly and keenly noticed that a breath was approaching. Oh, are you here? Piccolo. Yelin had predicted that the people who killed Piccolo himself, coupled with Piccolo's jealousy of the martial arts school, would definitely not let him go. He would definitely send someone to chase him down. The Demon King Kita came to chase down his own possibility. But now it seems that Big Devil Piccolo is still too arrogant, just sending 2 of his men to deal with him. Master, something seems to be approaching. At this time, Yamcha also discovered the presence of an enemy. He was wearing glasses with a combat power detector to check the opponent's combat power. After this, he was stunned, his eyes filled with horror. A combat power of 120, a combat power of 160, how can there be such a powerful guy? Master, are these 2 people really just the subordinates of the great Demon King Piccolo? That's natural. The battle of the great Demon King Piccolo is probably going to double. Unexpectedly, there is such a degree, no wonder the master is so serious. Yamcha now finally knows the strength of the enemy. During the time they spoke, Nathan Balan and Ram had also flown in front of them. Which of you 2 is Yelin? Ram looked up and down Yelin and Yamcha, only Dan Balan's gaze was fixed on Yelin, and it seemed that he could see that only Yelin was the strong one. Don't talk nonsense, come down with me. I show www.ishughes.com. Yelin stepped on the void and brought Yamcha to the ground safely. He was able to fight in the air, but Yamcha could not do it yet. If he was in the air, he could not exert his strength, and Yelin was still need to take care of him. Just after the 2 of them landed, Dan Balan and Ram also landed at the same time. Yamcha, you go try it, rest assured that I have a master to support you. Yelin patted Yamcha on the shoulder. If he took a shot, he would be able to clean up the 2 guys in front of him, but he wanted to sharpen Yamcha. Fighting against each other is more conducive to the development of potential. Leave it to me, master. Yamcha eagerly tried to step forward. He wanted to try his skills a long time ago. The previous cyborgs did not put him under any pressure at all, and the 2 guys in front of him, no matter which one they are, can bring him huge of oppression. Ram, go and play with him. Dan Balan held his fists with a contemptuous smile on his face, and didn't put Yamcha in his eyes at all. His target was Yelin alone. Then I will move my hands and feet. Ram moved to the rough mine and walked towards Yamcha, standing in front of Yamcha, 2 meters and 5 kilometers tall, like a meat mountain. Yamcha punched out the instant Ram approached, but his fist stopped in midair. Yamcha's expression was solemn, and his fist was caught by Ram. The opponent seemed to be very heavy, but the reaction speed was very fast. Is only this strength? Can you also be called a fist? Let me teach you what a fist is. Ram clenched his fist, and then shook it forcefully. A gust of wind blew the front door, and Yamcha hurriedly blocked him with his hands. Ram's powerful punch directly shook him out, and Yamcha's feet drew 2 gullies on the ground, and he backed 5 meters before taking off his strength. So strong. Although I have seen the difference in combat effectiveness, only by personally experiencing the impact can we truly understand the difference in strength between the 2 sides. I have no chance of winning more than pure power. Although his reaction is flexible, he is not completely without chance. Yamcha regrouped, he took a deep breath, and then let out a long stale breath. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. Yamcha's fist turned into raindrops, and the fast shadow of the fist hit every inch of Ram's body. Ram's face had a mocking smile, and he didn't care about the fist at all. This kind of force could not threaten him at all. But as time went on, Ram's expression was a bit serious. He wanted to wait for Yamcha's offensive to weaken, and then take the opportunity to counterattack, but Yamcha's offense did not weaken, and his strength was still getting stronger. At first I couldn't stand it anymore. Yelin on the side looked very carefully. Although Yamcha has only 98 points of combat power, he still has a gap with Lam, but his control of Qi is not weak. Now in this Lang Fang Feng Feng punch, every punch the Qi became more concentrated, which is why Ram felt his strength became heavier. Ram, what are you doing? Don't solve this kid soon. Dan Balin on the side couldn't see it, but Ram was so embarrassed by such a trash fish, which made him feel shame. Boy, I killed you. Ram ignored the offensive of these fists, and directly rushed towards Yamcha. As long as Yamcha was caught by him, he could easily kill Yamcha with his power. But at this moment, the shadow of Yamcha's all over the sky has disappeared. It has ended. Qigong Wave. In the process of Lanja Fengfengquan, the chi of Yamcha continued to condense, and finally the Qigong Wave was finally completed. A ray of light rushed out from the front, and Ram was completely unprepared. The Qigong Wave hit him frontally. The powerful Ram was directly shaken by the Qigong Wave and flew tens of meters away, and then his whole body was scorched and fell to the ground. Breath. Chapter 49 Yelin vs Dan Bahrain. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Seeing Ram was killed in this way, Dan Balin's face was horrified and angry, and his companion was killed in front of him. You fellow, I want you to bury Ram with him. Dan Balin appeared in front of Yamcha in an instant. Now Yamcha has been fighting hard, and now there is no strength, not to mention the strength of Dan Balin is still higher than Ram. Yamcha felt the oncoming fist wind, as if he was going to die. Call out! At this moment, a ray of light passed by Yamcha, Dan Balin's face changed, and he immediately drew back. Dan Balin stared at Yelin with a slight squint. The light just came out of Yelin's hands. Sure enough, my opponent should be you. Dan Balin showed a warlike expression on his face. Yelin came up and patted Yamcha on the shoulder. Doing well, winning beautifully. Yelin also had to admire the performance of Yamcha. This was originally a losing battle, but Yamcha forcibly broke out a powerful force under the oppression. The power of the previous Qigong Wave had already made Yamcha's combat effectiveness more than 130 points, and it was because of this that Naram was directly defeated. Through this battle, Yamcha's combat effectiveness has also been significantly improved, and his combat effectiveness has now increased to 110 points. Thank you, Master, I will work harder to practice. Yamcha could also notice that in this battle, he had improved to a large extent, and this was also an opportunity that Yelin specially arranged for him, and he did not disappoint Yelin. It's just that Yamcha is still a little unwilling. Although he defeated Ram, the Dan Balin with a combat power of 160 in front of him is still not an existence he can handle. Although Fang Cai Dan Balin did not hit him, Yamcha still sensed the threat of death. If he played against Dan Balin, he could not have a chance of winning. Yelin stood in front of Dan Balin. Although he could see Dan Balin's powerful combat effectiveness, he didn't think he would lose. I can let you go first, lest I bully you. Crazy boy, go to hell. Hearing Yelin's words, Dan Balin's forehead burst into blue veins, and he rushed towards Yelin at an extremely fast speed. The full sky fist shadow greeted Yelin. This was not a boxing technique, just because Dan Balin punched fast, but the power of each punch far exceeded that of Yamcha. Even the Yamcha in the rear can feel the force of the fist wind. If it is hit by a fist in the front, it will be fatal. But under such intensive attack, Yelin was like a leaf in a tens of thousands of flowers without touching his body, and all the shadows of his fists could not touch him. Yelin, who has a domineering look and feel, can easily see through the opponent's offensive line, and Yelin dodges the attack lightly. It's almost done, it's time for me to move. Yelin's fist turned purple and black, that was the domineering power of the armed color. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the air, Dan Balin's face changed drastically, and he was hit by Yelin's sudden punch. Immediately, he flew upside down like a cannonball, and then slammed his body heavily on a boulder. The entire boulder was torn apart. Dan Balin was directly buried by the gravel. Yelin walked to Dan Balin lightly. He seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, he had seen and heard domineering. He had no flaws at all. Just as Yelin was 5 meters away from the ruins, a dazzling light burst out of the ruins. Go to hell! Dan Balin's mouth opened wide, and a wave of qigong shot from his mouth. Audiobook library www.newbookku.com 10 times the whole. But what Dan Balin faced was Yelin's ruthless offense. He had 10 times the whole wave with strong arms, which directly offset Dan Balin's qigong wave. Dan Balin's eyes shrank. Rumble. The ruins were blown out of a deep pit. Yelin stood quietly in front of the ruins, and at this moment a figure sprang from the ruins. This figure flew away embarrassedly towards the sky. Dan Balin's right arm was broken, and his body was also scarred, and blood was dripping continuously, but he couldn't care about so much anymore. Now he just wants to escape as soon as possible, otherwise there will be only one dead end. Is this human a monster? Why is it so powerful? For a brief time against Yelin, Dan Balin was completely stunned by Yelin's power. He was not Yelin's opponent at all. Yelin was too powerful. Walk in such a hurry, then I will give you a ride. Yelin's shout came from behind. Dan Balin looked back, then his pupil shrank. On Yelin's palm, an energy body rotated at a high speed into the appearance of a shuriken. From that energy body, Dan Balin felt the terrifying power contained in it even at such a distance. He felt a threat of death. Apart from anything else, Dan Balin waved his wings at full speed, trying to escape as soon as possible, but Yelin had already thrown out the wind escape spiral shuriken in his hand. Master Piccolo! Dan Balin let out the last cry of despair, Feng done. The spiral shuriken caught up with him at a very fast speed, and then the wind done. The spiral shuriken burst open in the air, and the terrifying force directly toward Dan Balin. Become fragments. After the battle, Yelinkang breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had used such a consistent skill. In order to deal with Big Demon King Piccolo after this, Yelin had to try this Dan Balin, and he was satisfied with the result of the battle. Although his combat effectiveness was stronger than Dan Balin, what is more important is that Yelin possesses many powerful skills. With such powerful skills, Yelin can crush Dan Balin with such advantages. It's amazing, this is the real strength of the master. When Yamucha on the side saw Yelin's full strength, he couldn't help showing a look of wonder. Let's go, continue to Kalen Tat, based on the current strength, it is still not the opponent of Big Devil Piccolo. Yelin knew something about the strength of the Great Demon King, and he knew that his current level was not enough. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. The Great Demon King Piccolo, who was closing his eyes and rested, suddenly opened his eyes, an expression of anger and shock on his face. Dan Balin and Ram's anger disappeared. Was that Yelin killed? I didn't expect this Yelin to have such strength. His subordinates were easily killed in this way. The Demon King Piccolo felt angry, and at the moment he decided to go after Yelin himself. Master Piccolo, how about leaving Yelin to me? At this time, a person walked in from outside the room. His eyes were mechanical eyes, and his right arm had been replaced by a mechanical arm. Mr. Tao Bibai, you are still alive. When General Ryder saw the man in front of him, he couldn't help being surprised, because the news he got was that Tao Bibai was already in Yelin's hands. Oh, leave it to you. The Big Devil Piccolo examined Dobai White from top to bottom, and then he nodded. I'll leave it to you. If you can kill Yelin, I will treat you as the first confidant. In the future, I will control the whole world, and I will hand over this country to you. Thanks to Master Piccolo for your appreciation, but now I just want to kill that Yelin. This is my only wish. After Tao Bibai said, he turned and left. The Great Demon King Piccolo looked at Tao Bibai's back, his mouth raised slightly, revealing a dark sneer. Chapter 50. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After solving Dan Balin and Ram, Yelin and Yamucha continued to set off, and their goal was Kalen Tat. Even though he had previously fought against Dan Balin and continuously used his skills, Yelin was somewhat exhausted, but this exhaustion still couldn't affect his use of Moonstep. Under this kind of Moonstep flight, his skill proficiency is constantly improving, which is a good thing for him. Name: Yelin. Combat Power: 190 points. Skills: 1 Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, Advanced 1/10,000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat power by 100%. 2 Moonstep, Intermediate 90/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 10 times Whole Wave, Intermediate 50/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, the combat effectiveness of this skill increases by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, Intermediate 5/1000, Skill Introduction, Basic combat power increases by 50%, duration is 1 minute. Props: Dragon Ball Radar *1. After 2 days of continuous rushing, Yelin and Yamcha could already see the Kalin Tower in the distance. Guru, Guru. At this time, both Yamcha and Yelin were hungry. They hadn't eaten anything for these 2 days, and Yelin had been taking Yamcha on the road. Even though their combat effectiveness is very strong now, there is no way to avoid eating. At this moment, a fragrance floated from below, which made their stomachs growl. Master, sorry, I can't live up to my stomach. It's been a long time indeed. Let's go get something to eat. Now Kalin Ta is in front of our eyes. You don't have to hurry up. For the next Kalin Ta special training, we need to recharge. Yelin took the Yamuti and the 2 people towards the scented place below. When they passed through the woods, they saw a clearing. At this time, there was a huge grilled fish standing on the open space. The grilled fish was 2 people tall, and the charming fragrance was emitted from the grilled fish. Guru! Yelin and Yamcha screamed in their stomachs, but no one was seen around the grilled fish. Master, let's take a little bit to eat, it shouldn't be a big deal, after all, this fish is so big. Yamcha walked towards the grilled fish. Yelin looked at Yamcha's back. He suddenly felt that the scene before him seemed a bit familiar. Damn fish thief! At this moment, a voice came, and a figure jumped down from a height, with a samurai sword in his hand. The katana slashed at Yamcha. The speed of the katana was so fast that Yamcha's pupil shrank, and he found that he could not escape the knife at all. At this moment, he kept hitting his fist and collided with the katana. Yelin rushed to the moon in time, and his fist exerted the effect of armed and domineering. Yelin blocked his knife with his fist, and a surprised expression appeared on the face of the slightly fat soldier in front of him. Boom! Yelin forced the opponent back. His gaze looked at the fat warrior with a big pie face in front of him, and this person was Yaki Lobe. Yelin had already guessed when he saw this huge grilled fish, and now Yaki Lobe stood in front of him, verifying the correctness of his guess. The combat power is 170. This guy is even more powerful than the 2 men of Big Devil Bic. The first Chinese website www.01zww.com. The combat strength detector that Yamcha carried had already detected the combat effectiveness of the fat warrior in front of him, and he was surprised by the strength of the opponent. Why are you not capable of fighting? Who are you two? Are you here to steal my fish? Then don't blame me for being polite. Yaki Lobe pointed at Yelin and Yamcha with the knife in his hand. We are just passing by here. You can see that your grilled fish is good. We don't intend to steal the fish, but want to make a meal. Yelin didn't conceal his purpose, and Yaki Lobe's eyes showed annoyance when he heard this. I killed this fish. I wasted a lot of time to catch it. You two shouldn't fight with me. For this grilled fish, Yaki Lobe is like a hen protecting a chicken. If this is the case, it would be a pity. Originally, I wanted to tell you that there is a place where you can eat a big meal. There are good things that can fill your stomach better than your grilled fish. Hearing Yelin's words, Yaki Lobe swallowed. Can the place you talk about really keep me full? Yakilobe drooled and looked at Yelin. Even if he ate the grilled fish, he couldn't satisfy himself. He was born with supernatural power but also had a great appetite. It was difficult to fill his stomach with ordinary food. Of course you can. It depends on whether you want to make this transaction. We will distribute the grilled fish to us, and we will take you to a place where you can eat your stomach. Yakilobe looked back at the grilled fish behind him, after which he made up his mind. Okay, just as you said, I'll give you half of the grilled fish, but if you cheat me, don't blame me for being rude. Yakilobe lifted the whole grilled fish, and then he leaped high and swung out the samurai sword in his hand vigorously, and the sharp light directly divided the grilled fish into two. Things are distributed to you, this is half of your grilled fish. Yakilobe threw half of the grilled fish to Yelin and Yamcha. Although there was only half of the grilled fish, because the grilled fish was very huge, even such a half of the grilled fish was enough to make Yelin and Yamcha had a feast. A group of 3 people enjoyed this huge fish. As far as the speed of eating was concerned, it was naturally the fastest in Yakilobe. He almost ate half of the grilled fish in an instant, even Yamu. T is very curious about how his stomach grows. Among the 3 of them, the one who ate the most was Yakilobe, followed by Yelin, followed by Yamu T. Yelin's stomach was already very hungry because of the long time display of qi, so he also ate the half of the grilled fish with an astonishing aura. In the end, most of the grilled fish entered Yelin's belly, and Yamcha only ate a third of it, and he couldn't eat it anymore, so he sat aside to rest. Who are you two? How come you come here? Yakilobe looked at Yelin and Yamcha curiously. He was moving around, and he had never seen Yelin and Yamcha. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that they were both outsiders. We are here to challenge Kalen Tat. The good things you want to eat are also above Kalen Tat. Kalen Tat? Are you talking about the broken tower? Is there really something delicious on the broken tower? Yakilobe looked at Yelin suspiciously, and Yelin stood up at this time. Believe it or not, after you go to Kalen Tat in person, won't you know it? Seeing Yelin's confident smile, Yakilobe also believed a little bit, but he heard that it was very difficult to climb Kalen Tat. Are you sure to go to Kalen Tat? Yelin didn't answer Yakilobe's inquiry. He grabbed Yamcha and Yakilobe one by one, and the group of 3 ascended to the sky. Yakilobe watched this scene in surprise. You are so amazing, you can fly. Yakilobe was very curious about Yelin's methods. Chapter 51 The Immortal Carlin. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Even if it was Yelin, with Yakilobe and Yamcha, it was not that simple to climb the Kalen Tower. Uebu had more stringent requirements for Qi, and Yelin didn't climb the tower fast. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air from below. Yelin looked down and shot a spear at him. Yelin frowned. Now he was carrying Yamcha and Yakilobe, his speed was greatly affected, and it was difficult to dodge such a spear throw. Leave it to me. Yakilobe swung the katana in his hand, and the spear was easily split into 2. Little meaning. The corners of Yakilobe's mouth rose. Again. Yamcha pointed her finger downward, and threw a large number of spears from the direction of the ground. These spears were as dense as raindrops. Yakilobe hurriedly swung the katana in his hand like the wind, and he desperately knocked down these spears. Who, so unethical, keep throwing things away, see if I don't kill you. Yakilobe stared down angrily and shouted. Under Kalen Tat, an Indian was hurling a spear at Yelin and the others. Beulah, the guardian of Kalen Tat. Yelin vaguely remembered this person's name. The other party had been guarding Kalen Tat to prevent outsiders from invading. Presumably he regarded Yelin and the others as bad people. But Yelin didn't have the time to argue with him whether he was a good person or a bad person. If you fly high, he won't be able to shoot. Yelin speeded up, and he flew to a higher place. As expected, after exceeding a height of hundreds of meters, Bra's spear had lost its power. He also gave up and continued to attack Yelin. His duty was to guard Kalin Tat. Yelin and the others had already passed through, and he was helpless. After all, if he had been chasing Yelin and the others, if someone broke in at this opportunity, he would have no way to protect Kalin Tat. Yelin took Yamcha and Yaki Lube to a high place, and Kalin Tat was above the clouds. In this cloud, thunder bursts, and thunder often passes by them. It was not that these thunder and lightning did not strike them, but that Yelin used his domineering experience and color to react in advance, which made it possible to avoid lightning strikes repeatedly. It didn't take long for them to pass through the thundercloud layer. Yelin and the others came to the sea of clouds. Above this sea of clouds, the three of them saw a circular temple. The temple at the top of Kalin Tat is home to the famous Kalin Immortal. That's what you said, the place that can keep me full. Yaki Lobe looked at Kalin Tat curiously, and he also felt that Kalin Tat was very magical. Yelin was also the first time he saw Kalin Tat face to face. He tapped the solace of his feet several times in the air and quickly approached Kalin Tat with the help of Moon Step. It was just a few breaths. Yelin brought Yamcha and Yaki Lobe to the temple of Kalin Tat. The whole temple was very spacious, but there was no one here. Why is there no one alone? Where is the delicious food you said? Yaki Lobe looked around curiously, looking for something delicious. You didn't climb up. At this time, a voice came from behind the three of them, and Yaki Lobe and Yamcha looked back in surprise. A white fat cat with a half-man master holding a cane was examining the three of them. The cat actually spoke. Yamcha widened her eyes. Good fat cat, can this cat eat it? Yaki Lobe kept his saliva. It seemed that he was almost starving, and he had eaten half a fish before. Carlin was a little angry when he heard that he was called Fat Cat. He knocked on Yaki Lobe's head with a wooden stick, and Yaki Lobe knelt down in pain and covered his head. The immortal Kalin turned his gaze to Yamcha, and finally turned his gaze to Yelin. When he saw Yelin, Karen's brow furrowed and doubts appeared in his eyes. 1800 Literature www.1800wx.com. Why can't I see your state of mind? Yelin was also stunned when he heard Immortal Kalin's words, and then understood. I am afraid Immortal Kalin was just by peeking into the mood of others to judge whether this person was a bad person or a good person. Yelin has a system of self-defense on his body, so it is natural that Immortal Kalin can't see Yelin's mood, and it is natural that Immortal Kalin would be puzzled. Kalin Immortal, we accepted the recommendation of the Divination Mother to come here to practice. In order to deal with the big demon King Piccolo, we need to improve our strength. Great Devil Piccolo. That fellow escaped the seal. After hearing the name of Big Demon King Piccolo, Karen's pupils shrank, and his face showed horror. One can imagine the fear of Big Demon King Piccolo. Not long ago, Big Devil Piccolo broke free of the seal, and with the help of Shenlong's power, he has regained his youth. Things turned out to be so bad. Carlin frowned, and he walked back and forth thinking about things. Didn't you say that there is food here? There is nothing here, just a bunch of beans, which can also be called delicious food. You are fooling me. When Karin and Yelin were discussing the matter, Yaki Lobe had already turned upside down in the temple alone, but he turned out a small jar, which contained a lot of fairy beans. The hungry Yaki Lobe grabbed a handful of fairy beans and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Seeing Yaki Lobe's food like this, Carlin's eyes widened, and he looked at Yaki Lobe's actions in shock. After eating 2 handfuls of fairy beans, Yaki Lobe suddenly changed his face and his stomach swelled rapidly. Yaki Lobe bulged into a ball, and he was full of hiccups, and he was completely supported. You guy has a really big appetite. After eating so many fairy beans, you haven't been killed yet. Karin also looked dumbfounded at the Yaki Lobe who had bulged into a ball. Now Yaki Lobe could no longer move. He could only wait for himself to digest the power of this fairy bean. If you want to defeat the big demon King Piccolo, it is useless to practice with me. I can recommend you to practice with the gods. As long as you practice with the gods, you can defeat the big devil King Piccolo. Kalin was obviously prepared to introduce them to the gods. For Yelin, this was the real purpose of his trip. At the beginning, Wukong was under the guidance of the gods, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he had the strength to defeat the big demon King Piccolo. It's just that although I want to take you to see the gods, the pillars connecting the temple have disappeared. Karan brought Yelin and Yamcha to the edge. He pointed his cane to the sky above, where they couldn't see anything, but Yelin knew that there was still a temple floating in the sky above, where he lived. God! The so-called pillar leading to the temple is actually Monkey King's wishful stick. In order to come to Karan Tower this time, Yelin had made preparations in advance. He borrowed the wishful stick from Monkey King. Is this the pillar you said? Yelin took out the wishful stick, and when he saw the red stick, Karan's eyes brightened. That's it. It's really a shame that you have it in your hands. It seems that all of this is destined. You two come with me. Karan took Yelin and Yamcha and climbed up the circular roof, and the surrounding wind blew past, which made Yamcha frightened. If he fell from this height, he would have only a dead end. When he came to the top of the tower, there was a round hole on the top of the tower, and Yelin inserted the wishful stick into the round hole. Grab the wishful stick, we are going to set off. Hearing Yelin's reminder, Yamcha hurriedly grabbed the wishful stick, and Yelin glanced at immortal Karan again. Karlan, what we say is to save the earth. You should always help. Give me 1,000 or 800 fairy beans. It shouldn't be too much. 1,000 or 800, you eat it for dinner. I don't have so many fairy beans here, but I really can't treat you badly, so I will give you 200. Yelin's gaze brightened. 200 celestial beans were enough for him to splurge for a while, and if the celestial beans were not enough, then just come to Karan. Then thank you first. Yelin received 200 fairy beans from Karan. Extend it, wishful. Yelin yelled, and then Ruyi Bang took Yelin and Yamcha, and the two quickly set off toward the top of the sky. Chapter 52 Yelin vs Bobo. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The wishful stick climbed rapidly. This speed was even faster than Yelin's moon step, and Yelin also brought this wishful stick to save trouble. Master, there seems to be something in front. Yamcha squinted his eyes against the wind pressure to investigate the situation above. He saw a small island floating in the air, which was the temple where the gods were. It looks like we're there. It didn't take long for the extension of the Ruyi rod to slow down, and Yelin and Yamcha could feel the hugeness of the temple when they really approached this temple. The Ruyi stick was successfully docked quickly. There was a ladder on the side, but Yelin went to climb lazily. He grabbed Yamcha, and then stepped on the moon step, rushing to the top of the temple at a very fast speed. Whoosh! Yelin and Yamcha landed on the ground steadily, their feet stepped on the flat square floor, and looking carefully at the top of the temple, there was a huge courtyard. There is a palace in the center of the courtyard, and a row of vegetation is planted on both sides. In the front of the palace, there was a black man with sand belt on his head. He was sitting on a blanket. There was also a small feeding bowl on the blanket, and many birds flew to him, seeming to be very intimate with him. Is he a god? Yamcha glanced suspiciously, this strange person in front of him. I am not a god, but a servant of God. My name is Popo. I welcome your visit, the guest Karan admitted. Popo stood up at this time, but even though he stood up like this, the surrounding birds were still hanging on his body, seeming to favor Popo very much. We are here to practice with God. Can we meet God? Yelin glanced at Bobo. The Bobo in front of him was not an ordinary person. He had served many spirits, and his strength was definitely not weak. Strange, I am wrong, the combat power turned out to be 290. Yamcha banged on his combat power tester, and he thought it was something wrong with his combat power tester. You are not mistaken, this is indeed his combat effectiveness. Yelin affirmed the value of Yamcha's peaking. This wave is undoubtedly the strongest he has ever seen. I am afraid that even the big devil Bic will be inferior to this wave. This is too powerful, the servants are so powerful, how strong should the god be? Yamcha couldn't help being excited, and Bobo shook his head. I know your purpose, but I still can't let you see God, because now you are not qualified to see God, even if you have Carlin's recommendation. If you fail my exam, then you are not qualified to see God. What kind of test? Your test is very simple, that is, if you can meet me once, you will be deemed to have passed the test. Yamcha's eyes brightened upon hearing the content of the test proposed by Bobo. I thought it was a difficult challenge. It turned out to be so simple and the master left it to me. Yamcha stepped forward vowing, he knew that he was definitely not Bobo's opponent, but if he only met, then things would be much simpler. Yamcha took a posture, and his spirit was highly concentrated. Lanja Feng Feng Fist. The countless shadows of the fist slapped Bobo like raindrops. But in the shadow of the sky full of fists, Bobo moved forward and retreated with a degree. And without any muddle, easily escaped the attack of Yamcha. Yamcha didn't give up either. His spike Feng Feng fist was on the contrary in constant attack. As chi condensed, his speed became faster and stronger, and his power became stronger. But no matter what kind of attack, even if it was a sneak attack from the rear, Yamcha couldn't touch Bobo. The gap is so great. Yamcha marveled at Bobo's strength. If you just use your eyes to catch, you can't touch Bobo. Don't use your eyes, but use your heart and feel everything with your heart. To read the novel website www.1ddu.com. Bobo dodges Yamcha's attack with a very relaxed look. Pick me this trick. After preparing for a long time, Yamcha launched a wave of Qigong in the hands of Yamcha, and the light rushed straight to the wave in front of him. Bobo seemed inevitable, and at this moment, Bobo opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The Qigongbo of Yamcha was actually swallowed by Bobo. This. Yamcha stared in front of him dumbfounded. In this incredible scene, his Qigong wave was so easily resolved, and in this way. After eating Qigongbo, Bobo's breathing was not messed up at all. The dodge just now was not even a warm-up for him. Master, I lost. Even the Qigongbo was eaten. Although Yamcha was unwilling, he could only give in. Yelin came up, he stood in front of Bobo, and Bobo looked at Yelin quietly. From his face and eyes, he couldn't see Bobo's thoughts at all. He seemed to be empty. Everything is the same. To feel everything with my heart, I may not be able to learn this, but maybe I will use other methods. Yelin took a step forward, and then he almost stood face to face with Bobo. Bobo had just taken a step back obviously, but Yelin was domineering and felt Bobo's movements in advance, so Yelin took the lead. It's amazing. You can follow Bobo's movements at first, so let's start officially. Can't ask for it. Yamcha stared at the two with wide-eyed eyes. Both of them were masters of masters. If there was one slack, they would no longer be able to catch them. Whoosh whoosh. Yelin and Bobo were constantly flickering in this courtyard. Lu Xiao grasped Bobo's movements with the domineering look and feel, but despite this, Bobo's trace was still erratic. Seeing that the color domineering has been working at full force, but Yelin is always a step slower than Bobo, which makes it difficult for him to reach him even though he is chasing Bobo. Yelin frowned and thought, thinking about how to catch up with Bobo. He is not a real martial artist, let him feel everything with his heart, simple to say, but easy to talk about. If you can't catch up, then don't catch up. 10 times the whole. Yelin's fingers shot a shock wave, 10 times the power of the whole wave. But in the face of this blow, Bobo adopted the same method. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and he swallowed his stomach 10 times the whole forcibly. Master, Qigong is useless to him. Yamcha hurriedly reminded, but Yelin didn't think so. Bobo can swallow 10 times the Qigong power of caves, which is indeed very powerful, but his swallowing should have a limit. Feng done. Spiral Shuriken. Yelin raised his palm high, and on his palm, a spiral energy body quickly formed, and then it turned into a shuriken shape. Bobo, you can swallow my 10 times the whole wave, I don't know if you can swallow my trick. Yelin forcibly threw the wind escape. Spiral shuriken in his hand. Yelin's current combat power has 190 points. This Feng Yi spiral shuriken is a 100% bonus to his combat power. In other words, his combat power for this blow is equal to 380 points, even Bobo can't take this move. There was a drop of sweat left on Bobo's forehead. He wanted to retreat, but the 10 times cave wave did not disappear. Yelin maintained the output of the 10 times cave wave. If Bobo does not continue to swallow the 10-fold whole wave, he will be directly attacked by the 10-fold whole wave, and if he continues to swallow it, he will not be able to move, and will face the wind escape spiral shuriken. I surrender. Faced with such a dilemma, Bobo raised his hands and surrendered. Yelin smiled slightly when he saw him surrender. He put away the 10-fold whole wave and wind escape spiral shuriken. Chapter 53, Practice with God. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After watching this wonderful competition with my own eyes, Yamcha still has an endless aftertaste. This kind of high-level battle is not always visible. Then can we see God now? Yelin glanced at Bobo. Now Yelin has passed his own test, and Bobo has no other excuses. Follow me. Bobo led Yelin and Yamcha in front, and they walked into the palace. The inside of the palace is also very spacious, but at the same time very simple, and in the center of the palace, a huge figure is meditating in retreat. Maybe he felt someone coming, and he opened his eyes. You are Yelin, I already know what happened. You want to cultivate here to achieve the strength to defeat the great demon King Piccolo. Are you a god? Yamcha stared blankly at the giant in front of him. After all, the god and the big demon King Piccolo were one body. They were both Namekians, and they looked very different from the people on Earth, so it is understandable that Yamcha would be so surprised. I'm just taking care of it, and it's not that great. Seeing Yamcha's surprise, God smiled slightly, his face showing kindness. At this time, Yamcha also noticed that the god's combat power in front of him was as high as 310 points, and his combat power was beyond his reach. In this period of time, I will teach you well until you can successfully defeat the great demon King Piccolo. Master, if big demon King Piccolo dies, you will also be dead. At this time, Bobo on the side finally couldn't bear it anymore. He opened his mouth to tell the secret. Yelin knew about this, but Yamcha was confused. Why would the gods die together if the great demon King Piccolo died? Because the big demon King Piccolo and the Master are one, and the big demon King Piccolo is the evil thought released by the Master. If the big devil King Piccolo dies, the Master will also be implicated. Hearing this shocked fact, Yamcha opened her mouth wide, unable to accept this fact. Bobo, I have already said that this is my destiny, and I have made up my mind a long time ago. Instead of letting my evil thoughts do evil, it is better to die with him, but I can't take action in the lower realm personally, so I kill the task of Demon King Piccolo can only be entrusted to you. God's gaze fell on Yelin, and he could feel an extraordinary aura from Yelin's body. If it were for him, he would have a chance to kill the great demon King Piccolo. I will practice with all my strength to get rid of the demon King Piccolo soon. There was no confusion in Yelin's eyes, and God nodded with satisfaction. In the days after that, Yelin and Yamcha began to practice under the guidance of God and Bobo. With the blessing of fairy beans, and the gravity training room, their combat effectiveness increased by leaps and bounds. Immortal Turtle heard from Bulma and the others that Big Demon King Piccolo was awakening. Immortal Turtle's expression was very serious. Unexpectedly, Big Devil Big still appeared for so many years. I will be practicing in retreat for this period of time. No one should come to bother me. The Gaixian went away alone on crutches, and no one knew what he was going to do. If you want to defeat the Big Demon King Piccolo, the only hope is Demon Seal Wave. Even if you are fighting my old life, you must use the Demon Seal Wave to seal the Big Demon King Piccolo again, and he can't let him continue. Do evil. Immortal Turtle is already holding his will to death, and there is only one dead end for the use of Demon Sealing Wave, but for the human beings on the earth, he has no choice. Bulma and the others stayed in the Turtle Fairy's hut, and Monkey King discovered that there were 2 other people in the Turtle Fairy's hut. New Pen Cook Novel www.510xsk.com. Are you disciples of that grandfather? Hey, what grandpa, you really have no eyesight, you can listen well, that is the famous teacher Wu Tian, and I am the second disciple of teacher Wu Tian, named Kailin. I will definitely become a famous martial artist in the future Grandmaster. Klin joined Gaixianren's door not long ago, and there is another person in this room, who is a strong dragon. Klin, you can't be polite to your guests. If Yelin were here, he would be very surprised, because now Kirin is like a depressed ball, but his whole body is exposed to tight muscles. Yes, brother. Klin was also very respectful in front of Kalarn, and completely corrected his attitude. You seem to be very good. Monkey King stared at Kirin, he could feel the aura of Kirin. I haven't cultivated my abilities yet. If I want to be good, my elder brother Yelin is good. He is the most good person I have ever met. There was a trace of worship in the eyes of Kirin. During this period of time, Kirin worked hard at the Turtle Immortal, and his combat power was significantly improved. Now his combat power has reached 100 points. Are you Yelin's younger brother? When Bulma heard Yelin's name, she looked at Kirin in surprise. And Kirin looked at them suspiciously. Do you also know my eldest brother? Kirin asked puzzledly. More than just knowing each other. We are Yelin's companions. We haven't heard that guy mention it. He has a younger brother, but you two don't look alike. Bulma gave Kirin a suspicious look. I recognize Yelin as the eldest brother. I didn't expect to meet the eldest brother and his companion here by such a coincidence. After knowing that Bulma and the others were Yelin's companions, Kirin became more enthusiastic and hoped to know Yelin's situation from their mouths. Bulma was also very happy to tell Kirin about the encounters and experiences along the way after getting acquainted with Yelin. My eldest brother has become so powerful, and I have gone to the gods to practice. It seems that I can't slack off, otherwise how can I catch up with the eldest brother? Kirin clenched his fists, and had already conceived a brand new training plan in his heart. He had to practice harder. When I meet with Yelin next time, I must give him a surprise. Can I practice with you too? Monkey King asked. Humph, it depends on you, how can we keep up with our cultivation plan, and bringing you is just a hindrance. Klin said disapprovingly. Yes, you have a pair of strong eyes. Kirin agreed to Monkey King's request. The eyes of the strong, I don't believe it, I will definitely practice faster than you. Klin pointed to Monkey King and said unwillingly. The two seem to be competing, and for such a situation, Kirin is also happy to see that with competitors, the motivation to practice will be stronger. It seems that I can't be idle here either. I want to continue to study my scientific research results. When Bulma saw Kirin and the others vowing to practice, she also stood up and walked towards a separate room. She was not suitable for martial arts. Bulma knew that her powerful thing was her brain. She wants to be more diligent in her research, so as not to delay Yelin's retreat. She never wants to be behind other people in this team. Lan Chi, on the other hand, changed her blue hair and was in a gentle mode, taking care of everyone's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Chapter 54, Scion Bloodline. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Every day of cultivating in the temple, Yelin's life was very fulfilling, and Bobo and God's fighting power were above him. If they didn't use skills, Yelin would hardly be their opponent. In order to increase his combat effectiveness, Yelin did not use skills to fight, but purely use his combat effectiveness to fight Bobo. In the process of fighting against each other, Bobo will constantly point out Yelin's deficiencies, and after the competition, Yelin will once again enter the gravity training room to practice. Under 10 times the gravity, Yelin's combat effectiveness increased by leaps and bounds, and he also really felt the training journey of a martial artist. It was thanks to Xiandu's blessing to be able to practice such an efficient way, otherwise he would not be able to withstand this kind of training at all. Yamcha is also very hard-working in cultivation, perhaps in order to catch up with Yelin, Yamcha is even more desperate than Yelin. Perhaps this is the reason Yamcha's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. Yelin has observed the changes in his combat effectiveness, but after a month, Yamcha's combat effectiveness has increased to 125 points. As for Yelin, it was raised to 200 points. Although the training intensity was the same, Yelin's combat effectiveness did not grow fast. Sure enough, I'm just an ordinary person, ordinary cultivation, the improvement of combat effectiveness is not as good as a martial artist like Yamcha. Most of the improvement in Yelin's combat power along the way was related to the rewards of system tasks. If he was trained step by step, like Yamcha, his effectiveness would obviously be inferior to Yamcha. Is there any way to improve myself? After the training, the tired Yelin lay quietly in the gravity training room. Now he is the only person in the gravity training room. Through this practice, Yelin fully discovered his own limitations. If he can't receive system tasks for a long time, his combat effectiveness will increase very slowly. This situation may not be revealed in the early stage. But in the future, when he stepped out of the earth and met those strong in the universe, with his mediocre physique, it would be difficult to catch up with those masters. It seems there is another chance to draw. Yelin has completed the task of divining the mother-in-law and has a chance to draw a lottery, but this is only a simple task. No matter how much he got, he could only draw E-level prizes, and prizes of that level would not be of much use to Yelin. But now that he has nothing to do, Yelin decided to use this chance to draw. The familiar colorful lottery box appeared in front of his eyes again. During the lottery draw, Yelin suddenly noticed that the movement of the colorful lottery box was getting bigger and bigger, and the whole colorful lottery box was shaking. This is how the same thing. The sudden situation made Yelin a little at a loss. Just when he didn't know the reason, a small ball fell from the exit of the colorful lottery box. It was a small ball shining with golden light. Yelin looked at the ball stupidly, and then he was worried that he was wrong, and Yelin rubbed his eyes. Gold, gold, it turned out to be gold. Is this an A-level prize? Since the lottery draw, Yelin has never seen an A-level prize. He never imagined that he would win such an A-level prize for completing the simplest tasks with the lowest difficulty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Ball Plane A prize, Scion Blood. The golden ball opened, and the dazzling golden light made Yelin unable to look directly. He squinted his eyes slightly. When he saw clearly, he was still in the gravity training room. Yelin looked up at the ceiling stupidly. I was not dreaming just now, attributes. Yelin hurriedly asked the system to call out his character attributes. Name, Yelin's Zinbai Cook novel www.510xsk.com. Combat power, 200 points. Bloodline, Scion, level 10/100. Skills, 1 Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, advanced 2/10,000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 100%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 95/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, Intermediate level 53/1000, Skill Introduction, fingertips shoot light waves, the combat effectiveness of this skill increases by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, Intermediate 9/1000, Skill Introduction, basic combat power increased by 50%, duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar *1. Yelin stared at his character attributes carefully, the extra line of blood attracted his attention, and he was also sure that he was not dreaming, but really got the blood of Scion. We must know that in the entire universe, the blood of Scions is undoubtedly a powerful blood. Vegeta and Monkey King can become Super Scions, the prerequisite is that they are all Scions. But now Yelin also has this prerequisite. But why is this? Didn't I complete simple tasks? Why did I draw A-level prizes instead? System reminder, the God-level lottery system is accompanied by a lottery chance. The probability of drawing A-level prizes for simple tasks is 0.001%. Yelin suddenly realized, and then he laughed. I have a 1 in 100,000 chance of being drawn. I am the legendary European Emperor. Yelin had always felt that his luck was very bad, and he did not expect that his character would explode this time. But weird, why is there proficiency behind the Scion bloodline? System reminder, Scion bloodline can grow, and the proficiency of bloodline growth can only be improved through hard battles. This time the system very kindly answered all Yelin's doubts, which could not help but make Yelin look forward to it. He might become a Super Scion in the future. At that time, his combat effectiveness will have a qualitative leap. Master, what are you laughing at? Are there any new gains? Yamcha walked into the gravity training room at this time. His clothes were in tatters, and he must have fought with Bobo before. This gravity training room was divided equally by Yelin, so that he and Yamcha could use it in turn. It's a reward, you can use the gravity training room, I want to go to Bobo to try it. Yelin took a fairy bean and let his fatigue subside. He stood up and walked out. Having gained the power of Scion bloodline, Yelin didn't want to waste time. With the bloodline of this militant nation, he believed that his combat power would increase much faster. Looking at Yelin who was leaving, Yamcha's face showed an expression of admiration. He had been cultivating for a month, and there was no way to enter the so-called intentional feelings. But his master seemed to have completed it one step ahead of schedule, which made Yamcha admire Yelin, and at the same time he was more determined to work harder to make himself stronger. Yelin, who had left the gravity training room, came to Bobo. Mr. Bobo, please enlighten me. Okay, I will sharpen you well. After that, Yelin rushed up. He didn't use his skills, but used his own combat power to fight Bobo. Chapter 55 The Thief Who Stealed Immortal Beans. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After another month in the temple, Yelin's cultivation speed can be described as leaping forward in the following month. From the beginning, he could only support Bobo's attack, and then there were back and forth later, but now Yelin has begun to suppress Bobo and fight. Boom! Yelin slammed a punch before Bobo's face door, and a strong fist wind blew through, leaving a drop of cold sweat on Bobo's forehead. If this punch is hit, I am afraid he will be injured, but Yelin has also stopped his offensive. Yelin, your cultivation speed is really advancing by leaps and bounds. You are the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. Bobo was amazed at Yelin's growth rate. He had met many martial artists, but there were too few people like Yelin. Through this month of cultivation with Scion blood, Yelin's combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds. Now his combat effectiveness has surpassed Bobo, reaching an astonishing 300 points, which is just weaker than God. As expected, you are a master, you are better at being a master. Yamcha watched the battle. For this battle, he was amazed and benefited a lot. In this month, Yamcha worked harder, and his effectiveness was also there. Now his combat effectiveness has increased to 150 points. This rate of improvement is already very amazing. If Yelin didn't have the blood of this scion, the growth rate would probably be only half that of Yamcha. After all, in the original work, Yamcha's combat effectiveness has long surpassed the limit of the Earthlings, and his cultivation talent is also very powerful, but it is not comparable to the cultivation monsters like Monkey King. Master, with our current strength, can we already deal with the great demon King Napik? Yelin thought about it. According to Dragon Ball's setting, he should be stronger than Big Devil Bick. I think it's almost time to end it all. Yelin also thought that it was almost time to deal with Big Devil Piccolo, because after such a long delay, the Big Devil Piccolo was already killing him. Even above such a temple, God can monitor the situation below. He showed the situation of the lower realm in front of Yelin. The Demon King Piccolo was already attacking the king's palace. No matter what kind of army the king assembles, it is not the opponent of the Big Devil, and in the process of dealing with the Big Devil, a large number of people on Earth were killed by the Big Devil. Moreover, the Big Devil of Piccolo indiscriminately killed innocents. Even if he would contribute to the entire country, he would still bring fear to the entire country and carried out a merciless massacre on the people of the earth. Yelin, with your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the Demon King Piccolo. The task of protecting the earth can only fall on you. God and Bobo stood together, for Yelin's next line, God's words and heartfelt wishes, Yelin can go ahead and win. System task reminder. First, defeat the Big Demon King, the task difficulty is simple mode. Second, defeat the Big Devil without injury, the task difficulty is normal mode. Third, defeat the Big Demon King Piccolo, no personnel will be killed, and the mission is difficult. The task rewards God level lottery once, and the host is asked to choose. After the divine explanation, the system really gave him the opportunity to choose, and Yelin's natural habit of choosing the difficult mode, after all, would maximize the benefits. I will defeat the Big Demon King Piccolo, and at the same time I will keep God from disappearing. Yelin looked at God and Bobo and said, after he pulled Yamcha, the two jumped directly out of the temple. Looking at the disappearance of the two, Shen and Bobo watched their departure. Master, is it possible to do what Yelin just said? I and Bick are one body. If he dies, I cannot live. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Although Yelin is kind, it is impossible to do it. As long as he can defeat Bick, the devil is enough, and the earth can avoid this disaster at that time. www.100xs.cc. After all, God walked into his room again, only Bobo stared at the direction Yelin left, his eyes thoughtful. During this period of time, he gradually understood Yelin. If he hadn't prepared anything, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Bobo has been with God for a long time, and he never wants God to die like this. I hope Yelin can succeed. Bobo can only pray for Yelin above this temple, hoping that he can really accomplish the impossible feat. Yelin and Yamcha experienced the baptism of strong winds. In such a strong wind, Yamcha had no fear of being high in the sky. Soon after, I could see Kalinta in the next station, and Yelin stopped the speed of his fall with a monthly step. Yamcha also slowed down his speed. In these 2 months, he not only improved his combat effectiveness, but also learned the art of dancing. He can unload his power in the air and let himself fly. The slowing down Yamcha and Yelin landed in Kalinta. Karan was already waiting for them. Obviously he already knew that Yelin and Yamcha were back. In Kalinta, Yelin and Yamcha also saw Yaki Loeb, who was lying lazily on the side, watching TV boredly. Yelin and Yamcha had been away for 2 months, but they didn't expect that Yaki Loeb would stay in Kalinta for 2 months. You two came back too late. 2 months have passed, and I'm so bored. Yakilobe yawned and said. Then you can leave here, why stay here forever? Yamucha looked at Yakilobe puzzled. Of course it's because of the fairy beans here. 1 fairy bean can fill my stomach. Where can I find such a good thing? Akilobe, who was lying down, ate another fairy bean. Yelin felt that this fairy bean was like his snack. He probably fell in love with this Kalantaz fairy bean, so he stayed here forever. I am going to leave here later, Archilobe, do you want to go with us? Yelin sent out an invitation to Yakilobe, after all, meeting is fate. Yakilobe glanced at Yelin, then looked at Carlin, and then he shook his head. Forget it, I feel quite comfortable here, anyway, I don't have to worry about eating and drinking. Yakilobe lay on the blanket on his side, then turned his back to Yelin and beckoned. Yelin nodded, everyone has their own ambitions, and he didn't want to force each other. Then Master Carlin, thank you for your care during this time. Small things, after all, are to protect the earth and can help a little bit. I'm still happy to help. Karan had a kind smile on his face, and Yelin's mouth also had a kind smile at this moment. I know Master Carlin. There are a lot of adults. In order to protect the earth from being so stingy. Then I will take some of this fairy bean. Yelin had already taken the celestial beans on his own, and naturally he would take as many as possible when he had an inventory. Wait, you got too much. Master Kalin, we will meet again next time. After Yelin loaded a lot of fairy beans, he immediately jumped from Kalanta with Yamacha. When Carlin walked over to look at the jar, he found that half of the fairy beans were missing in the jar. You thief stealing fairy beans. Chapter 56 Armed Domineering Anti-Nuclear Bomb. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After jumping from Kalanta, Yelin was very happy. He took away 400 celestial beans. Such celestial beans were enough to make him squander. Yelin seemed to be able to see that Karan was half dead now. Feeling the squally slap on the cheeks along the way, even the 2 people living in the sky are not worried. Today, Yelin and Yamucha both have mastered the ability to fly, even if they jump directly from Kalanta, nothing will happen to them. They quickly passed through the clouds, and they could gradually see the ground. Okay. Just after crossing the clouds, Yelin frowned, and he felt a bad breath condensing underneath. Super hole! A ray of light rushed straight to the Yelin and Yamacha on the Kalin Tower from below. The power of this shock wave was impressive. Even if it was a few hundred meters apart, it could bring a sense of oppression. Master, let you see the results of my cultivation. Yamacha started to condense with one hand at this time, and an energy ball glowed in the center of his palm, and not only that, the energy ball even left his palm. Yelin narrowed his eyes. If he wanted the energy ball to leave his body, he needed to have a subtle control of qi. In this short period of 2 months, Yamucha made rapid progress. Drink! Yamucha yelled, and the energy ball left his body and rushed towards the super hole in front. The energy ball and the super cave wave collided in the air, and with a huge roar, the super cave wave was blocked in the air. Yelin and Yamucha were not affected by the explosion. Master, what do you think of this trick? I call it a gas bomb. Yelin clicked through, yes, this Qigong bomb has made Qigong more flexible. It seems that your control over Qi has improved a lot. It seems that you are not lazy, and I am very pleased to be a teacher. With Yelin's admission, Yamucha was even happier. The 2 chatted, and they fell to the ground safely from the air. After the first attack, the enemy did not make another move. Obviously, the opponent didn't want to make a sneak attack to win. The 2 of them looked forward, and under Kalanta, a person was sitting on the big rock waiting for them. The huge killing character on his chest is too conspicuous, and it also shows his identity, the number 1 killer is white. Tao Bibai, I didn't expect that you weren't dead yet, so you dare to come to your door. Yelin never guessed that Tao Bibai would be seen here, but now Tao Bibai's appearance has changed a lot. His right hand has been replaced by a mechanical arm, and his eyes have also been replaced by mechanical eyes. It consists of many mechanical parts. Of course I came back to take revenge. I am not what I used to be. Don't think that it was all my strength just now. I just said hello to you. Mechanical Tao's white face had a confident smile. 210 combat power. So strong. Yamcha's combat strength detector has detected the current combat effectiveness of the mechanical Do Bibai. Feeling such a powerful combat effectiveness, even Yamcha was shocked. I originally thought that my combat power had risen to 150 points, and he was already a small master. I didn't expect that after this practice, the opponent in the first battle would be so powerful. What about Bra and his son guarding Kailan Tat? Yelin didn't pay attention to the combat power of mechanical Tao Bibai. What he was curious about was why Bra, as the guardian of Kailan Tat, didn't come to drive mechanical Tao Bibai away. Are you talking about the two natives? I injured one of them and they have already escaped. He didn't have much contact with Bra and the others, but he was relieved to be sure that they hadn't died in Dobai's hands. I'm in a hurry, no time to kill time with you. March Chinese www.cnsyhertz.com. Yelin lifted his finger, 10 times of holes condensed on his fingertips, and there was a strong wind around him. Feeling the fighting power erupting from Yelin, Tao Bibai widened his eyes, and he looked at Yelin in disbelief. Pretending to be on various machines, he is still weaker than Yelin after his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. How can he accept it willingly? You have become so strong. Tao Bibai's expression was extremely hideous, and he vowed to take revenge, but he found that the gap between himself and Yelin was even greater. However, don't think you have won. Even if I am dead, I will bring you to the funeral. Tao Bibai inserted his mechanical arm into his heart. Yelin was also stunned when he saw the sudden action of the other party. Then he felt the dangerous aura emanating from Tao Bibai's body. Get behind me. Yamcha was stunned when he heard Yelin's solemn words, but he still reacted immediately. Yamcha hid behind Yelin, and at this moment, Tao Bibai's body emitted a white light of heating. Go to death together, Yelinir. Tao Bibai laughed wildly. When the white light reached its peak, the terrifying explosion spread to the surroundings. Rumble. The earth was torn apart, and the surrounding trees and vegetation burned to ashes. Facing the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, Yelin made his body attached to the armed and domineering. His whole body skin turned purple and black, and his defense ability reached the limit under the domineering armor color. The power of the explosion hit him, but this terrifying power failed to tear Yelin's defenses. Under the domineering armed color, Yelin easily resisted the peachy self-detonation. Yamcha hiding behind Yelin was terrified. He didn't have the ability of Yelin. If Yelin didn't stand in front, he would be melted by the explosion. The power of the explosion lasted for a while. When the power of the explosion gradually dissipated, Yelin and Yamcha still stood in the air without incident, and the ground under their feet had long been completely destroyed. A big pit with a width of 30 meters and a depth of 10 meters appeared around it. Not only the inside of the pit, but even the woods hundreds of meters outside the pit were destroyed. It's so amazing. He has hidden a small nuclear bomb in his body. Yelin looked at the power of the explosion around him, and couldn't help but marvel at the destructive power of the explosion. Yelin estimated that Tao Bibai had installed a small nuclear bomb in his body when he was refitting it into this mechanical appearance, and used it to die with the enemy. It's just that Tao Bibai did not expect that even if he used such a small nuclear bomb, he could not kill Yelin. I was scared to death, thanks to the master, I escaped. Yamcha was also afraid for a while. If Yelin didn't stand in front of him, he might be dead this time. The scope of the explosion was so wide that he could not escape the scope of the explosion in a short time. It was also because of Yelin that he had his life back. If you encounter any opponent in the future, you must be cautious, otherwise you will be in danger of capsize in the gutter at any time. Yelin mentioned something to Yamacha, and at the same time said this to him. Because after cultivating from the gods, he thought that his combat effectiveness had improved and he had no opponents on earth. This idea was very dangerous. If it was not a small nuclear bomb just now, but a real nuclear bomb, his own arrogance might not be able to withstand such power. Let's go. Tao Bibai is also dead. Yelin must continue on the road to defeat the Demon King Piccolo and protect the entire earth. Chapter 57, Duel against Big Demon King Piccolo. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Now the Big Devil Piccolo occupies the entire kingdom. He has become the administrator of the entire country, and the Red Ribbon Legion helps him manage the order. And if anyone who dared to resist appears, the Red Ribbon Legion will also help suppress it. Not only that, but the Demon King Piccolo also resummoned 7 servants, among which the most powerful servant was named Daram. Enlighten the great demon Lord Piccolo, we have killed all the martial arts in the entire country. Daram came to report to the Demon King Piccolo, and the Demon King Piccolo, who was resting his mind, glanced at Daram. It's done very well, but don't be careless. In addition to this country, there are many martial artists hiding in all parts of the world. They will find all these martial artists and then kill them all. Yes, Lord Piccolo. Daram got up and walked outside, but Big Devil Piccolo's expression still didn't relax. He could feel that a threatening force was growing a little bit. It has been 2 months since Yelin and the group went to the Kalin Tower. I heard that they went up to practice. The guy named Tao Bibai is also a usable person. I believe he should be able to complete it. The most important task is still Mo Fengbo. If I don't find the successor of the old guy, I really can't feel at ease. Nothing is more fearful than Demon King Piccolo that seals him. Hey? Anger is approaching. The big Demon King Piccolo, who was preparing to continue to rest, was keenly aware of the aura approaching, and the strength of those who rushed over was not weak. Humph, a bunch of ants, since you want to die, let my servant clean you up. The great Demon King Piccolo didn't plan to do it himself. He used his thoughts to transmit voice and commanded his 7 servants to act. Outside the palace, a group of people were approaching quietly, avoiding the eyeliner of the Red Ribbon Legion. There is only so much I can help you. Dealing with the big Demon King Piccolo can only be left to you. Bulma's voice was heard in the ears of Immortal Turtle and his group. On the way, Bulma hacked the computer of the Red Ribbon Legion, making them lose the ability to monitor, so the Gaixian and his party could approach the palace without being aware of it. In order to deal with the great Demon King Piccolo, Klin, Monkey King, Kirin, and Immortal Turtle were dispatched on this trip. The 3 of you, after this, I will be singled out with Big Devil Bic. Don't intervene. Your strength is too far behind him. I am afraid that Big Devil Bic can easily kill you if you face him. There is no need to cause meaninglessness. Sacrifice. The 3 nodded and saw that they understood. Immortal Turtle was relieved, as long as he was alone in the sacrifice this time. A group of 4 people touched into the palace, and just before they stepped into the palace, 7 figures surrounded them. The 4 of you are the rats that the great Demon King Piccolo said. Those stupid humans are really useless. They let people slip here. Daram looked down at the 4 turtle immortals below. They followed the arrangement of the great Demon King Piccolo and came to chase down the enemies who had broken into the palace. Immortal Turtle frowned and looked at the 7 people who surrounded him. These people were very difficult to deal with, especially the one in front of him, whose strength was still above him. Daram's combat effectiveness has reached 190 points, which is more powerful than the previous Dan Balin and Ram. Master, leave it to us here, and you can deal with Big Devil Piccolo. Kirin stood up and spoke. Now Kirin's combat effectiveness has reached 155 points. During this period of time, he practiced very hard, and because of his dragon-human physique, he had more potential than ordinary people. Immortal Turtle was also very satisfied with the disciple he had accepted, but it was too reluctant to have Kirin deal with the group of people in front of him, especially the big guy in front of him, even he might not be able to win. No, work together to solve them first, otherwise, we will only be defeated by them one by one. Although Immortal Turtle wants to avoid fighting as much as possible and seal the Demon King Piccolo, it is clear that there is no such opportunity in the current situation. Arrogant fellow, since you want to die so, I will send you on the road by my Lord Duram. Weizunzi Academy www.weizunzi.com. Duram appeared in front of the Turtle Immortal and the others in a teleportation manner. He punched out, and the terrifying wind pressure was like a storm. Boom! Duram's fist was caught by a palm, and the person who caught his fist was Immortal Turtle. Young man, don't be so anxious, it's bad for your health. The Turtle Immortal grabbed Duram's arm and used the method of borrowing force. The huge Duram was directly thrown 10 meters away. Duram fell heavily to the ground, his body knocked down a wall. But this is nothing to Duram, who is powerful in combat, and he slowly stood up from the ground. Old guy, I'm a bit capable. It seems that I can have fun with me. The corners of Duram's mouth raised, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Now the Turtle Immortal's combat power has reached 180. Facing this Duram is still a bit inferior. Fighting hard here is not the best choice, but Turtle Immortal has no choice. Let's go too. Kirin led Monkey King and Klin to fight against other servants of the great Demon King Piccolo. Although the other 6 people are not as strong as Duram, each of them has a combat effectiveness of more than 100 points. Among them, the strongest has reached 150 points, which is almost equal to Kirin. In their camp, with the exception of Kirin, neither Monkey King nor Klin had more than 100 combat power. They must be 2 to 1 in order to deal with a servant of the big Demon King Piccolo. Kirin's brow furrowed, and if this goes on, the situation will only be even worse for them. Turtle Qigong Wave. Kirin took a deep breath and displayed the Tortoise School Qigong Wave inherited from the Immortal Turtle. The powerful Qigong Wave shocked everyone. Kirin's idea was to destroy a few servants of the big Demon King Piccolo first, so that the battle would be easier. But in the face of Kularen's sudden attack, the servants joined forces, and together they blocked Kularen's Qigong Wave. Hey, looking for death. Among them, the servant of the big Demon King Bic with a combat power of 150 points rushed behind Kirin, his claws were swung down, trying to tear Kirin's body into pieces. But his claws landed on Kirin's body, and suddenly he found that Kirin's body was so hard that his claws could not tear the opponent. Not only that, but Kalarn's skin also had an invisible mucus attached to it, and his palm could not break free. It looks like you have been fooled. You are stuck with my super chewing gum, so you don't want to run away. Kirin wrapped his hands and feet around the servant of the great Demon King Piccolo in front of him, and he performed a choke throat technique. Let go, let me go. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break away from Killen's blockade, and soon under the powerful force of Killen, the servant of the great Demon King Piccolo died. After solving one, Kirin breathed a sigh of relief, then let go of the opponent, and he looked at the other servants of the big Demon King Piccolo. The remaining servants are not as powerful as him, and his means are enough to solve them. Call out! Just when Kirin was preparing to act, suddenly a light pierced his shoulder, and the pain caused Kirin's brows to frown. He covered his shoulder to prevent the blood from flowing out, and then stared at the depths of the palace. A figure slowly walked out. That person possessed a suffocating and powerful aura. He was the great Demon King Piccolo. Chapter 58, Demon Sealing Wave Failure. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Big Demon King Piccolo glanced at the situation in front of him, and saw his servant being solved. His eyes narrowed slightly. I'm so courageous. I dare to come and challenge me. What a bunch of idiots. Big Demon King Piccolo wrapped his hands around his chest. He looked down at the Turtle Fairy and the others, his eyes full of disdain. Immortal Turtle withdrew and retreated to the side of the three of Kularan. He glanced at Kularan's injured shoulder. Do you still have the power to fight again? Don't worry, Master, this little injury is nothing, I can still fight. Kirin raised his uninjured arm to speak, and the Turtle Immortal frowned. Help me delay for a few seconds, and I will use the Demon Seal Wave to seal the Great Demon King Piccolo. Under this circumstance, Immortal Turtle does not want Kirin to continue to risk fighting, but he wants to use Demon Seal Wave. The servants of the Great Demon King Napik will not let him easily succeed. I will definitely guard the Master until Mo Fengbo is completed. Kirin's gaze revealed a firm color, and Immortal Turtle nodded, and now he can only fight it with all his strength. After all, if this continues, they will undoubtedly lose. The strength of the Big Demon King Piccolo is really too strong. Their only hope of victory is Mo Fengbo. The Immortal Turtle took out the rice cooker, then he took off his shirt, his body swelled again, and his whole body was covered with muscles. After seeing the rice cooker with his contemptuous eyes, Big Demon King Piccolo's expression changed. Damn it, that old guy really has a air, give it to me and kill that old thing. The Great Demon King Piccolo immediately ordered his servant to act, and the Immortal Turtle had already gathered an astonishing anger, and his hands were raised above his head. Magic Fengbo. A spiral of air swept towards Big Demon King Piccolo. The Turtle Immortal had already locked down the Big Demon King Piccolo. In this whirlpool airflow, the King Piccolo was blocked. What? Although Big Demon King Piccolo tried his best to resist, the whirlpool of air was pulling him frantically, his body was stretched, and he was uncontrollably moved by the air. Damn, I won't go in. The Great Demon King Piccolo roared angrily. He desperately resisted Mo Fengbo. The Turtle Immortal had blood on his nose. He had tried his best, but the struggle of the Great Devil King was stronger than he thought. Many. Protect Lord Piccolo and kill this old thing. Daram led the remaining 5 servants to rush towards the Turtle Immortal, while Kirin, Monkey King and Klin stood in front of the Turtle Immortal. It's just that Kirin has been injured, and the training time of Monkey King and Klin is too short, and their combat effectiveness is not strong enough now. Although the 3 of them desperately wanted to resist, the opponents were not only more numerous than them, and their combat effectiveness was even stronger. Daram seized an opportunity to ask the 3 of them to entangle. He rushed to the front of the Turtle Fairy. Old stuff, go to hell! Daram's palms turned into claws, and he grabbed it towards Immortal Turtle's heart. This blow was enough to penetrate the heart of Immortal Turtle. Master! Kirin yelled. And after cultivating under Gaixianren for a period of time, Kirin also had feelings for Gaixianren, and he never hoped that Gaixianren would die here. Monkey King and Klin also wanted to help, but now they are only beaten, let alone save people. 10 times the whole. 00 Bookstore www.00shuwu.com. At this critical moment, a ray of light shot down from the sky. Daram's arm was shot directly in the light, and the injured he hurriedly drew back, and the Turtle Immortal was also disturbed by this sudden air, and the magic wave was interrupted. Puff! Immortal Gui vomited a mouthful of blood, and Mo Fengbo's failure also caused a backlash against him. He had already suffered serious injuries, but he also got his life back because of this, although this was not what Immortal Turtle wanted to see. At this moment, the 2 figures slowly descended from the sky. Yelin and Yamucha finally arrived at a critical moment. Yelin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 4 Immortal Turtles were injured, at least they were still alive, so that his mission would not fail. He took out a few celestial beans from Yelin in Tienerjiang, and then sent him to the 4 Immortals of Gilin. This is fairy beans. It can restore your injuries. Take it first and talk about it. Hearing Yelin's words, all four of them took the celestial beans, and the celestial beans recovered their injuries at an extremely fast speed, and the wound on Kiran's shoulder had also healed. Boss, you finally came. After Kiran saw Yelin, he was very excited. Are you Kiran? Yelin glanced at Kiran, he was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized that Kiran's identity was recognized. Just because the image of Kiran has changed too much now, when he was separated from him, he was obviously still bloated. But now Kiran's whole body lines and hands are tightened, and his body is full of muscles, as if he is a different person. Yes, boss, I'm Kiran, don't you remember me? Sorry, because your appearance has changed so much, I am a little bit unresponsive. Yelin looked embarrassed, but after recognizing it was Kiran, he stepped forward and patted Kiran on the shoulder. It's only been a few months since I haven't seen you, you have become a lot stronger. Thanks to teacher Wu Tian's teaching. Complimented by Yelin, Kiran scratched his head in embarrassment. Although I will disturb you from seeing you again for a long time, Yelin's current situation may not be optimistic. Immortal Turtle reminded Yelinir. Yelin's gaze also looked forward. At this time, the great demon king Piccolo had escaped from demon Fengbo. He panted in fear, and looked at Yelin and the others with a fierce look. There was a cold killing intent in his eyes. Master, is this the demon king Piccolo? It is indeed very powerful, with 260 points. Yamcha's combat strength detector has already detected the combat effectiveness of the great demon Bic. Although he had heard Yelin before that, the great demon Bic is very powerful, but he saw the terrifying aura with his own eyes. With strong combat effectiveness, he deeply understands the power of big demon Bic. Kiran glanced at Yamcha, are you the boss's apprentice? Well, you must be the younger brother of the boss. Big Devil Piccolo will leave it to the master. Let's go to deal with that fat guy. Yamcha's finger pointed to Dharam. Although Dharam has broken an arm, his strength still cannot be underestimated. Today's Yamcha is not as impulsive at the beginning, he will fully consider the opponent's strength before acting. Don't hold back. You should worry more about yourself. Kiran and Yamcha looked at each other, and then the two rushed towards Nadaram. Chapter 59, Crushing the Demon King Piccolo. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin had also watched the battle, and with the current combat power of Yamcha and Kiran, against the injured Dharam, even if they were not victorious, they would not fall into a disadvantage. However, there are also 5 servants of the big demon king Piccolo with a combat power of more than 100, and their threat to the Turtle Immortal and others is still not small. The strength of Monkey King and Klin is still too weak. As for Immortal Turtle, his strength is almost lost after using the Demon Seal Wave. Although Immortal Bean can restore a person's injuries, there is no way to restore all his strength in a short time. Clean up the battlefield first. Yelin's fingertips shot 10 times of holes, and his 10 times of holes swept the entire battlefield. The 5 servants of the big demon king Bic wanted to escape, but they were all in vain. The difference between them and the current Yelin's combat effectiveness was too far. In the blink of an eye, the 5 servants of the big demon king Piccolo, who had a combat effectiveness of more than 100, had been reduced to ashes. Big Demon King Piccolo fixed his gaze on Yelin's body, his gaze narrowed slightly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You are Yelin, right? Dan Balan and Ram are dead in your hands, but do you think that after 2 months of cultivation, you can compete with me? Big Demon King Piccolo looked down at Yelin arrogantly, he did not put Yelin in his eyes at all. In the face of his arrogance, Yelin stepped on his feet, and at the same time displayed armed domineering. The fist shrouded by the domineering armed color, the power of Yelin's fist easily exceeded 300 points of combat effectiveness. In an instant, Yelin appeared in front of the great demon Piccolo, and the two eyes of the great demon Piccolo shot a ray of light. The power of this blow was so powerful that it was impossible for everyone present to follow. However, this shot fell on Yelin, which was covered in armed and domineering, like a mosquito bite, completely unable to pose a threat to Yelin. Yelin, with the power of the light shining, directly punched the face of the shocked Demon King Piccolo. Boom! The body of the Demon King Piccolo was directly smashed into the air, and his body hit the palace heavily. The huge palace collapsed completely because of this blow, and the Demon King Piccolo was buried in the ruins. Immortal Turtle was stunned at this scene. Only he knew how powerful the big demon who was regaining his youth was. In the face of such a powerful big demon, Yelin knocked him off with a punch. Maybe he can really defeat Big Demon King Piccolo. Immortal Turtle muttered to himself. Originally, he had failed in Mo Fengbo, but he had already thought that his party would definitely lose. He didn't expect that Yelin, who was suddenly killed, had such a powerful strength. Boom! At this time, the ruins of the palace burst, and Big Demon King Piccolo rushed out of the ruins, his forehead bursting with blue veins. The corners of his mouth still had blood stains, and Big Demon King Piccolo didn't expect Yelin to burst out with such a powerful force. He suffered a great loss in that hit just now. Don't get me wrong, I am not here to fight against you, I am here to kill you. Yelin glanced coldly at Great Demon Piccolo. This Devil Piccolo was ferocious. Even if it wasn't based on the mission, Yelin didn't want him to continue to harm the world. If you want to kill me, it depends on your ability. Big Demon King Piccolo rushed up. He thought that he had just been careless. How could he lose to such a small young man on the earth? Don't give up? Then I will beat you up. Yelin's mouth raised when Big Devil Piccolo wanted to fight in close hands. He and Bobo didn't know how many times he had fought against each other. He had already advanced by leaps and bounds in close hand-to-hand combat. Now even Bobo has to admire Yelin's close fighting ability. In addition, Yelin still has armed domineering presence, although it can only last for just a minute. But 1 minute was enough for Yelin. Stepping on the moon step, wrapped in arms and domineering, Yelin used an iron fist to teach Big Devil Big how to be a man. Bang bang bang! Everyone in the audience couldn't help being dumbfounded. The mighty Big Devil Big, in front of Yelin, like a child, could only hold his head under Yelin's powerful brute force attack. I'm fed up, you go to die for me. Magic Cannon! The Big Devil Big finally endured to the extreme, and a wave of Qigong shot out from his palm, and the wave of Qigong came straight to Yelin. In the face of this magic light cannon, Yelin didn't dodge at all. He directly used the armed color domineering and rushed forward. His combat power was above Piccolo, plus the armed color domineering power. Big Demon King Piccolo's magic light cannon couldn't break Yelin's defense at all. LETV novel www.les3399.com. How can this? Big Demon King Piccolo looked at Yelin, who rushed up with his magic light cannon, with a look of astonishment on his face. Take me a punch. Yelin clenched his fist, then slammed Big Devil Piccolo on the face. Boom! The Big Demon King Piccolo flew out, and his body slammed into the ruins of the palace again. At this time, Yelin's armed color and domineering also dissipated, and 1 minute had already arrived, but this didn't affect Yelin. Everyone looked at the ruins and couldn't help being silent. The powerful Demon King Piccolo had only been teased in front of Yelin. This shocking feeling made it difficult for everyone to accept. Master Piccolo. Duram looked worriedly at the movement over the ruins. Do you have time to look around here? Super gum. Kirin took a deep breath, and then spit out a mouthful of white mucus. These crushing restraints bound Duram. He desperately wanted to break free, but the super chewing gum was too strong. Good job, let's kill him together. A mass of energy condensed on Yamcha's palm, and an energy ball condensed in his hand. And Kirin also put his hands on his waist, showing an open palm posture. Fuck the bomb! Turtle Qigong wave! Yamcha threw out the Qigong bomb in his hand, while Kirin shot a shock wave, and the two forces directly fell on Daram. Master Piccolo! Even Daram couldn't face the attack of the two people's Qigong. Boom! With a roar, the powerful Daram was completely wiped out under the joint hands of Kirin and Yamcha. Yamcha and Kirin glanced at each other, and both saw appreciation in each other's eyes. Now there is the great demon King Napik. The two of them looked at the ruins, and at this time, a figure rushed out again from within the ruins. Big Devil Piccolo's face was already swollen, and after taking a glance at the surrounding situation, Big Devil Piccolo's forehead burst into blue veins. It was the first time he experienced such a fiasco, and Yelin in front of him brought him endless humiliation. I want you all to die together. The great demon King Piccolo suddenly flew into the air, and he stood tall in the air. Yelin could see the blue veins of Big Demon King Piccolo violently, and a large amount of chi was madly condensing towards him. It's not good, all of you leave here. Bulma should take the spaceship to meet him nearby. You should leave the palace immediately in the spaceship, as far as possible. Then Master, what are you going to do? Hearing Yelin's solemn expression, Yamcha looked at Yelin suspiciously. Do you still have no confidence in me? Don't worry, I will have a break with Big Devil Piccolo here. I understand. Master, take care, we will withdraw first. Yamcha has been by Yelin's side, and he knows Yelin's strength best. Since Yelin said so, there must be no problem. A group of people began to evacuate the palace quickly, and now only Yelin remained in the palace. He looked up at the big demon King Piccolo who was madly gathering energy, but there was not the slightest tension on his face. Chapter 60 Yelin vs Big Demon King Piccolo. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The aura gathered by the great demon King Piccolo was indeed amazing, enough to destroy everything around him. But this is just to try my limit, and to tap the potential of science. Yelin looked up at the big demon King Piccolo in the air. The reason why he didn't try to interfere with blocking the opponent's big moves was because Yelin deliberately wanted to plunge himself into a hard fight. The characteristic of the Scion bloodline is that the more the war becomes stronger, Yelin hopes to borrow the fight against the big demon King Piccolo to bring his strength to the next level. Yelin, you are dead. After killing you, I will find people related to you and kill them one by one. At this time, the big demon King Piccolo had completed the process of gathering chi, and now his combat effectiveness had increased crazily, reaching an astonishing 300 points. It's worthy of being a Namek. The talent for controlling chi is really extraordinary. Yelin sighed and looked at the great demon Bic. He couldn't do anything like the great demon Bic, madly gathering energy on his body. The current great demon King Piccolo is full of chi, and his body swells in a circle. Go to hell, explosive magic wave! The great demon King Piccolo roared, and the chi gathered in his body blasted downwards. The terrifying force completely destroyed everything below, and the entire palace exploded. The immortal turtles and his party who were fleeing in the spaceship in the distance, they all looked at the huge mushroom cloud in shock. The power of the explosion was like a nuclear bomb. Thunder and lightning wrapped around the exploding mushroom cloud, and the power of the explosion was still spreading outward. What are you doing? I don't want to die here. Let the spacecraft drive faster. Bulma yelled in panic. She wanted to keep the spaceship as far away from the explosion as possible. Boss, he will be fine, right? Kirin looked at the direction of the explosion, with worry in his eyes. Don't worry, the master is already very good now. If he says it's okay, then it will be okay. Yamcha was very confident in Yelin. Even with such a huge explosion, he believed that Yelin would be safe. Now we can only believe in Yelin, and only he can defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Immortal Turtle also watched the terrifying explosion. The Demon King Piccolo possessed such a level of power that it was no longer human power. If Yelin failed, then I am afraid that no one would be able to defeat the King Piccolo. The power of the explosion was weakening a little bit, and the dust was rolling below, and the great Demon King Piccolo in the air was sweating all over his body. He was panting desperately, and his whole person seemed to be several years old. Exerting the powerful power here will consume a lot of his lifespan, but he can't control so much. The enemy in front of him is worthy of his display of this level of power. That kid's anger has been completely locked in. It is impossible for him to escape. I am afraid he has no bones left. There was a triumphant smile on Big Demon King Piccolo's face. In the end, he had to be better, and Yelin lost to himself in the end. 10 times the whole. At this moment, from below the ruins, a ray of light broke through the dusty ruins. And the light rushed straight towards the great Demon King Piccolo. Today's Big Devil Piccolo has lost a lot of power, and he thinks Yelin is dead. He never thought that he might survive such an explosion. 10 times whole wave pierced the abdomen of Big Devil Piccolo and opened a fist-sized pit in his stomach. Worry-free novel network www.51eshu.com. You are still alive. The great Demon King Piccolo looked under the ruins in shock. The dust blown by a gust of wind had dispersed and turned into ruins within 2 kilometers, and a 500-meter deep pit appeared under Yelin's feet. This deep pit is not bottomed. It can be seen how strong the core of the explosion is, and the armed dominance of Yelin's body has dispersed. He was able to resist such an attack by borrowing his armed and domineering, but even so, Yelin was not unscathed. Even if it is armed and domineering, it is not omnipotent. There are a lot of wounds on Yelin's body, and blood is staying on his head. He took out the fairy beans, then took the fairy beans, and the fairy beans quickly recovered from his injuries. It's risky, as expected. This power is no small thing. Yelin was also scared in his heart. Looking at the deep pits around and under his feet, he was lucky to be able to resist such an attack. If the power of Big Demon King is stronger, I am afraid he may be torn to pieces by this shock wave directly. Now that Big Demon King Piccolo has consumed most of his strength, plus the wound on his stomach, it is no longer possible for him to turn over. After Yelin's injury recovered, there was still a lot of energy in his body, and the victory and defeat was already very obvious. Burst Magic Light Cannon. The great demon Bic gathered the remaining energy and performed a move again, but now Yelin was already stronger than the great demon Bic. Such an attack was futile. Yelin raised his hand and waved. The armed look domineering directly slapped the shock wave of the bursting magic light cannon. Haha, you are indeed stronger than me, but don't think it's over, Yelin. My son will go to you for revenge. He will grow up with hatred for you, and finally destroy you. Big Devil Piccolo opened his mouth wide, and an egg was spit out from his mouth, and the egg flew away with the stream of light. But Yelin had been waiting for this opportunity a long time ago. He didn't want God to die like this, and if God wanted not to die, then Piccolo too was the key. He stepped on the moon step and caught up with the flying egg at an extremely fast speed. Although the egg was fast, Yelin's moon step was faster, and he had already prepared, so he caught the egg in the end. Demon King Piccolo, I'm afraid you can't do what you want. I will bring King Piccolo II back to the temple and let him be taught by God to expel the evil thoughts from him. Your plan is ruined. Hearing Yelin's words, Big Demon King Piccolo was very angry, and he wanted to rush up to snatch the egg in Yelin's hand. But how could Yelin give him such a chance? He raised his palm. Feng Dun. Spiral Shuriken. Yelin threw out the energy body condensed on his palm, and the wind escaped. The spiral shuriken shredded Piccolo. In the powerful force, Piccolo turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. After solving this battle, Yelinkang breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was not easy for him. Big Devil Bic was very strong, and he did his best to win. However, in terms of the immediate results, Yelin was already a complete victory, and no one died. he solved the big demon King Piccolo. Yelin glanced at the egg in his hand. Piccolo too taught cultivation practice from the gods, believing that he could gradually erase the resentment in his heart. Piccolo is also an important role for Dragon Ball, and Yelin didn't want him to keep his hatred on him. Chapter 61, World King Star. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After solving the big demon King Piccolo, Yelin left the ruins and went to meet Yamcha and others. Although everyone fled the palace, they were not very far away. They were all looking at the situation in the ruins of the ruined palace. Someone is approaching. It's the master. That's great, it seems that the master has won. Yamcha was the first to perceive Yelin's breath, and he looked at Yelin, who was rushing in the distance, in surprise. Soon, Yelin appeared in front of everyone. Yelin, Big Demon King Piccolo. Immortal Turtle couldn't wait to get information from Yelin, and everyone looked at Yelin expectantly. The Demon King Piccolo has been defeated by me. After hearing Yelin say this, everyone was happy. Seeing that Big Demon King Piccolo possesses such terrifying power, if Big Devil King Piccolo is still alive, I am afraid the earth will be in danger. That's great, Yelin, you saved the entire earth. Immortal Turtle breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yelin in front of him with emotion. It only took a few months to contact Yelin. In such a short period of time, Yelin has grown to such a level, and even defeated the Demon King Piccolo, which made him feel deeply incredible. Although the earth has survived this catastrophe, the earth in the future will encounter even greater and more calamities. I hope that everyone present can practice with their hearts to deal with more calamities in the future. Hearing Yelin's words, everyone nodded, and through the matter of the big demon King Piccolo, they deeply felt their lack of strength. If they were strong enough, then there would be nothing to be afraid of the great demon King Piccolo. I have a proposal here to use the world's #1 martial arts conference as a stage for mutual exchanges. After practicing every 3 years, the world's best martial arts conference will decide the winner. Is the world's #1 martial arts conference? This is indeed a good proposal. We are less than a year away from the next world's best martial arts conference. Let us practice each other, and then we will meet again. Immortal Turtle also agrees with Yelin's proposal. Without pressure, there is no motivation. Now everyone is under Yelin's protection, but it will not work if this continues. They must grow up by themselves. Then everyone will meet again in a year, and look forward to everyone's strength at that time. Taking the danger of the big demon King Piccolo as an opportunity, everyone is determined to practice painstakingly to make themselves stronger. Kirin decided to practice with Yamcha, while Monkey King and Klin continued to practice under Gaixianren's door, while Bulma decided to go home. Yelin heard from her that the research has made a certain degree of progress, and she wants to go back and study well. And Lan Chi went home with Bulma, so Yelin was left alone in the end. He first took Big Two's egg to the god, and when he heard Yelin's thoughts, the god was very surprised. However, God also decided to try it himself. Although Piccolo was his evil side, this evil side might not be inevitable. Yelin was also based on the same idea, so he brought this Piccolo 2 back to God and Bobo for teaching. After dealing with Piccolo 2, Yelin decided to set off. He wanted to take a good look at the world of Dragon Ball while practicing. Koen Novel Network www.qnxs.com. Although he has traveled through this 2-month world, he can't travel well because of all kinds of tasks. Now that he has some leisure time, he wants to see for himself what this Dragon Ball world looks like. By the way, there is another chance for a systematic lottery. After solving the big demon King Piccolo, Yelin can be regarded as completing the task given by the system. This is a difficult mode task draw. Yelin stood under the colorful lottery box, and he looked forward to what benefits he could get this time. Soon the colorful light stopped beating, and then a small ball fell down. It was a purple ball. Yelin's gaze brightened. It seems that I have had good luck during this period. Only 50% of the hard mode draws were able to win C-level prizes. This gave me the draw. Yelin was in a good mood, and he was looking forward to any good prizes. Congratulations to the host for getting the ticket to Zhuangxing and start teleporting. Before Yelin came back to his senses, he found that the surrounding situation had undergone amazing changes, and just as soon as he landed on his feet, he felt a heavy force oppressing him. 10 times of gravity, Zhuangxing, is this here? Yelin thought of a possibility, and just at this moment, the gorilla rushed over, and behind him there was a fat man wearing dark glasses and black clothes. Give me your hat back, you stupid gorilla! A man and an ape were chasing each other, but soon they discovered Yelin. This king star is not big, just like a courtyard, so Yelin is clear here. You are a living person in the human world? Why do you appear here? The Realm King looked at Yelin puzzledly, and he was deeply puzzled about Yelin's sudden appearance. After all, Yelin was sent by the system, so it is normal for the Realm King to be confused. Suddenly came to Zhuangxing, which Yelin Wan never expected, but this is a very good place for him to practice. Zhuangxing's space is much wider than that of the gravity training room, and it can be maintained here. Under 10 times the gravity, plus there is a Realm King here. I am Yelin of the Earth, I came here to practice specially. Yelin introduced himself, and the King of the World pointed his finger at the center of his eyebrows, as if he was trying to prove something, and soon he looked at Yelin again. So, you are the Yelin who defeated the great demon King Piccolo. I already know about you, but you are already powerful enough. There are only a handful of people who can defeat you in the earth. Why? Do you want to practice with me? In order to protect the earth, I also need to become stronger. After all, there are more powerful existences in the universe. Yelin used a generous and just reason, and he didn't know whether the Realm King would believe it. In fact, the first thing Yelin thought of after coming to this King Star was the King Fist. It was a very powerful move. In the later stage, Monkey King also frequently used this trick to defeat many powerful enemies. So Yelin's biggest idea is to try and see if he can learn this World King boxing here. Cultivating here? But I have nothing here, and it's not a good place to practice. It's okay, I can train independently here. Well, there is no problem. The Realm King heard Yelin's words, but did not refuse. But let him stay in Realm King Star like this. Chapter 62, Realm King Cultivation. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Having been in this 10 times the gravity for a long time, Yelin gradually adapted to the gravity here, and after fighting with the big demon king, his combat effectiveness also improved. Now his combat effectiveness has increased to 320 points. Only through one battle, the combat effectiveness has been improved like this. Yelin also had to Psi, the power of this Scion bloodline. But it's not enough to just practice physical fitness, so let's just practice skill proficiency here. Yelin said to himself. This Realm King is different from other places. Even if the Realm King is damaged, it will automatically repair it, so Yelin doesn't need to worry about damaging the Realm King. 10 times the whole. U-step. Armed and domineering. Feng Dun. Spiral Shuriken. Yelin was directly on the Realm King Star, casting his skills over and over again. His skill proficiency grew rapidly, and once tired, Yelin would take fairy beans to recover, and then continue to practice. This kid is really noisy. The king of the northern realm yawned and looked at Yelin, who was constantly practicing. His eyes showed a thoughtful look. The monotonous practice is really meaningless. I don't know if the Realm King is interested. Let's try it out. Yelin looked at the king of the north. No, I can't, I'm not a fighter. The Northern Realm King shook his head quickly, but Yelin didn't believe it at all. By borrowing the system, he could clearly see the Realm King's combat effectiveness. The fighting power of the Northern Realm King in front of him was as high as 3,000 points. With the strength of Yelin now, he was not his opponent. But the King of the North was not warlike, and Yelin knew this too. However, if it is for practice, it is indeed not effective without sparring. Although it is not convenient for me to shoot, I can let Barbarous and Gurgly accompany you in the practice. The Northern King pointed his finger at his ape and a grasshopper, two pets kept by the Northern King. Although these two pets looked plain and unremarkable, Yelin didn't dare to look down upon them. Each of them had a fighting power of over 800 points. In front of them, Big Demon King Piccolo was like a scum. Then please advise. Yelin stepped on the moon step and rushed towards Barbarous. His moon step was not slow, but under the 10 times the gravity of this World King star, his reaction speed was faster than normal. Facing Barbarous at such a speed, he was obviously very pale and weak. Barbarous dodges Yelin's attack very easily, and all Yelin's attacks fell into the empty space. Yelin frowned. Although he knew that the opponent's fighting power was far above him, he could not have a chance of winning, but after the actual confrontation, feeling the gap between each other, Yelin's heart was still greatly shaken. It deserves to be more than 800 points in combat power. If that's the case, then take my move. The Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken was condensed in Yelin's palm. The power of this move was enough to double his combat effectiveness, and his combat effectiveness exceeded 600 points with this blow. The Wind Escape. The Spiral Shuriken had already flown in front of Barbarous, but Barbarous, who faced the blow, just waved his arm easily. The powerful energy was torn apart between his waves, Yelin's attack failed, and his full blow did not affect Barbarous in the slightest. It deserves to be the existence that follows the Realm King. This strength is really extraordinary, if so. xindingdianxsw.com www.xindingdianxsw.com. Yelin was already very clear about the Barbarous's power, and with his current fighting power, it was impossible to threaten it, so he decided to win by quantity. 10 times the whole. Laser beams shot out between Yelin's fingers, and the 10-fold whole waves turned into beams of light, and they attacked Yelin. Facing the encirclement of these beams, Barbarous did not make a move. It was Gurgly who took the shot. It was faster than Barbarous, and it easily kicked the holes 10 times away with its own legs. This is the first time that Yelin has been deflated in a battle like this one after another. The opponent's strength is far above that. Although his skills are powerful, they are unable to achieve results. However, even though he lost to the two pets of the Realm King, for him, this kind of practice has made a lot of sense. Barbarous and Gulegly had no malice towards Yelin, they were just happy to defeat Yelin's moves, and Barbarous made a grimace at Yelin. This is a rare opportunity. I will use you to cultivate my skill proficiency. On the World King Star, Yelin continued to display his skills one by one, but his skills were unable to deal with Barbarous and Gulegly. His speed can't catch up with Gregory, and his strength can't fight Barbarous. Although the pets of these two Realm Kings seem to be playful, their strength is real. Yelin prepared a large amount of fairy beans, and with the resilience that fairy beans provided him, Yelin had almost no rest time, and constantly attacked the two powerful beings. But because Barbarous and Gulegly are the pets of the Realm King, they seem to be unable to feel exhausted. Even if they are entangled and attacked by Yelin, they can resist Yelin's attack all the time. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed since this kind of penance. There is no sunrise or sunset on this Realm King Star, and it is completely impossible to judge how long one has been practicing here. But because Yelin had a system in hand, and he silently calculated the past time, his gains this year were not small. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 600 points. Bloodline, Scion, level 3/100. Skills, 1 Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, advanced 990/10,000, skill introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 100%. 2 Moon Step, Intermediate 989/1000, Skill Introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 10 times Whole Wave, Intermediate 993/1000, Skill Introduction, Fingertips shoot light waves, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, Intermediate 900/1000, Skill Introduction, Basic Combat Power increased by 50%, Duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar *1. During this year, Yelin has made great progress. He has been fighting Barbarous and Gulegli, and his Scion blood is forcing him to become stronger. This combat power is also rising, and this year, he has also consumed all the fairy beans. The effect is also remarkable, and his skill proficiency has reached its peak. Originally, Yelin wanted to continue practicing, but now that the world's #1 martial arts conference is about to begin after a year's appointment, Yelin can only give up continuing to practice. My Lord Realm, please send me back to Earth. Yelin came to the front of the Northern Realm King, and he was sent to this Realm King star by the system, and only the Northern Realm King could send himself back to Earth. Don't worry, I will send you back, but after you go back, there is no way to come back here easily. The King of the Northern World reminded him. I believe I will come to Zhuangxing again, and I will ask Master Zhuang to take care of you. If you really can speak well, then I look forward to you coming to my King Star again. After that, the Northern Realm King waved, and when Yelin came back to his senses, he found that he had left Realm King Star, and he returned to Earth. Chapter 63 The World's #1 Martial Arts Conference. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After a year of cultivating at Zhuangxing, Yelin didn't feel that time had passed so long. The body is so light, there is a huge gap between 10 times the gravity. Yelin's foot lightly stepped on the ground, his body leaped high, surrounded by dense clouds, and birds in flight could be seen all around. Sky. Yelin looked down with a stunned look. Now that he was flying into the air, and without using any skills, Yelin just jumped purely, but he could easily jump into the air. Although he had already felt the gap between Earth's gravity and Zhuangxing, he did not expect that the gap would be so large. It seems that I need to adjust it. If I use too much force, I won't jump out of the Earth directly. Yelin let his body fall back to the ground, and he began to run on the ground. His speed already far surpassed the speed of the spacecraft. The people around could only see a gust of wind blowing by, and even Yelin could not see clearly, but for Yelin at such a speed, it was not even a jogging. Now that the combat effectiveness has been improved, Yelin fully feels that he is no longer an ordinary person, and has even surpassed the scope of the capabilities of the Earthlings. While rushing, Yelin asked people about the location of the world's #1 martial arts club. Although he was thousands of kilometers away from the venue, it only took half a day to get to the venue at his speed. The world's #1 martial arts conference, this is a competition that attracts many eyes. Many martial artists and masters from all walks of life will gather here, wanting to win the championship in this world's #1 martial arts conference. It seems that we are the first group to arrive, and I don't know what Yelin and the others are like. We haven't seen each other in a year. Bulma is wearing sexy clothes, and Lan Kai is also very eye-catching, but she is now blonde. Lan Chi held a submachine gun in her hand, and leaning on the gun in her hand, she let the crowd of onlookers make way for them. Immortal Turtle led Monkey King and Kellen behind them, and was looked at with strange eyes. Immortal Turtle and Kellen lowered their heads and did not want to be recognized, otherwise it would be too shameful. I believe I will see them soon. After all, I have made an appointment to meet in a year. Both Kirin and Yamcha are already 1 in a million masters. They are probably already very good now. As for Yelin, if he does, I'm afraid his strength is beyond my judgment. When Immortal Turtle thought of Yelin, he couldn't figure out how powerful Yelin would become. He had surpassed the standard of normal people. I wish I could meet them sooner and fight them. Monkey King clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. You are really in high spirits. Clint took a look at Monkey King. Both of them have experienced very high-intensity training this year. And Monkey King has already been out of the teacher. Even Gaixian can hardly beat him. Although Clint didn't want to admit it, he also understood that Monkey King's talent was above him. However, after a year of joint practice, the relationship between the two has become much better, just like a brother. Master and you guys have been missing for a long time. Just as the Gaixian group was chatting, a voice suddenly came, and the group turned around to see that two figures were walking. Kirin enthusiastically waved his hands with everyone, while Yamcha raised his hand in a low-key greeting. What? You two haven't changed much this year. Bulma looked at the two of them up and down. Kirin and Yamcha were almost exactly the same as they were a year ago, but the Gaixianren clearly noticed that the chi in the two of them was very different. It seems that you have experienced very hard training. Gaixianren is very satisfied with the growth of Yamcha and Kirin. Is it so powerful? Bulma took out a pair of brand new glasses in her hand. Her glasses were single lenses with sophisticated parts. Let me see, Yamcha has a combat power of 290 points, and Kirin has a combat power of 295 points. You two are too powerful. It's just a year. Your combat power has almost doubled. Fiku Novel Network www.textwww.com. Bulma's face was full of surprise, and Yamcha's eyes lit up when he saw the pair of glasses. Bulma, this is a power detector, isn't it a new style? Yamcha is most interested in this combat power detector, and Bulma has a proud expression on his face. This is the latest combat power detector I researched. Don't be surprised to hear that. This combat power detector can detect combat power values within 10,000 and can monitor the opponent's combat power fluctuations in real time. Bulma has spent a lot of time on this combat power detector this year, and finally rushed to finish things. Yamcha looked longingly at the combat power detector, and Bulma took out a few capsules in his hand. I have prepared several pairs of these glasses. You can take them one by one. Thank you so much. Yamcha took the capsule as if it were a treasure, and then brought the latest combat power detector to his eyes. Yamcha's gaze swept around, and everyone's body accurately showed the value of combat power. Teacher Wu Tian has a combat power of 300 points, so he really deserves to be Teacher Wu Tian. Immortal Turtle touched his light head. Oh, I didn't expect to have such a machine. It seems to be exposed, but I was not so good at first. You young people have worked so hard. I think this old bone should also be practiced. Teacher Wu Tian, you are humble, eh? Fighting power is 280 points. When Yamcha's gaze shifted to Monkey King aside, he found that Monkey King's combat effectiveness was so high. You must know that he hadn't been in contact with cultivation for a long time, and it only took a year to grow to this point. This is like a monster. Wukong, you guys, too good, I only have 180 points. Klin also brought a power detector, and he felt very aggrieved at the distance between himself and Monkey King. No, I think everyone is so good, I want to compare it with you now. Monkey King looked at Yamcha and Kirin with an excited expression on his face. Hey? Those two guys. Suddenly, Yamcha felt a master approaching, and his combat power detector detected a strong combat response. Tianjin Fan has 300 combat power and Dumplings 250 combat power. Yamcha will not forget the Tianjin Fan and Dumplings that he encountered a year ago. At that time, he was unable to compete with them, but now he has enough combat power to fight them. It seems that this world's #1 martial arts conference will be very exciting. Yamcha couldn't help clenching his fists. Tianjin Fan also noticed Yamcha's gaze, and his three eyes swept around in a puzzled circle. Is Yelin not here? Don't worry, the master will come to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference, but if you want to fight against the master, you have to pass my level first. Yamcha patted his chest. Tianjin Fan took a look at Yamcha, and he smiled slightly. It seems that you have become a lot stronger. I look forward to your performance. Tianjin Fan took the dumplings to the depths of the martial arts conference, and in the next instant, everyone trembled, and they immediately felt that something terrifying was approaching. What the hell is it? Everyone looked outside the gate of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Yelin walked in from outside. He glanced at the crowd suspiciously, and then when he saw the familiar people, he smiled and waved. Chapter 64 The Strongest Boss Yelin. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yelin's appearance attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone, it's been a long time. Yelin smiled and greeted him, and Bulma walked forward and circled Yelin. Where have you been this year? There are no clues at all. Do you feel thinner? Bulma squeezed Yelin's arm. The Realm King, who has been practicing under 10 times the gravity, and fighting against Barbarous and Gulligly day and night, his body changes. This is the result of cultivation. War, 600 combat power, really worthy of being a master. Yamcha looked dumbfounded at the data displayed on the combat power detector, and Yelin also saw this new combat power detector. It seems that the combat power detector has been upgraded again. It seems that you have worked a lot. Humph, of course, this is my brand new masterpiece, and my invention is more than these. I will open your eyes later. Hearing Yelin's praise, Bulma raised her head proudly. Boss Yelin is really amazing. It seems that our gap has been widened again. When Kirin saw Yelin's combat effectiveness, he was amazed at the changes in Yelin's strength, but he was more proud. He was proud of having such a big brother. Yelin, you really surpassed your imagination once again. You must be the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament this time. Immortal Turtle sighed at the speed of Yelin's strength growth. Yelin had grown beyond his expectations once again, and it was hard to imagine what practice he had done this year. Yelin could also see the changes in everyone's combat effectiveness, and the surprise in his heart was not below everyone. According to the speed of the original Dragon Ball in his mind, it is only 21 times the world's #1 martial arts conference, but everyone's strength has grown too fast, and almost everyone has exceeded 200 points of combat effectiveness. This kind of cultivation progress is at least 10 years ahead of the original work, and this is probably due to the changes he brought. But Yelin couldn't help being a little worried. If the progress advances, then the earth dangers of Dragon Ball in the future will also advance. Thinking of this, Yelin didn't dare to relax in his heart. At this moment, Tianjin Fan walked over with dumplings. His 3 eyes were firmly locked on Yelin's body. Kirin and Yamcha took a step forward and stood in front of Tianjin Fan and dumplings. Tianjin Fan, it's a rule-breaking behavior to do it before the game. Besides, you have to do it with my master, and you have to pass my level first. Otherwise you are not qualified to fight with my master. Yamcha looked at Tianjin Fan provocatively, but Tianjin Fan was not affected by Yamcha's provocation at all. He just looked directly at Yelin's eyes. In the past year, it seems that you have done hard work, but I have also worked hard to practice. I will fight you in the ring. I originally had this plan, but now I have changed my mind. Hearing Yelin's words, Tianjin Fan's brow wrinkled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You also think I am not qualified to challenge you? No, you are a respectable martial artist, but I want to see everyone's growth more than winning or losing, so I decided to change the rules. This time the world's #1 martial arts conference. The finale is you. Everyone challenged me, including this friend who was hiding. Yelin looked at the crowd, a person wrapped in a white robe. Being watched by Yelin's gaze, the white-robed man looked a little surprised. You don't need to hide it. The reason why you came to this world's #1 martial arts conference is because you are interested in me. Everyone's eyes fell on the mysterious white-robed man, and finally the white-robed man took off his hood. He revealed a green skin and a face similar to that of the great demon King Piccolo. Bike the devil. Audiobook store www.udiwu.com. In an instant, Yamcha, Kirin, and Gaixian were all ready to fight. Except for Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, who had not participated in the war before, everyone else knew the power and evil of Big Devil Piccolo. Stop, he is not the great demon Piccolo, he is King Piccolo too, the son of the great demon Piccolo. I have taken him to the gods to reform. Everyone looked at Yelin with doubts. They had never heard Yelin talk about the matter of Piccolo too. But everyone believed in Yelin. Since he said so, there is no problem. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm probably here to kill you, to avenge my father. Piccolo stared at Yelin's eyes, but Yelin smiled slightly when he heard what he said. I don't regret killing your father. After all, your father did a lot of evil. I am afraid that other people will think that he died. But you are the son of Piccolo. It is natural that you avenge your father. But if this is the case, you should agree to my decision, join hands with everyone, and fight with me at the end of this world's #1 martial arts conference. This is more beneficial to you. Don't you think so? Big took a deep look at Yelin, then he turned and left, and soon disappeared into the crowd. Master, is this really good? That's the son of Big Demon King Piccolo. He is here to kill you, and his strength is still very strong. With a combat power of 350 points, he has surpassed his father. Yamcha glanced at Yelin with some worry. Although Piccolo still had a gap in combat effectiveness with Yelin, it was still too dangerous for anyone who wanted to kill Yelin to join the melee. I didn't feel malice from him. I'm afraid God has taught him well over the past year, and even if he comes to trouble me, do you think I will lose? Now you are worse than worrying about me. Worry about yourself. I am the boss you need to conquer in this world's #1 martial arts tournament. I can promise you that if someone can beat me, then I will help the person who won the game collect all the Dragon Balls and give it to he has a chance to make a wish to Shenlong. Yelin decided to make this event even more exciting. After everyone heard the promised prize, they all shined. It's settled, Master, don't want to fool you, I will definitely punch you all over the floor. Boss Yelin, I won't release water either. Both Yamcha and Kirin were full of enthusiasm, while Tianjin Fan smiled slightly, then turned and left with Dumplings. Interesting, do you fight the boss together? I can't wait. Tianjin Fan, are you very happy? Dumpling glanced suspiciously. After all, Yelin asked everyone to join forces, but he meant to look down on people, but the corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth rose up, showing a smile. Of course I am happy. Where can I find a chance to fight against such a master? If I can defeat him, my martial arts path will surely be improved. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, his eyes full of warfare. Because of Yelin's sudden increase in the activity, everyone who practiced martial arts had a strong fighting spirit in their hearts. Even Gaixianren's eyes hidden under the sunglasses, there was a hint of young impulse. Is it too exciting? Yelin felt everyone's fighting spirit ignited, and he scratched his head with a wry smile. This decision was made on a whim after he saw everyone, but he didn't expect to cause such a big storm. You still don't want to think about anything. Make your own decision. I really convinced you. I will be here to see how you were beaten up. Hearing Bulma's ridicule, Yelin leaned close to her. If I win, I don't know whether you will appreciate your face, miss, and have a meal together. Bulma blushed as he felt the heat from Yelin. You just wait to be hammered into a pig's head. Then I will take it as your default. Bulma took Lan Chi and left as if fleeing. Yelin smiled at Bulma, who was showing a little woman, and then he also walked into the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Chapter 65 List of Top 8. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. In the venue of the World #1 Budo contest, many famous martial arts masters have signed up to participate in this World #1 Budo contest, and there are as many as 142 people in this session. Yab! Yelin's gaze swept across the venue, and then he saw a familiar figure. His body moved at a high speed, and he appeared behind a chubby figure in an instant, and Yelin patted the opponent on the shoulder. Yakilobe, I didn't expect you to come too. Yelin smiled and looked at the man with a funny headgear. Although he had hidden himself, Yelin could still recognize his anger. I pretended to be like this. You can still recognize me. I really convinced you. I was just getting bored on Kalen Tat. I went down and walked around. Did you meet that Piccolo? Well, I saw one before, you brought him here. I don't want to, but this is what the god meant. I had to bring him over and join in the fun by the way. Yakilobe hurriedly explained, for fear that Yelin would blame himself. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions with Bic. I welcome him to participate in this world's #1 martial arts conference. You can join in the fun, but with your strength, I am afraid it is not so easy to be shortlisted. Dare to look down upon me, I think you have forgotten my great master Yakilobe. Boom! With the sound of a copper gong, everyone's eyes were fixed in the direction of the gong. A young man in a suit and dark sunglasses walked onto the platform. You are welcome to participate in the 21st World #1 Budo contest. Because there are only 8 players in the arena competition, the elimination round must be played first. Everyone, please draw numbers first, and those who have drawn numbers will come to the stage to compete. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. The host Yelin remembered that he was also a familiar face of the world's #1 martial arts conference, and then everyone went to draw numbers, but Yelin was indifferent. After all, Yelin didn't come to participate in the competition process. He will challenge everyone at the end, so there is no need to participate. Yelin, do you remember me? At this moment, a young girl ran in front of Yelin, staring at the blue hair on that end. Yelin was taken aback. Are you Kiki? Yelin didn't expect to meet Kikai here, but only after a year. Kikai has grown a lot, and now she is like a girl, not a child. Great, you still remember me. I know you will definitely come to this world's #1 martial arts conference. It is like fate, 2 people who love each other meet again and step into the palace of marriage. Kikai hugged her cheeks, with an expression of fantasy in her eyes. Yelin was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she seemed to have promised to marry her after she grew up. It's just that Yelin only thought it was a kid's joke at the time. Unexpectedly, after a year, Kikai still remembers this incident. Kiki, it's been a long time since you've seen you, you've grown so tall, let's go and talk about the past, don't fight and kill these boys here. Just when Yelin was in a dilemma, Bulma came over and she pulled Kiki away with a smile. Before leaving, Bulma turned around and made a grimace at Yelin, and motioned to him with her eyes that she owed her a favor. Yelin doesn't have that special hobby. After all, Kikai is at best a girl. Thinking of marrying her, Yelin can't help feeling the breath of crime. At this time, the knockout tournament officially began. In order to speed up the process, 4 venues will start the competition at the same time. Yelin just stood by and watched the battle. Although he could see everyone's combat effectiveness, he wanted to see with his own eyes how everyone was fighting. The first game, Yakilobe vs Monkey King. Juhishu www.johotext.com. After hearing the name, Monkey King was the first to stand on the stage. Seeing that his opponent turned out to be such a child, Yakilobe showed a mocking smile on his face. It seems that it will be easy to win. Yelin dare to look down on me, I will show you my ability to eat fairy beans this year. Yakilobe also walked to the platform, and the two stood on opposite sides. Please advise. Monkey King bowed to Yakilobe. Humph, let the horse come here, I'll let you do it first. Yakilobe was confident. Looking at Yakilobe, who was confident on the stage, Yelin couldn't help but silently mourn for him. Yakilobe's combat effectiveness has indeed improved this year. But he doesn't have the kind of diligence that the martial arts school has. He just practiced for a while with Karin. Now his combat power is 190, which is quite powerful for ordinary people, but his opponent is Monkey King. The combat power is still too weak. Boom! At the moment when the host just started shouting, Monkey King appeared in front of Yakilobe as if moving instantaneously, and he punched the unsuspecting Yakilobe directly. Yakilobe exclaimed and was punched directly out of the field of competition. Yakilobe fell out of the field. Monkey King, win. Monkey King scratched his head suspiciously, and then obediently walked off the ring. Hey, did you see his movements clearly? I can't see clearly, what happened just now? Sure enough, Sun Wukong's powerful combat power horrified these ordinary martial artists, but in Yelin's opinion, the candidates for the #1 martial arts conference in this world were all determined by default. It's shameful, is that guy a monster? Yakilobe was crying and ran to Yelin to complain. Yelin shook his head with a wry smile. Although Sun Wukong has the blood of science, he has also been able to achieve such an increase in combat effectiveness in this short year through hard training. In comparison, Yakilobe, who wasted a year in vain, is not his opponent. Of course. Batlian vs Yamcha, win. Nam vs Tianjin Fan, win. Na Fang vs Piccolo, win. Just as Yelin had expected, these ordinary martial arts masters could not be compared with these few people with a combat power of more than 200. There are so many monsters? What's wrong with this world? After Yakilobe saw the battle of these few people, he couldn't even see clearly. The gap between himself and them can be imagined, and other contestants, after seeing these 8 people so strong, they also understood that they had no chance of winning. After that, as long as they met 8 of them, everyone chose to abstain. As a result, the process has also been sped up a lot, and the final short list has also appeared. I announce that the 8 finalists in the 21st World Martial Arts Conference are Klin, Yamcha, Bic, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Wushan, and Kirin. The contestants, Monkey King contestants, will be attended by the above 8 players in the subsequent arena. The final list was announced, and everyone has nothing to say about this list. After all, the strength of these 8 people is too strong and too prominent. Chapter 66 Yamuati vs Tianjin Rice. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. After the top 8 list came out, they were immediately divided into groups in the arena. After grabbing the numbers in a round, the result was written on the big character board. Monkey King vs Kellen, Yamcha vs Tianjin Fan, Kirin vs Bic, Teacher Wu Tian vs Dumplings. Looking at the event schedule on the large character board, Yelin felt very satisfied. Unexpectedly, it was great to be able to meet the Tianjin Fan in the first place. Yamcha's eyes revealed a strong will to fight. After seeing Yelin and Tianjin Fan's battle a year ago, Yamcha secretly decided to become stronger. Now that 1 year has passed, whether he has stepped into the field of that strong man, he wants to find out through the battle with Tianjin Fan. Do your best not to shame your master. Yelin patted Yamcha on the shoulder, which was a cheer for him. After he left the players' lounge, he would watch the game as a spectator, and then wait for his final appearance. When he arrived outside the venue, Bulma waved, and Yelin walked over. Where is Kiki? I told her about some delicious stalls. It should be time to eat now. Bulma made a good gesture. After all, Kiki was just a child and was easily fooled by Bulma. In the past year, after I dealt with Big Demon King Piccolo, did anything else happen? What about the whereabouts of the Red Ribbon Legion? This is also what Yelin cares most about. The threat of the Red Ribbon Legion is not small, he dare not ignore the existence of the opponent. After talking about the business, Bulma's expression became more serious. At the beginning, the Red Ribbon Legion had submitted to the Big Demon Bic, and their people occupied the capital, but the fight between you and the Big Demon was too intense. The capital has become like that. The Red Ribbon Legion suffered heavy casualties. It is said that the commander and leadership of the Red Ribbon Legion died in that big explosion. Hearing this result, Yelin was also a little surprised, but he can understand it after thinking about it. After all, most of the Red Ribbon Legion are ordinary people. They simply couldn't bear the energy release of Big Demon King Piccolo. What about Dr. Gro? He also died in the Big Bang. Dr. Gro? Who is that? I asked my dad to investigate the Red Ribbon Legion, but I have never heard of this Dr. Gro. Bulma looked at Yelin with a puzzled expression. Hearing what she said, Yelin also understood that Dr. Gro was probably lurking in a deeper dark place. He knew very well that it was this Dr. Gro that created the man-made man, and the man-made man would definitely pose a huge threat in the future. If Dr. Gro can be resolved in advance, then the crisis of the man-made man might be avoided. But the opponent is obviously very cunning, and the hiding is too deep. Forget it, the ship will be straight at the end of the bridge. It would be best if he died in the Big Bang. If he is not dead and dare to continue to calculate the Earth, I will not let him go. Yelin's face wore a firm color. Let's go to the game, but I have prepared tickets for the front row position. Bulma pointed to the blonde Lankai on the side, and Lankai raised the submachine gun in her hand. Da-da-da. If you don't want to die, give the way to my old lady. Everyone was taken aback by the gunfire, and everyone gave way to the three Yelin. Look. Bulma raised her eyebrows with a smug expression on her face. Yelin could only twitch the corners of her mouth, and then under everyone's weird gaze, she came to the front auditorium. At this moment, the two stood on the ring. The first ring match, Monkey King vs. Klin, start. Boom. The bronze bell made a huge sound, and the moment the bell rang, it represented the official start of the competition. Goku, don't show mercy! Klin shouted. I will do my best. Monkey King nodded. Whoosh! Klin rushed to Monkey King at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, and he punched Monkey King. But his fist passed through Monkey King's body. The first novel www.001zj.com. Oops, it's an afterimage. Boom! Monkey King had appeared behind Klin, he punched the defenseless Klin out of the ring. The host's face was full of surprises, because the victory or defeat was almost instantly divided. The first ring match, Monkey King, win. However, the host who reacted still declared Monkey King's victory with a high level. Kling, are you all right? After the game, Monkey King went forward to Fu Klin. Hey, it really isn't your opponent, Goku, you are really amazing. Klin touched his bare head, admiring Monkey King's strength very much. Even if he lost, he was not discouraged. I'm not good enough. I want to fight more masters and then become stronger. Monkey King looked at Yelin, and the two stared at each other in the air. Yelin saw the strong fighting spirit in Monkey King's eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. 1 year later, he also wanted to see the results of Monkey King's cultivation. The second ring match, Yamcha player vs Tianjin fan player. Seeing Yamcha and Tianjin Rice on the stage, Bulma on the side became curious. Yelin, does Yamcha have a chance of winning against this three-eyed guy? Yelin looked at the two of them, then shook his head. It's hard to say. Tianjin fan is indeed better in terms of combat effectiveness, but sometimes combat effectiveness does not determine everything. If Yamcha wants to win, it depends on how hard it has been in this year of cultivation. Hey? You are really an apprentice who favors yourself, but I also hope that fellow Yamcha wins. Bulma took a deep look at Yelin, feeling surprised that Yelin was so optimistic about Yamuti. If you lose, ask him to take my old lady's gun. Lan Chi raised the submachine gun in her hand, and both Yelin and Bulma were speechless. It's better to let her change her state, lest she wait to be foolish. Don't worry, I was prepared. With a smirk on Bulma's face, she took out a bottle of pepper from her pocket and blew it towards Lan Kai. Snee. Lan Chi sneezed, and then changed to Lan Chi with blue hair. Hey, where am I? The blue-haired Lan Chi looked around with a puzzled face. Boom. At this time, the bells on the ring had already sounded, and both Yamcha and Tianjin Fan stood still on the stage. The eyes of the two confronted each other, while alerting each other. Today I want to defeat you to prove that I have stepped into the realm of the strong. I haven't seen you in a year. You are very different from the beginning. You are already a well-deserved strong, but you can't beat me. Then give it a try. Yamcha suddenly broke into trouble, his body turned into afterimages. And he could reach this speed just by moving. Tianjin Fan was standing still, but his three eyes followed Yamcha's figure. No matter how fast Yamcha was, he could not escape the tracking of his three eyes. Take this move from me, add the remnant fist to the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, the remnant resembles the Wind Fist. 4 Yamutis suddenly appeared on the court. The 4 Yamutis surrounded Tianjin Fan, and then the shadow of fist fell on Tianjin Fan like a rain of bullets. This remnant image boxing was learned this year by Yamcha followed by Kirin. He incorporated the image remnant boxing into his Wolf Fang Wind boxing, creating this image residual boxing Wind boxing. Even Yelin couldn't help but shine when he saw this trick. Chapter 67 Hostility from the Crane Immortal. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Yamcha's newly created residual image, Fang Fist, is indeed powerful. Under such a intensive fist shadow offensive, even if it is changed to Yelin, he can't guarantee that he can avoid every punch. It's just that he didn't seal it, it seems it's over. Yelin sighed, and Bulma looked at him suspiciously. Isn't Yamcha suppressing the three-eyed guy now? Yelin's finger pointed upwards, and Bulma looked up, and then she was surprised to find that Tianjin Fan had already flown into the air without knowing when. Yamcha also noticed that he had lost the target in his attack. He stopped the attack. The 4 Yamcha had disappeared, and the rest of the body looked at Tianjin Fan in the sky. You have indeed grown a lot, but there are obviously flaws in your move. If you block even the top, then I won't be able to escape. Tianjin Fanjul looked down at Yamcha condescendingly, and it was from the gap above that he escaped by using dance techniques. The corners of Yamcha's mouth rose slightly. What if I sell flaws on purpose? After all, Yamcha's gaze condensed, and his palm pressed down. Fuck the bomb. Tianjin Fan felt a sense of pressure from above. He looked up in astonishment and an energy ball fell sharply from the sky. Yamcha used the residual image of Feng Fengquan to attack, in fact, to create a chance for her own chi ball. The energy ball was controlled by him a long time ago. He waited for Tianjin Fan to escape upward from his offensive. And everything went well. Tianjin Fan had no time to dodge the attack. Tianjin Fan in the air suddenly put both hands and index fingers together, and then shouted. Qigong wave rebounds. The energy ball that had attacked Tianjin Fan unexpectedly pushed back against Yamcha after Tianjin Fan shouted. Looking at the energy ball coming towards him, Yamcha was taken aback. He hurriedly manipulated his gas bomb and exhausted all his energy. At the last moment, the energy ball was transferred aside by him. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianjin Fan has already rushed in front of him. Not good. Ended. Yamcha's complexion changed and he just wanted to resist, but Tianjin Fan slammed it out, and this foot was firmly on Yamcha's body. Yamuti flew out, and finally flew out of the field heavily. The game is over, Tianjin fan contestant, win. The host announced Tianjin fan's victory in a loud voice. Tianjin fan breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but immediately felt the pain in his palm. He was shocked to find that his palms had been worn out, and blood was flowing out, which was obviously caused when he rebounded the gas bomb. Yamcha? It's really a strong enemy, I really look forward to fighting him again. The corners of Tianjin fan's mouth rose, and after showing a smile, he walked to the ring happily. It's okay. Yelin stepped forward and patted Yamcha's face. Yamcha woke up and saw that he fell out of the field, with a wry smile on his face. I'm sorry, Master, for embarrassing you. Seeing Yamcha look a little depressed, Yelin stood up. It is not my face that is lost, but your own face. You must know your shame and be courageous. One failure is nothing. The most important thing is to gain something from this failure. Hearing Yelin's words, Yamcha stood up, and he swept away his previous depression. The master is right. If I can control the gas bomb better just now, I won't be bounced by him. Even if it rebounds, I can control the gas bomb and continue to attack. In the final analysis, I have insufficient training. The analysis is good, but you are not completely unimproved. This time the afterimage of Fanfiction is very good, and the layout and countermeasures are in place. After that, you will continue to work hard. With Yelin's encouragement, Yamuti has completely swept away the sense of decadence. 180 novel www.xs180.com. The third ring contest, Teacher Wu Tian contestant vs Dumpling contestant. Both Gaixianren and Dumpling stood on the ring. The age gap between the two sides was huge, but Dumpling should never be underestimated. His combat effectiveness was also not low. The young people nowadays are really better than the other. I'm afraid this old bone can't stand the toss. Immortal Turtle touched his back, looking as if he tried his best to make him stand firm. Dumpling looked at Gaixian with a puzzled look, as if he was judging Gaixian's strength. Boom! At this moment, the bronze bell rang. At the moment when the bronze bell rang, Immortal Turtle rushed towards the dumplings at a very fast speed. Seeing that speed, the dumplings were startled and his reaction was slow. But he still raised his finger. Hole! Slow! Gaixianren's palm pinched the fingers of the dumplings, and the gas condensed on the fingers of the dumplings was suddenly pinched out. Dumpling was startled, and then his eyes were glistened. Superpower! This is the special function of dumplings, which can control the actions of opponents. Young man, this little trick is useless to an old man like me. This little resistance can be passed by just grit your teeth. Immortal Turtle raised his finger, his movements were completely uncontrolled, and then he bounced his brain on the dumpling's forehead. Dumplings flew upside down with an exclamation, and he was about to fall out of the field. He hurriedly used the air dance technique to suspend his body. Before the dumplings breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow appeared above his head, and the dumplings looked up in amazement. Gaixianren's feet stepped on him, and the dumpling's feet fell on the ground. The game is over, Teacher Wu Tian won. The turtle fairy jumped easily from the dumpling. Little guy, I've been as merciful as possible. You have the strength, but you don't have much actual combat experience. Let's practice. After speaking, Immortal Turtle turned and left the venue. Dumplings left the venue dingy with his head down. Israel Turtle, you old and not ashamed bastard, you are all a lot of age, and you bully the little ones and my apprentice. I want to fight you to the death. At this time, in the audience, an old man wearing a green robe and a crane hat pointed at the Immortal Turtle and cursed. This person is Gaixianren, the master of Tianjin rice and dumplings. Gaixianren glanced at the frustrated Gaixianren. Unexpectedly, you are here too, Ziahe, have you forgotten your original intention of martial arts? Recently, Looking at these young people, I feel as if I cannot continue to be idle like this. I am different from you. I don't want to stop here. Immortal Gui regained his gaze and walked towards the arena lounge. Immortal Crane glanced at his brother with a frown. And he found that his brother seemed to have changed a little. Any reason for martial arts? Hexian raised his head and glanced at the sky. The two of them went out of the same school, and both worshipped Wu Taidu as their teacher. After that, the two gradually walked out of their own genre. After cultivating their own disciples, Hexian lost his practice of martial arts and became strong. Heart, but Gaixianren is obviously the opposite of himself. Hey, dissatisfied with the old guy, you better eat a flat one. Hexianren disapproved, and then he swept his gaze to a corner, where Yelin was in the direction. Yelin, you killed my brother, don't think it's as simple as that. There was a cold light in Crane Immortal's eyes, and Yelin's gaze glanced at Crane Immortal at this moment. Now he is very precise in controlling his breath. If someone radiates hostility towards him, he will notice it for the first time. Only after seeing Crane Immortal, Yelin already understood what the other party was making, and he didn't make any more arrangements. No matter what method the opponent uses to deal with himself, he only needs soldiers to cover the water and earth. Chapter 68, All of You Go Together. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The fourth match, Killern vs Bic. This competition also made Yelin very concerned. Kyrene was not considered the main character in the original Dragon Ball, but because of his encounter with Yelin, Kyrene worshipped the Turtle Immortal. In this more than a year, Kirene's strength has improved a lot, and Yelin also wants to see if Kirene is Bic's opponent. Both of them stood on the ring. Kirene stared at Piccolo on the opposite side with a serious expression. Through the power detector, he already knew Piccolo's combat power was above him. Boom! At the moment when the bronze bell rang, Kyrene rushed out. His speed was very fast, and the afterimages were pulled out in an instant. Piccolo wrapped his hands around his chest, and there was a natural arrogance on his body, but even if he stood there quietly, Kirene did not find any flaws. If there is no flaw, I will create it. Super Gum! Kiran opened his mouth wide, and a stream of slime sprayed into the air, and the white slime fell from the air like rain. These are all strong glues. As long as they are contaminated, they cannot easily break free, and this attack has blocked the entire arena. If you want to escape, you will escape outside the arena. Playing such a clever, boring guy. Pakak's body began to condense a large amount of chi, which ignited something like a flame on his body, and Kiran's slime fell on the flame and was burnt to ashes. This is not a clever thing, I have upgraded this trick. Super Gum, change it. Kirene lifted his palm and shook it immediately, and a large amount of mucus quickly condensed towards Piccolo. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo was completely wrapped in the white mucus. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Kirene was ready to shoot. Turtle Kigong Wave. Kirene had already mastered Gaixian Liu's unique trick. This trick was quite powerful in the Kigong Wave of the Turtle School. If it could hit it, even Piccolo wouldn't be comfortable. Magic light flashes. Piccolo clenched his fists with both hands, crossed his chest, and a dazzling golden light burst out of the mucus, and the golden light came straight towards Kirene. Kirene's turtle scent Kigong Wave was directly washed away, and then Kirene was also knocked out of the arena by the magic flash. The game is over, big player, win. The gap between Kirene and Piccolo is still very obvious. Facing a strong enemy like Piccolo, Kirene still lost. However, Kirene was very resistant. Even if he was knocked out of the ring by the flash of magic, he didn't have any serious problems. He just scratched his head when he failed, and was not discouraged. It seems that we still have to work harder to cultivate. There are so many powerful people. Seeing that Kirene's mentality was very good, Yelin didn't comfort him. In this way, the semi-finals have been decided, and the subsequent games have been arranged. 4 finals, Tianjin Fan player vs Wu Tian teacher. Tianjin Fan and Gaixianren stepped onto the ring. Looking at the old man in front of them, Tianjin Fan didn't care about it. I heard that you are my master's brother, then please let me call you Master Uncle respectfully, but even if it's Master Uncle, I won't let the competition go. Young people are really energetic, but they are too complacent. But they will suffer a lot. Immortal Turtle took off his coat, the muscles on his body quickly bulged, and the powerful qi gathered on him. Okay, so terrible. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, the qi condensed in Immortal Gui was far better than him. He didn't expect that the Gaixian would be such a thunderous blow once he shot. However, you are full of flaws like this. Tianjin Fan rushed towards the Gaixianren, and he wanted to defeat the Gaixianren before the Gaixian could take action. World Shocking Palm. Nuwa Library www.newbookku.com. Immortal Turtle shouted, he raised his hands high, and a golden light was released from Immortal Turtle's open palms, and that light enveloped Tianjin Fan. Qigong Wave rebounds. Tianjin Fan wanted to bounce away the shocking palm of the world, but the golden light still enveloped him. You useless young man, my move is both rigid and soft, you can't play it. Gaixianren yelled, shaking his hands. Tianjin Fan's body flew directly out of the arena, and then fell heavily to the ground. Tianjin Fan supported his hands and feet on the ground, looking at the earth in front of him, his eyes widened and his face was full of shock. He didn't care. After all, Dumpling was defeated like this before, but even if he waited hard, he still lost to Gaixianren. Young man, you are too arrogant. Although you have learned some skills from Hexian, your arrogance has ruined your advantage. After all, Gui Xianren walked by Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He accepted the result. He understood that Gui Xianren was correct. It's incredible. Teacher Wu Tian won this game. The host was also very surprised by the result, and then announced the victory of the Turtle Fairy. Even Yelin did not expect that the Turtle Immortal would win so easily. He took a deep look at the back of the Turtle Immortal. This is the spirit of the other party as a martial artist. Even in the later period of Dragon Ball, the strength of the Turtle Immortal is also cannot be ignored. The next game, Monkey King vs Bic. In the following match, Yelin paid more attention. Because of his intervention, Piccolo and Monkey King had almost no intersection. Sun Wukong has not experienced so many hard fights. Under such circumstances, whether he can still defeat Piccolo, this aroused his deep curiosity. Piccolo looked at the Monkey King in front of him. For a child like the opponent, he could still win all the way to the present. Although Piccolo was puzzled, he didn't care. The person he really wanted to fight against was Yelin. Boom! With the sound of the bronze bell ringing, Monkey King took the lead, and his speed was beyond imagination. Monkey King punched and kicked towards Piccolo. This amazing speed was surprising. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, and then he stretched out his palm. But to Piccolo's surprise, his hand grabbed a soft object, and a closer look turned out to be the other's tail. Ah! I'm running out of strength. The Monkey King, who was still in the onslaught, suddenly lost his strength, so Piccolo held Monkey King in one hand, and then easily threw him out of the arena. This kind of result surprised everyone. Piccolo didn't understand how the other party did it, and he could only become Monkey King and unable to cultivate home. Compare, the game is over, Piccolo, win. Although this process is surprising, Piccolo's victory is beyond doubt. Now there is only the final deciding game left to compete for the championship of this world's #1 martial arts tournament, but everyone present did not take this champion to heart. They are all waiting for the last person to enter the field. Now that the moon has been hung in the air after a series of competitions, just as the host was about to announce that at the beginning of the final match, a figure suddenly appeared on the ring. Then the last game is ready to start. The rules are very simple. Whoever defeats me, I will give him the wish of Shenlong. You can use any means. I will fight you no longer." Standing on the ring, Yelin opened his mouth extremely arrogantly. Then, this gentleman, what are you? My name is Yelin, don't you think this kind of game is more interesting? Yelin asked about the host, and at this time the audience outside the stadium was boiling. Seeing everyone's voice so loud, the host's eyes brightened. Dear viewers, the last game has changed temporarily. This sudden appearance of Mr. Yelin is ready to meet the challenge of all the contestants, and he has released a rhetoric that all contestants cannot fight again. Now I announce the last game. Start! Oh! The audience cheered, and Yelin looked at everyone provocatively. 4 fairy beans, go to Yaki Lobe to collect them. After regaining their combat power, come to the ring, all of you. The corners of Yelin's mouth rose. Before the battle, there seemed to be a flame of battle burning in his body. Chapter 69 The Threat of Bombs. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Faced with Yelin's provocation, the 8 selected people stepped onto the ring one after another. Yelin, there is still me. Yakilobe also rushed into the ring, with a smirk on his face, and he seemed to be very interested in beating Yelin. Don't worry, I will clean up with you. I have stated the rules very clearly. You can do it at any time. Yelin spread his hands and signaled that everyone could attack at any time. Tianjin Fan, kill this kid for me. He is the murderer who murdered your uncle's uncle. At this moment, outside the ring, Hexian yelled at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, his eyes turned to Yelin. Is this a trick? But what your master said is right. Tao Bibai was indeed killed by me, but I didn't take the initiative to do it, and in the end he died in his own self-destruction. According to the testimony, Yamcha counts as one. Of course, if you think we're going through the air, there's nothing I can do. If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. After listening to Yelin's words, Tianjin Fan closed his eyes. Tianjin Fan, what are you still hesitating about? If you go all out, that kid named Yelin will not be your opponent. Crane Immortal still yelled constantly outside the court. Call out! Yelin's fingers shot out a ray of light, and the hole passed through Hexianren's face. Old guy, if you want to avenge your brother, have you ever come to the stage personally, or do you even have the courage to come on stage? Yelin looked at Immortal Crane with cold eyes, and when he heard what Yelin said, Immortal Crane's face showed a hideous look. Yelin, don't be too arrogant. You think you can still survive today? Today is your death date. The Crane Immortal laughed. Suddenly there were many helicopters in the sky, and at this time there was also a roar of machinery outside, and a large number of tanks entered the venue. This sudden situation frightened the audience, and everyone fled around. Red Ribbon Legion. Yelin has seen the Red Ribbon Legion logo painted on these planes and tanks. Yes, in this year, I gathered these people from the Red Ribbon Legion again. I have heard from Tianjin Fan. You will come here to participate in the world's #1 Budo convention in a year. I have been planning for a year, and everyone here today will die. The Crane Immortal laughed loudly, as if he was sure of winning. You don't think that such an aircraft tank can take me down? Of course, I know you are great, so I have prepared a great gift for you. Below this world's #1 martial arts conference, I have buried a lot of bombs, which are powerful enough to be comparable to a nuclear bomb. It's amazing, you won't be able to survive this powerful bomb. The Crane Immortal sneered and exposed all his plans, and Yelin glanced at his feet, if there was such a powerful bomb buried underneath. If the bomb erupts, he may be fine, but other people around him are not necessarily, especially Nalankai, Bulma and Kiki, who are all ordinary people. Master, you are so mean. Tianjin Fan glared at Hexianren, his eyes full of anger. Humph, you two have hardened wings, and dare not listen to what the master said. Then I will just pretend to have confiscated your 2 apprentices, and today you two will go to the funeral of my brother. The crane immortal is completely crazy now, he obviously wants to take everyone to the funeral together. If you want to detonate, just do it as you like. The crane immortal originally released these words to make Yelin fear, and then asked him to kneel down to beg for mercy and humiliate him. But he didn't expect Yelin to be unmoved, instead letting him detonate the bomb. Yelin, are you crazy? Detonate the bomb and all of us will die. Number 7 Novel Network www.7hxs.com. Bulma's eyes widened and yelled at Yelin, while Yakilob was already lying on the ground. Am I going to die here today? I just said don't join in the fun, why do you have to come to this world's number 1 martial arts conference? Now that I am fine, I will die here. Yakilob gave up on himself. Boss Yelin, do you have any plans? Master, he must have thought of a good way. Both Kirin and Yamachal looked at Yelin. They absolutely trusted Yelin. They believed that Yelin must have thought of a good way. There is no way. If the bomb explodes, then just block the bomb. If it is sacrificed, I will use the Shenlong to resurrect everyone and give in to the bad guys. Wouldn't he not detonate the bomb? Hearing what Yelin said, everyone was stunned, but then they also understood what Yelin meant. You gather all your chi on me, and I will block the bomb. Everyone looked at each other, and then they nodded, and the 8 people gathered the chi from their bodies, and all these chi were injected into Yelin's body. Yelin's combat effectiveness skyrocketed at this moment, and soon broke the 1000 mark. Armed and domineering, Yelin roared, his body seemed to be coated with a layer of armor, and his combat effectiveness had doubled at this moment, reaching 2000 combat effectiveness. The terrifying air entangled Yelin's body, and the surrounding ground was cracked. Yelin used the domineering look and feel to feel everything around him, and he couldn't escape his eyes, including the depths of the earth. Then he found the location of the bomb. Yelin raised his finger. 10 times the hole. Yelin's fingers condensed a ray of light, which shot straight into the ground, and this light easily pierced the ground. The power of this blow was as high as 2,600 points of combat power because of the 10-fold increase in the whole wave. Don't think about it, let's go to death together. The crane immortal roared and lowered the switch in his hand. The bomb buried in the ground was about to explode, but at this time, the 10-fold whole wave had hit the bomb. Rumble. The whole earth was trembling, as if there was a big earthquake. Bulma and Ranchi hugged each other, both of them thought they were going to be killed. But the earth was shaking violently, and the Big Bang did not happen. Well, what is going on? Why didn't the bomb explode? That's naturally because I used 10 times the whole wave to offset the power of the bomb, and the excess force has been transmitted to the depths of the earth by me. Yelin looked at Crane Immortal coldly, and Crane Immortal's face was blue, red, and indiscriminate. He didn't expect that his perfect plan would be ruined by Yelin. In the boundless universe, in a spaceship traveling in the starry sky, Vegeta was in a high position. At this time, he was preparing to go to the next planet to fight, but at this moment, his eyebrows twitched. Fighting power fluctuates. And it is mixed with Psion atmosphere. Is it planet M78? I remember there seems to be a lower level fighter there. Your brother, Raditz, is on that planet, right? Yes, Master Vegeta. You go to the planet M78 and bring me the lower level fighter. Judging from the combat power sensing just now, he should be able to come in handy. Yes. Kneeling on the ground, Raditz got up, he left the spaceship, and then took his own small spaceship to set off for planet M78. Chapter 70, The Unstoppable Yelin. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Now that the bomb crisis has disappeared, Yelin is about to solve the Crane Immortal. Hey, what happened just now? Was it an earthquake? At this time, a young girl passed by the front of the two armies. This person was Kikai. She still had an apple candy in her hand. She had just gone to eat and was not in the meeting place, so she didn't know what was happening here. Just came back. Innocent and innocent, she thought it was a celebration program, and she didn't feel any tension at all. The immortal crane glanced at Kikai with a frown. Now he is being frustrated by Yelin because of his plan. Seeing such a thoughtless little girl appeared, he spread his anger on Kikai. Where's the kid? Die for me! Crane Immortal's hands turned into crane claws and pierced Kikai's chest. With Crane Immortal's 120 combat power, this blow could directly pierce Kikai's chest. Danger! At the critical moment, the nearest Monkey King pounced on him, and he hugged Kikai. Crane Immortal's palm pierced directly on Monkey King's back. Monkey King hugged Kikai and rolled, pulling away from the Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal's palm tore a hole in the back of the unsuspecting Monkey King, and blood flowed out of Monkey King's back. Are you okay? You bleed. Kiki looked at the bleeding monkey in panic, and Monkey shook his head. It's just a skin injury, but he is really a despicable bad guy. He actually used to kill an unarmed girl. Don't worry, I will protect you. Monkey King's sharp eyes glared at the Crane Immortal, while Kikai was protected behind him. Kiki looked at the torn wound behind Monkey King, her eyes were firmly attracted by Monkey King. What a scumbag! There was anger in Yelin's heart. If the Crane Immortal made a move by himself, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he was equivalent to killing the opponent's relatives indirectly. But he kills a child, which arouses his anger. Yelin fists out in the air, and a fierce fist burst out of the air. Boom! The Crane Immortal had no idea that Yelin's power would be so powerful. He was directly shocked by the punch in the air. The fierce vigor in the air had shaken his 7 orifices and bleeding. There is no breath. The anger on Yelin's body began to dissipate, and his arrogance was also unraveled. He glanced at Tianjin Fan. If you want to avenge your master, do whatever you want, but I don't regret killing him. Of course, if you want revenge, I won't let you kill. Yelin's straightforward words fell on Tianjin Fan's heart, and he shook his head. I have seen what happened just now. His actions are really despicable and shameless. I will give up revenge, but I will challenge you. I want to defeat you. Yelin smiled slightly when he heard Tianjin Fan's words. Welcome at any time, but in the future, you must clean up the remnants of the Red Ribbon Legion. But Yelin just wanted to take a shot, when Piccolo stood up. You have consumed a lot of energy just now, and if you continue to consume it, it would be unfair. These people gave it to me. Piccolo stepped forward, and his body began to gather chi. Intense light bomb. Piccolo yelled, and his hands kept pushing out energy balls. These energy balls accurately hit the aircraft tanks. It was just a blink of an eye. And the surroundings turned into a sea of flames. All the planes and tanks had been blown up. After doing all this, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief, and there was no exhaustion on his face. Such an offense did not have such a heavy load for him, and everyone was once again impressed by the strength of this Piccolo. Then the last game, let us officially start. Yelin stood in the center of the ring, his eyes swept across the people on the ring. Don't you need to take a break? Klin glanced at Yelin suspiciously, and when he heard his question, the corner of Yelin's mouth rose slightly. To deal with you, I think it is enough. ShootaItext.com www.shootaitext.com. It's crazy, then let me try this old bone. Immortal Turtle came out first. His whole body muscles bulged. Looking at the strong whole body muscles, Yelin's mouth twitched. This figure said he was an old bone, which really made people feel speechless. Immortal Turtle's gaze condensed, and the next moment he moved close to Yelin at high speed. Yelin raised his palm and grabbed Immortal Turtle's fist. While the immortal turtle flew up and kicked Yelin's abdomen at the moment when his fist was caught, but Yelin's other hand once again accurately judged his moves, and then caught him. Kick. Drink. Immortal turtle exploded with astonishing anger and wanted to shake Yelin away, but unexpectedly Yelin had already spotted the opportunity and sent away the hands that grabbed him. The next moment, Yelin didn't retreat but instead moved forward, his shoulder slammed into immortal turtle. Boom! The immortal turtle flew upside down. He flew upside down 10 meters away before stopping. All the movements have been seen through. They should be things with similar abilities. It's useless to be careful and can only defeat him head-on. Immortal turtle had seen through Yelin's ability from the brief encounter, and passed on the information. Frontal defeat, just to my liking. Piccolo yelled, and an astonishing aura gathered on his body, which quickly gathered on his fingertips. Everyone around was shocked when they felt this amazing anger. Mguang Guang kills the cannon. Piccolo's fingertips shot out a ray of light, and this ray carried a spiral of aperture, and the beam of this shock wave hit Yelin at an astonishing speed. Boom! Piccolo clearly felt that his magic light-killing cannon hit Yelin, but he was surprised to find that Yelin's chi had not disappeared. Over the past year, through practice, my armed domineering has been able to display continuously. From the ruins of the explosion, Yelin slowly walked out, his body covered with armor-like skin. He just walked out with the magic light-killing cannon. Piccolo's eyes widened, and Yelin's strongest blow was actually carried down by Yelin. For the past year, Yelin has been subjected to severe beatings in the World King Star. After all, Nobilis and Gulegli are more powerful than him, and his own ability to resist attacks has increased. Now with this armed color domineering, defense ability to a higher level. Let me reduce the number of people first. Shave. Yelin's speed was far beyond everyone's expectation, and he appeared in front of Klin almost instantaneously. Klin was taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but found that he had no time to dodge. Boom! Kellen took Yelin and flew out of the field like a cannonball, then fell to the ground and could not get up again. First is the first. Yelin had just spoken. At this moment a shock wave hit him, and the attacker was Dumplings. How come? Seeing his own cave waves fall on Yelin's body, no injuries were caused, and Dumplings felt frustrated. But at this time Yelin had already rushed up, and he did the same, and blasted the Dumplings out of the arena. The second one, get it done. Yelin made his victory declaration easily. Keep the distance, his state should be time-limited, he just lifted the state. The immortal turtle issued a tactical order, and everyone scattered after hearing this, trying to avoid the edge for a while. After all, under the domineering armed forces, their offensive all lost their effect. Good idea, but your speed is too slow. Yelin shoved his feet and appeared in front of Yakilob in one step. Damn, I did it with you. Yakilob waved his sword and wanted to chop Yelin, but Yelin's fist was significantly faster. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Yakilob was the third person to fly out of the field. Yelin glanced at the others, and everyone looked solemn. Even with more enemies, they found that Yelin could not be suppressed at all. He was too powerful. Chapter 71 Yelin vs Monkey King. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The three of them were resolved in an instant. Yelin withdrew his arms and domineering, and his combat effectiveness fell to 600 points again. Seeing Yelin withdrew his arms and domineering, Immortal Turtle immediately began to arrange actions. The four people blocked Yelin's four directions, and Yelin glanced around. The people who blocked Yelin's four sides were Gaixianren, Yamcha, Kirin and Tianjin Fan. The fighting power of these four people is not weak, but at this moment, they simultaneously performed Qigong. For Qigong boss came directly to Yelin. Faced with such a predicament, Yelin ran away into the air with moon steps. I've been waiting for you for a long time, this time I'll see how you pick up my Mguang Guang kill cannon. Piccolo had already waited for Yelin's arrival in advance, and all of this was a trap for him. A beam of light rushed towards Yelin. Previously, he was armed with domineering. Yelin could take this blow, but now he can no longer display armed domineering. Dehu Spiral Pill. Facing the impact of the beam, Yelin's palm propped up a huge energy ball. Dehu Helix Maru collided with Magwang Guang killing cannon, but Yelin's combat effectiveness was far above Piccolo after all. What? Piccolo didn't expect Yelin to have such a move. At this time, the four people below changed the direction of Qigong, and the four Qigong turned to attack Yelin in the air. Today Yelin can be said to have suffered from the enemy. In such a short period of time, the five people have completed such a cooperation, and Yelin had to praise them. With such a sense of crisis, Yelin could clearly feel that the blood in his body was boiling 10 times the whole. Yelin raised his other arm, and at the same time shot a 10-fold whole wave. With one person, he forcibly withstood the Qigong of 5 people. Ah! The 5 were roaring, they used their full strength, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break Yelin's defense. And under this kind of attack, Yelin could clearly hear the powerful beating of his own heart. Break it for me! Yelin also let out a roar, and his big jade spiral pill rushed directly to Piccolo with the power of the magic light killing cannon. As strong as Piccolo in front of this big jade spiral pill, he was also directly hit by this force. And without Piccolo's entanglement, Yelin's 10 times the whole wave was released with full force. Boom! The ring made a loud noise, and the 4 people below were directly knocked out of the ring under this powerful shock wave. The 5 people outside the ring fell to the ground, and they let out a quick gasp. They had tried their best, but they were still defeated. Is this guy a monster? Why is it so strong? No wonder my father died in his hands. Bic was sweating profusely, and he used 2 magical light-killing cannons in a short period of time, as well as several previous attacks, which caused a huge consumption of qi in his body. Now it is difficult to form an effective attack. Immortal Turtle and the other 4 also had a deep understanding. They looked at Yelin, who was still standing on the ring, and they had no choice but to accept that they were indeed inferior to others. Sun Wukong, who was on the outside of the arena, looked at Yelin on the ring full of fighting spirit. Yelin is so strong, I want to try it too. No, your back is hurt. You won't be Yelin's opponent. Hearing that Monkey King was also preparing to fight Yelin, Kikai was anxious and hurriedly grabbed Monkey King. Don't worry, this is just a skin injury, it's not a hindrance, you are safe now, I will go to the game first. Tian Tian Novel www.tiantianxs.com. Monkey King slapped his chest vigorously to prove his health, and then he jumped onto the ring. Yelin's gaze also looked at Monkey King. Only he knew that Monkey King was a scion, and now he also has scion blood in his body. I don't know if he was affected by the power of blood. Yelin had long ago planned to fight Monkey King. I will do my best. Monkey King had already assumed a posture, his eyes were firmly locked on Yelin's body. From Monkey King, Yelin felt the high fighting spirit. The opponent is worthy of being a warrior with scion bloodline. This fighting spirit eager to fight is also influenced by bloodline power. The next moment, Monkey King started, but he appeared in front of Yelin in an instant. The dense shadows of fists were like a rain of bullets, but Yelin easily avoided all the offenses. Under the domineering look and feel, all the offensive movements of Monkey King were all in his prediction. Is there still too much difference in combat effectiveness? Yelin and Monkey King's fighting power are very different. Although he is eager to fight with Monkey King, his current fighting power is obviously not enough. Yelin clenched his fist, and then he punched Monkey King in the abdomen. Monkey King, who rushed up, was directly hit and flew out by Yelin. Gaku. Klin looked at Monkey King worriedly, who was lying on the ground stiffly. Yelin's punch did not show mercy. He had estimated Monkey King's physique. Under the strength of this punch, Monkey King could no longer stand up. Gaku, come on! Seeing the fallen Monkey King, Kikai began to support Monkey King. Monkey King saved her back, and kept repeating the imprints deep in Kikai's mind. Now that Monkey King fell down, she couldn't help but want to support Monkey King. At this time, Monkey King was lying peacefully on the ground, but his eyes were firmly locked, the full moon in the sky. The chi in Sun Wukong's body began to skyrocket crazily, and his body was also undergoing changes. His eyes became extremely red, his body grew fluffy long hair, and his body began to become burly. Well, how did I forget about him turning into a gorilla? Yelin wonders that he is confused. Sion can become a fighting orangutan, and Monkey King in this state will directly increase his combat power by 10 times. Originally, Monkey King's combat power was 280. Now that he has changed his form, his combat power has soared to 2,800 points. Even Yelin couldn't cope with this kind of combat power. It was already a disaster. Everyone leave here immediately! Yelin yelled with a serious expression, and everyone was aware of the abnormal changes that had taken place in Monkey King. The frantically improved combat power in him made them feel a deep shock. But more importantly, they all noticed that the Monkey King has lost his mind now. Yelin, Wukong will be fine, right? It's the first time everyone has seen Sion become this kind of fighting form, and Kiki is the person most worried about. Don't worry. I will help him get rid of this state, you should go for refuge first. Yelin made a promise to Kikai, after which everyone fled and rushed out of the venue, leaving Yelin alone to deal with the monkey who became a gorilla. Yelin, these fairy beans caught. Before Yakilob left, he threw a small bag of fairy beans toward Yelin, and Yelin caught the fairy beans. Thanks, hurry up and go. Yakilob saw the gorilla who had transformed more than 10 meters, and made an astonishing roar, which made him crawl and slip away. Okay, how can I clean up you next? Yelin raised his head to look at Monkey King in the state of the gorilla. He took out a fairy bean and took it. The power of the fairy bean helped him recover the strength he had lost. Chapter 72, Submission of the Gorilla. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The Monkey King who became a gorilla had already lost his mind, and he was madly destroying everything around him. The entire venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference has been demolished by him. You are almost the same, it's time to calm me down. Yelin rushed towards the gorilla's head with his foot on the moon, but at this moment a black shadow hit Yelin. Even in a state of madness, he is still very sensitive to hostility. This shadow is the fist of the gorilla. Armed and domineering. After taking the fairy beans, Yelin recovered some strength, and at this time he was able to display his armed domineering again. With the domineering attachment, Yelin's defensive power surged, and his combat power also increased to 1,200 points again. Boom! But even in this state, his combat effectiveness is still too far from the Monkey King who has become a gorilla. Yelin was directly hammered by Monkey King's punch to the ground, and the ground was smashed into a deep hole. From the pit, Yelin stood up and wiped the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, even though he was armed and domineering, coupled with his own ability to withstand blows, he was still injured by this punch. Yelin hadn't experienced this kind of injury for a long time. Looking at the gorilla in front of him, the blood in Yelin's body was constantly boiling, and the blood of Sion's was also affecting him. But Yelin knew very well that he didn't have the need to compete with Monkey King in the current gorilla state. What he needed was to make Monkey King wake up. Feng Dun. Spiral Shuriken. Yelin raised his palm, and on top of his palm, an energy body shuriken was spinning quickly. Roar! Perhaps it was Yelin's body that felt the powerful combat power, and the gorilla let out an angry roar at him. Yelin was unmoved, he raised his other arm, and a shock wave went straight to the gorilla's face. 10 times the whole. The shock wave hit the gorilla, and the dazzling light of 10 times the whole made the gorilla close his eyes. And taking this opportunity, Yelin threw out the wind escape spiral shuriken in his hand. The shuriken went around behind the gorilla, and the sharp wind escape spiral shuriken cut the gorilla's tail directly. Roar! The gorilla let out a weak roar, his body was shrinking rapidly, and finally the gorilla's posture had disappeared, replaced by the naked Monkey King. As for the tail behind him, it was naturally cut off by Yelin. After seeing Monkey King return to his original appearance, Yelin also breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, it was really hard to win Monkey King, who had become a gorilla. Looking at Monkey King, who was sleeping, Yelin also looked up at the full moon in the sky. It seems that although the system has gifted my scion bloodline, this bloodline should be different from the real scion. I don't think it will become a gorilla. Yelin also secretly rejoiced in his heart. If he became a gorilla and then destroyed everywhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. With his combat power, after becoming a gorilla, I am afraid that no one can stop him, and he does not want to become a gorilla, losing his mind. It seems that this world's #1 martial arts conference can only end here. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Yelin scratched his head. He didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. Ding! System task reminder: solve the raiders who invaded the Earth. The difficulty mode is difficult mode. The task is rewarded, and the god level draw is once. As Yelin was thinking about what happened after this, the system's task reminder surprised him. How could raiders come so quickly to the Earth? It will take at least 5 or 6 years for him to come to the Earth. Renrendu Novel Network www.rrdxs.com. Yelin was completely unprepared for this sudden situation, because he could predict that when raiders came to the Earth would begin to be involved in the universe, and the powerful ones in the universe would continue to be involved in the Earth. Relationship. Now his strength is indeed smooth on the Earth, but there are many powerful existences in the universe, especially Vegeta, the master behind raiders. It seems that we must step up our cultivation. Soon after this, because there was no trace of the gorilla, everyone came back again. Gaku. Kiki saw Monkey King lying on the ground without moving. She rushed up anxiously, and then hugged him. Don't worry, he just passed out, there is nothing serious about it. Yelin stepped forward and ate a fairy bean for Monkey King. After taking the fairy bean, Monkey King opened his eyes. Hey, what happened? Monkey King looked around suspiciously, completely losing the memory of becoming an orangutan before, and Yelin had already expected this to happen. Before you became a gorilla, your fighting power skyrocketed, and you lost your sanity. I cut off your tail and temporarily suppressed the power of scion blood in your body. Yelin looked at Monkey King and told him what happened. Monkey King touched his butt and found that his tail had disappeared, and a panic expression appeared on his face. Don't worry, this tail will grow out. I just have to force it to temporarily seal your bloodline power. You must make your strength strong enough to control the scion's power. Master, what are scions? At this time, everyone around was already unable to bear the curiosity. After all, what just happened was too strange to them. The scions are a kind of fighting nation in the universe. They have a strong talent for fighting, and becoming such a gorilla is their fighting form. Universe? Scion? So Gaku is a cosmic man. After Klin listened to Yelin's explanation, he looked at Monkey King in surprise. Wait a minute, Yelin, how do you know so much? Are you also a cosmic person? Bulma frowned and absorbed the new information he had just acquired, and then questioned Yelin. I am indeed not a person from this earth, I also have scion blood. Yelin gave an ambiguous answer. After all, he had traveled through, and he was indeed not a terrestrial in this world. It turned out to be like this. No wonder Yelin is so powerful. It turns out that he is fundamentally different from us. Yaki Lobe suddenly realized it, and everyone nodded, Finally he had an explanation for why Yelin was so good. Seeing the chattering of the group of people in front of him, Yelin's mouth rose slightly, maybe because of the previous battle, everyone's relationship was much more harmonious. I now have one thing I hope to ask you all. After this, the earth may experience a lot of catastrophe. I hope you can improve your combat effectiveness as soon as possible. If you practice, I recommend you to accept God's guidance. Now that it is known that the Dragon Ball timeline may be advanced, it is natural that Yelin himself becomes stronger, but it is also necessary to improve the strength of these companions and friends. Yelin, you are so anxious, is there someone coming to deal with our planet? After all, Zhang is still old and spicy. Immortal Turtle has already noticed something wrong from Yelin's words. The people around him also looked at him eagerly, and after thinking about it again and again, Yelin decided to disclose the information, so as to make everyone more motivated. Yes, there will soon be strong men from the universe who will come to Earth. Those guys are very powerful. Even now I can't compare with them. Therefore, only diligent practice can enable us to better deal with future crises. Yelin was also a little worried, whether his words would make everyone too panic. Unexpectedly, there is a master coming soon, or a master of the universe, I can't wait to fight. Yamucha looked excited. Master of the universe, I don't know that the martial arts practiced on this earth can't be effective. Tianjin Fan also clenched his fists and showed fighting spirit in his eyes. Piccolo has his hands around his chest, his gaze is raised to the sky, although he doesn't know what he is thinking, he is probably not timid. Yelin also understands that his worries are superfluous. These people in front of him are all real fighting freaks. They will not be harmed by knowing that the enemy is strong. Chapter 73, To Hell. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxascc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. The world's #1 martial arts conference has ended for a month. Because too many things happened in this world's #1 martial arts conference, but because Yelin stood at the end, the title of victory fell to him. But Yelin didn't have time to win the prize. For him, the upcoming Raditz was the top priority. As for the Gaixianren and others who entered the quarterfinals, they also followed Piccolo to the gods to practice. Yelin believes that after practicing, their strength will definitely increase. As for the present, he returned to the Realm King Star alone. Now he, facing the siege of Gurgly and Barbarous alone, has not fallen into the wind. Take a break first. The Northern Realm King stopped Yelin's cultivation, and Yelin breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at his attributes. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 700 points. Bloodline, Scion, level 14/100. Skills, 1 Wind Dun Spiral Shuriken, advanced 992/10,000, skill introduction. Use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 100%. 2 Moon Step, intermediate 993/1000, skill introduction, use this skill to fly in the air. 3 Tenfold Whole Wave, intermediate 997/1000, skill introduction, fingertips shoot light waves, and use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 30%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, intermediate 910/1000, skill introduction, basic combat power increase by 50%, duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar *1. This period of time, especially the participation in the world's #1 martial arts conference, allowed his combat effectiveness to rise rapidly. He focused on the improvement of combat effectiveness, and did not how to cultivate his skills. Yelin, your strength is already strong enough on the earth, there is no need to continue practicing so hard. The Northern Realm King looked at Yelin, and he couldn't understand Yelin who was so eager to practice. Although I may be very strong on the earth, there are more masters in the universe. If they cannot become stronger, they cannot protect the earth. The Northern Realm King fell silent, and then glanced at Yelin. Since this is the case, then I recommend that you go to hell to practice, where you should be able to temper yourself better." Hearing the recommendation of the Northern Realm King, Yelin's face looked suspicious. "I am still alive, can I also go to hell?" Regarding hell, Yelin is naturally clear, there are many powerful existences there, and Monkey King has also practiced there. "No problem, I have a good relationship with King Yama. I will recommend you to go there." The Northern Realm King raised his finger, and then clicked on Yelin's eyebrows. Yelin immediately felt a refreshing sensation in his body. Then he was surprised to find that a circle floated above his head. "That's it, I will let King Yama take good care of you." The Northern Realm King looked at Yelin's state with satisfaction, and then spoke with a kind smile on his face. "Master of the North Realm, you don't think I'm too annoying here, so send me to hell." Yelin glanced suspiciously at the Northern Realm King. Hearing this, the Northern Realm King's body stiffened. How is this possible? I think you are so diligent in cultivating, and I recommend you a good place to practice. There is absolutely no other meaning." The King of the North hurriedly shook his head. Yelin didn't want to pursue it either. He did want to go to hell to practice, but he didn't want to go to hell after death like Monkey King. Can't be resurrected. Now with the recommendation of the King of the North, it is naturally impossible for me to let go of such a good opportunity. Then thank you Lord of the North Realm, I want to go to hell to practice. Baolai Novel Network www.baolaishiya.com. Very good, I believe you will be able to cultivate even more powerfully in hell. But Master King of the North, I want to practice my hands before I leave, so I'm offended. During the more than a year when Yelin came to practice, the King of the Northern Realm couldn't sleep peacefully every day, and the sound of Yelin's training and fighting was too annoying. Now that the King of the Northern Realm was secretly happy because he was able to send Yelin away, he didn't want Yelin to make other requests, but thought that Yelin was about to leave, and it wouldn't hurt to bear it. "You are free." The King of the North generously agreed to Yelin's request. Earlier, after seeing the attributes, Yelin had discovered that his skill proficiency was almost complete, and he wanted to upgrade his skills before going to hell. Yelin took a deep breath, and then a lot of chi gathered on his body. 10 times the whole. You step. 10 times the whole. You step. Yelin hurriedly lost his skills at the Realm King Star, and the Northern Realm King, Barbarous, and Gulegli dodged in fright. "Hey, Yelin, what are you kid doing? Don't just damage the Realm King Star." "But the Lord of the Northern Realm let me be free, and the Lord of the Northern Realm, dignified, shouldn't be a big deal." Yelin looked at the Northern Realm King with an innocent look. The Northern Realm King was so angry that he half died, but Yelin didn't stop to release his skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his full moon step proficiency, and his skill has been promoted to a high-level skill. The foot can roll up a vacuum attack and form a slash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his 10-fold whole proficiency, and his skills have been promoted to advanced skills. The whole is extremely powerful, and the combat effectiveness has increased by 80%. A series of system messages blew up in Yelin's mind, and he finally cultivated all his skills. Name, Yelin. Combat power, 700 points. Bloodline, Scion, level 14/100. Skills, 1 Wind Done. Spiral Shuriken, advanced 992/10,000, skill introduction, use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 100%. 2 Lanjiao, advanced 0/10,000, skill introduction, using this skill can roll up a vacuum attack and form a slash. 3 Dong Dongbo. Extreme, advanced max, skill introduction, shoot light waves from your fingertips, and use this skill to increase combat effectiveness by 80%. 4 Armed Color Domineering, intermediate 910/1000, skill introduction, basic combat power increase by 50%, duration 1 minute. Props, Dragon Ball Radar *1. This skill upgrade also brought Yelin a lot of surprises, and Lan Jiao's learning represented another way of fighting in the air. However, Dong Dongbo extreme skill level has reached its limit, which means that this skill can no longer be improved. With such a skill improvement, Yelin believed that he would definitely gain more from this regional trip. Master King of the Northern Territory, I'm ready to go anytime. Okay, you go quickly. The King of the Northern Realm flicked his finger, and Yelin disappeared from the King of Realm all at once. Seeing that the King of Realm is now riddled with holes, the King of the North sighed. Although this Realm King would automatically recover, he felt uncomfortable to see Realm King become like this, but after sending Yelin away, he was finally clean. Chapter 74, See King Yama. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. In a burst of light, Yelin found that he had been transferred to a palace, and in front of the palace sat a giant more than 5 meters tall. His figure was still very burly, like a hill. He has a red skin, a thick beard on his face, and a horn hat on his head. On both sides of him stood 2 cyan little ghosts, they seemed to be clerks. You're Yelin, I've heard the guy from the North Realm King say, you mean you want to go to hell to practice? That guy is really crazy. What do you think hell is? Hell has the rules of hell, the order must not be broken. King Yama stared coldly at Yelin, and from the opponent, Yelin felt a strong sense of oppression, which was still above the Northern Realm King. With 5,000 combat power, it really deserves to be King Yama. Yelin secretly said in his heart. Through the system, he can already see the fighting power of Yama. As long as he is in the hell of this earth, this Yama is the strongest. Master Yama, I am not going to disrupt the order of hell, but to help manage the order of the region. Oh, what do you say? King Yama was curious about what Yelin said. There are a lot of thorns in hell. Lord Yama is also clear. If I can enter hell, it will be able to burn away the enthusiasm of those thorns, and then regional control will be more convenient. What do you think? Lord Yama? Oh, this is really a novel idea. The bottom of the region is often not peaceful. It would be a good thing to make them feel more comfortable, but the guys at the bottom are not easy to deal with. How can I believe you have this strength? King Yama looked down at Yelin condescendingly. He thought Yelin didn't have much skill at all. If Lord Yama thinks so, you might as well try it yourself. Yelin is naturally not an opponent of Yama King, but this is a rare opportunity, and the opportunity to fight Yama King is quite rare. Haha, actually said to challenge me, you little guy is really a fledgling and not afraid of tigers. Don't worry, I have already selected opponents for you. Come, let the green ghosts and red ghosts in the 3rd zone of the 1st level come. Yes, Lord Yama. Soon after this, 2 figures walked into the hall, both of them carrying huge maces. The 2 were dressed in red and blue. This was the opponent that King Yama chose for Yelin. Is it 300 combat power, 290 combat power? It's indeed a master on earth. Yelin has seen the fighting power of the 2 red ghosts and the green ghost. If you want me to agree, you must defeat the green ghost and the red ghost. They are the managers of the 1st level. If you can't even pass this level of them, then let alone go to the bottom. King Yama glanced at Yelin, he obviously wanted to test Yelin's strength. His Lord Yama, what are you? Do you want to fight with such a little guy? Isn't this a bit too bullying? The green ghost and the red ghost are also over 2 meters tall, and Yelin is indeed like a child in front of them. Boom, boom. I saw a breeze blowing, the green ghost and the red ghost flew out, they were directly embedded into the wall. This is enough proof, Lord Yama. King Yama was also taken aback by Yelin's strength, and he nodded. 61 Pen Fun Pavilion www.61zd.com. If you have such strength, then you are indeed qualified. Forget it, let you give it a try. But don't blame me for not warning you. If your actions disrupt the order of hell, I will not take it lightly." Then King Yama took out a token. He threw the token to Yelin, and wrote the word Yama on the token. "If you have this token, you can go through the hell at will, but I advise you not to go to the hell with more than 10 floors, which is not what you can stay in now." Yelin received the token from King Yama. There are countless strong people in this hell. If Yelin wants to demand the strong to fight, this hell is undoubtedly more suitable. "Thank you, Lord Yama, I will help you manage the order of hell more properly." Yelin greeted King Yama, then ran to the snake path aside, and then jumped and disappeared below the snake path. "Hey, what a funny guy! His Lord Yama, is it really okay to leave him alive like this and go to hell?" The clerk beside him looked worried. "It's a face of selling the North Realm King, and it's also a favor for this Yelin. That big demon King Piccolo is too cruel, and the earth souls are too dense to come to hell. The first few layers of hell space are almost full. Thanks to this Yelin's solution to the big devil Piccolo, and his proposal is worth considering. If he can soothe the thorny emotions of the hell and let them settle down, it would be a killer stone." A triumphant smile appeared on King Yama's face, and the clerks on both sides couldn't say anything more. After that, King Yama was busy with government affairs, and left Yelin's affairs behind. After jumping off the snake path, Yelin came to the first level of hell. The whole hell looked reddish, but the environment was still okay. You can see the white souls in the hell, working in an orderly manner. Human figures like Yelin are very rare. The strength of these souls here is also less than 10 in combat. This first level is not Yelin's goal. According to King Yama, his limit should be the 10th level. Let's look a little deeper. Yelin came to the ground of the first level, but this was not his destination. The fighting power of the surrounding souls was too weak. "Hey, who is your kid? What are you doing here?" At this time, a Tauren with a huge battle axe came over. His figure was burly, and his combat power reached 300 points. "Who are you?" "Hey, this uncle is Gubaton, the administrator of the first zone of the first realm in this region. Why haven't I met you? Who are you?" Hearing what the other party said, Yelin's eyes brightened. He still doesn't know the way to the depths of hell. Since this Tauren is a manager, he is naturally very familiar with this hell and is the best guide. "I'm Yelin, the Hell Order manager specially appointed by Lord Yama, and I won't kneel down when I see the chief." Yelin took out the Yama King's token in his hand. After seeing the token, Gubaton was shocked, his body trembled, and then hurriedly knelt in front of Yelin. "My subordinates, I don't know that it was the chief who came, and if you missed it, please forgive me." Cold sweat was left on Gubaton's forehead, and he worried that he would offend Yelin because of his bad attitude. "I'm going to inspect the order of hell, and the officer will give you the glorious task of leading the way. Are you willing?" "It's my honor to lead the way for the sir. Please come with me, sir." Seeing this Gubaton so obedient, Yelin's mouth rose slightly, and being an official is different. So everything will be easier for him. Chapter 75 1 Minute Gamble. You can search for Dragon Ball God Grade Lottery Search Novel, www.soxacc.com, in beta to find the latest chapter. Gubaton took Yelin to travel through this hell, and the souls here were relatively stable, and each layer of the entire hell was vast, much larger than the earth. Coming to the center of the first realm, there is an abyss here. Gubaton pointed to the bottom of the abyss. "Master Yelin, here is the second level, I will take you down." Gubaton blew a whistle, and the clouds in the sky fell down. These yellow clouds were neatly arranged in a row, turning into steps and spreading to the bottom of the abyss. Gubaton pleased to lead Yelin in front of him. Although the abyss seemed deep, Yelin didn't worry even if it fell. After all, he had the moon step to defend himself. After walking through the long stairs, Yelin finally came to the second floor. The hell on the second floor was no different from the first floor. After scanning the combat power of these souls, the strongest was only just over 100 points. Obviously this was not Yelin's goal. Continue to the next floor. Yes, Master Yelinier. Gubadan led Yelin to continue to the depths of hell, and the passage to the lower level was the same abyss. After reaching the third level, Yelin found that the soul here had reached 500 points of combat power. But what Yelin wanted to challenge was that a stronger existence was obviously not enough here. Go to the next level. This. Master Yelin, my authority is only up to the first 3 levels. If I want to go down, my authority is not enough. Gubadan became a little embarrassed. He could only be considered the bottom in the underworld, and being able to accompany Yelin to the third level was already his limit. If that's the case, then take me to see someone who can take me to a higher level. Yes, Master Yelin, please come with me. Gubadan set off with Yelin. The Hell's territory was huge, but they seemed to be able to sense each other's position when they were on the way, and transfer them. Yelin was led by Gubadan, and when they were down to earth again, they had already arrived at a pond, and beside this pond, there was a figure wrapped in a white robe fishing. Master Barton, this is Master Yelin. He was appointed by Lord Yama as the Hell Order manager. My authority is not enough. I hope Master Barton can take Master Yelin to the next floor. Hearing Gubadan's words, at this moment the fisherman took off his hat, and he revealed his green skin, pointed ears, and 2 tentacles on his head. Namek. After seeing the other party's image, Yelin was also taken aback. The other party's appearance was exactly the same as that of the Namek, except that there was an extra soul state ring on his head. Administrator of Hell Order? I have never heard of this title. I am Barton, the administrator of the first zone of the third level of Hell. Barton looked at Yelin, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. In Yelin's eyes, Barton's combat effectiveness was simply scary. Barton, Namek, with 10,000 fighting power. The combat power of up to 10,000 completely crushed Yelin. Does the managers of the third level have such strength? Hey? Can you see my combat effectiveness? I am a Namek with a specialization in combat. I am strong enough to be the manager of the 5th level, but I prefer the calm of the 3rd level. You really is it the person appointed by Lord Yama? Barton also understood that Yelin had seen his strength, and he explained to Yelin. Yelin also took out the token immediately afterwards, and after seeing the token, Barton nodded. There is indeed the breath of Lord Yama, and the token should be true. Although I don't know what position this Hell Order manager is, but you want to go to the next level, I can show you the way. Although I want to say that I have troubled you, but before that, I don't know if I can compare with you. Yelin put forward his own request, but Namekians specializing in combat are rare. In the original game, when Monkey King and the others arrived on the planet Namek, there was only one Namek specializing in combat. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good, that he could meet such a master so soon. Let's try? Although I'm a Namek who specializes in combat, I'm actually not warlike. It's because I don't like disputes, that's why I choose to be in this 3rd level. In my opinion, you and me there should be no need for comparison. Yelin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the other party made it clear that he was despising himself. Oh, it seems that you are very confident, so why not come and make a bet with me? If you can't beat me in 1 minute, then you have to be my practice partner. I said, I don't like fighting with people, I won't bet with you. Love reading www.adshuba.com. But for Yelin's provocation, Nabatan was not fooled. Namek was born to love peace. Even if it was a special battle, Barton didn't abandon the attributes of Namek. Then if you win the bet, then I will tell you about the situation of your Namek people on Earth. Hearing this, Barton stared at Yelin. There are still our people on Earth. If you want information, then beat me. Seeing Barton's excitement, the corners of Yelin's mouth rose slightly, and the other party had already put on a sleeve. Well, I agree to your bet. If I win, you must tell me all the information about my clan. As long as the word is settled, Gubadan will be your referee. Gubadan on the side looked uneasy. He hadn't expected that things would turn out like this. He hurriedly hid in the distance. Prepare, start. When Gubadan evacuated to a safe enough distance, he gave the start command. Armed and domineering, Yelin immediately displayed his skills. In this state, his combat effectiveness increased by 50% to 1050. But even so, the gap between him and Button is still too big. Feng Dun. Spiral Shuriken. An energy body shuriken condensed in Yelin's hands, and his combat effectiveness surged 100% to 2100. But even so, there is still a huge gap between him and Button. It seems that this is your limit, so I won this bet. Barton glanced at Yelin. His combat effectiveness was 5 times the difference from Yelin. No matter how much Yelin resisted, there would be no chance of winning. Barton's figure flickered, and he appeared behind Yelin at an astonishing speed. Ended. Patton's palm was like a knife, and he cut to Yelin's back. But at this time, the wind escape spiral shuriken in Yelin's hand was thrown behind him, and Patton's brow wrinkled. He didn't expect that his actions would be seen through. Yelin was always ready to see and hear the domineering, so he noticed the opponent's movement the moment Button acted. Hey, so what? An astonishing aura condensed on Barton's palm. And his palm squeezed towards Feng Dun's spiral shuriken, wanting to crush the attack directly. Burst. But Yelin directly detonated Feng Dun. Spiral shuriken, and the tyrannical waves of air raged around him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yelin stepped on the moon and used his stern feet. Button below was caught off guard by Yelin's series of attacks, and a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he was ready to teach Yelin a lesson. His Lord Yama, why are you here? When Barton rushed into the air, he heard Yelin's words. He turned his head and looked behind him suspiciously, but there was nothing behind him. Button froze for a moment, then furious, he understood that Yelin had played with himself. You bastard! Button rushed towards Yelin angrily, but Yelin did not resist at all at this time, but stood quietly on the spot. Time up! Just as Patton's fist hit the front door, Gu Patton below shouted, and Patton's fist stopped. It seems that I won. Yelin smiled slightly. Patton clenched his fists angrily, but in the end he could only put it down reluctantly. No matter how he bet, he lost.